Lin Chen submitted a blank exam paper for the college entrance exam. When asked by reporters, he calmly replied, "I'm not interested in college or anything like that. I'm too busy building mechs to have time for university." Thus, a cautionary tale was born. That very night, a video of a mech appeared online. An 8-meter-tall, dual-form mech that could truly fly. At that moment, the world fell silent. The Pacific Rim era arrived, and colossal monsters descended from dimensional space, plunging the world into panic. Faced with the aliens' conspiracy, Lin Chen made history, launching a ruthless anti-invasion plan, sending countless mech legions crashing into parallel worlds. As dimensional spaces were opened one by one, in the war-torn world, the rampant Japanese pirates suffered a dimensional attack several eras ahead, crying out in despair as they jumped into the sea and fled on planks. In the Star Trek universe, a vast array of resources from various insectoid planets are being transported back, leaving the native Federation helpless. It's rumored that these parallel universe legions are planning to plunder the Federation. In the Train to Busan universe, mech legions drive away zombies, and survivors cheer as their saviors take away resources, including their wives and daughters. Until they enter a world where women are dominant, some mech legion soldiers begin to lay down their weapons and besiege a backward matriarchal society with millions of inhabitants, hoping to be captured. Chapter 1. Busy building mechs, no time for university. Hello viewers, we are now on our way to Lin Chen's home to interview the first student in the Empire's history to submit a blank college entrance exam paper. In the suburbs of Jean City, a live broadcast van is parked on the side of the road. Hua Chilua, a beautiful reporter from the city, explains the situation to the camera. The camera pans to a steel factory across the street. Registration at the entrance. A moment later, a man walks out of the factory. He was particularly striking, with a commanding presence and an elegant demeanor, seemingly one with nature, every movement exuding an inexplicable charm. Instantly, the viewers watching the news erupted. Is he Lin Chen, the one who joked about his future? My God, these days people will do anything to become an internet celebrity. Eating shit is one thing, but submitting a blank exam paper for the college entrance exam is another. Duh. Among the viewers were many mothers, who were also moved upon seeing Lin Chen. How can there be a man in this world even slightly more handsome than my son? While the viewers were buzzing with discussion, Hua Chilua, a reporter from Jinshi TV, showed a look of surprise. Hua Chilua ran over with a microphone and asked, "Hello, are you Lin Chen?" "Yes, it's me. What can I do for you?" Lin Chen replied calmly. "So, Lin Chen, what are your thoughts on submitting a blank exam paper for the college entrance exam? Have you given up the opportunity to go to school?" Hua Chilua pressed. I'm not interested in university. I'm too busy building mechs to have time for anything," Lin Chen said dismissively. University would only waste his precious time building mechs. Hua Chilua's beautiful face froze, her chest heaving. She stood there for a long time, unable to react. This is a live news broadcast, not a stage for showing off. And speaking of mechs, she instantly thought of Gundam. So this Lin Chen who submitted a blank exam paper was doing it, so he wouldn't go to university and could stay home building mechs? Those are things that no country in the world can't build. The complex structure, the intricate wiring, the stagnant power system. Almost every aspect is a major obstacle to mech research. After a long pause, reporter Hua Chilua forced a smile onto her capable face and explained, "Lin Chen, didn't your parents beat you up?" "No, they're very supportive." Lin Chen first looked serious, then said solemnly, "As you can see, my family's situation is just like this. We only have a steel factory worth a few $100 million. So my parents are very supportive of my work in the field of mecha construction." Hua Chilua was stunned. She might have long hair, but that didn't mean she was ignorant. Mecha construction was one of humanity's biggest challenges, proposed as early as the last century, but no force had ever truly developed a real mecha. And Lin Chen was brazenly claiming to be building a mecha, and a dual-form one at that? What was most speechless was that his parents actually supported him. She instantly became more interested in interviewing Lin Chen more deeply, thinking this family was too willful. It was just a pity that such a handsome young man had developed an anime-induced mental illness. The audience members were no less frustrated than reporter Hua Chilua. They all had a strong urge to pin Lin Chen to the ground and beat him up. Did he think money could buy anything? They'd seen people brag before, but this was the first time they'd seen someone brag so earnestly, especially with that nonchalant expression. It almost made them want to vomit blood. Their children had worked hard for 3 whole years preparing for the college entrance exam. But this guy, who wasn't short of money, simply submitted a blank paper, saying university was in the way, and chose to stay home and build a mecha. "Sorry, I'm busy right now. I'll be going now." Lin Chen turned and left. He didn't care about the reporter's interview at all, because the mecha he'd spent 3 years building was about to be ready for initial testing. Shortly after, he returned to the warehouse. His family lived there. Because they owned a steel factory, they hadn't moved to the city to support the business. The original steel equipment in the warehouse had been moved out, and now a simple, unconventional fighter jet-shaped mecha lay quietly in the center of the factory. The cold, mechanical aura exuded industrial beauty. Its cool and handsome design had an unparalleled allure for men. This mecha model is the Paramaru experimental model. It can switch between fighter jet mode and humanoid mecha, escort mode. The cockpit is designed like a motorcycle, with the pilot in a forward-leaning riding posture. In fighter jet mode, the pilot is exposed to the outside air, while in humanoid mode, the pilot is encased in armor and retracted into the mecha. Fighter jet mode height, 3 meters. Humanoid mode height, 7.8 meters. Weight, 4,300 g. Thrust, 158 N. Power core, nuclear reactor. Fuel shaft 235, no fuel. Reheat system, 80 progress. Weapons, none. The mecha prototype currently being worked on is the Paramaru, hailed as a divine weapon from the anime Dragon Dance of Angels and Dragons. Lin Chen certainly doesn't have the intelligence to build a mecha alone. This is all thanks to the system. He summoned the system panel, which displayed, Host, Lin Chen, Human, Intelligence 100 Charm, 99 Emotional Intelligence 60, Passing Grade 60. Task 1, College Entrance Examination completed, please claim reward. Task 2, Manufacturing the Mech Ragnarok, Humanoid Weapon, Progress 70. Task 3. 1 year after the opening of the interdimensional space and the invasion of the giant beasts, thwart the aliens' plot to occupy the Blue Star. Fan value. 1. That's the basic information. As for submitting a blank exam paper, it was to complete the system's tasks. In Marvel, Shit Kid obtained the core technology, thus creating the Iron Man suit. Now, Lin Chen has obtained the system's technology, so he's not much worse than Shit Kid. He mastered the mech technology provided by the system in a very short time, and then spent nearly 3 years and a considerable amount of his family's savings to make the mech as it is today. Even though the mecha wasn't fully completed, for example, the nuclear fuel, the zero-type scale-cutting blade, the particle beam gun, and the proton cannon weren't all perfect, Lin Chen was already quite satisfied. According to the schedule, the mecha could be officially tested in the next few days. Next, Lin Chen prepared for the most crucial step in building the mecha, implementing neural network technology on the flight suit. This technology was arguably the key to the entire mecha, as it needed to be implemented in the tail section of the flight suit. A neural connection line connecting the human and the mecha needed to be created at the tail section, primarily for better stance control. This line was essentially the mecha's key. Just as Lin Chen was about to begin, a sudden, urgent phone call rang. Picking it up, he saw a number that was both unfamiliar and familiar. Lin Chen frowned, thinking for a moment before remembering who the number belonged to. His girlfriend, whom he had never even held hands with. What's the use of a girlfriend? She doesn't have the cold touch of a mecha, nor the wonderful roar that will follow, Lin Chen said seriously, tossing the phone aside to begin formally creating the neural network connection. The next day, because of the surge in viewership from the few scenes yesterday, reporter Hua Chilo went to Lin Chen's house again for an interview. Lin Chen walked out of the factory area, his face showing undisguised disdain. Willful, the eagerly awaiting audience voiced their thoughts. The college entrance exam is arguably the most important event in a child's life. Yet look at him. He submitted a blank paper. Reporter Hua Chilua's face lit up, and she greeted Lin Chen with a smile, saying, "Hello, Lin Chen, we meet again." Before she could finish, Lin Chen interrupted her, saying, "Sorry, I'm building a mecha. I'm very busy right now." With that, he turned and left, leaving Hua Chilua with a nonchalant back view. Hua Chilua stood there, stunned for a long time, her chest heaving. He had used building a mecha as an excuse to tease the city's beautiful reporter again. Just you wait. Soon, students began to emerge from the examination hall. Meanwhile, Lin Chen's nominal girlfriend was on a date with a rich second-generation heir when she happened to see this scene on the news. Shameful, utterly shameful. A look of embarrassment crossed Lin Chen's girlfriend's face, and without hesitation, she accepted the rich second-generation heir's confession. Because this rich second-generation heir was far more outstanding than Lin Chen, not only did he drive a Maybach, but his family also owned a listed company. On the other hand, Lin Chen, besides being handsome and having a steel factory, had no other redeeming qualities, and he had already disgraced the entire empire. Did she want to be disgraced along with him? Most importantly, the rich second-generation heir was only after her body, unlike Lin Chen, who hadn't even touched her hand, let alone engaged in any intimate acts. Was she destined to be lonely for the rest of her life? So, She got into the luxury Maybach and called Lin Chen again, saying, "Lin Chen, let's break up. I found a boyfriend who loves me more. Such an honest man deserves to be single forever." Chapter 2. The testing of the mech in the warehouse. Lin Chen hung up the phone with his girlfriend, his heart racing as he tossed the device aside. His excitement was not rooted in a breakup. The trivial concerns of a girlfriend or journalists were far from his mind. After 3 arduous years of labor, his mech was finally poised to soar into the sky. The tumult of elation, anticipation, and anxiety coursed through him like wildfire. A throng of workers gathered before the entrance of warehouse number 3, summoned by Lin Chen's father, Lin Chen, who was eager to showcase his son's monumental achievement. After all, Lin Chen had engineered a mech that even the Empire had struggled to produce, and as a proud father, Lin Chen could hardly contain his pride. As Lin Chen returned, his father presented him with a small metallic box, his voice trembling with excitement. "My boy, this is what you requested." With great care, Lin Chen held the box that contained the reactor's fuel, nuclear fuel, procured at great cost through connections from a nuclear power plant. The only blemish on this moment was the nagging thought of his wife's disapproval, as he felt he had lost some of his youthful charm. Taking a deep breath, Lin Chen entered the warehouse, donned his special suit and goggles, and placed the fuel into the reactor. A surge of adrenaline coursed through him as he connected the neural interface at the cockpit's rear. He initiated a series of commands, inflating the chamber, checking for abnormalities both externally and internally, unlocking the safety mechanisms, and activating the anti-gravity field. The mech responded with an extraordinary display as the reactor's temperature surged to 2 million degrees, and the inflating chamber began to react, with the dual-wing thrusters erupting in brilliant blue flames. At that moment, Lin Chen knew he had succeeded. 3 years of toil had not been in vain, and his anxiety was replaced by a wave of joy swelling in his chest. "Open the warehouse doors quickly. Do not obstruct my mech," Lin Chen called out loudly. The entrance was already packed with onlookers, jolted from their stupor. Though they were puzzled by Lin Chen's intentions, they were acutely aware that the colossal machine he piloted was no mere toy. As a crowd scattered to make way, Lin Chen could hardly contain the urge to ascend into the heavens. He activated his portable recording device, aware that he needed to garner fan points. The system held numerous advanced technologies, such as the annihilation cannon, capable of obliterating a planet with a single shot, all of which required fan points for exchange. Each follower would contribute to his fan points, thus elevating his fame alongside the testing of his mech. As he maneuvered the mech into the sky, the workers in the steel factory were left in awe. "Wow, it's incredible," one exclaimed, shivers running down their spine. "I've seen this giant in cartoons, but to witness a real mech is beyond belief." The workers, mouths agape, were enraptured by the technological marvel before them, their hearts racing with excitement. The mech represented a man's romantic dream, transcending age. Even a frail old man would be stirred by such a sight. Contrasting the workers' amazement, Lin Chen's mother was filled with trepidation, crying out anxiously, "Son, come down. Don't fall. Don't worry, I won't fall," Lin Chen reassured her with a glance, urging his father to start the camera before he soared to a height of 100 meters. The crowd on the ground could only see the mech's rear spewing blue flames. "Quick, it's too fast," they shouted. This was merely a glimpse of the mech's capabilities. Lin Chen dared not showcase its full potential, for this was his inaugural flight, and he felt a twinge of trepidation. Besides, the mech was still a work in progress, capable of flight and transformation, which was already remarkable. At an altitude of over 50 meters, unfamiliar with the controls, Lin Chen was alerted by warnings on the display as the mech shifted from fighter jet mode to humanoid form. The towering figure of the mech, standing at 78 meters, was revealed to the world. Though its exterior bore imperfections, exposed wiring, and hasty welds, it emanated a commanding presence. The mech stretched its arms like a newborn titan, moving its joints, igniting the fervor within Lin Chen. Incredible! Many marveled, astonished by the sight that transcended their comprehension. The combat jet mech could transform into a flying robot. As the towering mech soared, the crowd's excitement reached a fever pitch. Lin Chen, equally astonished yet composed, recorded critical data before transitioning back to fighter jet mode and gliding down to the warehouse. "Is that it? Are you not flying again?" The workers lamented, clearly wanting more. There were still many aspects to test, but Lin Chen was satisfied as he directed the workers to move the mech onto the transport platform and into the warehouse. That night, Lin Chen sat alone at his computer, meticulously editing the footage, intending to share it online for maximum impact. Despite being a scientific prodigy, his editing skills left much to be desired, necessitating a search for tutorials online. Meanwhile, Gene City Television began broadcasting the news. A poised female host addressed the screen. This year, for the first time in the Empire's history, a student has submitted a blank exam paper. What could have driven this decision? Is it a reflection of societal decay or moral decline? Let us follow our reporter to uncover the truth. The scene shifted to an interview with Lin Chen conducted by journalist Hua Kiluo. Busy with building a mech, who has time for college? Lin Chen declared. Do not disturb me. I am constructing a mech. The camera returned to Hua Kiluo, who remarked, the student we just heard from is Lin Chen, the first in the Empire's history to submit a blank exam paper. It appears he did so to avoid college and focus on building mechs, which, as you might have guessed, are akin to the Gundam seen in cinemas. Hua Kiluo offered commentary on Lin Chen's choices while subtly hinting to the audience. Is it wise to bypass college to fabricate mechs that the Empire itself is struggling to comprehend? Consequently, Lin Chen was designated as a case study for Gene City's educational materials, marking him as the first student to submit a blank exam paper. With a rather unconventional excuse, the news regarding Lin Chen rapidly captured the attention and disdain of the Gene City populace, quickly becoming a prevalent topic of discussion. Chapter 3. A campaign of defamation. That evening, many learned of Lin Chen's audacious declarations. Social media platforms were flooded with commentary regarding his claims of being too busy with mech construction to attend college. As users scrolled through their feeds, they were drawn to the sensational news, eager to witness the spectacle behind his bold assertions. Upon clicking the video, viewers were soon met with Lin Chen's fervent proclamations, their expressions morphing into disbelief. Too busy to attend college, immersed in building mechs? Though his words seemed brimming with bravado, they reeked of folly. Based on collective online experience, it was only a matter of time before Lin Chen became the target of ridicule. Countless comments flooded in. Gene City netizen. Finally, someone has been tarnished. Gene City First High. ISNT that a student from Second High? Jinchi Second High School. Lin Chen has already graduated from high school and has no further ties with our institution. Soon, anyone associated with Lin Chen hastily distanced themselves from him. In just half an hour, an abundance of comments and likes flooded in, as people engrossed themselves in the creation of mechas, leaving little time for university. The ostentation was indeed boundless, and the fervor surrounding the mecha was refreshingly unique. As Zhao Hao had anticipated, countless netizens generously offered their ridicule and slander. Before long, numerous shares and reproductions began to circulate, rapidly disseminating this news across every corner of Weibo. News about Lin Chen was widely reposted, inevitably landing on the trending list. As the information swept through the Huanjin Empire like a typhoon, many became aware that a mecha creator from Jinshi named Lin Chen had emerged. At that moment, Lin Chen remained oblivious to all of this, still seated at his computer, editing videos. It wasn't until the deep of night that his video editing was finally completed. Even from his perspective, the video radiated passion, especially during the transformation into a humanoid mecha, which was exhilarating and gave him goosebumps. The next day, Lin Chen uploaded the finished video online before heading out to pilot his mecha into the sky, preparing for practice. Whether the video would elicit a response was not even a consideration for him, as this was merely a test video of the mecha, not a celebrity playing basketball or some trivial incident involving a star. Just as Lin Chen departed, a Mercedes-Benz drove into the steel factory. Lin's father was directing workers unloading steel when he heard the commotion and approached, smiling to greet the man inside the car, his brother-in-law, Ma Jian. Where's Lin Chen? That little rascal? Ma Jian inquired, visibly frustrated. Out for a joyride. What's the matter? Lin's father replied, confused. Lin Chen has truly disappointed me. He had to show off to the reporters, and now the entire empire knows of your son's grandiose claims about being busy with mechas. I reckon he's just asking for a beating. Lin's father wore an awkward expression and said, lower your voice. There are so many outsiders around. Ma Jian's face darkened as he muttered, that little brat. I'm going to break his legs today. Suddenly, a sound sliced through the air. Instinctively, Ma Jian looked up, his mouth forming an A shape as he stared in awe at the colossal figure descending from the sky. It was a robot approximately 3 stories high. Its imposing lines glimmered with a metallic sheen, instilling a sense of dread. Ma Jian swallowed hard, feeling insignificantly small before this massive machine. Abruptly, he froze, seemingly struck by a realization. Wasn't that a mecha? Did Lin Chen truly create it? Soon after, he witnessed the robot morph into a form resembling a fighter jet, swiftly darting into warehouse number 3. Moments later, Lin Chen casually emerged from the warehouse, saying, Uncle, what brings you here? Your uncle is quite disappointed in you. Lin's father replied in a peculiar tone. Did you really make that? Ma Jian asked incredulously, watching his nephew step out from the warehouse where the mecha had just entered. I did, Lin Chen nodded. Ma Jian adopted a serious demeanor and chastised, I am very disappointed in you. You created such a magnificent machine and kept it from your uncle? I am your real uncle. He then grinned, realizing Lin Chen had not been showing off to the reporters after all, and his anger dissipated. This mecha was indeed Lin Chen's creation, and he seemed genuinely busy with it. He dove into warehouse number 3, gently caressing the mecha, the cold, hard texture much more pleasant than touching his aunt's body. Lin Chen followed him inside, observing his uncle's tender care of the mecha, even more gentle than towards his aunt, and noticing the sheer enjoyment on his face. Lin Chen chose not to disrupt his uncle's reverie, simply warning him about areas that should not be touched, such as the still warm thrusters. I understand. I'll just touch it lightly, and once he mess around. I watched Gundam comics every day when I was your age. Ma Jian nodded, his eyes filled with admiration. This sensation was entirely incomparable to that of Lin Chen's aunt. It was so cold and solid. Lin Chen returned to his room, indifferent to the online buzz, opening his notebook to record his experiences piloting the mecha that day. However, his indifference was not shared by others. The mecha test video, once released, immediately stirred a colossal wave across the Huanjin Empire's internet, spreading with the speed of a virus, engulfing the entire online community within half a day. From Weibo to forums, and even social media, people witnessed a genuine mecha in the video. Moreover, it was a dual-form flying mecha. This was a mecha belonging to the Huanjin Empire, created by Lin Chen, who had been disparaged throughout the internet. The world fell silent, as keyboard warriors who had mocked Lin Chen were now stunned, scrutinizing every detail of the video. Was he truly busy creating mechas? Meanwhile, Lin Chen's nominal ex-girlfriend, Jiao, was reveling in her good fortune. Having broken up with Lin Chen due to his being disparaged online, she confidently secured a boyfriend who drove a Maybach. Suddenly, her phone rang. It was her best friend calling. Without hesitation, she assumed it was her friend expressing envy. However, upon answering, the conversation deviated sharply from her expectations, filled with mockery and derision. Jiao, are you blind? You broke up with Lin Chen for a guy who drives a Maybach? Isn't a Maybach just a Maybach? It costs several million. Jiao was perplexed. If I were you, I would proactively clear my name and crawl back into Lin Chen's bed. You should see what is trending now, you fool. The voice on the other end abruptly stopped. Jiao was left bewildered, her heart racing with anxiety. What on earth had happened on Weibo? Chapter 4. The pauper driving a Maybach. Could it be that someone exposed her as Lin Chen's ex-girlfriend? Jiao's expression changed dramatically. If that were the case, she would lose face completely. She quickly logged onto Weibo and scrolled through the trending topics, searching for what her friend had mentioned. Trending topic. Kai Han will star as the male lead in the Hu City Fortress. What on earth are these? Jiao thought, perplexed, as Weibo was still filled with trivial celebrity gossip. But when she reached the 8th trending topic, her body suddenly stiffened. The title read, Busy Creating Mechas. Could it really be because of this? Jiao was certain the content would undoubtedly relate to Lin Chen, but instinctively, her unease intensified. That title felt off. She clicked on it hastily, and the content revealed. Is it a genuine mecha, or just special effects? Below was the video content. The opening shot took place in a spacious warehouse, featuring a mecha with striking industrial aesthetics resembling a fighter jet at its center. Then Lin Chen appeared on screen, donned in specialized gear, mounting the mecha. With a series of deft maneuvers, the mecha began to respond, and then took flight. What on earth am I witnessing? Jiao gasped in astonishment, her excitement mounting as she continued to watch. The mecha ignited the passion and desire within her. Especially when the mecha transformed into a humanoid shape, Jiao's exhilaration reached new heights. This was a true mecha, without a doubt. Eventually, Jiao finally understood why her friend had called her earlier. It was because she had been utterly blind. She had dumped Lin Chen for a mere Maybach while he was piloting an actual mecha. Jiao felt a wave of nausea, realizing the vast gulf between someone driving a Maybach and someone piloting a mecha. As the video concluded, I found myself in the comments section below. Wow, he actually transformed. I've watched it 5 times. It's incredibly impressive, truly a charm for attracting women. Is this really Lin Chen, the one vilified across the internet? It seems that his relentless pursuit of mecha creation was indeed justified. Just yesterday, a foolish influencer nearly swayed my opinion. Suddenly, a constructive comment caught my eye. Jiao's body stiffened again, and she hurriedly exited, entering her Weibo homepage to delete her previous post, lest she be mercilessly ridiculed for celebrating her discerning eye. However, upon entering her homepage, she discovered that her friends, who once envied her for having a Maybach driving boyfriend, now inundated her with scorn and mockery. Had they all lost their senses? She had discarded a man who drives a mecha for someone who merely drives a Maybach. Astonishing, Truly astonishing. I empathize with Ajiao's psychological turmoil. I've already redeemed myself. I seek Lin Chen's address to converse with him for 3 days and nights. The internet's derision towards Lin Chen has ceased. No one dares to disparage a person capable of creating mechas anymore. The harshness of earlier comments has now turned into a slap in the face. Ajiao, overwhelmed, could no longer continue reading. She slumped helplessly in her chair, staring blankly at the ceiling, filled with regret and anguish. For the sake of a Maybach driving pauper, what foolishness had she engaged in? Her prospects now seemed utterly bleak. Though she lacked knowledge of mechas, she understood one truth. Maybachs are rare, but mechas are virtually non-existent, creations that should not be possible. Yet Lin Chen had truly created one. To have discarded a man capable of crafting a mecha for a mere Maybach driver? The Maybach driving pauper was utterly unworthy of her. Surely he must love me and wish to surprise me, hence his silence. Ajiao abruptly sprang from her chair and dialed Lin Chen's number, only to realize he had long since blocked her. How foolish I am, to have rejected a high-flying, mecha-driving gentleman for a Maybach driving pauper. Ajiao wailed in despair, lamenting her inability to resist the allure of the Maybach driver. Meanwhile, Lin Chen's family continued their lunch, somewhat aware of the happenings in the outside world. Since the video had been released, the internet had ceased its attacks on Lin Chen. People were now eager to curry favor with him. Lin Chen's father casually remarked, "Your uncle called this morning, saying someone is willing to buy your mecha for 50 million. The dining table fell silent, the number eliciting no significant reaction. 50 million might seem substantial, yet it was merely a year or two's income for both Lin Chen's family and his maternal grandfathers. I won't sell." Lin Chen replied without hesitation. "What are your thoughts on this?" His father inquired further. "I have my own plans," Lin Chen replied vaguely. In truth, his ideal scenario involved the Huangjin Empire providing him with a research base. Only then could he ensure a steady supply of materials and establish his own influence. After lunch, Lin Chen retreated to his room and opened his attribute panel. Host, Lin Chen. Task 1. Complete college entrance examination. Completed. Please claim your reward. Task 2. Create a mecha. Progress 71. Task 3. Prevent monster invasion. Crush. Fan value. 1. 25 million. Lin Chen's body stiffened. How had he amassed over 1 million fans in such a short span? At this rate, acquiring more fans would soon bring the technical details of exoskeleton mechas and individual combat mechas within reach. In fact, the technology for individual combat mechas was what Lin Chen valued the most. A soldier donning a multifunctional protective mecha was akin to a miniature humanoid tank. He then prepared to claim his reward. Ding! Obtained driving expertise. Driving expertise? Lin Chen's face was a picture of confusion. Suddenly, he felt an influx of driving experience, akin to an innate knowledge that felt familiar. With his eyes closed, he savored this unexpected reward. When he opened his eyes again, he had transformed into a seasoned driver capable of excelling in any environment. In the afternoon, Lin Chen received unexpected news from his uncle. He was trending online once more. The topic was still about mechas, but opinions had begun to diverge. Some believed the video to be genuine, while others argued it was merely a product of special effects, with certain experts analyzing the details clearly. This is the nature of the internet, from grand affairs of the Huangjin Empire to mundane matters. Any piece of news could incite fierce debates among countless netizens, with only a few forums remaining harmonious, filled with expressions of gratitude towards the original poster. Regrettably, Lin Chen's mecha was not suited for such forums, thus sparking further disputes among netizens. Upon hearing this news, Lin Chen smiled. Regardless of the online squabbles, the ultimate beneficiary would be himself. The greater his fame, the more fans he would attract. Upon logging into Weibo, he was met with a barrage of scornful remarks. This fraud. The experts have seen through him. His true form has been revealed. Lin Chen did not dwell on the malicious online slanders, fully aware that even if he honed his skills to perfection, he could never compete with the omnipresent keyboard warriors. He chuckled as he closed his computer, allowing the internet's ridicule to continue simmering. One day, the truth would render these critics speechless. 2 days later, the warehouse resonated with the lively music of Jin City as Lin Chen gleefully optimized the internal wiring of his mecha. His father entered, stating, "Your mother has gone to your grandmother's house. Order takeout for lunch. Since your mother is out, I'm heading out for drinks." Suddenly, the music ceased abruptly, replaced by an emergency broadcast. A major collapse has occurred at the Daegu Bridge. Vehicles are advised to detour, and rescue operations are underway. Lin Chen's father stiffened, frowning as he said, "You could utilize your mecha to rescue people, creating a stir online. Jin City is a city traversed by the Haihe River, and that bridge is essential for entering and leaving the city. The collapse could mean many lives were at risk. Understood, Lin Chen replied, swiftly donning his flight suit and goggles, leaping into the mecha. After a few operations on the control panel, the reactor ignited, and the inflation chamber reacted. With a whoosh, Lin Chen propelled the mecha into the air, trailing a blue flame behind. This time, the mecha would expose him, reducing the internet's derision to a mere whisper. While the effect had yet to reach widespread awareness, Lin Chen could seize this opportunity to make a resounding entrance. Chapter 5. I believe I can do it too. Overhead in Jean City, a massive shadow streaked across the sky, speeding northward. A closer inspection revealed it to be a mecha, forged of steel. Soaring through the air with imposing grandeur, and astonishingly, someone was piloting it. On the ground, many gazed towards the direction the mecha had departed, quickly becoming a distant speck. Meanwhile, the Daegu Bridge, a renowned landmark in Jean City, had collapsed, and the Haihe River was teeming with survivors struggling for their lives. Dear viewers, today a major incident has occurred in our city. The bridge has collapsed. Fortunately, rescue teams from across the empire are rushing to the scene. Let us delve into the specifics. Reporter Hua Kiluo, a model journalist of the city, was the first to arrive at the scene. She, along with her photographer, approached the officials coordinating the rescue efforts. The officials were visibly anxious, sweat beading on their foreheads as one wiped his brow and said, all departments are cooperating actively. But the number of victims is overwhelming, and the rescue is progressing slowly. Civilians are easier to rescue. But the most challenging task is retrieving 56 vehicles that have plunged into the river. With that, he swiftly removed his clothing and jumped into the Haihe River. In an instant, apart from the cacophony of sounds emanating from the water's surface, both banks fell into an eerie silence, with police and onlookers alike rendered speechless. Even officials from the Huangshan Empire had leapt into the fray to rescue those in peril. The situation appeared grim. With each passing second, lives hung in the balance, threatening to succumb to the depths of the Haihe River. Just as the various rescue departments were lagging in their efforts, a piercing sound sliced through the sky. Many instinctively looked up, conjecturing that the Huangshan Empire must have dispatched a helicopter for the rescue. However, in the blink of an eye, a small black dot shot through the air, swiftly appearing above the river. Lin Chen grasped the control stick, and before the astonished crowd, the fighter jet transformed into a humanoid mech, exuding an imposing presence that left onlookers in awe. The dazed spectators on both banks awakened from their stupor, exclaiming in disbelief, "What is that? Such a magnificent mech. Isn't that the one everyone has been arguing about on Weibo?" Soon, a flurry of photographs and live broadcasts ensued. For this was no mere special effect conjured by experts. This was a genuine mech. Reporter Hua Kiluo's mouth dropped open in astonishment. A mech. A real mech. Suddenly, her expression shifted dramatically as she speculated whether the reckless Lin Chen was piloting it. Yet, she couldn't help but admire its striking design. While the crowd was still reeling from the spectacle, Lin Chen, seated within the mech, surveyed the chaotic scene below. Taking a deep breath, he maneuvered the mech into the river. What was happening? The arriving police officers, having just disembarked, were greeted by this astonishing sight. They felt the overwhelming presence of the towering mech, unable to suppress a gulp at the sight of the 3-story-tall robot. The mech has entered the river. What should we do? One officer inquired. The middle-aged police captain remained silent. How could a mere sidearm intimidate a behemoth of that magnitude? Goodness! The mech has gone into the river, another young officer exclaimed in shock. Is it going to help? The captain furrowed his brow, fully aware of the immense power the mech could wield. It could effortlessly retrieve the vehicles that had plunged into the river. At that pivotal moment, Lin Chen piloted the mech slowly into the water, the river reaching waist height. Thankfully, equipped with the reward of driving proficiency, he found the task of retrieving vehicles to be a mere trifle. The mech boasted a thrust of 158 N, allowing it to easily lift a car from the depths of the Haihe. The rescue team shouted in excitement. Now those trapped in the cars have hope. A black BMW was extracted from the river, its occupant unconscious. A red Ferrari followed suit, also with an unconscious driver. The rescue team, stunned into silence, could hardly tear their gaze from the enigmatic mech, which had resolved the most pressing crisis on the scene. Before long, Lin Chen found himself unable to retrieve any more vehicles from the water. The cockpit door of the mech opened, and Lin Chen stood within, his gaze fixed intently on the surface of the water. So impressive. A hero. He saved my wife. I must ensure my family expresses our gratitude. The crowd and families erupted in cheers, generously offering praises. Lin Chen suddenly called out to the other side of the river. Are there any more vehicles in the water? No, that's it. Just the right number. If only we had a few more minutes, some of the citizens inside might have been saved. A nearby police officer responded loudly. Upon hearing this, Lin Chen felt a pang of discomfort. Reporter Hua Kaluo excitedly approached the mech, tilting her head back with a smile. Hello, Lin Chen. We meet again. I can't believe you truly created a mech, something our country has yet to accomplish. It's hard to fathom. Lin Chen, recognizing the beauty before him, responded casually. If you think you can create a mech, why not come down for a visit? Hua Kaluo's expression faltered momentarily, bemused by his logic. Yet her excitement remained. Wealth, handsomeness, a carefree attitude towards exams, and creating mechs. These elements combined made for sensational news. We can discuss that later, she replied, as Lin Chen once again astounded the crowd by transforming the mech back into fighter jet mode and soaring into the sky. The following day, the internet erupted anew. While Lin Chen's earlier video had been suspected of featuring special effects, starting from yesterday, numerous uploads began to surface, each remarkably similar, causing the majority of netizens to waver in their skepticism. Is this not sufficient? No matter, mobile live streams and Tianjin news can attest to this. These are genuine occurrences, silencing the so-called experts. Platforms like Weibo, Bilibili, forums, and discussion boards buzzed with excitement, affirming the existence of real mechs. Incredible. A mech rescuing people? Residents of Tianjin witnessed this undeniable reality. The entire online community buzzed with discussions centered around the mech. At Blue Dream University, the conversation revolved around whether Lin Chen, this high school graduate, deserved special early admission to the university. The voice of the university president resonated in the expansive conference room. The issue remains. He is not attending university, the vice president concurred. Our Blue Dream University is the most prestigious institution, the most desired. If Lin Chen is wise, he will surely reconsider and join us, a proud university official declared, prompting laughter and lightheartedness among the attendees. With the university's rich legacy, a mere acceptance letter was often irresistible. In the Huangjin Empire, numerous universities were engaged in discussions regarding the mech and Lin Chen. However, all institutions maintained a cautious stance, believing it prudent to gather more useful information before taking a definitive position. Meanwhile, in the Jizhu province, the Jizhu Military University, neither a 985 nor a 211 institution, convened a meeting. The military commander, Liang Shizhong, who also served as the university president, was the first to speak, stating gravely, "We are all aware of the circumstances. Let us hear your opinions." It was evident that everyone acknowledged the authenticity of the mech. But how could they extend an invitation to someone who had declared he would not attend university? The vice president chuckled, adjusting his glasses. Not attending university does not preclude us from courting him, Liang Shizhong asserted. Indeed, we need talents like him. After a thorough discussion, it was determined that to demonstrate sufficient sincerity and avoid being preempted by other universities, Liang Shizhong, as the commander of the 4th Corps and president of the military university, would personally lead a delegation to Tianjin the following day to extend an olive branch. Meanwhile, Lin Chen remained focused on his system panel. Since the Haihe rescue incident, his fan value had surpassed the 2 million mark. Though this figure paled in comparison to that of celebrities, it thrilled Lin Chen, for it signified that he had reached the system's minimum threshold for redemption. Upon accessing the system marketplace, he discovered an array of astonishing technologies. 3D technology, 2 million fan value, biocultivation tank, 50 million fan value, T600 robot, 300 million fan value, T800 robot, 600 million fan value, T1000 robot, 1 billion fan value. The marketplace offered a treasure trove of awe-inspiring advancements. Yet with his current capabilities, Lin Chen could only afford the most basic 3D technology, useful for simulations and data calculations. I will redeem this, Lin Chen decided, selecting the image processing technology. Subsequently, he adeptly integrated the knowledge into his mind via the system, quickly mastering the technology. In the afternoon, the image processing technology reached 50 completion, and by midnight, it was thoroughly finished. With this technological advancement, familiarity with the construction of mechas will undoubtedly increase. Initiate. Lin Chen, weary-eyed, activated a screen. The image processing technology equates to the ability to perform a 3D disassembly of mechas within the visual realm. To illustrate, the mecha is viewed as a whole. Lin Chen can dissect it visually, observing the structural components and measuring data. It also serves other purposes, such as allowing viewers to arrange their favorite actions while watching certain films, thus alleviating the solitude of long nights. As the image processing technology was activated, a mecha appeared on the screen. A gentle swipe of his hand initiated a seamless disassembly of the mecha's image for closer inspection. Lin Chen smiled with satisfaction before resting his head on the mecha and dozing off. The following day, a team from this hilly military university arrived at Lin Chen's residence. You are soldiers? Lin Chen's father, Lin Chen, was taken aback by the unexpected visit from military personnel, especially given their distinguished attire. What could be the purpose of their visit? Was the construction of mechs deemed illegal, prompting the military's involvement? Greetings, I am Liang Shizhong, the commander of the 4th Legion and the president of Hilly Military University. He introduced himself. We have come here with no malice, wishing to invite Lin Chen to join Hilly Military University as a professor. Liang noted that Lin Chen had been tinkering with the mecha all night and was likely just waking up. Could you kindly introduce us? Liang inquired, assuring they meant no harm. Not a problem, Lin Chen replied, feeling a sense of goodwill towards Liang Shizhong. He hurried to the number 3 warehouse, ready to call for Lin Chen, but was taken aback by the sight before him. A high-tech screen displayed a strikingly detailed image of a miniature humanoid mecha, exuding an aesthetic of power with its pronounced skeletal armor and weaponry adorning its wings, a true harbinger of the battlefield. Most astonishingly, the image responded to Lin Chen's hand movements. If this could be utilized, my goodness, how exhilarating, exclaimed Lin Chen, his heart swelling with pride. Son, did you create this for me? Recovering from his astonishment, Lin Chen joyfully relayed the purpose of Liang Shizhong and his team's visit. Lin Chen turned to face the so-called guests. As Liang and his team entered the warehouse, they were profoundly astonished by Lin Chen's right hand. Incredible! What technology is this? One exclaimed. This is image processing technology, astonishingly sophisticated, yet utterly incomprehensible. Another gasped, struggling to catch his breath amidst the excitement. The atmosphere became chaotic with disbelief. The current level of technology in the Empire would take at least a century to achieve such feats, yet here it was, beyond comprehension. Liang Shizhong inhaled deeply, suppressing his emotions, as his gaze towards Lin Chen transformed, filled with fervor. What he initially thought was a singular mecha had revealed unexpected wonders, all crafted by this young prodigy. The team stood in awe, hesitant to interfere, yet burning with an insatiable curiosity to unravel the underlying principles. Truly, a stroke of fortune for the Empire, one remarked. Having reviewed this image processing technology, I feel as though my decade-long endeavors in the field were utterly futile. The team included esteemed scholars from various military sectors, all equally awed and bewildered by the technological prowess on display. An elderly academic from the Engineering Institute of Hilly Military University, his hair white as snow, was so overwhelmed that he collapsed to the ground. Amidst the commotion, Liang Shizhong composed himself and inquired, "Did you truly create this?" Lin Chen nodded affirmatively. "You are indeed a genius of the Empire. I saw you in the video. This mecha can even transform. Could you explain how it achieves this?" Liang asked, his curiosity piqued. "May I touch it?" he added cautiously. Lin Chen nodded, indicating permission. Then elaborated. This mecha employs 9th-generation atomic reactor technology, inflatable chamber technology, anti-gravity technology, and neural interaction technology. Do you comprehend? Liang Shizhong's face flushed with embarrassment, regretting his inquiry about technical aspects from a genius. He felt utterly lost, barely grasping the terminology. When was this mecha constructed? He asked. About 3 years ago. The facilities were lacking, and details often delayed progress, Lin Chen explained. That's an acceptable time frame for such an advanced mecha, built gradually, Liang acknowledged. And what about this? He gestured toward the image processing technology screen. I completed it yesterday afternoon and worked until midnight to finish it. Otherwise, I wouldn't have fallen asleep in the warehouse. Lin Chen replied nonchalantly. The team was astounded. You finished this in less than a day? This shames the research teams of the 5 great empires. Have they spent decades on their projects to no avail? The speed and sophistication of Lin Chen's work were astounding. Had they not witnessed it firsthand, no one would have believed it. Suddenly, all eyes turned to Liang Shizhong, as if signaling an important announcement. Standing straight with a serious demeanor, he declared, Lin Chen, on behalf of the 4th Legion and Hilly Military University, I extend an invitation for you to join us. The previously shocked atmosphere transformed into one of solemnity. Everyone's eyes burned with intensity. A talent like Lin Chen joining their ranks would be a boon for the Empire, whereas aligning with Blue Dream University would spell misfortune, as that institution primarily nurtured talent for rival empires. Thank you for the Empire's regard, but I have a condition, Lin Chen said with a smile, signaling the beginning of negotiations. What do you require? We will do our utmost to accommodate, Liang Shizhong responded earnestly, determined to secure such a prodigious talent, even if it meant making significant sacrifices. After all, he reasoned, He was just a young man with reasonable demands, perhaps a yacht, some leisure, or companionship. Liang could arrange for numerous women from various professions if that was Lin Chen's desire. I require a base, a research team, and the freedom to operate without constraints. That is all, Lin Chen stated. No problem, Liang Shizhong pondered, recognizing these were not unreasonable terms. They needed to entice Lin Chen to assist the empire in advancing military technology, particularly in the realm of mechs. What are its specific capabilities? Liang inquired. What do you perceive its effectiveness to be? Lin Chen replied with a faint smile. The team fell silent, having conducted extensive simulations on their way here. There was no doubt that the advent of mechs would revolutionize the battlefield. They could provide agile support across any combat zone and assume the roles of various military units. Liang Shizhong possesses considerable military expertise and comprehends the implications of the emergence of mechs. These mechanical marvels can be employed in disaster relief and escort missions. And once they reach critical mass, they will serve as the light cavalry of the battlefield, the harbingers of ground forces, and hunters of the low skies. Furthermore, mechs have the potential to form a formidable firepower network capable of effortlessly intercepting any supersonic fighter jets. Do you have any further inquiries? Lin Chen asked. None. The group responded, feeling a profound sense of dismay intertwined with frustration. Although they understood little, they certainly would not dare to inquire further, even if Lin Chen implored them, lest they find themselves in a situation akin to Liang Shizhong, where nothing made sense. Yet, despite this, curiosity lingered. What kind of power source supports such an epic-defining mech? Could it truly be as simple as the saying, if I can create a mech like an anime, then I think I can too? At this moment, an academic inquired with curiosity, what precisely is the energy source for these mechs? Lin Chen cast a glance at Liang Shizhong. If I mention that it involves certain grave issues, would you have me arrested? Don't be absurd. Your significance to the empire is evident, Liang Shizhong chuckled. Lin Chen replied. We are employing the 9th-generation atomic reactor. A collective gasp arose from the assembly. Liang Shizhong immediately reprimanded. This must not leave this room. Everyone was aware that the 9th-generation reactor technology was significantly advanced, yet the eminent scientists present understood one critical truth. It pertained to the empire's Axis fuel. Academician's son. His expression cautious, whispered to his neighbor, Old Wang. This is something I have long been aware of. There were whispers of private purchases from waste materials long ago. We researchers are oblivious to such matters. Some areas have been murky for quite some time, and it seems that if not for those murky waters, the birth of today's mechs might not have occurred. Lin Chen's confidence in presenting all the materials stemmed from his understanding of the mech significance. Nuclear fuel and a scientist capable of creating mechs, when compared, would lead the empire to turn a blind eye to Axis. 235. After a lengthy pause, he continued, the cost and materials required to construct a single mech are astronomical. Relying on my family's background and frugality has brought us to this progress. Can you bear the expenses of mech production? Liang Shizhong gritted his teeth and declared, we can bear it. I will report to the emperor. As long as we can achieve mass production, dismantling the 3rd Legion's warships will not be an issue. Subsequently, Liang Shizhong and the others expressed their astonishment before departing with a lingering sense of wonder. The meeting concluded perfectly. Instead of returning directly to the Jizhu province, Liang Shizhong drove northward to the capital to meet the emperor. The imperial residence of the Huangjin Empire is a grand estate. Emperor Jiang Mingyuan is a congenial middle-aged man. Lacking a towering stature or heroic visage, his brows droop wearily, clearly indicating his ill health, with a pallor akin to that of parchment serving as undeniable proof. Yet, his eyes brim with profound wisdom and fatigue, as if he has already seen through all. What brings you here? Jiang Mingyuan asked, focused on watering the floor beets. A matter of great significance, Liang Shizhong replied, glancing at the estate. Jiang Mingyuan, following his gaze, noticed his 3 children nearby and remarked, is it the Yang family that is restless, or has the elder council stirred trouble again? Speak your mind. Neither. It is as follows. Liang Shizhong recounted in detail his observations and the agreement reached with Lin Chen. The matter was indeed remarkable and difficult to believe. However, the facts stood as they were. Initially, Jiang Mingyuan maintained a serious demeanor, but as Liang Shizhong concluded, his expression shifted to disbelief. A mech that can fly, transform, and easily vanquish tanks? And an unrealized image processing technology of the empire? All this from a young man too busy with mech creation to attend university? Do I look like a fool to you? Jiang Mingyuan halted his watering, gazing at Liang Shizhong in astonishment. Chapter 8. Official news of the empire. Even the most skeptical would find it hard to believe, let alone anyone else. If such an extraordinary high school student existed, the Huangjin Empire would have already ascended to greatness. It is all true. I have brought the documentation for your review, Liang Shizhong stated, opening his portable computer, revealing all information pertaining to Lin Chen. Jiang Mingyuan furrowed his brows. As a series of documents unfolded before him, his expression became increasingly animated. Astounding. Are the youth of the empire truly this capable? Creating mechs and image processing technology as if it were child's play? Unbelievable. Jiang Mingyuan's face flushed with embarrassment, feeling as though he had been utterly oblivious to such a genius emerging from the Huangjin Empire. His requests were met with agreement from Liang Shizhong. All will be accommodated. This individual will become a pillar of the empire. Additionally, please arrange for Xiao'er to take good care of him, Jiang Mingyuan instructed, nodding as he reviewed Lin Chen's profile. Recognizing that a clear and distinguished family background was the best foundation. Are you suggesting we employ the charms of the eldest princess to win him over? Liang Shizhong inquired. Intrigued by the idea. Xiao'er's medical skills are commendable. I merely mean to ensure she monitors his health. Jiang Mingyuan took a deep breath, his fist subtly clenching, clearly suppressing his emotions. As a father, he would never allow his daughter to exploit her femininity for manipulation. Liang Shizhong felt a tinge of embarrassment, stating, I will dispatch elite troops to protect him closely. Unbeknownst to Lin Chen, he was summoned by his uncle Ma Jian for a matchmaking meeting on Saturday morning. As he put it, since he was no longer in school, it was time to consider marriage. And the prospective bride was reportedly the only daughter of a well-known local enterprise. The rendezvous was set at a Chinese restaurant. Out of respect for the elders, Lin Chen reluctantly agreed to attend. Arriving on a shared bicycle, he entered the restaurant and scanned the surroundings. Inside, Ma Jian was engaged in jovial conversation with a father and daughter. Upon spotting Lin Chen parking his bike outside, he turned and grinned. Manager Liu, there is my handsome nephew. Not only does he have looks, but he also possesses intellect, having built a mech at their family's steel factory. That has been mentioned before. His family owns a steel factory worth several million. Manager Ma interjected nonchalantly, cutting off Ma Jian's introduction. Meanwhile, the daughter diverted her gaze from the news on the television, her delicate brows knitting together, seemingly forming a negative impression of Lin Chen. Although he was indeed handsome, his tardiness and choice of transport, a bicycle, along with his background as a steel factory heir, did not impress her. Is that something to boast about? He is clearly from a different world than mine. As Lin Chen approached, Ma Jian introduced, this is Manager Liu, and this is Miss Liu Hui. Lin Chen greeted them with a smile. Afterward, Ma Jian continued his enthusiastic chatter. Lin Chen took a moment to observe Miss Liu Hui, a striking woman clad in ankle boots and black stockings, possessing a slim waist and cascading waves of hair. Yet he felt no significant attraction. Eventually, Ma Jian sensed he had said enough and asked, Miss Liu Hui, do you think this is suitable? I have some matters to ponder. Let me consider it, Liu Hui replied with a smile, before rising alongside her father. At that moment, the television broadcast continued. Our city has produced an extraordinary talent named Lin Chen, who has successfully created a mech and officially joined the 4th Legion. Also serving as a professor at the Direct Military University. Perhaps this Professor Lin will usher in a new chapter for the Blue Star. And as a city that nurtures genius, we take immense pride. The volume of the television was low, yet the words resonated clearly in everyone's ears. As the Liu father and daughter neared the exit, they paused, their mouths forming an A-shape in surprise as they gazed at the photograph on the screen. Then glanced back at Lin Chen seated across from them. How could this be? They are strikingly similar. In the blink of an eye, a person once regarded as a mere underachiever has transformed into a significant figure within the military ranks of the Huangjin Empire. Though she may lack understanding of the intricacies of mechas, Lin Chen's remarkable achievements at such a tender age instill a sense of awe. Who can guarantee that she won't ascend to the position of the next commander of the Huangjin Empire? Liu Hui felt utterly foolish, nearly missing the chance to connect with such a prodigious talent. Lin Chen approached the door and addressed the father-daughter duo blocking her path. Miss Liu, if you would be so kind as to step aside. Shall we exchange WeChat contacts and perhaps discuss further? Liu Hui's demeanor shifted instantly, infused with a hint of desperation. Weren't you going home to think it over? Lin Chen retorted. No more pondering. I am a connoisseur of beauty, and I must confess I was smitten the moment I laid eyes on you. Liu Hui, casting aside her pride, felt that even an audacious advance would be worth it at this juncture. I apologize, but I must deliberate as well. My interests lie solely with the cold, hard mechanics of mechas, not with women, Lin Chen replied nonchalantly. Liu Hui felt a wave of suffocation wash over her. What sort of reasoning was this? Did not all men prefer the soft allure of femininity? Meanwhile, at the second high school of Jean City, in the wake of the official news broadcast, teachers who had already begun their holiday were urgently summoned back by the principal for a second time. The crux of the meeting centered on Lin Chen. The principal presented the new official announcement to the assembled teachers, igniting a frenzy within the conference room. "No way. Lin Chen has become a professor?" exclaimed one teacher, astonished. "I've spent half my life teaching and never brushed shoulders with a professor. It seems our second high school is destined for greatness." The teachers were in shock. Lin Chen had transitioned from student to professor? The Huangjin Empire had validated his claims. So, the mecha he spoke of, shrouded in controversy, is indeed real? A homeroom teacher asked, suppressing a swirl of complex emotions. "I believe so. This is official news," the principal affirmed. The homeroom teacher's sentiments were tumultuous, as he had faced ridicule due to Lin Chen, particularly since the broadcast, where Lin Chen's audacious declarations had become a blemish on his own reputation. "You claim you won't attend university, yet here you are, flaunting your mecha ambitions in front of reporters, uninterested in higher education." Lin Chen may have relished his moment in the spotlight, but now he found himself scrutinized online, drawing the attention of higher authorities. The school hastily retracted its previous statement distancing itself from Lin Chen, opting instead to promote its dedication to his education. The principal's face flushed with embarrassment. Previously, when Lin Chen was at the center of controversy, the school had issued a statement to protect its reputation. Now, however, it appeared foolish to distance itself from a student capable of constructing mechas. Consequently, the principal transitioned from a position of shame to one of pride, realizing that with the right promotion, Lin Chen could elevate the school's status to new heights. The second high school swiftly deleted its earlier posts and, after some negotiation and embellishment, released a new statement extolling its nurturing of Lin Chen's talents, intending to boast to other schools in the city. As the news spread, other educational institutions in Jean City were appalled by the shamelessness of the second high school. The earlier statements disavowing Lin Chen were erased, replaced by posts celebrating the school's guidance of him. Observers from rival schools could only shake their heads in disbelief. For Lin Chen was indeed a graduate of the second high school. Yet, the school's current actions felt utterly disingenuous. "Did you not claim Lin Chen was a source of shame?" they remarked. "Look at this. The second high school truly lacks integrity," having erased their previous comments. As time passed, the official news from the Huangjin Empire spread across the nation, with many individuals sharing and reposting the information on their social media platforms, all astonished to learn that the once controversial mecha was, in fact, real. News of Lin Chen reached the ears of the empire's other factions, though both the Council of Elders and the empire's commander Yang Ming chose to remain silent. Concurrently, universities across the Huangjin Empire began to take notice, igniting a frenzy to recruit Lin Chen at any cost. At a meeting at Blue Dream University, the vice president gazed in shock at the television, muttering to himself, "Is it true? He has become a professor at a third-rate university?" The president's expression darkened as he gritted his teeth, exclaiming, "How infuriating! Lin Chen has chosen that mediocre institution over us." Soon, the entire Blue Dream University was abuzz with activity. "He must look down on us," others speculated. "No, they must have deceived him with the title of professor. Yes, we should offer him an associate professorship. He cannot refuse Blue Dream University." The atmosphere in the meeting was electric, with many convinced that Lin Chen had fallen victim to the manipulations of the Third Military University. After a brief discussion, it was decided that the president would personally lead a delegation to Jean City, confident that Lin Chen would ultimately choose Blue Dream University. Before departing, the president pounded the table with conviction, boasting, "What is the Third Military University compared to us? In terms of qualifications, standards, and funding, Blue Dream University far surpasses it. I shall be a wolf from the north, and with just a few words at Lin Chen's doorstep, I will bring him back." This was not merely the confidence of a university president, but also a testament to the formidable reputation of Blue Dream University. The following morning, Lin Chen prepared for a test flight. Ever since acquiring piloting proficiency, he found maneuvering a mecha as effortless as eating or drinking. Seated within the cockpit, he examined the system panel, noting with delight that his fan base had swelled by a staggering 4 million. Partnering with the Empire was indeed the wisest choice. "Boss, the warehouse doors are open." Two workers shouted eagerly, as if they could hardly contain their anticipation. Lin Chen nodded, inhaled deeply, leaned forward, and manipulated the controls. The reactor ignited, and the inflation chamber began to react. The two workers, eyes wide with amazement, watched the mecha slowly emerge from the hangar. As the mecha soared into the sky, Lin Chen took another deep breath, pressed down with his feet, and twisted the handle. With a whoosh, The fighter jet-shaped mecha rocketed into the heavens, its blue exhaust trailing behind. Moments later, it returned to the ground. That evening, a video of the mecha began to circulate wildly on the internet. Countless netizens clicked on the video, their expressions frozen in awe as they beheld the majestic machine. Its powerful and imposing design etched itself into their minds, impossible to forget. After a prolonged silence, the crowd erupted, inundating social media with comments and shares. So handsome. I've spent half my life with women, thinking I was quite the man. But now I realize that riding a woman is nothing compared to piloting a mecha. That is the true mark of masculinity. The discourse of the evening became dominated by the topic of mechas. Even the official Weibo account of the renowned female models from the Empire expressed that Lin Chen is undoubtedly the man of the hour. They claimed that if Lin Chen could pilot a mech and take them for a flight, they would fulfill any of his outrageous requests. Upon hearing this news, many second-generation rich and officials wore expressions of dismay. Is it true that mechs will become the ultimate tool for wooing women? What then is the purpose of luxury cars? The video then reached its most exhilarating moment. The mech transformed. A super cool humanoid mech soared through the sky. At that instant, the hearts of those present ignited with fervor, particularly with the previous powerful visual impact that was nearly suffocating. Piloting a mech was indeed the quintessential endeavor for a real man. When the 8-meter-tall humanoid mech made its appearance, all netizens fell into a stunned silence. This is undoubtedly the ultimate tool for attracting women. The second-generation rich and officials felt a deep pang of envy. With Lin Chen's emergence, their proud luxury cars had become little more than scrap metal, nearly forgotten. Everyone now began to envy the mech. The focus had shifted away from luxury cars. How frustrating. How could one possibly attract beautiful women if they only wished to ride in mechs? The video continued until the end, leaving many viewers blinking their dry eyes, yearning for more. Is it over? I wish to watch a little longer. It was simply too cool. To witness a mech in my lifetime is a story I can boast about forever. Haha, if only I had a mech, I would never care for women again. Alas, my wife insists on pursuing a divorce, claiming only a man who pilots a mech can provide her with a sense of security. Most people online shared similar sentiments, wishing to bask a little longer in the allure of the mech. Just then, another text appeared in the video. Lin Chen's Weibo ID is Big XX, where he will occasionally post detailed explanations about mechs. Furthermore, there will be more than just this one mech. As you saw, it still lacks weaponry. Upon seeing this, the second-generation rich and officials' faces darkened once more, their hearts swelling with resentment. Damn, does this shameless fellow intend to offend every wealthy heir and official in the empire? Chapter 10. A prestigious university presents an alluring offer. Many netizens immediately went wild searching for the ID Big XX to follow Lin Chen's Weibo, leaving comments such as, "What? Is the Third World War about to break out? Mechs are the primary weapon of future warfare. I want to pilot a mech. I'm not particularly skilled, but I can drive a mech like a pro. Is it true that enrolling in this hilly military academy is all it takes to pilot a mech?" At this moment, netizens were practically exploding with excitement. Just the thought of the Empire's mech army appearing on the battlefield, harvesting the lives of enemies, filled them with exhilaration and fervor. Many silently vowed that a true man should enroll in this hilly military academy and pilot a mech. That is what a man ought to do. As for women, can they provide men with the thrill and exhilaration they seek? No, only mechs can satisfy every man's desire for pleasure and conquest. In the afternoon, a black business vehicle made its way toward Jean City. The vice president of Blue Dream University sat in the back seat, a look of unwillingness on his face as he said, "Damn, what does Hilly Military Academy think it is, daring to compete with Blue Dream University for students? Don't worry, we have our chances. The developmental potential of Blue Dream University is unparalleled by any university in the empire," replied the confident president of Blue Dream University from the passenger seat. Blue Dream University is one of the empire's key institutions. In contrast, Hilly Military Academy is just a mediocre university. Comparing the two, the former can be likened to a first-tier city, while the latter is merely a remote village. As long as Lin Chen is not foolish, he will know how to choose. But what if he doesn't come? The vice president asked. "I'm not worried. He is just a young, impetuous lad. If he doesn't come, we can arrange for a few campus beauties to be his students. And he'll surely understand the implications," the president chuckled, asserting that such tactics would work wonders on a spirited young man like Lin Chen, who is at an age where he is most susceptible to the charms of the opposite sex. Before long, after a series of registrations, they arrived at the entrance of warehouse number 3 at the steel factory. As long as Lin Chen can get into Blue Dream University, once the mechs are mass-produced, We will share in the accolades. Everyone must showcase the spirit of Blue Dream University. The president rallied the accompanying team before exiting the vehicle. Instantly, the group was filled with determination, believing that personally inviting Lin Chen to his home was a tremendous honor, thus raising everyone's morale. However, upon stepping into the living room, they were taken aback by the sheer number of people present. Why are there so many? The president's expression soured. It seemed that individuals from Luzhu and Bagwin universities were also present. Indeed, it was those two institutions. As he listened to his subordinates point fingers at a certain individual, the president's face darkened, and a sense of foreboding crept into his mind, sensing that these two groups shared the same intentions as his own. All present, a dozen or so individuals, had similar objectives, preparing to win over Lin Chen. At this moment, Lin Chen was a coveted prize. Whichever university he chose to attend would share in the future achievements of the mechs. Meanwhile, the representatives from Luzhu and Bagwin universities gathered in small clusters, chatting amiably. Although their words were friendly, it was evident they were merely maintaining appearances, their hearts not in alignment. How dare Luzhu University even think it can compete with us at Zikai University? What are you doing here, you pathetic Luzhu University? At this time, Lin Chen was summoned by Lin Kaiyohan. Upon seeing the living room filled with people, he was momentarily stunned. What is the meaning of this? I am the president of Bagwin University, here to invite you to be our first professor, with generous benefits. The president of Bagwin University smiled. Luzhu University is also willing to meet all your needs, including your living arrangements. The president of Luzhu University chimed in, emphasizing the living arrangements. Thank you for your kindness. But I have already committed to Liangshi's home, so it is inconvenient for me to attend your universities, Lin Chen replied with a smile. Wait, if you attend Zikai University, you can have any campus beauty or female mentor you desire. The president of Zikai University exclaimed in urgency, insisting that Lin Chen, being a local, should remain in the city, especially with his mech. My granddaughter just graduated from elementary school. If you come to Luzhu University, I will introduce her to you and even arrange for a few attractive female celebrities to be your interns. The president of Luzhu University insisted. Lin Chen took a deep breath, raised his right hand, and swiftly dialed a number on his phone. Security, please escort these individuals out. They are too loud and severely disrupting my concentration on building the mech. Subsequently, 2 security personnel escorted the presidents of both universities out. Now, only the representatives from Blue Dream University remained in the living room. Lin Chen inquired, what about you? We extend our invitation to you. And you understand the influence of Blue Dream University. This is the best opportunity for your development. You may even receive an invitation from the Jianming Empire to exchange knowledge about mechs in the future, the president of Blue Dream University asserted with a smile. Of course, we at QED University can match their conditions, and our campus beauties are of exceptional quality. The vice president added at the right moment. You may leave as well. I have no interest in your campus beauties. Moreover, is the environment in our empire worse than that of the Jianming Empire? Lin Chen stated flatly. This seems entirely at odds with the established script. Shouldn't Lin Chen, upon hearing he could leverage his authority to benefit the campus belle, eagerly agree to attend Blue Dream University? Yet, moments later, the team from Blue Dream University has also been summoned. The principal stands at the entrance, visibly awkward, only to turn and find his entourage gazing at him with eager anticipation, filled with such frustration that he nearly feels compelled to dismantle Lin Chen's front door. What a monumental embarrassment. To quote a classic line, before his arrival, he was a wolf from the north, confidently boasting at the Blue Dream University meeting that with just a few words upon arriving at Lin Chen's home, he could persuade him to enroll there. However, before anything could transpire, he was treated like a mere dog and shooed away. Reflecting on the tempting prospects that had once stirred his heart, he now found the other party completely noncommittal. The frustration is overwhelming. The principal of Blue Dream University felt utterly exasperated. What shall we do? The vice principal asked, noting the peculiar expressions on the faces of his colleagues. The conditions offered by other universities surpassed those Blue Dream University had extended. In the ensuing days, Lin Chen resolutely decided to pursue enrollment at this hilly military university, gradually diminishing the interest of other universities in recruiting him. Concurrently, as news regarding mechs became more detailed and was disseminated by reporters abroad, it ignited a considerable uproar internationally. Foreign citizens gazed upon the array of metallic figures, their immediate reaction being whether these were large-scale Transformers toys manufactured by the Huangshan Empire. After all, the Huangshan Empire typically remained discreet. Yet suddenly unveiling a colossal robot was astonishing, a reality that many leaders in the Western powers found particularly difficult to accept. This was undoubtedly troubling news. Although the Huangjin Empire had experienced rapid growth in recent years, the Western powers still held their own advantages, derived from the overall standing of their nations. Yet, while the Western powers remained oblivious, the existence of the Huangjin Empire's mechs had already been revealed at the press conference of the Jianming Empire. Your Majesty, Emperor Pus, what are your thoughts on the Huangjin Empire's development of mechs? A journalist inquired. Well, as the world's foremost power, the Jianming Empire cannot produce mechs with its current technology. What can I say about the Huangjin Empire's creation of mechs, especially one crafted by a young individual? Do you believe that? Emperor Pus of the Jianming Empire retorted. The journalist appeared astonished, realizing that if the Jianming Empire couldn't manufacture mechs, then no nation on earth could. This affirmation from the world's leading power was profound. Suddenly, the journalist seemed to understand how to announce the news of the mechs to the people of the Jianming Empire. Mechs were merely enormous toys. What a jest! If the Huangjin Empire could construct mechs, the Jianming Empire would have already colonized the entire universe. Shortly thereafter, the press conference concluded. Emperor Pus, feeling somewhat uneasy, promptly set out for the Jianming Empire's premier institution, Cambridge University. In truth, military verification confirmed the existence of the mechs, and the decision to withhold this information from the press was merely to maintain the superiority complex of the Jianming Empire's citizens. Thus, it was imperative for the Jianming Empire to grant a green card to the young man named Lin Chen. This way, the mechs would ultimately belong to the Jianming Empire. The following day, Emperor Pus arrived at Cambridge University aboard a private jet. "Oh, Your Majesty, it has been too long," exclaimed the principal of Cambridge, a middle-aged woman in her 40s, who had come early with the university's senior officials to greet him. "Hello, Mrs. Smith. You remain as beautiful as you were at the ball 3 years ago," Emperor Pus jested. "Thank you for the compliment." Once in Mrs. Smith's office, the serious discussions commenced. "Mrs. Smith, I would like to request that you issue a public invitation on behalf of Cambridge University to a genius from the Huangjin Empire." "No problem. No one in the world can refuse an invitation from Cambridge University," Mrs. Smith replied with a smile. "May I inquire about the nature of this academic prodigy? Before that, please take a look at his videos," Emperor Pus suggested, opening his laptop, which contained a compilation of videos and inferred data. "Wow, this Huangjin gentleman is quite handsome. To have a chance encounter with him would surely be a romantic affair," Mrs. Smith remarked generously. Emperor Pus's expression soured. It was evident that Mrs. Smith, the beautiful principal of Cambridge University, had a markedly different focus. As Mrs. Smith clicked to play the video, her elegant demeanor shifted to seriousness. Her attention fixated on the screen, captivated by the astonishing visuals that unfolded. After a considerable time, as the video concluded, Mrs. Smith, still absorbed in thought, remarked, "How exactly did that handsome Lin Chen create such an impressive toy? He has utterly captivated me. Is the authenticity of this mech high?" Emperor Pus inquired. "Is it merely a large toy? It must be a product of special effects. Look at the backgrounds. They're all in the sky," Mrs. Smith responded with a chuckle. "Nonetheless, to be on the safe side, I will still send an invitation on behalf of Cambridge University, with the confirmation that the mech was merely a grand toy." Emperor Pus felt reassured. At least the Jianming Empire remained the global hegemon. "No problem." Once the formalities were concluded, Emperor Pus observed Mrs. Smith's attire accentuating her perfect figure, suddenly remarking, "Mrs. Smith, I heard you gave birth to a baby 2 years ago?" "Yes," Mrs. Smith replied, her expression becoming slightly uncomfortable. Emperor Pus became excited, deducing based on the timeline of the ball and the birth, that the conclusion could only mean one thing. "Could that child be mine? I cannot say for certain. There were many people at the ball that day. However, the child's biological father must not be Caucasian, as the child is quite dark," she added. Emperor Pus was incredulous, realizing that after the ball 3 years prior, many others had also been present, both dark and fair. Mrs. Smith's personal life appeared rather chaotic. No wonder, despite being a Caucasian, she bore a child with such a dark complexion. Not only did the Jianming Empire react swiftly, but other nations' leaders also began to acknowledge Lin Chen's presence. "This gentleman is quite handsome, and the mechs he created are even more impressive. The Huangjin Empire cannot possibly possess a figure like this. Such a massive mech belongs to the Huangjin Empire, the Sanyan Kingdom, situated near the Huangjin Empire and only the size of a province of it." Upon receiving detailed information about Lin Chen, initially echoed the Jianming Empire's skepticism. This must surely be a fabrication. However, faced with the undeniable evidence, they ultimately chose to believe. Yet, rather than worrying about their neighbor's military strength growing, the citizens of Sanyan expressed excitement, believing that this remarkable Lin Chen must be a descendant of their own lineage. Indeed, Our ancestors once occupied the entirety of the Huangjin Empire, leaving behind descendants. I believe we should propose to the World Conference, requesting that a talent like Lin Chen return to his motherland, the Sanyan Kingdom. This was a testament to the robust confidence of a diminutive nation, regardless of the circumstances. They would find any evidence to assert their claim over Lin Chen. In the imperial residence of the Yamato Kingdom, what? The Huangjin Empire has developed mechs? The Emperor of Yamato found it hard to believe, questioning whether he was still dreaming. Your Majesty, should we not draw Lin Chen over here to serve our great Yamato nation? The Minister of Education spoke. Fool, cannot you see this as merely a grand toy? The Emperor of Yamato retorted with anger. What if it were true? Even if it were, he would never accept our invitation. Have you forgotten our grievances with the Huangjin Empire? Such a genius would undoubtedly choose to go to the Jianming Empire rather than our Yamato. Consequently, nations around the world set forth, all aiming for a singular target, the steel mill owned by Lin Chen in Jin City of the Huangjin Empire. However, one thing remained untouchable. Everything hinged upon Lin Chen's personal safety. At this critical juncture, his safety often dictated the fate of a nation. Presently, Lin Chen had become the object of covetousness among various countries, with a chance of becoming a scientist for another nation. Yet, should Lin Chen be assassinated and the perpetrator discovered, would the nations relent? Thus, they were not only compelled to devise plans, but also to ensure Lin Chen's safety, offering assistance when necessary. As time unfolded, the majority of universities worldwide, following the lead of the Imperial Academy, began to extend enticing olive branches to Lin Chen. For instance, a certain tropical tribal nation expressed a desire for Lin Chen to study or teach within their borders, promising that their princess would marry him. Lin Chen, however, responded with resolute and principled refusals. Aside from the persistent clamor from the Sanyan nation demanding Lin Chen's return to his homeland, invitations from other nations had become scarce. Today, a heavily armed battalion, along with police and paramilitary forces, swiftly surrounded Lin Chen's residence, sealing it off completely. A camouflaged officer from the Huangjin Empire, accompanied by a guard, approached Lin Chen and saluted with precision. Greetings, Professor Lin. I am Li Xian from the 4th Legion, tasked with safely escorting you to the GJ city. You are here to ensure my safety? Lin Chen inquired, retracting his virtual technology. Indeed, the Empire has received intelligence indicating that external forces have set their sights on you and your mech, Li Xian replied. Do you truly believe that operating a mech would render me unsafe? Lin Chen countered. I dare not presume, Li Xian humbly acknowledged. Recognizing Lin Chen's immense significance to the military and the Empire. Is the base ready? Lin Chen asked again. Yes. We can depart for the GJ City base at any time. May we leave tomorrow? I wish to bid farewell to my family, Lin Chen said, taking a deep breath, fully aware that this farewell would irrevocably alter his way of life. Certainly, Li Xian nodded. Shortly thereafter, they entered Warehouse 3 of Lin Chen's home. Li Xian's gaze swept across the vast space filled with incomprehensible machinery. Although he did not understand their operation, he recognized that anything Lin Chen had utilized must possess extraordinary significance. His attention soon shifted to the mech quietly stationed in the center of the warehouse, instantly leaving him in awe. This was the mech's combat aircraft form. Indeed, it appeared majestic, imposing, and breathtakingly cool. Li Xian and the guard found themselves at a loss for words to adequately describe the mech. Currently, the mech resembled a fighter jet, yet it was incomparable to any mere hunk of metal. It could transform into a humanoid form and maneuver as freely as a helicopter. Professor, may I touch it? Li Xian inquired, his eyes filled with hope, fearing that without Lin Chen's consent, he might inadvertently damage it, and thus become a criminal in the Empire's eyes. Lin Chen nodded in agreement. Li Xian cautiously ran his hands over the mech, seemingly relishing the experience. It is so magnificent, so solid. I can almost feel its power, he exclaimed, while the guard behind him swallowed hard. As dusk fell, Lin Chen's family gathered around the dining table for dinner. The atmosphere was quiet, as the impending change in their way of life inevitably brought about feelings of impending separation. After a long silence, Lin Chen's mother raised her eyes and said earnestly, Lin Chen, once you are out there, ensure you retain some exclusive techniques for yourself. Lin Chen looked up. Son, your intellect is sound, and your charm is undeniable. What your mother means is to secure a means of survival by holding onto your most vital techniques. That way, no one can harm you, Lin Hankyu clarified. Understood. Lin Chen nodded, internalizing his parents' teachings to share only the less significant techniques while tightly guarding the most crucial ones. Let's turn on the television and check the news, Lin Chen's mother suggested, unable to eat any longer. Upon switching on the TV, the news broadcast began. Good evening, viewers. According to Sanyan Media, it has been confirmed that our genius Lin Chen is a descendant of Sanyan. Huh. Lin Chen's parents looked at him, momentarily taken aback, having raised him for 19 years. How could they be unaware of this? How shameless can this tiny nation be? Lin Chen mused, surprised but quickly accustomed to the Sanyan nation's tendency to claim talents as their own. After all, the Sanyan nation had always sought validation to fill its void. This news report sparked considerable reactions within the empire, inciting a wave of chatter. Here we go again with the Sanyan nation, Lin Chen thought, feeling full. Remarkably, Lin Chen did not return to Warehouse 3 that night, but instead went back to his long-lost bedroom. Upon opening his computer, he discovered that many were discussing whether he was indeed a Sanyan citizen, and he found himself irresistibly drawn into the Sanyan nation's embrace. Some fervent netizens even proclaimed that should Lin Chen dare to betray the empire or become a sycophant of a foreign nation, they would desecrate his ancestral grave. Lin Chen had never expressed any stance, clearly indicating the netizens were overreacting. As time passed, the news from that evening stirred significant reactions online, proliferating through countless shares, quickly climbing the trending charts. Shortly after, a celebrity fan expressed her outrage on Weibo, lamenting that her idol, the illustrious Kai Zaiwai, was suffering from a stomach ailment and believed such a serious matter should be known by all. Yet, Lin Chen's name had maliciously overshadowed it. Who is Lin Chen? I've never heard of him, she exclaimed. This cannot stand. He must be exposed. She insisted, declaring that not just anyone could overshadow a superstar. Chapter 13. Fans with misguided notions. The female fan ignited a firestorm, posting on Weibo. Who is Lin Chen? Is he a star from the Sanyan nation? What drama has he starred in? Is he even as handsome as Kai Zaiwai? Alongside, she attached 2 stunning photos of Kai Zaiwai dominating the basketball court. This post rapidly garnered extensive shares from numerous female users, all rallying in defense of their idol. Why should this Lin Chen overshadow Kai Zaiwai? Who does he think he is? They cried. Ultimately, even Kai Zaiwai himself made an appearance on Weibo, issuing a statement. Lin Chen? Never heard of him. He doesn't seem to be an actor. Since the Sanyan nation is requesting his return, for the sake of goodwill between our two nations, he should hurry back. The internet erupted in response. Ah, Kai Zaiwai, I adore you, exclaimed many. Kai Zaiwai is the most cultured celebrity in the empire. They noted how, even when overshadowed in trending topics, he remained gracious, urging Lin Chen to return to Sanyan. A multitude of Kai Zaiwai's fans began to extol his virtues, and the balance of public sentiment began to tilt toward the topic of Kai Zaiwai's stomach ailment, allowing it to reclaim its trending status. Yet, in that moment, millions of rational and discerning netizens exploded in outrage. The genius scientist responsible for creating mechs, the only one of his kind on this entire Azure planet, was being urged to return to Sanyan by a mere entertainer? This was a disgrace to the empire and a tragedy for the scientist. How absurd that a scientist is eclipsed by an actor. This is a revelation. Lin Chen's significance to the empire was unequivocal, and yet the suggestion that he should return to Sanyan was an affront. The empire could still function without such a star. But if Lin Chen were to venture to another country, the consequences would be unimaginable. In an instant, two factions began to clash online. The empire's fervent supporters did not care who Kai Zaiwai was. They sent their most sincere greetings. This also served as a signal, which was more important, the empire's scientists or its entertainment stars. At that moment, Lin Chen furrowed his brow as a flood of comments appeared beneath his Weibo post, all echoing a vehement demand for him to apologize to Kai Zaiwai. Initially, Lin Chen contemplated retaliating, but ultimately suppressed his impulse, issuing a statement. Actors endanger the nation. The literal meaning was clear to all, yet perhaps Lin Chen's intent was not understood by anyone. This incident engendered a newfound aversion in him toward the entertainment industry and those women with inflated senses of superiority. This statement ignited considerable backlash. Look, this is the true scientist of the empire, not those sycophantic admirers of foreign culture. In this moment, Lin Chen became the people's champion, his words overshadowing countless others, rendering them pale in comparison to the assertion that actors endanger the nation. The following morning, the top trending topic on Weibo shifted to a police announcement, and discussions about Kai Zaiwai's goodwill towards Lin Chen, as well as inquiries into his identity, vanished. As people habitually clicked on the police announcement, they were met with expressions of shock, incredulous as they perused the official statement. In light of certain inappropriate remarks made by celebrity Kai Zaiwai last night, the Capitol Police have detained him for 15 days and ordered him to apologize to Professor Lin, due to Sun XX's malicious slander against the image of empire scientists. He has been arrested and sentenced to 3 months of detention. Accompanying the statement were several photos, one showing Kai Zaiwai handcuffed and squatting on the ground, another depicting Sun XX, also handcuffed, with his image obscured. The revelation thrilled many netizens, as the police's actions were undeniably exhilarating. "I want to see Sun XX," exclaimed one. Damn that censorship. Sun XX was undoubtedly a delusional fan. Such fans defend their idols fiercely, attacking others relentlessly, only to abandon their idol when tarnished, moving on with bitterness. The online community erupted in cheers, then swiftly turned their attention to Sun XX's Weibo, which had posted an apology. "Sisters, I'm sorry. I didn't know Lin Chen was an obscure scientist. My fault, I apologize." Angered, the netizens lambasted him, then rushed to Kai Zaiwai's Weibo, disregarding any apologies and instead launching into another tirade. After indulging in their vitriol, they contentedly shifted their focus to Lin Chen's Weibo, where they encountered a slew of bizarre and bewildering comments. At this juncture, Lin Chen was unaware of the unfolding events online. Or perhaps he was confident that the Empire's authorities would handle the matter. After a brief exchange with Lin Chen, he planned to relocate to a secret base near this hilly military university. However, Lin Chen appeared troubled, stating, "We need to wait another week." "Didn't you say the base was ready?" Lin Chen queried. "The base is ready, but we overlooked a crucial step, and it is currently being modified." "What?" Lin Chen exclaimed. "Since this is our first encounter with mechs, we forgot to construct a runway, and most embarrassingly, we realized only after finishing the underground facility that the mechs couldn't take off." Lin Chen was taken aback. "The second high school just requested you to come and give a speech." Meanwhile, a flight from the Jianming Empire to the Huangjin Empire took off. Mr. Smith of Cambridge University, eager to showcase the freedom, beauty, and strength of the Jianming Empire, personally delivered an invitation to Lin Chen amid his busy schedule. He was in a rather displeased mood, recalling how a year of business travel had led him to return home and unexpectedly become a father. Was he to face another black baby this time? While still loving his wife, he was reluctant to share that love with the child. Thus, Smith planned to deliver the invitation and quickly return home, feeling embarrassed to present an invitation to a young man merely playing with toys. As he gazed out the airplane window and saw the city beginning to appear, he knew they were nearing the capital of the Huangjin Empire. With a smile, he resumed reading Lin Chen's profile. Despite reviewing it repeatedly, he found it amusing. Only in a backward and ignorant nation like the Huangjin Empire could a grand toy be mistaken for reality. If possible, Smith resolved to have Lin Chen create a similar grand toy for his little black baby. Years later, he envisioned himself, Austin Cosalabati Smith, as an admirable father, earning the respect of his neighbors. Meanwhile, the crew members exchanged peculiar glances at Smith, who had been obliviously dreaming for half an hour after the plane had landed. Was this foreigner intentionally causing a disturbance? After a while, a flight attendant asked, "Captain, should we remind him?" "No, this is a professor from the Jianming Empire." Given their usual tendencies, they would likely twist the facts into an international issue, claiming we Huangjin people lack civility. Chapter 14. Pretentious foreigners. The airplane's captain immediately intervened. As time passed, and the plane remained uninspected, airport police were alerted. Upon understanding the situation, two officers confronted Smith, saying, "Sir, wake up." Abruptly awakened from his dream, Smith's face soured as he shouted indiscriminately, "Damn it! You Huangjin people are so uncivilized, harassing passengers on the plane. I am a Jianming citizen. I will certainly expose your behavior once I return. You are suspected of obstructing official duties. Please come with us." The officers placed handcuffs on him. "What do you mean obstructing official duties? I am a Jianming citizen. You have no right to take me." Smith continued to argue. "You sat on the plane laughing for an hour, causing a delay. It must be a problem with the timing in your Huangjin Empire," Smith insisted, believing himself to be an innocent victim. Yet, despite his protests, he was taken to the police station. In the history of the empire, Smith became the first Jianming citizen arrested for daydreaming. 2 hours later, he was bailed out by the Jianming Empire's embassy and Blue Dream University. In the car, Smith exclaimed, "Oh my God, is this the environment in which Lin Chen grew up? He is truly unfortunate. I fear he may lose his freedom because of this." Being an international celebrity and an alumnus of Blue Dream University, he was not unfamiliar with the situation and began to suspect something. He inquired, "Mr. Smith, what brings you to the Huangjin Empire?" "I am here on behalf of Cambridge University to invite Lin Chen to join our free Jianming Empire," Smith replied. "So you are interested in his mech as well?" The president of Blue Dream University remarked. "Mech? Our verification shows it to be a mere toy," Smith countered. "Your intelligence is mistaken. I have seen it with my own eyes. It is real." "What? It's real?" Smith was taken aback. his initial disdain for delivering the invitation transforming into earnest interest. His breath quickened. Such a person must be brought to the Jianming Empire. The president of Kyuda University cast a deep glance at Smith. He was reluctant to intervene in such matters. Yet he was aware that even if he chose to remain uninvolved, others would take action, potentially tarnishing his own reputation. After contemplating the misunderstandings he already faced, he decided that an additional one would not matter. He instructed the driver to turn the car around and head towards Jin City. An hour later, they arrived at Lin Chen's residence. Upon disembarking, they were immediately halted by the security guard stationed at the university's entrance. "Whom are you looking for?" The guard's gaze fixated on Smith. "I am the president of Blue Dream University. I am Professor Smith from Cambridge University. Having come all the way from the Strong Empire specifically to speak with Lin Chen. Please relay my message," Smith stated. "I'm sorry, but he just stepped out." The guard replied. "Could you call him back?" Smith inquired. "Do you honestly expect me to call the son of our boss back home?" The guard shot a disgruntled look at the president of Blue Dream University. "Where did he go?" The president of Blue Dream University asked, bewildered. "How would I know? I'm just a security guard," the guard shrugged. "I represent Cambridge University in inviting Lin Chen to join us in the Strong Empire. If this delays matters, you will bear the consequences," Smith exclaimed, his frustration with the situation boiling over. "He is not here." Several guards exchanged glances with the president of Blue Dream University, a flicker of realization and discomfort crossing their faces. They perceived Smith as a pretentious foreigner trying to lure Lin Chen away to the Strong Empire. How can such a phony foreigner even hold the position of university president? And when will he return? The president of Blue Dream University grasped Smith, who was still ranting. "How are we supposed to know?" The guard's tone grew increasingly curt, his disdain for the president's insincerity mounting. "Very well, we shall return tomorrow. Make sure to come early. Lin Chen is quite busy, after all. He certainly has no time for university," the guard retorted. The president of Blue Dream University was on the verge of exploding with anger, recalling vividly the moment he had been dismissed by this very guard. The following day, as they journeyed to this hilly military university, Smith chuckled. "Ah, old classmates, your university's environment is utterly deplorable. It pales in comparison to Cambridge." Before long, they reached the university gates. "Lin Chen should be here today, right?" Smith queried the gatekeeper. "Wait a moment. He is currently in the midst of his busiest hours. Please do not disturb him," the gatekeeper responded. "You must be joking. Go fetch Lin Chen immediately, or I shall enter myself." Smith's anger surged. "I advise you not to act rashly. Do you believe that with a single phone call, I could summon a host of workers to bind you?" The guard retorted dismissively. "Oh, for heaven's sake. I merely wish to deliver an invitation. Is such a request too much?" Smith fumed. His outburst drew the attention of passers-by, who were taken aback. "This is a blatant affront to the empire. Is the Huanjin Empire actually striking? Isn't the Strong Empire often hailed as the heart of the world, the paradise of the Azure Star? It appears they are not as virtuous as they claim." Instantly, many individuals began recording the incident on their phones, sharing it across their social media accounts to reveal the true nature of the Strong Empire. Arrogance, hubris. Responses flooded social platforms. "Look, this is the essence of the Strong Empire. Unbelievable. They are resorting to violence? Truly, they are brazen. That foreigner was brought by the president of Blue Dream University. That sycophant is so close to the foreigner. It's no wonder the empire loses so many talented students each year." Netizens expressed their utter disdain for Smith's earlier remarks, simultaneously directing their ire towards the president of Blue Dream University. The emergence of Lin Chen was a blessing for the empire. Yet this scoundrel dared to lead a foreigner in an attempt to entice Lin Chen away to the Strong Empire. The president of Blue Dream University felt utterly deflated, realizing the misunderstandings that had spiraled out of control. As the situation escalated, Lin Chen finally emerged. "Is there something you need?" Lin Chen inquired. "Are you Lin Chen?" Smith asked. "Yes, that is me. I extend an invitation from the Strong Empire and Cambridge University for you to develop your career with us. Here is the invitation. Please accept it." Smith, panting, adjusted his tie and retrieved a precious invitation from his briefcase. In that moment, the world fell silent. Not only were the nearby onlookers transfixed, but even several streamers and their audiences were captivated. All eyes were fixed on Lin Chen's hands, awaiting his decision regarding this invitation from across the ocean. The invitation from the Strong Empire was something countless individuals yearned for. In this moment of intense scrutiny, Lin Chen's brows knitted together in contemplation. Should he refuse? They would likely persist like a tenacious adhesive, yet accepting it would not reflect well on him either. Thus, he devised a plan. Accept the invitation, send them away, and then publicly tear it apart. "Perfect. I will consider it," Lin Chen replied, his demeanor calm as he accepted the invitation with his right hand. Smith's breath quickened, and he exclaimed, "Oh, this is wonderful. You have made a splendid decision. Soon, we shall thrive together in the prosperous, strong empire." "I'm quite busy now," Lin Chen interjected. "Understood, understood," Smith nodded with a grin, swiftly ushering the president of Blue Dream University into the vehicle as they rushed to relay this exhilarating news back home. Once Smith and the president of Blue Dream University departed, the online community began to unleash their ire upon Lin Chen. What an indignity for the empire. Give me a break. Lin Chen seems to fancy those foreign horses from the strong empire. Ugh, disgusting. Why isn't he your ancestor clawed back from the grave? Then, the narrative took a sharp turn. Before the captivated crowd, Lin Chen tore the invitation from the strong empire to shreds, the paper fragments swirling in the wind like snowflakes. The coveted invitation, sought after by so many, was no more. He had demonstrated through action that a true gentleman does not tarnish the image of the Huanjin Empire. While simultaneously affirming his own resolve, passers-by immediately raised their thumbs in approval, and the online community fell silent, as they seemed to have misjudged Lin Chen. This is a true gentleman, mindful of our image. If only my husband could be as handsome as him, I would never stray. True patriotism does not require vocalization. It is proven through action, and undoubtedly, Lin Chen exemplified this. Misunderstandings surrounding Lin Chen evaporated as the truth came to light, leading to a surge in his followers. That evening, Smith returned to the beautiful, strong empire, reveling in the promise to convey this delightful news at the earliest opportunity. Meanwhile, the events that transpired in Jean City had become a hot topic online. While netizens merely scorned Smith for his shameless invitation, their sentiments towards the president of Blue Dream University were far more severe. His actions were deemed more contemptible, more nauseating. A prestigious university president attempting to entice Lin Chen away to the strong empire was utterly disgraceful. That night, the forum of Blue Dream University was overtaken by a coalition of hackers from the empire, allowing anyone to voice their opinions freely. What a disgraceful president. Is he still not satisfied with the talent the empire has lost? Netizens fervently expressed their grievances. At this moment, the president of Lanmin University was shouting in front of his computer, "You know nothing. Even if I don't go, someone else will take the blame. I have already been burdened with enough blame and do not mind carrying one more. Those international students returning or not is of no concern to me. Every year, I call for those studying abroad to return, yet not a single one listens to me. No one understands me. The innocent will clear their names. Even if I am slandered daily, what does it matter?" The next morning, as soon as the president arrived at the university, he was surrounded by a group of agitated students, glaring at him. "President, how could you be so shameless and still hold your position? Why are there so many insults directed at you on the forum? I have always taken pride in being a part of Lanmin University, and my family was excited for me to enter this institution. Yet this morning, my parents suddenly called me, scolding me for being unfilial, saying that attending a subpar university would be better than Lanmin University. I can already foresee a future where people speak of Lanmin University not with envy, but with disdain." Feeling the weight of the accusations around him, the president's face turned dark with anger and humiliation. "I am your president. How could I ever do anything to betray you? Do not believe the rumors. I was merely an alumnus of Cambridge University alongside that Smith." At that moment, a girl with a face full of freckles rushed over, exclaiming, "Don't be fooled by him. A few days ago, I overheard him talking with our campus beauty, Xiao Bilu, about having a deep conversation with that foreigner named Smith regarding a physiology lesson." This revelation caused an uproar, even among those who wished to avoid trouble, as they stared incredulously at the president. "Is this true, President? Did you coerce Xiao Bilu? Please clarify, or we will have to ask her for confirmation. Let's take the president to the police station. I refuse to believe this man is not a spy from the empire of the strong. Indeed, he must be a spy from the enemy nation, continuously creating talent for them in our glorious empire." At this point, the president could feel a buzzing in his ears, and he was overwhelmed with frustration, thinking, "Who on earth is spreading these rumors? I am only responsible for providing students with opportunities to study abroad. Why should I care if those international students do not return? Now, this blame has brought me to notoriety. Damn Smith. Had I known I should have intervened. I would not have let someone else take the fall." The president, infuriated by these mischievous students, found himself at a loss for words. Feeling a rush of heat to his head, and before he could finish his thought, he collapsed to the ground. Oh no, the president has fainted. A week later, Lin Chen officially arrived at the base. The base was located 10 kilometers east of the university by the sea, featuring both above-ground and underground structures. The empire was urgently requisitioning materials required for various mechs. In addition, The Empire had assigned dozens of experts and professors from the military industry to assist Lin Chen, along with over 100 research personnel and more than 100 operational staff for the base. After all, Lin Chen could not manage everything alone. As long as he controlled several key technologies, others would take care of the rest. The base contained vast hangars, maintenance facilities, elevators, cranes, and runway decks, presenting a scene reminiscent of something out of a science fiction film. Here is the list of supplies delivered. Please take a look. Liang Shizhong was transferring the ownership of the base to Lin Chen while also instructing him on its operations. As the president of a university, he could not possibly manage a base, especially since there had already been an agreement for the base to fully cooperate with Lin Chen in the future. Operations at the base commenced, with a large influx of supplies. Lin Chen was reviewing the list when he suddenly paused. He noticed some medications on the list and remarked, "Why are there pharmaceuticals on this list? This is a mech manufacturing base, not a pharmaceutical company." Chapter 16. The show of the Imperial Flower. Liang Shizhong had a peculiar expression as he replied, "There are two versions of the list. What you see now is from the medical department of the base, which is not your concern." The medical department? Lin Chen was taken aback, having never heard of such a department. "The base has always had a medical department to ensure the health of researchers like you," Liang Shizhong explained. At that moment, footsteps approached from behind, and a woman's voice chimed in, "That's right. The medical department was established to oversee the health of the research personnel and the troops surrounding the base." Lin Chen turned to see three female doctors in white coats approaching, with the leading woman appearing to be in her early 20s, possessing stunning features and skin as smooth as cream, exuding a competent aura. The speaker was indeed this extraordinarily beautiful woman, who extended her long right hand and smiled. "Hello, Professor Lin. I am Jiang Xiuer, the head of the medical department at the base." "Hello," Lin Chen replied politely as they shook hands. "Allow me to introduce this young lady. She is the long princess of our empire, Miss Jiang Xiuer, who has been in charge of medical operations at the base, essentially handling logistics," Liang Shizhong added, then turned to Lin Chen. "If you have any questions regarding the base, you can ask Miss Xiuer. She comes from a military background, works efficiently, and is also quite beautiful and gracious, earning her the title of the Imperial Flower." After a brief conversation about base matters with Jiang Xiuer, Lin Chen parted ways with her. Once Lin Chen became thoroughly acquainted with the entire base, he initiated the official processes. After the morning exercises and breakfast, he gathered all personnel, except for the medical department, under his leadership as the highest authority. With his command, all individuals involved in the mech construction soon assembled before Lin Chen, standing in orderly lines. There were both young and old among them, yet they all shared a fervent enthusiasm, gazing at Lin Chen with fiery eyes. In the preceding days, Lin Chen had completely gained the trust of each individual. The mechs, which had seemed incomprehensible, became as simple as child's play when explained by Lin Chen. Although they would become increasingly complex, everyone understood that today's gathering signified the commencement of the mech manufacturing project. The engineers could hardly wait to see the first newly constructed mech emerge from the base, and the air was charged with excitement. Lin Chen, undaunted by the crowd's eager gazes, declared, "You may already know why I have gathered you here today. Indeed, from this day forth, we shall officially begin the manufacturing of mechs." The crowd erupted in excitement, followed by a flurry of whispers. "Wonderful. I have been dreaming about making mechs every night lately. I am the chief engineer of the first aircraft carrier of the Empire. Such outdated vessels cannot hinder my progress in mech production. Once the first mech is unveiled from this base, we shall etch our names in the annals of the Empire." As the engineer's spirits soared, Lin Chen raised his hands for silence and began to assign tasks. The base operated with clear divisions of labor. Those in yellow uniforms were mech maintenance workers and manufacturers, handling the arduous tasks, while those in white uniforms were research personnel and designers of the internal structures of the mechs. Security personnel were heavily armed, standing guard at every entrance and corridor around the clock, as a jubilant group of future mech maintenance workers excitedly departed with their blueprints. Only nearly 100 core research personnel remained, who were the backbone of the mech construction. Naturally, Lin Chen would oversee their work. At that moment, the many research personnel anxiously awaited Lin Chen's orders. Lin Chen smiled. "Your current knowledge is insufficient for you to participate in the design of mechs. I must first explain the internal operating principles of the mechs to you." In the Grand Assembly, a collective sentiment arose. How could their reservoir of knowledge be so scant? Were they not all prodigies in attendance? If this was the extent of their understanding, what could be said of the outside world? Were they merely oblivious fools? Subsequently, Lin Chen escorted them to an expansive classroom. The creation of mechas, while ostensibly simple, necessitated a profound grasp of underlying principles. Within a chamber reminiscent of a hotel lobby, Lin Chen ascended the podium, retrieving a diminutive black box from his pocket. After a few deft presses, the room's illumination dimmed, supplanted by shimmering blue lights emanating from the box, coalescing into a virtual image of a mecha. A wave of astonishment swept through the crowd. What sorcery was this? How had such technology evaded their discussions? Was that image processing technology? It appeared impressive, yet the principles eluded their comprehension. Focus on the mecha image. That is the crux, Lin Chen instructed, noting their bewilderment. This remarkable technology was indeed daunting, leaving them feeling rather sheepish. The application of image processing technology on the screen facilitated Lin Chen's demonstration, allowing the mecha to be deconstructed into 3D images for better understanding. This is the power hub of the mecha, Lin Chen elucidated. The 9th-generation atomic reactor operates on the principles of nuclear fission and particle interaction. Gasps of astonishment filled the room, their faces flushed with embarrassment. The concepts were exceedingly profound, leaving them at a loss. The rapid pace of his explanation rendered their attempts to grasp the information futile. Goodness, such impressive technology, yet I understood none of it, one murmured, while another sought to borrow notes from a colleague, only to find others equally flummoxed, their frustration somewhat alleviated by shared embarrassment. Lin Chen, observing their expressions, chuckled. Have you grasped the concept of the atomic reactor? A murmur of hesitant agreement rippled through the expansive classroom, yet Lin Chen was perplexed. By all accounts, these individuals should possess high intelligence. Why did they appear so bewildered? If there is confusion, please voice it, he urged. Thus, the room filled with esteemed scientists turned crimson, admitting their lack of understanding. I do not comprehend this. Aside from knowing it is called an atomic reactor, I grasped nothing else. It was not a matter of incompetence. Rather, the knowledge Lin Chen imparted surpassed their comprehension, transcending the boundaries of their era. Is this even human? Lin Chen took a deep breath, his fists clenching slightly, revealing a struggle for composure. So, it seems you understand nothing at all. The scientists felt the heat of embarrassment rise, reminiscent of their school days when ignorance led to awkward moments under the teacher's scrutiny. All right, allow me to elaborate further, Lin Chen resumed with renewed vigor, illustrating principles with the aid of image processing technology. The scientists below displayed expressions of rapt interest, though whether they truly comprehended remained uncertain. Yet, they found themselves utterly lost. It was not due to a lack of diligence. Rather, the concepts eluded them entirely. Each word Lin Chen uttered was clear, yet when strung together, they formed a complex web of principles that remained unintelligible. The thermal energy produced by the atomic reactor will enter the inflation chamber, where it will ignite air through the thrusters and activate the anti-gravity field, allowing us to soar into the skies, Lin Chen explained. Realization washed over the scientists, who nodded in unison, yet internally they questioned. Each individual present could be deemed a genius in the outside world, harboring aspirations to master the intricate technologies of mechas and inscribe their names into the annals of the Empire's history. Yet the harsh reality was that, with their naivete regarding mechas, they could only gaze in confusion as Lin Chen eloquently demonstrated. Despite Lin Chen's accessible and vivid explanations, they were tailored for someone with systematic knowledge like his own. For these novices, Lin Chen's discourse sounded akin to an arcane language. Finally, a specialist named Wang stood to inquire, what is the output power of this atomic reactor? It can produce over 100 newtons of thrust, Lin Chen replied. The room erupted in gasps. It seemed they had grossly underestimated the capabilities of this 9th-generation reactor technology. Over 100 newtons equated to more than 1,000 kilograms of force, an unfathomable concept. As realization dawned, they collectively deemed it impossible. For such thrust defied all conventional scientific understanding. Yet Lin Chen had conjured a marvel, the three-dimensional technology enabling a colossal machine to ascend into the azure skies, accompanied by an array of previously inconceivable advancements. Amidst this, a pervasive curiosity took root. How had Lin Chen achieved such avant-garde technology? Was he, perhaps, an extraterrestrial? Suddenly, a melodic laugh interrupted Lin Chen's exposition. He stepped outside to find Jiang Xiu'er, her delicate features slightly flushed, observing him with amusement. Oh, Miss Jiang Xiu'er of the Imperial Flower, do you require something at the door? Lin Chen inquired, perplexed. Just passing by, I was captivated by your demonstration. You seemed quite animated, she chuckled graciously. Do not mention it. I have never encountered such a group utterly devoid of understanding, Lin Chen sighed, silently hoping the researchers within were not the most inept cohort. The researchers collectively gazed expressionlessly at the ceiling, their hearts heavy. Was Lin Chen's discourse even comprehensible? They were all distinguished scientists in the military-industrial sector, yet in his narrative, they appeared as mere neophytes. Was expertise a license for such disregard? I suppose it is simply their first encounter with this field. Ignorance is to be expected, Jiang Xiu'er, a woman of discernment, empathized with the researcher's plight before bidding Lin Chen farewell with a smile. Lin Chen nodded, turning back to address the dejected scientists. The content I covered today has been recorded. I implore you to grasp it swiftly. Each of you must master the core structure of the mecha. Our time is limited. The researchers gasped in alarm. Time was of the essence? Some voiced their concerns. Indeed, we beseech you. Others quickly echoed their agreement. Time waits for no one. If you cannot assimilate the technology within the allotted time, you must either return to your original tasks or proceed to the maintenance department to produce the various components according to the blueprints. I will assemble the mecha myself. Lin Chen asserted resolutely. With the impending opening of the dimensional rift and the countdown to the monster invasion already underway, time seemed ample yet fleeting. Lin Chen had devoted 3 years to complete merely 70% of the experimental mecha's construction, leveraging his expertise. He believed that, with the collective strength of the base and acknowledging the researchers' inexperience, they could indeed fabricate a functional combat-ready mecha and its weaponry within the limited time frame. Otherwise, he would have no choice but to take matters into his own hands. Does anyone have further questions? Lin Chen inquired once more, met only with a profound silence. Excellent. From now on, you shall enter a state of intense study both in the morning and evening. I have faith in you, Lin Chen encouraged. For the glory of the Empire. The voices of the researchers resonated loudly, filled with confidence. It matters not if one individual does not fully comprehend the technology. With so many present, the allocation of learning and understanding should pose little difficulty. Moreover, if over 100 pigs can be raised to plumpness in just 2 months, what reason do they have to hesitate any longer? After the researchers departed with today's records, Lin Chen sat alone in a chair and opened the system panel. Host. Lin Chen Task 1. Manufacture Mecha. Progress 71. Task 2. Prevent monster invasion. Crush alien conspiracy. Countdown 301 days. Fan value. 56 million indeed. Lin Chen had contemplated utilizing this experimental machine for battle. But considering that the mecha was composed of various types of metals, such impractical thoughts soon faded away. Inside the base, everything progressed exceptionally smoothly. The researchers seemed invigorated, having completely shed their previous ignorance regarding the mecha. Although they did not achieve complete mastery, their understanding had significantly improved. Thus, the task of manufacturing the mecha had officially commenced, with Lin Chen overseeing the process. Professor Lin, look at this newly adjusted ultra-hard chrome and TB3 titanium alloy. Which material should we use for the joint structure? An elderly engineer inquired, his gaze towards Lin Chen filled with fervent admiration, bordering on religious zeal. Previously, everyone acknowledged Lin Chen's prowess, and while the mecha appeared formidable, it was only upon engaging in the manufacturing process that they realized they had gravely underestimated his capabilities. Was he even human? He seemed more like a deity of technology. Use chrome for the joints and titanium alloy for the armor, Lin Chen declared, signifying the true assembly of the mecha had begun. With the researchers' basic understanding of the mecha's internal structure, the assembly process became a bustling affair. With their involvement, Lin Chen's burdens naturally lightened considerably. As the internal components of the PMA were assembled, including inflatable structures and dual-wing thrusters, the progress was slow. Yet it alleviated Lin Chen from the need to exert himself physically. During the days of mecha construction, Lin Chen often took the opportunity to stroll outside. In Chapter 18, the first mecha manufactured by the Huangjin Empire was nearing completion. Bang, bang, bang. The troops surrounding the mecha belonged to the base's defense force, numbering nearly 10,000. At that moment, a flurry of gunfire erupted from the shooting range. Once the gunfire ceased, a group of junior officers on break gazed at the target in astonishment. Damn. As expected of Professor Lin, his marksmanship is exceptional, all shots off target. Chow, you misread the target. Professor Lin's shooting skills have truly improved. Scientists have physical capabilities comparable to ours, which is hard to believe. I heard from Miss Jiang Xiu'er that since Professor Lin started training with us, his basic physicality, reflexes, and combat abilities have surpassed the average. Hearing the officers' discussions, Lin Chen was taken aback. Miss Jiang Xiu'er often comes here? The officers regarded him with strange looks and replied, she oversees all medical work for the 4th Army Corps. You didn't know? Lin Chen awkwardly shook his head. His relationship with her was merely ordinary, hence he was unaware. At that moment, Li Xian entered the shooting range accompanied by a researcher from the base. Saluting as he said, "Professor Lin, this person is looking for you. Is there something?" Lin Chen asked, turning to the base researcher, Su Xiaohu. "Professor." Our Su Xiaohu tends to be rather reserved, but it's evident he wishes to convey that this is not the place for discussion. "No worries. We are all soldiers of the Huangjin Empire, not outsiders," Lin Chen replied. A throng of junior officers from the 4th Corps immediately stiffened slightly at his words. "In 2 hours, the mecha will be fully assembled. Wang Lao sent me to call you back," Su Xiaohu informed. "So soon?" Lin Chen was taken aback. "It's been nearly a year since the base officially began manufacturing mechas. You've practically been visiting the barracks daily." "Oh, then let us go take a look," Lin Chen said. After Lin Chen departed, the junior officers in the shooting range finally processed the earlier information. What did he just say? The mecha will be completed in a few hours? Is that correct? Damn, doesn't that mean our Corps will become a mecha legion in the future? Military exercises will be exhilarating. Don't kid yourself. With over 100,000 people in the Corps, they barely assign you one operator. We want to dominate the world. While the junior officers knew some of their thoughts were unrealistic, the mere fact that the mecha was being constructed at the base filled them with a sense of pride. Meanwhile, inside the base, the mecha was completed. A brand new combat weapon lying quietly in the hangar. Its white armor, possessing an industrial aesthetic, was impeccably uniform, far cooler than Lin Chen's experimental machine. The surrounding environment was eerily silent, with both medical and maintenance personnel gazing expectantly as Lin Chen tinkered with the mecha. "We have succeeded," Lin Chen declared after inspecting the machine, confirming its completion after 205 days, 3 hours, and 6 minutes. Everyone released a collective breath they had been holding. "Oh, my year of effort wasn't in vain. Haha, I'm relieved. I'll take a day off tomorrow to spend time with my wife." Cheers erupted, echoing far and wide. Ultimately, the mecha was named Tianlong by Jiang Xiu'er, followed by a series of names such as Zhanlong and Yaolong. Lin Chen and others' suggestions of names like Tuazi, Dashan, and Woody were elegantly defeated. That night, Liang Shizhong received notification from the base and promptly summoned a helicopter to fly from Ga City directly to the base. After verifying the situation, he immediately made a phone call. "Your Majesty, the mecha is complete." Completed? At this moment, Jiang Mingyuan could no longer maintain his composure, springing up from his chair in excitement. He had previously seen the data and submitted it to his subordinates, which countless experts had analyzed, yielding comprehensive predictions regarding its energy, speed, armor, and attack power. It could accomplish everything that combat helicopters and tanks could, under conditions of sufficient energy and ammunition. It would be the light cavalry of the battlefield. "Send word. I will visit tomorrow. I want to witness the official birth of the first mecha manufactured by our Huangjin Empire." Jiang Mingyuan's gaze was resolute. "What about Princess Jiang Xiu'er?" Jiang Mingyuan glanced at his 3 children at the dining table, remaining silent for a while before saying, "You can inform her. Indeed, she may still harbor resentment for giving her a stepmother." On the phone, Liang Shizhong altered his tone to one more akin to that of a longtime friend. That day, Jiang Mingyuan canceled all his appointments for the following day. Although this matter was not widely publicized, the other 2 factions of the Huangjin Empire were well aware. Upon hearing the news, they understood clearly what Jiang Mingyuan intended to do. While they too wished to court Lin Chen, they ultimately decided to abandon this enticing thought. After all, it was a well-known fact that Jiang Mingyuan did not have many years left, even if he were to garner support. Who would stand by his orphaned family when his time came? Lin Chen had little reaction to the news of Jiang Mingyuan visiting the base the next day. He lay in the base's bedroom and opened the system panel. Host. Lin Chen Task 1. Manufacture Mecha. 90. Task 2. Prevent monster invasion. Countdown initiated. Fan value 7 million. Must one truly equip it with weapons to consider it genuinely complete? After reviewing the system panel, Lin Chen suddenly fell into a deep silence. The mecha was evidently finished, yet it was not yet at 100%. In addition to the monstrous invasion, the countdown signifies the imminent arrival, yet the method of invasion remains elusive. After much contemplation, he decided against further mental strain and instead pulled out his phone. Perhaps it was best to post on Weibo, garner some followers in the process. Today presented an excellent opportunity for fan acquisition. Surely, the mechs produced by the Huangjin Empire would attract more attention than those crafted by individuals. He sent out a message. After a year of hard work, we are finally reaping the rewards. Tomorrow marks the official test of our genuine mech. Accompanying the message was a photo of the technologically advanced mech. The post went viral. For Lin Chen's fans and mech enthusiasts alike, this promised to be a sleepless night. So cool. Is this mech from the Huangjin Empire? Where will the testing take place? I want to watch. Are the mechs for sale? 300 million, no questions asked. I have the money. You poor souls, step aside. I'll spend 2 billion for 2 mechs. One for play, one for display. Countless individuals seem to have been struck by the exhilarating engine of Lin Chen's Weibo post, quickly elevating a previously obscure topic to trending status. Stars at the top of the trending lists looked on in astonishment at this unexpected newcomer. Shouldn't the trending topics be dominated by the entertainment industry? The creation of a mech has stirred such a commotion. It's truly remarkable. The following day, within the mech base, all preparations were complete. Even the previously in use command room began to show signs of activity as personnel checked for any oversights. Lin Chen, unperturbed by these trivialities, casually finished his breakfast in the cafeteria while observing the maintenance crew transport the mech to the lift shaft. The hall was packed with all those involved in the project, eager to witness their collective achievement. After nearly an hour of waiting, Lin Chen furrowed his brow and inquired of Liang Shizhong beside him. Why hasn't he arrived yet? We're waiting for our Huangjin emperor. Look at those people. They're all anxious and excited. It's not like I'm eating their rice. Liang Shizhong replied. Moments later, the distant roar of helicopters echoed as they landed on the base's runway, and a few individuals entered. Lin Chen's previous complaints vanished into thin air, replaced by shock and confusion. At the entrance stood several stern, imposing men surrounding a middle-aged figure whom Lin Chen recognized, yet felt unfamiliar with, Jiang Mingyuan. Lin Chen had often seen him on television during his childhood. Back then, he appeared vibrant and charismatic, but his current presence resembled that of a weary elder. Is he the father of the flower of the empire? Lin Chen asked. Yes, and accompanying his majesty are the commanders of the 3rd, 5th, and 6th legions. This indicated Jiang Mingyuan's significant regard for the mech, as he brought along 3 high-ranking officials, equal in status to Liang Shizhong. As Jiang Mingyuan passed, the personnel at the base instinctively parted to make way. Lin Chen. Excellent, splendid. Jiang Mingyuan approached Lin Chen, smiling at his youthful face. Although he wished to express more extensive praise, he felt that no words could adequately encapsulate Lin Chen's brilliance. In merely 1 year, he had overseen the creation of a mech. After a moment's thought, he settled for the simplest acknowledgement. Thank you. Lin Chen maintained a composed demeanor. Jiang Mingyuan smiled at this pillar of the future empire, saying, I apologize for my tardiness. We lost some time. Shall we begin now? Lin Chen, not overthinking it, turned and spoke into his headset, commenced the test. With that, he headed to the changing room. Currently, there were no pilots available at the base, and he would have to conduct the new mech's test himself. The flight suit was more formal than before, and the goggles now featured communication and night vision capabilities. Moments later, Lin Chen emerged in his distinctive uniform, evoking the sensation of being in a sci-fi film. Strikingly impressive and undeniably cool, sure to elicit gasps from many onlookers. Lin Chen climbed into the mech, the Tianlong, connecting the neural interface at the base of his suit to the designated port. Initiate. The display screen beside the indicators suddenly illuminated with Liang Shizhong's image. This test will be a comprehensive evaluation. Understood, Lin Chen acknowledged. At that moment, an alert from the command room resonated throughout the base. The Tianlong is prepared for launch. Those in the command room felt a surge of excitement, watching the mech's movements through the base's video feed, alongside Lin Chen's operations on the display. Pilots, please clear the flight deck. 2 crew members with red guiding rods swiftly vacated the area. Clear the passage. Launch sequence initiated. Reactor temperature rising to 2 million. Inflation commencing. The Tianlong's wings erupted with blue exhaust flames. At that moment, all personnel at the base experienced a profound visual impact and sense of pride. A year of effort had not been in vain. The Tianlong was about to soar. With practiced ease, Lin Chen piloted the mech off the flight deck, ascending into the azure sky. Observing the Tianlong's speed on the screen, Jiang Mingyuan in the command room was taken aback, muttering to himself, incredible. Our combat helicopters cannot reach such velocity. Combat helicopters excel at low altitude, capable of vertical takeoff and landing, a role irreplaceable by any fighter jet, as their functions differ greatly. As the Tianlong flew at low altitude, attention naturally gravitated towards it. The mech transformed mid-flight, morphing into an 8-meter-tall steel giant under Lin Chen's command. Spectators were momentarily stunned. Its massive form, every joint and contour, resonated with an awe akin to an earthquake, particularly as it hovered in midair, capable of vertical takeoffs and landings. The fluidity of its maneuvers suggested that the mech was an intelligent entity, executing actions with remarkable grace, devoid of any rigidity. At that moment, Those present with military knowledge shifted from indifference to astonishment at the sight of the Tianlong. Such a mech could effortlessly appear on any battlefield. And with the addition of countermeasure and tracking systems, one could only imagine its invincibility. It was almost beyond comprehension. Your Majesty, our 6th Legion has not been equipped with new large-scale weaponry for quite some time. Our 3rd Legion's aircraft have not been upgraded in 2 years. They too require replacement. There's nothing more to discuss. The 4th and 5th Legions have been sister forces since their inception. What they possess, we shall also have. The commanders of the Huangjin Empire gazed with envy at Liang Shizhong. At present, the Tianlong was merely newly manufactured and lacked the capacity for large-scale deployment. When they were ready, they would speak with Lin Chen. Jiang Minjiayuan's words held a double meaning. Meanwhile, outside the base, thousands of troops stood idle. Knowing that even if they engaged in drills today, satisfactory results would be unattainable, they opted instead to bask in the might of the Huangjin Empire. Each one gazed skyward. As piercing sounds of slicing through the air resonated, they knew the moment they had been waiting for had finally arrived. It's here, it's here. Li Xian, the highest-ranking officer of the camp, was the first to climb atop the wall, shouting hoarsely while holding a pair of binoculars. A shadow flitted across the sky. Gradually coming into focus, it was the mech produced by their protective base. The emergence of this mech bore witness to their collective effort and sweat. The atmosphere in the military camp suddenly erupted. Ah, the heavens did not give birth to me. Li Xinyu. The mechs are eternal like the long night. Look, they can transform. I used to think that men with guns were the most handsome, but now I realize that men piloting mechs are truly the epitome of charm. Hey, you over there, stop hogging the binoculars. Let us feast our eyes. The waves of excitement surged in the camp like a tempest, the fervor surpassing even that of a superstar's concert. Chapter 20. The official appointment of the commander at the helm of this gathering was Vice Principal Sun, leading a group of top students from this hilly military university as they made their way toward the base. However, the students were entirely oblivious to the purpose of their excursion. Observing Vice Principal Sun occasionally gazing skyward, their curiosity only deepened. What on earth is old Sun taking us for? Who knows? This is just wasting my precious study time. As the murmurs grew louder, Vice Principal Sun turned and admonished. Hey, keep your voices down. I've secretly brought you out to see the mechs. The crowd gasped in disbelief. See the mechs? Old Sun is pulling another fast one. He is notorious for misleading freshmen. Their skepticism only intensified. Before long, 2 sentinels barred their path, stating, "Visitors, halt. The Empire is testing mechs ahead." Despite their confusion about how such a remote location could have guards, the students from Zhili Military University erupted in cheers. No way. Vice Principal Sun really did bring us to see the mechs. Let us through. We want to see the mechs. My blood is boiling. A true man should ride the formidable mechs and achieve greatness. Ah, I just broke up with my girlfriend, yet I feel no sorrow at all. The excitement surged, fueling Vice Principal Sun's pride as he proclaimed, "I've brought you, the elite of the university, to witness the grandeur of the Empire." He feigned calmness while inwardly feeling a whirlwind of anxiety. "But they won't let us through," someone remarked. The smugness on Sun's face vanished in an instant. He fished out his credentials and addressed the sentinel. "Old soldier, I am the vice principal of Zhili Military University. We are all comrades. We merely wish to observe from a distance." After reviewing the credentials, the sentinel granted them passage. Soon after, Vice Principal Sun led dozens of distinguished students forward, and they were met with a breathtaking sight. A colossal mech soared through the low sky. It can actually fly? Impossible. What immense energy must be required for such a massive body to take to the skies? "Oh, junior brother, quickly feel my chest. Is it not pounding fiercely?" A chorus of excitement erupted, filled with exhilaration and joy. For so long, Zhili Military University had struggled to rank even within the top 100 among the Empire's universities and had never filled its enrollment. But this situation was about to change. Once mechs enter mass production, Zhili Military University would become the cradle for mech pilots, attracting the elite from all provinces. At that moment, Lin Chen was preparing to pilot the mech back to the base when he noticed a crowd of people dancing and waving below. Without overthinking, he flew closer to caution them against moving forward. "Oh no, the mech is coming toward us," the crowd shouted, their hearts in their throats. The 8-meter-tall behemoth approached rapidly. Anyone witnessing this would tremble in fear, feeling minuscule before its might. It was the profound sense of inferiority and helplessness of flesh and blood before steel. The mech hovered in midair, igniting the fervor of the onlookers. This scene had only ever existed in animated films, now made real. Everyone was awestruck by the mech's majestic form and its poised stance in the air. How breathtaking. Quickly, take pictures. This was more thrilling than any Hollywood blockbuster. At that moment, the cockpit of the mech, named Tianlong, opened, and Lin Chen stood up to look down, proclaiming, "Hey, you are in a restricted area. Please do not advance any further." Below, the university students who had sneaked a peek at the mech stood frozen like statues, utterly captivated. It was simply too magnificent. It resembled something straight out of a sci-fi epic, a feast for the eyes. If I were to pilot such a mech home, the village chief's daughter would surely be waiting for me in the cornfield, all cleaned up. Oh, I am utterly undone. There exists a man even more handsome than me. Yanzu, how frustrating. Did you all notice that this mech is not being piloted, but is hovering in the air? Gradually, the crowd recalled Lin Chen's warning, assuring themselves they would only take a look and then return. 5 minutes later, Lin Chen piloted the Tianlong back to the base. Upon disembarking, he was greeted with a resounding round of applause from the gathered personnel. Even Emperor Jiang Mingyuan of the Huangjin Empire had arrived early on the runway. As the applause subsided, he approached Lin Chen, patted his shoulder, and said with a smile, "Thank you for your hard work. Today, we were all astonished by the mechs, and your piloting skills were exceptional." Lin Chen humbly returned the compliment. "Has this mech been named?" Jiang Mingyuan inquired. "It is called Tianlong, the Dragon of Heaven." "What a splendid name, Tianlong, the War Dragon, the Radiant Dragon." Jiang Mingyuan nodded, his eyes glimmering with wisdom, before expressing confusion. "The Dragon of Heaven. Isn't that your daughter's moniker? You were unaware?" Jiang Mingyuan was indeed oblivious to the nickname. His daughter had been with Liang Shizhong since childhood, only knowing that she thrived there and some of her recent circumstances. After all, the emperor's palace demanded his attention towards his other 3 children. Jiang Mingyuan scanned the area, but did not spot Jiang Xiaoer, his expression dimming slightly. "The appointment letter from the commanding office will arrive in a few days. From now on, you are the highest commander of the entire base, responsible for all affairs and the full-scale production of mechs." This was a strategic move. A new power was silently rising in the Huangjin Empire, known as the Mech Corps. What a cool designation. Compared to other military legions, it was significantly more formidable. By the time Lin Chen bid farewell to Jiang Mingyuan, the afternoon had waned. He then instructed several engineers to commence the fabrication of weapons for the Tianlong and returned to his quarters, lying quietly on the bed. His thoughts consumed by Jiang Mingyuan and Jiang Xiaoer. They were clearly father and daughter, yet an invisible barrier seemed to separate them. Jiang Xiaoer was beautiful and poised, competent in her tasks, unlike those rebellious women outside. "Never mind, their affairs have no bearing on me." With a smile, Lin Chen rose from the bed, opened his computer, and initiated a video call with the command room's supervisor. "Are the preparations I requested ready?" "Yes, they are," replied the supervisor, a man nearing 30, albeit with a hint of awkwardness. "All right, please send them over," Lin Chen instructed. The supervisor could hardly believe that the illustrious Lin Chen had now become the highest commander of the base, yet he still harbored such youthful inclinations. Indeed, no matter how brilliant he was, he could not escape the certain laws governing young men. Without hesitation, he sent several gigabytes of video files from his computer. Chapter 21. The Mech Design of the Kanjin Empire. Indeed, the files being sent were videos. The content showcased Lin Chen's testing of the mech, devoid of any inappropriate material. For Lin Chen, mechs ignited far more excitement and passion than women ever could. After reviewing the video, Lin Chen found the editing commendable. Even he felt a surge of adrenaline, especially during the segment where the Tianlong descended gracefully before the students who had sneaked a peek. Words such as stunning and thrilling barely scratched the surface of the experience. Filled with fervor, Lin Chen opened Weibo and shared the video. In less than an hour, the video has already garnered millions of views. Is this the first mech manufactured by our illustrious empire? How impressive. Spectators were abuzz, declaring that this year they would apply to the Zhili Military University. What nonsense is the college entrance examination? Even if I were to achieve the highest honors in the empire, nothing could deter my resolve to attend Zhili Military University. Ultimately, the content of this video has sparked significant interest among the youth, who are undoubtedly the primary enthusiasts of mechs. Once they have the opportunity to pilot these machines, many will abandon their initial college choices in favor of Zhili Military University, for the Empire's mechs have now been created, and the next step will undoubtedly involve selecting pilots. Thus, Zhili Military University is poised to become the institution for training mech pilots. Lin Chen was acutely aware of the profound impact his post would have, and that was precisely his aim, to wield influence and garner followers. After publishing, he observed his follower count surging on the system panel. then rubbed his aching shoulders and headed for a shower. Online, within half an hour of Lin Chen's Weibo update, it was shared on the Empire's largest military website. A post titled "The Ultimate Weapon Manufactured by the Empire" appeared, posted by one of Lin Chen's admirers. This post naturally captured the attention of the majority of users online, drawn not merely by its author but by the gripping title, War Machine. The discussions within the post revolved unambiguously around Lin Chen and mechs. Is the Empire on the rise? It's simply not enough. How delightful it would be to witness it live. The Empire is formidable, and Lin Chen is simply extraordinary. He seems capable of everything except giving birth. Perhaps there is nothing he cannot do. The post has maintained its dominant position on the forum for an extended period, growing in popularity over time, eventually disseminated by various online media outlets across the internet. A wave of discussions about mechs erupted online, far more astonishing and exhilarating than the mechs Lin Chen previously crafted alone. After all, when compared to an individual, the Empire's manufacturing capabilities are far more thrilling. The news of the Empire's successful mech testing grew increasingly fervent, quickly becoming the headline across major news outlets within a day, achieving peak online popularity. Simultaneously, various news media dispatched personnel to Zhili Military University, as Lin Chen's publicly acknowledged position is that of a professor at the institution. Such a sensational event has also drawn the attention of the Jianming Empire and the Polar Empire. While the three cold nations vehemently condemned the Huangjin Empire for not returning Lin Chen to his homeland during a global conference, news of the successful mech testing reached the Jianming Empire across the ocean. Emperor Puss's expression was as dark as the depths of water as he glared at the mech blueprints submitted by the esteemed Academy of the beautiful Jianming Empire. Mr. Meterson, is this the mech that the Academy spent a year designing? Emperor Puss pointed at the drawings. It featured 2 metal tracks at the bottom, heavy armor, and the sole weapon mounted at the front of the armor, a submachine gun. Its design was exceedingly rudimentary, in stark contrast to the magnificent, awe-inspiring mechs of the Huangjin Empire. His own mech could only be described as diminutive and unimpressive. Indeed, you see, its metal tracks can traverse any terrain, and this machine gun can effortlessly tear through any foe, Meterson boasted, proudly presenting the Academy's year-long endeavor. Damn it. Don't think I can't tell that this is just a tank with a head drawn on it. Emperor Puss roared in fury. No. This reflects the will of the council. They are a bunch of foolish pigs. Just look at the mechs of the Huangjin Empire, and then compare it to our tank-modified mech. Damn it. How can we even compare? Emperor Puss commanded his secretary to activate the projector, and instantly, a video of the Tianlong test mech appeared on the wall. Without comparison, there can be no pain. Compared to the majestic Tianlong, the mech illustrated in the design was merely a large toy. Emperor Puss covered his face, no longer wishing to behold this disgraceful scene. The once backward Huangjin Empire had actually produced mechs, while the Jianming Empire's mechs remained in the theoretical stage, particularly one as hideous as this. 1,000 curses. Oh, it can't be. It can even transform? Such a thing should rightfully belong to our beautiful Jianming Empire. Meterson struggled to accept reality. As Emperor of the Jianming Empire, I command you to redesign a mech that surpasses that of the Huangjin Empire. The following day, the Jianming Empire Academy of Sciences began drafting new mech design plans. Following Emperor Puss's orders, they intended to create a mech that stood 80 meters tall, capable of crushing all in its path. As long as it exceeded that of the Huangjin Empire, that was sufficient. On the Huangjin Empire's side, the fervor surrounding mechs began to wane. Such content was indeed exhilarating. But after repeated exposure, people grew numb, and thus many began to glance occasionally without further discussion, returning their focus to the entertainment industry's headlines and the impending college entrance examinations. After all, last year's examination produced a Lin Chen, which the people of the Empire still vividly recall, leading to curiosity about whether this year would yield another genius, perhaps one capable of building a spaceship. Examines were fervently preparing for the entrance exams, while at the same time, Lanman University was formulating its standards for enrolling new students this year. During a meeting, the president of Lanman University spoke first. This year, our Huangjin Empire's college entrance examines surpass every previous year. So the admission threshold for the national capital is set at 450 points, with 680 for Jingzhou Province, 710 for Jiuzhou Province, 710 for Lezhou Province, and 720 for Yuzhou Province. Upon hearing this, everyone in the meeting was left dumbfounded. Such high scores were incredibly challenging for examines from the national capital. However, would this not result in an insufficient number of qualified applicants? There's nothing we can do. This is the directive from General Yang Ming. Nevertheless, even if Lanman University raises the threshold by 10 points, countless examines will still vie for admission. The president of Lanman University felt helpless. It was all dictated from above. Indeed, this was the immense confidence of Lanman University. Simultaneously, due to the impending entrance exams, Lin Chen and Liang Shizhong deliberated for several days and ultimately decided on a grand plan to establish a brand new academic discipline, the Mech department, a completely new major. As the name implies, is dedicated to the study of piloting mechs. Although Zhili Military University is considered a third-tier institution within the Huangjin Empire, this Mech department is unprecedented. Not just in the empire, but throughout the entire world. Chapter 22. The invasion from another dimension is approaching. The only Mech program in the empire has officially been put on the agenda. Due to Lin Chen's exceptional piloting skills, he has been appointed as the chief instructor for piloting techniques. Subsequently, with Liang Shizhong discreetly facilitating a substantial benefit to the empire's leadership and the Ministry of Education. The project received approval, and Zhili Military University officially commenced the establishment of this new major. In no time, Zhili Military University's Weibo, the Education Ministry's Weibo, and Jizhu Province news outlets began to create a tremendous buzz. The announcement read, Zhili Military University is launching a Mech department. This department can practically accept 60 students this year, with actual admission based on physical assessments. Those who do not pass will be redirected to their second-choice institutions. Many of this year's college entrance examines initially thought this news was a hoax upon hearing it. Zhili Military University is launching a Mech department? After multiple confirmations, nearly all examines were left in awe. Wow, a Mech department? What an eye-opener. I want to go. I want to go. Oh, how thrilling. I want to be among the Empire's first Mech pilots. 60 spots? It feels like the competition will be fierce. Haha. The only Mech department in the world is proudly located in our Hebei province. Brothers and sisters, let's go to Hebei province together. The Mech system only needs to avoid landmen. Otherwise, the candidates from other provinces will have little chance. This year, the Mech system has exploded in the hearts of high school graduates. After multiple confirmations of the news, internal sentiments began to shift. The Zhili Military University offers Mech piloting courses, and although the competition for the 60 slots is fierce, trying one's luck is always worthwhile. Even if one does not succeed, one can always turn to their second or third choice. Many high school graduates harbor such thoughts. First, piloting a Mech is undeniably cool. Second, as a cutting-edge weapon. Becoming a pilot guarantees treatment from the empire that rivals that of pilots flying aircraft, with the opportunity to become a Mech pilot right around the corner. It would be foolish not to pursue Zhili Military University. As for the Lanman candidates, they collectively expressed their frustration. Everyone is at the same starting line, competing for 60 slots, and they might not even meet the cutoff for the first round. It's infuriating. Does Lanman University lack even this minimal privilege? As time passed, the focus shifted to the aftermath of the college entrance examination. Parents of the candidates were preoccupied with the various universities in the empire and the yet-to-be-released results of their children. In the evening, within a certain residence, a candidate confided to their family, I plan to list Lanman University as my first choice. It would be even better if I could obtain the opportunity to immigrate to the Jinming Empire. Outraged, a family member bellowed, your great-grandfather was a soldier. Your grandfather was a soldier. Your father is a soldier. Our family has served for generations, and you dare to pander to foreign influences. Similar scenes unfolded throughout the empire. In a neighborhood, a candidate's mother chuckled. Son, your father has already sought out high-ranking officials from the 4th Legion. As long as you apply to Zhili Military University, you will undoubtedly be accepted into the Mech program. The candidate, taken aback, replied, if my father knows high-ranking officials from the 4th Legion, why has he been raising pigs in the 4th Legion for 20 years? The next day, as the college entrance exam results were released, many frantically filled out their first choice as Zhili Military University, Mech program. Meanwhile, well-known institutions like Lanman University and Bagwan University became less appealing, relegated to a secondary tier. After all, even if one fails the Mech assessment at Zhili Military University, they can revert to their second choice. This effectively gives Zhili Military University the advantage of selecting candidates first. How exhilarating! When the application forms arrived at Lanman University, an emergency meeting was convened. Aside from candidates from the capital, nearly all candidates from other provinces seemed to have reached a tacit agreement, listing Lanman University as their second choice. The president of Lanman University was utterly dismayed. This was a stark contrast to their previous bravado and confidence. As the highest institution in the Huangjin Empire had now fallen to a secondary status, left to pick up the candidates that others had discarded. If this were any other university, it might not be so bad. After all, Someone has to bear the brunt when the sky falls. But Lanman University is that highest institution, the very first to be impacted. The university president even caught sight of the disdainful expressions on the faces of the other university presidents. However, other universities did not share Lanman University's perspective. Every year, they routinely picked up the leftover candidates. Besides, being in the secondary tier only meant they would be prioritized in selecting 60 individuals. It didn't affect much. Yet witnessing Lanman University's embarrassment was a different story. Historically, Lanman University has always been atop the hierarchy, choosing candidates first. Now, they too were picking from the scraps. This was rather satisfying. Various leaders gathered to celebrate, reveling in Lanman University's disgrace. Other military universities within the empire were also dissatisfied with the current status of Zhili Military University, jealous and envious of its newfound prestige. They clamored in meetings. What is Zhili University? Just a watchdog for the capital and Jinshinj. What is so impressive about a mere mech? Acting all high and mighty. Secretary Liu, contact Liang Shizhong tonight. I want to invite him for drinks and see if we can acquire 2 mechs. At the base, Lin Chen was oblivious to all this. His sole responsibility was to instruct on the manufacturing and operation of mechs, while selection and assessment were matters for the Empire and Liang Shizhong to handle. Gazing at the 4-meter-tall super-hard chromium sword before him, Lin Chen nodded in satisfaction and spoke into his headset, ensure safety. The sword was lifted onto the mech by a crane. Lin Chen turned to a researcher beside him and inquired, Old Wang, what about our long-range weapons? The particle beam guns and proton cannon technology you provided are too advanced. We previously focused all our energy on the Tianlong, so it will take a considerable amount of time to comprehend. Researcher Old Wang checked off today's tasks, his face flushing. You should first create a suitable rifle for the Tianlong. It will have to suffice for now. Lin Chen did not blame Old Wang, understanding that the technology was indeed too advanced, and the base had previously concentrated entirely on developing the Tianlong. Suffice? Old Wang pondered. It sounded as if Lin Chen expected it to be needed imminently. Preparation is never a mistake, Lin Chen affirmed, fully aware that according to the system's countdown, an invasion by extraterrestrial monsters would likely occur in just over a week. Indeed, Lin Chen's speculation was accurate. In a certain section of the ocean within the Jinming Empire, the seabed suddenly became blurred, twisting and vibrating, creating a singularity. Chapter 23, The Catastrophe Brought by Monsters. The singularity expanded rapidly, distorting the surrounding space, tearing open a massive fissure in the seabed that formed a circular portal of about 100 meters in diameter, connecting different dimensions. Subsequently, a colossal shadow emerged from the portal, its immense form taking several seconds to fully exit. At that moment, a cruise ship was returning to the Jinming Empire, and the waves generated by its movement attracted the colossal shadow from the depths. Meanwhile, on board the cruise ship, young men donned shorts while whistling, and women in colorful bikinis danced, shaking their vibrant figures. Hey, Jennifer, would you like to join me for a drink tonight and feel my passion? No. Drinking with you is no fun. Your enthusiasm is weak. Martina, come here quickly. I've spotted a muscular guy. Laughter and playful banter filled the luxurious cruise ship, oblivious to the imminent danger. However, the enormous shadow beneath the sea caught the attention of the crew on the deck, who shouted, "Oh, everyone, come look at the whale." At this exclamation, the revelers on the deck halted their festivities and rushed to the railing to peer over. Oh my, what a massive and powerful creature. This whale is enormous. As the shadow in the water gradually became clearer, it was revealed to stretch nearly 100 meters, larger than the cruise ship itself. With surrounding fish too frightened to approach, an experienced crew member exclaimed in terror, "Oh my God, that's not a whale. Captain AO, use your best driving skills to make the ship escape. This is undoubtedly a perilous giant creature." With a splash, the shadow breached the surface. It was a terrifying, grotesque giant creature, reminiscent of a western dragon but even more colossal, measuring between 80 to 100 meters in length, its entire body a menacing black-red. Most strikingly, it boasted a pair of mechanical wings, a horrific amalgamation of machinery and flesh. The monster soared from the ocean, unfurling its wings above the surface, its long neck supporting a fearsome head, crowned with 2 twisted horns and 8 massive blue eyes, surveying the tiny, shrieking humans below. The tourists were paralyzed with fear, their mouths agape in shock, staring blankly at the monstrous being that blotted out the sky. The roar of the beast seemed to rend the very heavens, jolting the tourists aboard the cruise ship from their stupor. Ah, it is a monster. Surely, this is a creature manufactured by the Huangjin Empire to assault us. Quick, call for help. For heaven's sake, you foolish pig, we are in the middle of the ocean. The tourists screamed in terror. Yet, as the terrifying maw of the beast opened wide, it unleashed a dazzling blue beam that struck the cruise ship. In the next moment, the vessel was obliterated, debris floating chaotically upon the sea's surface. It was evident that this creature possessed intelligence. After dispatching the ship's occupants with ease, it turned its gaze eastward, where the outlines of a city loomed. At that time, in the Jianming Empire, Puxi was embroiled in a fierce argument with the Council of Elders. You imbeciles! The Huangshan Empire has developed their own mechs, and, oh my heavens, they can even fly. Are we, the mighty Jianming Empire, to contend with them using mere helicopters? One elder exclaimed. The council, however, responded, we believe you have been under considerable stress lately, so we have decided to appoint General Mario to handle imperial affairs. You cannot do this, Puxi bellowed repeatedly. The council has the authority to appoint or dismiss anyone, including you, retorted Elder Karabaki. Just then, a guard clad in black burst through the door, but was swiftly halted by the rushing Minister of Internal Affairs, who, document in hand, roared, you swine. Witness how correct Emperor Puxi's order to construct mechs was. A stack of papers came crashing down upon Karabaki's face. Previously, the minister had deemed Emperor Puxi to be utterly foolish for creating seemingly useless mechs, but now, witnessing the disaster unfolding in Huajian City, he comprehended the clarity of the emperor's command. He was indeed the prophet of the Jianming Empire, the embodiment of freedom. Elder Karabaki hastily perused the documents and was left dumbfounded. What? A monster over 80 meters tall has appeared in Huajian City? Our large weapons cannot lock onto it, and it possesses some mysterious energy shield? We can only rely on conventional weaponry to strike. The council found it nearly impossible to believe, as they could not fathom any rationale for such a creature's existence, especially one so seemingly credible, with weapons rendered ineffective against it. Ultimately, the minister had to laboriously access satellites to capture images of the devastation in Huajian City, compelling the council, led by Karabaki, to accept the reality. Emperor Puxi, you must do everything within your power to mitigate the empire's losses, otherwise, you shall be deemed a traitor to the Jianming Empire. Karabaki began to shift blame. Regardless of how the monster was vanquished, the populace's wrath would inevitably fall upon Puxi. Not the council. You fools. Without me, there would be no Jianming Empire. Puxi exclaimed with pride. Consequently, a series of commands were issued, ordering the nearest legions to urgently assist at the disaster site. Emperor Puxi sat incredulously in his chair, gazing at the photographs transmitted from the satellites. How could the beast possess mechanical wings? Was there someone orchestrating this from behind? In an instant, he began to suspect which nation possessed such capabilities. Indeed, it must be the Huangshan Empire pulling the strings. Meanwhile, Huajian City, a renowned metropolis of the Jianming Empire and the world, known for its finance, culture, and technology, was now stripped of its former splendor. The once thriving city lay in ruins, skyscrapers collapsed, incessant sirens echoed through the air, mingling with the acrid smoke that ascended into the sky. Vehicles crowded the streets, desperately attempting to flee from this perilous urban slaughterhouse. 2 combat helicopters armed with heavy weaponry arrived, offering a glimmer of hope to the beleaguered citizens, who, momentarily unafraid, disembarked to witness how the malevolent beast would fall beneath the indomitable might of the Jianming Empire's ammunition. Look, there is our empire's latest combat helicopter. We are saved. We must eradicate the evil monster and avenge my deceased fiancé. The soldiers within the helicopters felt the rallying cry of the people below, further solidifying their resolve to vanquish the beast. They shouted over the intercom, Geo, Geo, Geo. Our guidance system is malfunctioning. The weapon operator shouted urgently. Never mind. Quickly inform our comrades in the other helicopter to fire missiles regardless. Thus, for missiles soared forth, striking 2 office buildings that had narrowly escaped the monster's wrath. Chapter 24. Huajian City is no more. The populace of the Jianming Empire descended into utter despair. From hope, they fell into desolation, realizing that the military was not there to eliminate the monster, but rather to assist it in the destruction of the city. For heaven's sake, it must be that old rascal Puxi who summoned this monster. Run. Panic once again enveloped the hearts of the Jianming citizens as they frantically sought to escape the city. This was a calamity wrought by a monster, as countless buildings were flattened by the enormous wings of the beast, leaving chaos in its wake. In Huajian City, the monster could be described as a force sweeping through, with nothing able to impede its advance. To the beast, the minuscule ants scurrying below were entirely oblivious to true power. With a resounding roar, the monster effortlessly crushed an overpass, sending plumes of dust skyward. Within merely half an hour, it had wrought untold destruction upon Huajin City. A young man, his body strapped with explosives, sought to take the monster down with him. Standing atop a vehicle and shouting, "Hey, you evil giant, come at me." Yet, how could such an insignificant creature capture the attention of a beast towering over 80 meters? It continued its path of devastation. With a thud, a disc imprinted with the young man's likeness appeared on the ground. Soon after, the Jianming Empire's large-scale military forces began to appear. Machine guns, RPGs, and other heavy artillery began to unleash their fury. Open fire. Drawing from the experiences of the previously obliterated units, they realized that no guidance system could lock onto the monster, which also emitted a mysterious energy shield. Therefore, the volunteer troops carried only conventional weapons. However, to confront this beast with such firepower was akin to an army of ants attacking an elephant. With another roar, the monster unleashed a brilliant blue beam. In the next moment, the ground forces were nearly annihilated. Just then, a squadron of fighter jets appeared in the sky, swiftly arriving at the battlefield. "We are saved." The citizens of Huajin City cheered, believing that the Jianming Empire's true pride, its fighter jets, could obliterate anything, including this monster. A barrage of 36 long-range guided missiles was launched, yet without the ability to lock onto the target. The jets proved less effective than a soldier wielding a shoulder-mounted rocket launcher. Only 3 missiles breached one of the monster's energy shields, and 2 struck its body, while the remaining 29 veered off course entirely. On board, an Air Force pilot spoke through his headset, "Our guidance system truly cannot lock onto the monster." The squadron leader commanded, "Retreat, quickly retreat." Thus, 9 fighter jets swiftly altered their course and sped away, unaware that the Air Force had fled. Countless citizens gazed upon the gigantic form of the monster, which loomed against the backdrop of smoke, erupting in cheers. "Our Jianming Empire is indeed the world's hegemon. Our military might is unparalleled. Our Air Force has completed its mission and returned. Why did only 2 of our missiles hit?" The crowd rejoiced, but suddenly, the monster stirred, issuing another thunderous roar. At this moment, the entire ravaged city fell into silence, its citizens with mouths agape in disbelief, staring at the monster that had merely sustained a superficial wound. Just moments ago, 2 missiles had been launched. Was it possible that they had only managed to scrape the surface? How could our Air Force not have returned to base, but instead fled in terror? Is this truly our military? The force of my own urine could surpass the power of those projectiles. The free and mighty empire faces daily threats from monsters. The citizens of Wharton are utterly disheartened. The ground troops were decimated by a mere spray from the creature, while the Air Force proved utterly ineffectual. News of the monster's attack on Wharton spread swiftly like a hurricane, sweeping through the 50 provinces of the mighty empire, shocking the entire realm. The populace's immediate reaction was disbelief. After all, the mighty empire is widely regarded as a paradise, an epitome of excellence and freedom. How could it possibly be under siege by a monster? Moreover, this creature possessed mechanical wings, a protective shield, and extraordinary abilities. It must be a fabrication, a mere lie. However, as reports multiplied alongside videos and images from the disaster-stricken Wharton, the collective astonishment grew palpable. The monster was indeed real. In just half a day, half of the once thriving city lay in ruins. How could this beast possess mechanical wings? It must surely be a bioweapon from the polar nation. Missiles unable to lock onto the creature? Only by shattering its shield could one inflict harm? Almost simultaneously, the citizens of the mighty empire turned their attention to the beleaguered Wharton. Journalists from various nations rushed to the city. Indeed, from the outskirts, one could glimpse a colossal dragon-like monster wreaking havoc upon any structure or living being in its path. A convoy of tanks rolled into Wharton, unleashing a barrage of artillery against the beast. Such a breathtaking scene could only be witnessed in grand war epics, the iron tide capable of shredding any foe. Relentless shells raining down upon the creature. They had indeed succeeded in inflicting pain and anger upon the monster. Subsequently, in a fit of rage, the creature retaliated, dispatching tanks with a single kick. The fighter jets seemed to be on a suicide mission. Not only did they fail to hit their target, but they were swatted from the sky like flies, with 2 downed immediately. As 10 armed helicopters approached, only their close-range bombardment had any hope of striking the monster. Yet, even that proved futile. With the Army's guiding systems rendered ineffective, it was clear that annihilating this creature would require an overwhelming amount of firepower. In the makeshift refugee camp 10 kilometers outside Wharton, formerly well-dressed citizens now sat together, disheveled and grim, voicing their grievances. Why can't our army defeat the monster? We are supposed to be the foremost military power, yet our tanks and planes are rendered utterly worthless before it. Damn you, Pers. It's all his fault for slashing the military budget. Surely the last Senate's launch of Voyager 1 must have attracted the attention of extraterrestrials. The citizens of Wharton expressed their profound disappointment in the core of the mighty empire. They had boasted daily of their supremacy as the world's hegemon, intimidating and oppressing others at will, yet when faced with a monster, all their fabrications were laid bare, their military might crumbling like paper. As night fell, the mighty empire's forces failed to halt the monster's rampage, which continued its wanton destruction of the city on the brink of becoming ruins. However, a solitary glimmer of hope emerged. Apart from the Air Force, 2 fully organized legions totaling 200,000 were hastily converging on the west coast. Even their pride, the Pacific Fleet, intended to approach, only to be met with a furious rebuke from Emperor Pers. Damn it, the monster cannot be locked onto by our guidance systems. Do you foolish swine intend to join the fray and bomb our city and citizens? Chapter 25. The monster must hail from the glorious empire that night. The Imperial Palace was ablaze with lights. Staff members hurried about, directing efforts toward the disaster-stricken Wharton and coordinating military movements and transportation. After hanging up the phone, Emperor Pers leaned wearily against his forehead. The vigor he once possessed was now lost. His mind consumed by thoughts of the rampaging monster and the inability to lock onto it with their guidance systems. Only by shattering its protective shield could they effectively strike. Capable of flight, it emitted a unique energy wave from its maw. But from where had this monster originated? Emperor Pers was riddled with confusion. He could not believe that this creature lacked intelligence. Its actions revealed primal instincts and a clear intent to destroy all in its path. At that moment, the Minister of Internal Affairs entered and said, "Your Majesty, there is growing skepticism regarding your capabilities. Many believe you can no longer govern the nation." Emperor Pers cast a glance at him and replied, "Is this due to the monster's incident?" The minister nodded. "Let us hold an emergency press conference." Emperor Pers sighed, fully aware that the Senate would surely attempt to shift the blame onto him. It seemed the only course was to revert to the old narrative. Thus, this monster must originate from the Polar Nation or the Glorious Empire. There could be no doubt about it. Following urgent arrangements and notifications, an emergency press conference commenced at the palace entrance. "Your Majesty, did you summon the monster?" A journalist from the Polar Nation was the first to inquire. Emperor Pers' face stiffened as he inhaled deeply. The crowd fell silent, their expressions tense. How could this be happening? If Pers truly possessed such power, he would have already ascended to the heavens. The assembled reporters understood the deeply rooted animosities between the Polar Empire and the mighty empire. Thus they expressed understanding. Another journalist asked, "Do you bear any responsibility for the monster's assault on Wharton?" "I express my sympathy to the citizens of Wharton. The imperial court has made military arrangements, and 2 legions comprising 200,000 will arrive at dawn to deliver a decisive blow to the monster." At this, Emperor Pers smiled mysteriously. It was time to boast. With a serious demeanor, he proclaimed, "Long ago, I sensed that the world would not remain safe. Thus I commanded the Academy of Sciences to develop a colossal robot capable of crushing everything. Alas, the Senate insisted on sending tanks to placate me." He then produced a blueprint concerning the mechs. A splendid declaration. Not only did it showcase his capabilities, but it also cast shadows upon the Senate. The reporters were left agape. Had Pers lost all sense of shame? If he truly possessed such foresight, why hadn't he evacuated the citizens of Wharton in advance? A journalist from the Glorious Empire queried, "Might you clarify the origin of the monster ravaging Wharton?" "Based on my deductions, this malevolent creature likely hails from either the Polar or Glorious Empires," Emperor Pers replied solemnly, adopting an air of gravity. His words incited uproar among the crowd. Not this again. The plague was something they had allowed to infiltrate the mighty empire, and their underground constructions had triggered earthquakes. Whenever the mighty empire faced any mishap, they could always find unfailing excuses to attribute blame to those 2 empires. Meanwhile, far across the ocean in the Glorious Empire, due to the time difference, the evening in the mighty empire coincided with daytime in the Glorious Empire. Thus, while the monster wreaked havoc during the day in the mighty empire, it was nighttime for the Glorious Empire, and the news only reached them the following morning. As the news began to circulate, many were still oblivious to the events, such as Lin Chen, who had just woken up, groggily brushing his teeth while occasionally glancing at his well-defined six-pack abs, sculpted from his time in the military. "Strangely, why do I seem to be training more and more?" As Lin Chen stated, the pinnacle of abdominal muscle training is to practice until there is less and ultimately reach a state of singularity. At that moment, a series of urgent knocks echoed at the door, and Jiang Xiu'er shouted from outside, Lin Jiao, Lin Chen, open the door. There's a crisis. With a toothbrush clenched in his mouth, Lin Chen opened the door and inquired, what's the matter? Hurry up, Jiang Xiu'er exclaimed, pulling Lin Chen towards the command center. Wait, let me change out of my pajamas first. The guards throughout the base were astonished. Did Princess Jiang Xiu'er and the commander of the base just spend the night together? Was it an abuse of power, or was there something deeper to ponder? Guard A quietly remarked over the intercom to Guard B. I just saw Professor Lin Chen in his pajamas being dragged away by Miss Jiang Xiu'er. What? Did you see anything more scandalous? Guard B replied in shock, his mind conjuring vivid images of an action film. Upon arriving at the command center, Lin Chen grasped Jiang Xiu'er's intentions. The command center personnel regarded Lin Chen's disheveled appearance, brush and mouth, pajamas slightly askew, as if he had just been dragged out of bed by Miss Jiang Xiu'er. A new message had just been received from the command center. Jiang Xiu'er presented Lin Chen with a video. The footage depicted a colossal beast, reminiscent of a Western dragon, with mechanical wings, rampaging through the city of Huajin in the Jinming Empire. According to the displayed data, this creature could not be locked onto by guided systems, possessing a mysterious energy shield and emitting powerful energy waves. After viewing the footage, Lin Chen immediately checked the system tasks. Task 1. Construct mechs. Progress. 95. Task 2. Prevent the Monster S invasion. Foil the aliens' conspiracy. Realizing this, Lin Chen concluded that the rampaging beast was indeed the target of Task 2, as the countdown had ceased, indicating the commencement of the monster's invasion. The command center's implication was clear. The creature had defied our understanding, its origin and numbers unknown. They inquired whether, should such a beast enter our Huangjin Empire, our guided weapons would be rendered obsolete. Jiang Xiu'er relayed the command center's concerns verbatim. Lin Chen speculated that without guided weapons, the military would be helpless against the monster, and breaking through its energy shield would be exceedingly difficult. Considering all factors, mechs were indeed the ultimate weapon against the beast. It's not an insurmountable problem. We can triumph through sheer numbers, Lin Chen concluded. Although the beast towered over 80 meters, while the mechs stood at around 8 meters, nearly a 10-to-1 ratio, mechs were agile and capable of close-quarters combat without the need for guided weapons, allowing for victory through superior numbers. Jiang Xiu'er conveyed Lin Chen's insights to the command center in the name of the base, adding, oh, by the way, just moments ago, at 2100 hours Jinming time, that old coot Pu-Si attempted to smear us, claiming that this nefarious creature might have originated from our Huangjin Empire. Chapter 26. The Monster Maintaining World Peace. Upon hearing Jiang Xiu'er's words, Lin Chen and the others felt a wave of suffocating disbelief wash over them, as if a herd of wild horses had galloped through their minds, leaving chaos in their wake. What about the monster? Did they manage to eliminate it? Lin Chen asked. It's still wreaking havoc. Reportedly, after destroying Huajin, it is now advancing towards the neighboring city of Badun, Jiang Xiu'er replied. Cool, Lin Chen exclaimed, pumping his fist. The personnel in the command center stared at him in astonishment. Before long, the command center communicated new orders to the base to fully mobilize resources for mecha production without restrictions. Shortly after the base received this news, reports began to emerge from the Huangjin Empire about the monster's assault on the Jinming Empire. The initial reaction from the citizens of the Huangjin Empire mirrored that of those in the Jinming Empire, disbelief. However, as the overwhelming tide of news reports flooded in, the populace began to grasp the grim reality. The Jinming Empire is under attack by a monster? Is this real? What a stroke of fortune. Isn't there a Godzilla in the Jinming Empire? Call for Godzilla. I heard Huajin has turned into ruins. Today, all news revolved around the monster, shifting public attention away from entertainment as people felt the threat to their very existence. Not just the Huangjin Empire, but news of the Jinming Empire being ravaged by the monster spread globally. In an instant, the world was in shock. Had the monster, the guardian of world peace, truly emerged, and was it rampaging through the Jinming Empire? All eyes turned towards the Jinming Empire, Badun City, the next target of the monster's onslaught. The beast had successfully reduced the entirety of Huajin to rubble within a day and was now preparing to fly towards another city. However, the tiny ants on the ground had begun to inflict pain upon it. With a furious roar, the monster, with its towering 3-story head, emitted a powerful sonic wave, quickly drowned out by the thunderous sounds of artillery. Hit it hard. We must not allow it to enter Badun, the commander shouted. The monster abandoned the city and redirected its wrath towards the densely packed army. The grim news was that soldiers were falling every second. But the good news was that they successfully thwarted the monster from destroying the second city. The report reached the emperor's palace, and Emperor Pu-Si exhaled in relief. Collapsing into a chair, panting, we truly are the world's dominant power. We have managed to keep the monster at bay outside Badun. The Minister of Internal Affairs added. There are troubling voices emerging from the public. What? Exclaimed Emperor Pu-Si. Our citizens believe you are incapable of managing state affairs any longer. Protests have erupted in several provinces. Damn it, these foolish pigs. Don't they realize our army has held off the monster? Emperor Pu-Si cursed. That evening, the command center projected that by around 5 a.m. the next morning, they could successfully eliminate the monster on the outskirts of Badun to stabilize domestic unrest. Emperor Pu-Si confidently issued a statement. We have successfully prevented the monster from entering Badun. According to projections from the command center, we will eliminate the beast by tomorrow morning in the outskirts. Citizens of Badun, do not panic. You can sleep soundly tonight, and when you wake, I believe you will flock to see the monster's remains. Good night, everyone. The statement swiftly quelled the emerging turmoil in the Jianming Empire. The monster will be eliminated tomorrow morning? Those who had been forced to evacuate Badun to safety were momentarily stunned, then erupted into joyous celebrations. Oh, our Jianming Empire is indeed the foremost military power. A mere monster is nothing to worry about. I want to go home and enjoy a good night's sleep. I've had enough of this damned refugee camp. Damn it. I'll trust that old coot Pu-Si one more time. Tomorrow morning, I'll go see the monster's remains. While many hesitated to return home, emboldened individuals began to venture back. As night fell, Badun City did not descend into tranquility. Most had succumbed to sleep, as the military, having gone 3 days without rest, was engaged in the outskirts battling the monster. The citizens felt secure. The sounds of gunfire were more soothing than any melody. However, in the early hours of the night, as if to slap Emperor Pu-Si in the face, 2 legions of 200,000 soldiers had merely held the line for a day on the outskirts of Badun, and ultimately, the monster breached the city. An officer who narrowly escaped reported to the commander in the command center, "Commander, the monster has torn through our defensive line. Damn it, sound the alarm. The citizens are asleep. That accursed monster will turn them into pulp." The piercing sound of alarms resonated throughout the city of Badun, awakening its slumbering citizens. Illuminated by gunfire, they caught sight of the monstrous silhouette drawing ever closer, prompting a frenzy of panic-stricken flight accompanied by fervent curses. Damn it. Didn't Puss say today would mark the end of the monster? I should never have believed that old fool. He must be in league with the beast, lulling us into a false sense of security so the monster could more easily annihilate us. Look, there's a naked beauty up ahead. Her figure is stunning, and she's running faster than we are. Oh no, my wife. Why did you come out without clothes? Don't cover yourself, cover your face. The bold citizens of Badun were thoroughly alarmed. Had it not been said that the military had contained the creature on the outskirts? Was it not supposed to be eradicated this very morning? It turned out to be a ruse. Satellites from various nations hovered over the empire of Jianming, witnessing the havoc wreaked by the monster, whose terror surpassed even the most harrowing reports. The military engaged the beast within the ruins of Badun, unleashing artillery powerful enough to rend the heavens, yet its impact on the monster was negligible. Meanwhile, at the base, Lin Chen inquired of Jiang Xiu'er, "Is the monster dead?" "The military is still firing," Jiang Xiu'er replied. On the 4th day, Lin Chen again asked, "Is the monster still being bombarded?" "It's nearly finished," Jiang Xiu'er responded. "Gather the detailed data and bring it to me," Lin Chen instructed as he turned to enter the hangar. Inside, crew members and researchers were loading the Titan with an enormous repeating rifle. This weapon could easily be likened to a cannon, with bullets the size of a man's fist. Equipped with 120 rounds, making the entire assembly weigh over 1,000 pounds. "I'm a medic, not a secretary for every little task," Jiang Xiu'er protested, momentarily stunned before firmly voicing her objection. Chapter 27. The glorious empire of Huangzhen is quite enjoyable. Meanwhile, across the ocean in the empire of Jianming, the rampaging monster, covered in scales, let out a mournful cry before its colossal body crashed to the ground, collapsing onto a skyscraper and sending dust billowing into the air. Is the monster dead? This was the shared sentiment of the nearly 200,000 soldiers from 2 legions, in the quest to vanquish the beast. They took turns sleeping and eating, and finally, on the 5th day, at the cost of thousands of lives, they succeeded in bringing it down. Upon examination, the monster had finally fallen silent. It had single-handedly devastated 2 major cities, causing untold damage, with over 10 million people displaced and thousands perishing in the calamity. Such deeds are worthy of being inscribed in the annals of human history. Swiftly, the monster's carcass was secretly removed. The secrets it harbored were enough to captivate all the scientists of the Jianming Empire. Whether it was the amalgamation of machine and flesh or the enigmatic energy shield, any progress in research would yield unimaginable benefits. Upon receiving the news of the monster's demise, Emperor Pus felt a great weight lift from his heart, even readily consenting to research the creature at the Academy of Sciences. The following day, at the behest of various nations, the Jianming Empire, still unprepared for reconstruction, was compelled to hold a press conference regarding the monster incident, which had garnered global attention. Journalists from around the world filled the venue, including numerous ambassadors from various countries. Emperor Pus strode onto the stage amidst the crowd's gaze. In an instant, cameras flashed incessantly. "Damn it, don't you have any applause?" Emperor Pus's smile faded, his expression darkening. He had initially been reluctant to hold a press conference that might become a laughingstock. A sparse round of applause finally arose, somewhat satisfying him as he gravely stated, "I trust that those present are aware that the Jianming Empire has only just emerged from disaster. So I hope you will refrain from asking trivial questions." The journalists inhaled deeply. A reporter from Waikoku asked, "Your Majesty Pus, now that the monster has been eliminated, will its remains be shared for research among the nations?" "No, the monster's corpse is our trophy. How can we share it with other countries?" replied Emperor Pus. "What damage did the monster cause?" "Our military bombarded it for 5 consecutive days to bring it down, during which it advanced 35 miles, decimating 2 cities and claiming the lives of tens of thousands." Emperor Pus fell silent, mourning the victims. "I heard it was due to the rudimentary weaponry of 2 entire legions. Initially, we knew nothing about the beast, and in actuality, only 1 legion was engaged against it. However, we later discovered its weaknesses. The monster is not as formidable as it seems." Emperor Pus spoke solemnly. The journalists hurriedly took notes. And soon another voice echoed the collective curiosity. "Where did the monster come from? And does it have companions?" "Damn it, I addressed this question 5 days ago. Those who have forgotten can review the footage," Emperor Pus expounded, seemingly unconcerned with the feelings of the reporters present. As the melancholy began to dissipate, a sense of satisfaction emerged. The world remained silent regarding the Jianming Empire's triumph over the monster. With such military might, it took 2 legions and 200,000 men 5 days to defeat a single beast. What of the others? Were they to await their own demise? Concurrently, there was an increasing desire to uncover the origins of the monster, particularly since none had been sighted since. At the same time, within the Huangjin Empire's base, Lin Chen sat before his computer, analyzing the monster. After some time, he reached the same conclusion as Emperor Pus. If one could discern the correct weakness, the monster was not truly terrifying. Although the Jianming Empire had deployed an immense force of 2 legions, the actual number of combatants was not high. They had to evacuate citizens, rescue people in the disaster-stricken city of Wharton, and rest to replenish their vitality. The main issue was the sudden appearance of the monster, which had caught the legion off guard. Having pieced it all together, Lin Chen smiled. Breaking the monster's energy shield and employing precise physical attacks would be far more effective than merely unleashing a torrent of ammunition. Or perhaps introducing poison could inflict damage internally. Such a formidable task was beyond the legions or helicopters, but mechs could certainly handle it. Just then, an elderly researcher named Wang knocked and, upon receiving permission, entered to whisper a few words in Lin Chen's ear. "What? The weapon systems for the Titan have been fully loaded?" Lin Chen was taken aback. "Yes," Wang nodded. "All right, you may leave now," Lin Chen replied. Once Wang exited, Lin Chen eagerly opened the system panel. The completion of the mech's weapon loading indicated the task was accomplished. System panel, host, Lin Chen. Task 1, construct a mech, completed. Please claim your reward. Task 2, prevent the monster's invasion. Fan value, 21 million. Quite impressive. Since the monster's incursion, Lin Chen's fan value had surged. And although it was just a fraction of that of major stars, he felt quite content. With a mere thought, he could effortlessly exchange for advanced technology, such as a VR pod valued at 3 million fan points, offering exhilarating experiences in any scenario, from driving games to interactive adventures that stirred the hormones. However, the priority remained to claim his reward. Claim reward. Ding. Acquired cockpit technology. An explosion of knowledge surged into Lin Chen's mind. Thanks to the system, this technology felt instinctual, as if it were innate, as simple as understanding that 1 + 1 = 2. The mech's simulated cockpit technology allowed for flawless training in piloting the mech. Yet for Lin Chen, its completion felt rather superfluous. Driving simulator, main technology, system technology, induction influence technology. His last reward was driving mastery. Lin Chen suddenly felt that this reward was utterly useless. It was far inferior to the VR pod, where at least he could engage in thrilling games before sleeping, invigorating his body and spirit. Chapter 28. Friendship between men and women. In the following days, the base began to settle into tranquility. Even the reports of monster attacks soon faded into calm. People mourned the deceased, yet life must go on. A month later, monsters suddenly reappeared, attacking the kingdom of Xia. And global panic ensued once again, with circumstances more dire than the previous assault on the Jianming Empire. Unlike before, this time the monsters exceeded 80 meters in height, accompanied by 12 smaller monsters that posed a threat to humanity. It was then that humanity realized that the monster attacks might not cease, and no one could guarantee what horrifying events the next encounter would entail. After the kingdom of Xia and the Zillian Empire united to eliminate the monsters, countries around the world momentarily set aside past grievances, collaborating to ascertain through satellites that these creatures emerged from the depths of the ocean. The exact timing of their emergence remained unknown, but these monsters displayed intelligence and even executed rudimentary military strategies, suggesting their numbers could increase. This was merely the beginning. Humanity required new defensive weapons to safeguard their homeland. As nations busily ramped up military preparations, the Huangzhan Empire also intensified its military deployments, redirecting several troop divisions to coastal cities. Simultaneously, the empire anticipated that mechs would shine brightly in the battle against the monsters, thus granting all departments a green light. The first cohort of 60 mech students successfully passed their evaluations and reported to the base. On the 37th day since the Jianming Empire eradicated monsters, and the 7th day since the kingdom of Xia did the same, 3 helicopters landed on the base's exterior runway, followed by a group of young individuals around Lin Chen's age. They were overwhelmed by the unfamiliar surroundings, marveling at the grandeur of the base. The last to disembark was a middle-aged man, whose slanted eyes occasionally darted towards Jiang Xiaoer. He approached Lin Chen with relevant documentation, smiling as he said, "Hello, Commander Lin Chen. My name is Sun Hui, the inspector appointed by the commander's office, responsible for assisting you in managing the operations of the entire base." Lin Chen furrowed his brow at the materials Sun Hui presented, recalling that he had previously served as the secretary of the general's office before being transferred to the commander's office as deputy secretary general. Why was I not informed? Lin Chen glanced at Jiang Xiaoer, who subtly shook her head, indicating she was equally unaware. Due to the escalating severity of the monster attacks on human cities, the commander's office is taking precautionary measures and has sent me here after discussions, Sun Hui reassured Lin Chen, then smiled at Jiang Xiaoer, saying, "Hello, Miss Jiang Xiaoer. It has been 6 years since our last meeting in the capital." Lin Chen felt an unsettling insincerity in Sun Hui's smile. He scrutinized him for a moment before saying, "Let us discuss this inside." Upon entering the base, Sun Hui exchanged a few pleasantries before familiarizing himself with various operations, while Lin Chen whispered to Jiang Xiaoer, "Do you know him?" "Congratulations, you are now entangled in the empire's political struggles," Jiang Xiaoer replied. Lin Chen was perplexed. "Come to my room tonight," Jiang Xiaoer said, glancing at the wide-eyed new students, realizing it was not the right time to speak. She then turned and left. The new students stood there, bewildered. What had just transpired? Professor Lin must have some hidden connection with the crown princess. It was simply too explosive. Lin Chen felt utterly confused, but did not dwell on it. He could always visit Jiang Xiaoer's room later to uncover the secret she wished to share, but for now, he needed to manage these newcomers, the future pilots. As he perused the new students' files, one particularly interesting individual caught his eye. Li Xian had entered but passed the assessments through sheer aptitude. Lin Chen remarked, "Yi Xian, your father possesses unparalleled experience in pig farming within the military. Why didn't you learn from him and choose that path instead? Pig farming is not cool at all. Piloting a mech is what makes a real man." Yi Xian, an 18-year-old with boundless enthusiasm, responded. The other new students flushed with laughter, realizing that their former competitor was the son of a pig farmer. What's so funny about his father raising pigs? He's done it for 20 years. What gives you the right to laugh? Lin Chen said, somewhat displeased. Professor Lin, could you please tell us what the mech program entails? Someone boldly inquired. The primary focus of the mech program is to train you in piloting mechs and understanding their mechanics. Of course, if you wish to learn other subjects, you may find time to attend university classes, Lin Chen explained. Upon hearing this, many students exchanged curious glances. Where are the mechs? I believe I could fly one right now. A group of new students, all unfamiliar with the base, looked somewhat lost. Lin Chen's face turned slightly awkward as he clarified. Once you complete your training, you won't have to worry about not piloting a mech. The students suddenly understood, their excitement palpable. All right, Starting tomorrow, I will teach you. Today, take the day to rest. That night, after dinner, Lin Chen did not visit Jiang Xiao's room. Why should he just go because she asked? It felt rather undignified, as if he would be at her beck and call. Meanwhile, in Jiang Xiao's pristine room, she sat awaiting Lin Chen's arrival to clarify the current state of affairs within the empire. However, at 9 p.m., why hasn't he arrived yet? Is he busy with something? Jiang Xiao glanced at the clock on the wall, feeling a twinge of irritation. At midnight, still no sign of him. Jiang Xiao felt her frustration boiling over. The next day, perhaps due to the increasingly severe monster situation or growing unease regarding the base, Jiang Mingyuan returned for the second time. The personnel at the base eagerly awaited his arrival outside. Salute! Old Wang shouted excitedly. Instantly, everyone, except Jiang Xiao, expressed the utmost reverence towards Jiang Mingyuan, the emperor of the Huangjin Empire. Lin Chen stood a short distance beside Jiang Xiao, somewhat lost in thought as he observed Jiang Mingyuan, noting that his frail condition seemed even more pronounced. In the crowd, only Lin Chen and Jiang Xiao stood out. Thus, many eyes turned towards them. After all, these two were the exceptions, but Jiang Xiao, being the crown princess and the emperor's daughter, naturally did not need to show any acknowledgement. But what did Lin Chen's presence signify? Jiang Xiao hurriedly nudged Lin Chen with her elbow. He, bewildered, instinctively replied, "Huh?" It was merely a casual reminder among friends, yet to Jiang Mingyuan, it appeared otherwise. Upon witnessing this, the smile vanished from his lips, and his pallid complexion darkened. Reports from Liang Shizhong indicated that Lin Chen and Xiao were merely ordinary friends. But was this how ordinary friends behaved? Is there genuine friendship between men and women? Nonsense. It was merely a covetous gaze upon his daughter. Chapter 29, World Conference on Resource Sharing. Thinking of a young man, robust and predatory, perpetually eyeing his daughter, Jiang Mingyuan felt as if he had swallowed a mouthful of flies, his discomfort intensifying. He even recoiled from certain thoughts. Jiang Mingyuan, feeling exceedingly displeased, said in a low voice, "Let us go inside." A group of people followed him into the base. Lin Chen felt utterly perplexed. It seemed Jiang Mingyuan's attitude towards him was unfriendly. Had he wronged him in some way? Inside the command room, only Jiang Mingyuan, Lin Chen, and a distracted Jiang Xiao were present. Jiang Mingyuan spoke in a low voice. "You share a close relationship with Xiao? It's all right. She even invited me to her bedroom last night." Lin Chen pondered for a moment. "And then you went?" Jiang Mingyuan's expression grew increasingly grim. It was the age of youthful exuberance for both a young man and a woman. What could they possibly do alone in a bedroom at night? Surely, it could not bode well. Impossible. I am the highest commander appointed by you at the base. If I went, wouldn't that indicate I fear her? Lin Chen insisted, his demeanor serious and even tinged with disdain. Jiang Mingyuan took a deep breath, disbelief flashing briefly across his face. Yes, you cannot go. Going would indeed signify your fear of her. Jiang Xiao, lost in thought, felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her, a torrent of unspoken feelings racing through her mind. Was Lin Chen truly concerned about this? Jiang Mingyuan sighed in relief, glad that Lin Chen and his daughter were not entangled in anything inappropriate. He then shifted to the main topic. "I heard that an inspector was transferred from the command office yesterday, bringing along the first batch of mecha students?" Lin Chen nodded in response. "How long have they been trained?" "You are aware of the current global situation. In just 2 months, over 10 cities have been devastated. The pressing issue is not training. Even if they are fully trained, the critical factor lies in the speed of production by the researchers." Jiang Mingyuan paused. "Mecha technology is your forte. You understand it best. Do you believe mechas are effective against the monsters?" "Certainly," Lin Chen replied confidently. "Good," Jiang Mingyuan said with anticipation. "I look forward to the mechas of our empire shining brilliantly in the battle against the monsters, and when that time comes, I shall personally bestow you with honors in the capital." Jiang Mingyuan spoke with determination. This was an opportunity presented by the monsters for the empire, a chance to gain a stalwart figure not inferior to Liang Shizhong. After spending over 2 hours at the base, Jiang Mingyuan took his leave, mentioning that he had to visit the Ganmen Empire later that afternoon to attend a global summit as one of the emperors of the 5 great empires. However, as he was about to leave, he seemed to recall something, pausing at the door with a complex expression. "Xiao, do try to make time to come home and visit your younger siblings. Is that a ploy to have me face my mother's contempt?" Jiang Xiao scoffed. "But she is still your mother. Spare me. It seems to me you just want me to return to face ridicule. Don't speak so affectionately. My mother lies eternally in Jing'an Cemetery." Jiang Xiao retorted coldly, ignoring him thereafter. With no words left to say, Jiang Mingyuan sighed and departed with heavy steps. The command room fell silent. save for the faint sound of sobbing. Are you crying? Lin Chen approached her. Yes. Jiang Xiaoer's delicate brows furrowed. Her lovely eyes slightly red and swollen, seemingly awaiting comfort. Oh, well, you can continue crying. I have matters to attend to. Lin Chen turned and exited without further ado. Jiang Xiaoer, her reddened eyes fixed on the door, was momentarily taken aback. He left without offering a few words of consolation. Meanwhile, in the city of Niashao, the headquarters of the Ganmen Empire, the global summit commenced with leaders from various nations gathering. The venue was crowded with reporters, all eager to relay the happenings back home. The meeting officially began. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the Secretary General of the World Conference, Kola, the speaker began, only to be interrupted by Emperor Pusey of the host nation. He stood at the designated position for the 5 great empires and addressed the many second-rate and third-rate countries, as well as the reporters. We need new weapons to defend against the monsters' attacks. All nations must unite and pool resources. For the greater good, we must set aside past rivalries and hostilities. And all of this is to defeat the monsters. I call upon everyone to share resources. The safety of the world is at stake. Our Ganmen Empire has already protected the world once. We now require more resources to continue safeguarding it. As he spoke, Emperor Pusey could not help but boast. Occasionally glancing at Jiang Minyuan, Jiang Minyuan wiped away the spittle from his face and remarked, "Let me take a sip of water to ease my throat before I continue." "Thank you," spoke the emperor of a small European nation with a population of around 100,000. "If it's resource sharing, I wholeheartedly agree to participate." Upon hearing this, Emperor Pusey scoffed. What resources can a country of just 100,000 offer? The hidden agenda of the summit began to unravel. Everyone was merely envious of the Huangjin Empire's mecha technology, and the call for resource sharing to combat the monsters was merely a pretext. Certain lesser nations sought to benefit from this arrangement while contributing nothing. The emperor of the polar nation, Nikolai, suggested, "I propose that the 5 great empires share resources, while other nations should sign agreements to receive protection." "I second that," came the voices of support from France and England. This proposal seemed beneficial enough for all parties involved, leading to a consensus at the summit. However, Jiang Minyuan remained silent, fully aware of the true purpose of the global meeting. Thus, all eyes turned to him. "We, the Huangjin Empire, shall not partake in any resource sharing. I intend for our mecha battalions to send the monsters fleeing for their lives." "How dare you? You, who have always boasted of extending a helping hand in times of need, now turn your back on us when we are in crisis." Emperor Pusey's face darkened. If Jiang Minyuan refused to participate, how could they acquire mecha technology to combat the monsters? "Very well, we, the Huangjin Empire, shall provide glass technology," Jiang Minyuan declared. "You cunning Huangjin people, do you not possess mechas? In this time of monster attacks, you must share your invaluable mecha technology with everyone to help the world overcome this crisis." Pusey was furious. "I refuse," Jiang Minyuan retorted. The other 4 great empires expressed their dissatisfaction, declaring, "We, the Ganmen Empire, shall impose a technology blockade on the Huangjin Empire. We, the Polar Empire, shall impose a natural gas blockade on the Huangjin Empire." The global meeting turned into a venue for denouncing the Huangjin Empire, as everyone knew they possessed mecha technology but refused to share it for the benefit of all in combating the monsters. This is intolerable. They must be sanctioned to realize the world's severity. Chapter 30. The Heavenly Punishment Operation. Faced with the multitude of condemnations, Jiang Minyuan furrowed his brow. He had never anticipated that other factions would covet mecha technology to such an extent, even setting aside their past grievances to unite against him, as if he were the sole target of their ire. Yet, the technology of mechas must never be disseminated. It must be tightly grasped in his hands to maintain their leading edge. After a long pause, suppressing an unexpected wave of discomfort, he spoke. "I agree with the need to fend off the monsters, but do not broach the subject of technology again. As for your so-called threats, do you think I am intimidated? Today, feel free to threaten me, but know that in the future, you will receive no assistance." The clamor in the meeting room diminished significantly, and people began to feel a sense of alarm. What a clever tactic to cut off their resources. No one could guarantee where the next monster would appear. What if it were in their own country? Would it not be just as Jiang Minyuan had suggested? The murmurs faded, and Emperor Pusey displayed evident displeasure, stating, "Just you wait. You will find it impossible to leave your doorstep." The principal organizer of the summit, Lin Chen, rapped the table and announced, "Since we have not reached an agreement at this time, we shall reconvene tomorrow for further discussion." Meeting adjourned. With a sardonic tone, Pusey taunted Jiang Minyuan. Before long, the meeting concluded, and attendees began to leave in succession. Jiang Mingyuan sat in his chair, his pallor evident, and weakly instructed his secretary, "Take me to the hospital." The following day, the meeting resumed as scheduled. Puss once again enthusiastically sought to rally allies in a unified effort against Jiang Mingyuan, compelling him to relinquish his mecha technology. Should he fail to comply today, we would join forces. That wretched Jiang Mingyuan is indeed cunning. Very well, we shall utilize our might to force his hand. Represented by Puss, several factions briefly united, preparing to demand the mecha technology forcefully. However, after a lengthy wait, restlessness grew among the group until the meeting concluded. At which point Cola remarked, "Jiang Mingyuan has returned to his homeland early. Damn it, that insidious old fox must be frightened and dared not show up." Puss could not help but curse. That detestable cunning monkey must be terrified. Puss's frustration was palpable, as he had meticulously prepared for the confrontation over the mecha technology, only to find Jiang unwell and back in his country. Couldn't he have waited until after we acquired the mecha technology to fall ill? This further solidified their resolve to use force to compel Jiang Mingyuan's compliance. They were determined to obtain the mecha technology. The thought of his nation possessing an invincible mecha legion filled Puss and his allies with delight. Meanwhile, as the meeting was still futilely discussing the monster issue, Jiang Mingyuan had already returned home for treatment. Unbeknownst to Lin Chen, who was engaged in training new recruits, the training ground echoed with a barrage of gunfire. After surveying the targets, Lin Chen's expression soured as he admonished, "Look at your atrocious marksmanship. Even blind shooting would yield better results. Every shot has missed the mark. We are here to learn about mechas." Among the 60 trainees, 9 were young women, one of whom, named Aisha, expressed her dissatisfaction, believing that the current training was merely a waste of her valuable time to learn piloting mechas. What is the purpose of piloting a mecha? To show off? Lin Chen showed no mercy. To combat monsters. Understand? If you cannot even master the basics, how can you pilot a mecha? However, Aisha was perplexed about the relevance of their current training to piloting mechas. The requirements for piloting a mecha are demanding, and your physical fitness and reflexes must be enhanced. Lin Chen explained. Many trainees nodded, albeit with a vague comprehension. Bang! Lin Chen, wielding a handgun from the table, struck the target with 3 bullets effortlessly, exhibiting remarkable skill. Train diligently. Once you reach my level, it will signify that you are not far from piloting a mecha. With an air of indifference, Lin Chen turned and strolled towards Li Xian, engaging in conversation about the current situation regarding monster attacks, leaving the trainees in stunned silence, completely taken aback. They struggled to comprehend the astonishing capabilities of their 2 years older professor, who not only could construct mechas, but also demonstrated such impressive accuracy. Was there anything in this world he could not accomplish? What? I must be seeing things. Is this even possible? I refuse to believe it. They questioned the authenticity of the training session, suspecting that Lin Chen was merely showing off. Amidst the discussions, Aisha suddenly had a revelation, her voice ringing out in excitement. "I know. Know what?" Others inquired curiously. "He must have been shooting randomly." Aisha chuckled. At that moment, Lin Chen and Li Xian simultaneously closed their mouths, casting incredulous glances at the exaggerated Aisha. The atmosphere fell silent, and everyone present felt a wave of disbelief wash over them. "If you were indeed shooting randomly, then show us." Yexuan, the son of a prominent family, shouted, as if to prove a point. Meanwhile, Li Xian, feeling awkward, interjected loudly, "What nonsense. Professor Lin was training with us recently. You can trust his words. Only with training can we soar freely in the skies." Many trainees, still in disbelief, queried, "Is that true?" "Well, it should be," Li Xian replied, feeling slightly uncomfortable, knowing he himself could not pilot a mecha. "Now, hurry and train," Lin Chen urged. Soon, gunfire erupted once more in the training ground, sounding as if bullets were free to expend, reverberating endlessly. As the new recruits trained diligently and the base intensified its mecha production, the important meeting in the distant Jinming Empire concluded. However, no solutions had been found regarding the monster issue, leading to the proposal of an operation dubbed Heaven's Punishment. According to Puss's directive, a coalition fleet was to be assembled. After evading the yet-to-be-verified timing of the monster's reappearance, the fleet would arrive at the port for resupply before proceeding to the Huangjin Empire to force Jiang Mingyuan to surrender the mecha technology. As time progressed, the fleets of 5 nations successively arrived at the Japanese port to resupply, enduring the excruciating wait as the beginning of July approached. On July 1st, the sea was calm, and no reports indicated that any monsters had attacked a nation. Could it be that monsters are avoiding us due to the formidable firepower of our coalition fleet? Pondered a Japanese naval colonel as he gazed out from a cruiser. Not only was the five-nation coalition perplexed, but the entire world was equally bewildered. After all, the previous monster appearances had occurred at the beginning of the month, and now, as July began, there was not a trace of the creatures. Everyone had mobilized their forces, prepared for significant action, yet the monsters had not shown up. What was going on? Unbeknownst to the world, the monsters had indeed come, but their scale exceeded previous encounters, resulting in a delay. From the depths of the ocean, where humanity could not reach, a multitude of monsters surged forth from the interdimensional portal, culminating in the arrival of a massive creature alongside 24 smaller ones. These monsters shared a common goal with their predecessors, to obliterate everything on this planet. Thus, they wandered aimlessly through the ocean, ultimately making their way towards the Huangjin Empire. For the entirety of the human world, the calm days persisted until July 5th. The monsters had yet to make an appearance. Had they been frightened off? Meanwhile, the coalition fleet could no longer remain idle. With no sign of the monsters, they had been holed up in the port like turtles for 5 days. How could the proud navy endure this? I will now inquire with the Jianming Empire about the specific timing of the exercises. I am thoroughly fed up with this turtle-like existence. A general named Bitter, the overall commander of this military exercise, turned and entered the ship's cabin. Shortly thereafter, upon receiving clear orders from headquarters, he waved his hand decisively and declared, "All ships, set sail." Thus, the coalition fleet of over 40 warships surged forth, cutting through the waves, heading straight for the waters of the Huangjin Empire. On the main aircraft carrier, General Bitter peered through his telescope into the distance, addressing the other 4 nations' deputy commanders. This is a monumental military exercise aimed at compelling the malevolent Huangjin Empire to surrender the mecha technology necessary to combat the monsters. This military exercise concerns the very survival of humanity worldwide. If possible, I hope the world will remember me, General Bitter, as the pioneer of world salvation. And it would be even better if statues could be erected in my honor across major cities. General Bitter, closely allied with Emperor Puss, was well-versed in certain matters and took to the deck to boast without restraint. After sailing for half a day, the Allied fleet finally entered the waters of the Huangjin Empire, poised to exert military deterrence. At that moment, a solitary destroyer from the Huangjin Empire's 3rd Legion appeared, dwarfed by the more than 40 vessels of the Allied fleet. The destroyer repeatedly broadcasted warnings. "You have entered our territorial waters. Please withdraw immediately." On board the flagship aircraft carrier of the Allied fleet, the deputy commander of the Sanyan Kingdom inquired, "What shall we do?" The response was unwavering. "They have no means to counter us. They can only issue warnings. Let us accelerate into the near seas of the Huangjin Empire and allow their populace to witness the military might of the Jianming Empire." General Bider spoke with confidence, dismissing the destroyer as a mere insect attempting to halt a moving vehicle. Captain Wu Anbang of the Huangjin destroyer, his expression grim, shouted through the loudspeaker, "I repeat, please vacate our territorial waters at once, or you shall bear the consequences." "Captain, they refuse to heed our warnings, and we have yet to receive any orders from above. Should we not retreat?" Captain Wu hesitated momentarily before resolutely stating, "It is our mission to defend our territorial waters. Fire a warning shot." A shell struck one of the Allied fleet's frigates, triggering alarms throughout the Allied fleet, which immediately transitioned to a state of high alert. All ship cannons were aimed at the target. At a word from General Bider, the Allied fleet could send the Huangjin destroyer to the depths of the sea in under a minute. Meanwhile, monstrous creatures lurked beneath the waves, their sonar signals detected by the technicians aboard. They swiftly reported, "We have detected a swarm of large organisms approaching us rapidly, estimated to be around 80 meters and 10 meters in size." General Bider's pupils dilated as memories flooded his mind. 2 ruined cities and the nightmare that emerged from the depths. The sizes matched. The technicians continued their report. Upon hearing this, the others began to grasp the implications. Massive creatures, the beasts had arrived at the beginning of the month? What a remarkable coincidence. Damn it, the monsters must be aiding the Huangjin Empire. They are here to help annihilate us. Panic ensued on the deck. The monsters could not be locked onto, rendering their warships mere floating targets. General Bider hastily issued orders. "I am General Bider, the commanding officer of this Allied fleet. All ships, retreat immediately. Head south at maximum speed." The captains of the various vessels were bewildered, retreating after being fired upon by a single destroyer of the Huangjin Empire. Disheartened, they had arrived with such bravado, only to be routed by a single shell. What a farce for a military power. General Bider urgently repeated his command, "For heaven's sake, retreat. Monsters are swimming towards us from below." In an instant, The destroyers of the Allied fleet turned, fleeing at a speed of 32 knots, leaving the larger vessels trailing behind. The flagship aircraft carrier was the last to sail south, narrowly passing the Huangjin destroyer. The sonar indicated they were about to leave this cursed place, having narrowly escaped. General Biter felt a surge of relief and no longer raged at the idea of staying behind. With a triumphant tone, he shouted at the Huangjin destroyer, "Let it be known, we of the Allied fleet are not afraid of you. We simply prefer peace. Farewell." The crew of the Huangjin destroyer watched in bewilderment as the Allied fleet retreated from their waters. At that moment, the high-ranking officials of the Huangjin Empire were on high alert, realizing the audacity of the Allied fleet as they brazenly sailed through their territorial waters. The question loomed, should they engage or refrain from combat? What if they were to lose? This weighty dilemma hung over everyone, especially with Emperor Jiang Minjiyuan's health declining, and Yang Ming's ambitions becoming increasingly evident. The command center, as the nexus of military power, grappled with the question of who would ultimately bear the responsibility for the situation. Suddenly, a call came in, detailing the events in the territorial waters and relaying footage of the Allied fleet's hasty retreat. The command center erupted in disbelief. Am I dreaming? The destroyer of the Third Fleet actually drove away the Allied fleet, led by the Jianming Empire? Oh my heavens, who is this captain? I must promote him. Shockwaves rippled through the empire. A destroyer had thwarted the Allied fleet. This was a veritable real-life spectacle. The tales of subterfuge and heroism paled in comparison. Meanwhile, news of the fleeing fleet spread to the Jianming Empire and its allies, leaving them utterly astonished. The embarrassment was palpable. The Jianming Empire's Pu Lang vented his frustration, wishing he could execute General Biter for such cowardice. How could the great Jianming Empire have such a timid commander? They had united to pressure Jiang Mingyuan into surrendering the core technology of the mechs, but before they could execute their plans, they were terrified into retreat by a single destroyer. The image of more than 40 warships fleeing in panic from a lone Huangjin destroyer was too much to bear. What a disgrace. Pu Lang fumed internally. Later, General Biter explained the situation regarding the monsters to the Emperor Pu Si, who pondered, could this be the Huangjin Empire's scheme? Everyone was on edge. Not this again. The so-called conspiracy of the Huangjin Empire. If they can manufacture mechs, can they also create monsters? The foreign minister suggested. Should we inform the Huangjin Empire about the monsters? He meant the Huangjin Empire. Despite their grievances, they were still part of the same alliance. After weighing the implications, Emperor Pu Si decided, inform them. Let us focus our satellites on them. We must show our people the might of the monsters and remind them that only our Jianming Empire can safeguard world peace and defend against these creatures. Meanwhile, the command center of the Huangjin Empire, having calmed down from their initial excitement, began to see the peculiarities of the situation. Had their destroyer truly frightened away the Allied fleet? It seemed they had encountered something that terrified them. With a calm assessment, the command center had a growing suspicion and ordered the destroyer to activate sonar for underwater detection. As they anxiously awaited reports, a message came through. Alert! Unknown large organisms detected below. Could it be? These large beings were certainly monsters and not mere whales. The command center's leaders recognized the gravity of the situation. Indeed, the monsters had arrived, inadvertently scaring away the Jianming Empire's allied fleet. Each leader's face turned serious as they reviewed the recorded images of the monsters, one large creature and 24 smaller ones. Given past experiences, they knew that a single large monster had previously reduced 2 major cities of the Jianming Empire to ruins. Fortunately, with news of the monsters, they could take precautionary measures. Based on the feedback, it was imperative to prepare defenses. After a brief discussion, the necessary preparations were swiftly implemented, and orders were dispatched from the command center. Soon, the Jianming Empire issued notifications. The leaders exchanged glances, realizing they had completed their defense preparations, while the Huangjin Empire's response seemed disingenuous. Should we inform the base? One leader inquired. Notify him and inquire about the number of mechs he can deploy for battle. The weapons of the new era must be unveiled to the world. Soon, Lin Chen's video call appeared on the screen embedded in the wall. This is the command center, which has just received news of monsters approaching us. According to our consensus, we wish to ascertain how many mechs you can send into combat, a commander inquired. Only the Tianlong, and currently, I am the sole pilot available for takeoff. Lin Chen responded candidly. Perhaps it would be prudent to refrain from this. You must not take risks. This was the unanimous response from the command center. The importance of Lin Chen to the empire is self-evident. Both Jiang Mingyuan and Yang Ming are acutely aware that until the core technology of the mechs is thoroughly mastered, Lin Chen must not encounter any mishap. Lin Chen appeared somewhat awkward, and soon the call was terminated. The Huangjin Empire commenced its operations, and the atmosphere grew tense. Meanwhile, life in certain coastal regions of the empire remained bustling. Property prices continued to soar, never once experiencing a decline. Speculators and developers were vociferously active, proclaiming that if one did not purchase now, prices would soon escalate again. Thus, the sales offices remained abuzz with activity, as prospective buyers found themselves in high demand. Given that prices had never dropped, in a particular sales office, a steady stream of customers flowed in. "Sir, our floor plan is the finest in the province, and we currently offer a 9.8 discount. After a few days, prices will rise again," a sales representative cheerfully stated, addressing a commoner. Could the prices be reduced a bit? The buyer grimaced, grappling with the two formidable dilemmas of becoming a lifelong debtor or remaining a lifelong bachelor. "Sir, I cannot reduce the price. You know the current situation," the representative insisted. The buyer was well aware of this reality. At some point, the women of the empire had changed, now demanding cars, apartments, savings, and exorbitant dowries. Just as he resolved to buy a home, the entire city erupted with the empire's notifications and alarms. A cacophony ensued, and various media outlets disseminated announcements. Upon receiving this notice, the following message will be broadcast repeatedly throughout every street. Those preoccupied with their immediate tasks paused momentarily before stepping out of their homes and factories, promptly following the empire's orderly evacuation protocol. Everyone, remain calm and orderly. Let the elderly and children go first. Stay composed and trust the empire. Official voices resonated through the streets, soothing the populace. The sales representative stood dumbfounded, urgently urging buyers to expedite their purchases. "Buy a house? Why would I buy a house now? Do you take me for a fool?" The buyer turned away, adhering to the official directive to allow the elderly and children to proceed first. "Please, sir, don't leave. The prices are negotiable. We might even consider a 60 discount," the representative shouted desperately. However, properties became increasingly neglected, and the orderly evacuation of the populace left many uncertain about their next steps. What was once a 2 million unit property suddenly lost significant value. Yet, the public remained indifferent to the enticingly discounted listings. "Curse it, property prices are bound to crash," someone muttered. Meanwhile, in the Jianming Empire, Pu Si was observing satellite imagery. "Oh, for heaven's sake, why does this look entirely different from what I envisioned? Can someone explain this to me?" Pu Si exclaimed, tugging at his hair in frustration. The orderly evacuation of the Huangjin Empire's citizens contrasted starkly with the Jianming Empire's lack of public protests or riots. Pu Si felt a pang of jealousy, reflecting on the civility of the Huangjin citizens and lamenting the perceived ignorance of those in his own empire. Chapter 33. Concern? The past 2 months have been a painful chapter in the history of the Jianming Empire. The emergence of monsters has caused immeasurable losses and even given rise to discontented voices. Consequently, Pu Si and the ministers of internal and foreign affairs have been under immense pressure to allocate tasks daily. However, the situation has now shifted. As the Huangjin Empire is poised to share the burden, with monsters heading their way, this news could redirect the focus of the Jianming populace. Imagining the impending scenes, the staff at Pu Si's estate collectively exhaled in relief. A large monster and 24 smaller ones, Jiang Mingyuan would find this a formidable challenge. The Jianming Empire had paid a hefty price to eliminate a single monster, and now, the Huangjin Empire might be in jeopardy due to the sheer number of adversaries. We must utilize satellites to show our citizens that it's not that we are incapable, the monsters are extraordinary. Excellent idea. This will help our populace fully comprehend the threat posed by the monsters, Pu Si remarked with a smile, as he anticipated the satellite's imminent arrival over the Huangjin Empire. Soon after, Pu Si commanded that the current events unfolding in the Huangjin Empire be broadcasted for the citizens of his empire to witness. This was both news and a live broadcast, as global attention, including that of the Huangjin Empire, turned to the impending monster crisis. Can you imagine the destructive power of these monsters? One monster has already reduced 2 of our cities to ruins. This time, with so many monsters, perhaps 6 cities will face the same fate. The citizens of Jianming expressed little concern about the monsters, as long as they did not threaten their own empire. However, many were eager to witness how the Huangjin Empire would respond to the impending crisis. In the Huangjin Empire, the news of the impending monster appearance had spread throughout the land. All entertainment programs were abruptly canceled and replaced with monster-related broadcasts. Even on social media, celebrities ceased their trivial discussions and began rallying support, urging citizens to unite and trust in the empire's strength, advising everyone to follow the established directives. The Huangjin Empire did not conceal anything. They understood that such matters could not remain hidden. Hence, satellites were directed towards the monsters, revealing the unfolding events to every citizen. Overall, the populace of the Huangjin Empire exhibited no signs of unrest. Do we not possess mechs? Why have we yet to hear any news regarding them? Someone inquired online. This question piqued the curiosity of many. Why had there been no word on the mechs, which had stirred great excitement not long ago, during such a critical moment? Was it merely a facade, a paper tiger devoid of true utility? In truth, the public was oblivious to the actual status of the mechs. They had wrongfully placed blame on Lin Chen and the mechs. Had Lin Chen possessed even a single mech squadron at his disposal, it would have been deployed by now. Regrettably, the entire base housed only one experimental unit and the Tianlong. The other two mechs were merely 75 complete. Lin Chen remained composed in his chair, observing the movements of the monsters while noting the rising murmurs of doubt, yet he refrained from making any statements. From the current perspective, there seemed to be a legitimate concern that the mechs might indeed be nothing more than a paper tiger. Many citizens of the Huangjin Empire questioned the mechs, wondering if they would be told to wait another year or so before they could finally combat the monsters. It would be astonishing if we were not met with backlash for such a suggestion. In the training grounds, 60 subordinates had already completed the firearms practice and transitioned to reflex training. Li Xian, who was instructing these individuals in place of Lin Chen, always appeared as if he had much to say but hesitated to express it. Liang Shizhong had specifically returned from afar to seek out Lin Chen. Upon finding him lounging nonchalantly in a chair, he let out a sigh of relief and cautioned, "You must not let impulsiveness drive you to pilot a mech to confront the monsters. Remember, you are a scientist, not a warrior." "What do you mean?" Lin Chen inquired. "As a researcher, you should remain at the rear, contributing to science. Fighting monsters is the duty of soldiers," Liang Shizhong replied, glancing at the trainees engaged in their drills. "They are not yet up to par. Their physical training still requires refinement." Lin Chen shook his head. "I receive daily reports from Li Xian." Liang Shizhong nodded in acknowledgement. After Liang Shizhong departed, Jiang Xiu'er appeared behind Lin Chen and asked, "Are you ready to fight the monsters?" Lin Chen responded, "To pilot our Tianlong to battle the monsters?" Jiang Xiu'er inhaled deeply. "What do you mean?" "Just moments ago, Liang Shizhong came back to tell me not to act rashly and to focus on research." Lin Chen, maintaining a serious demeanor, replied, "You see, Jiang Xiu'er, lying here like this, you seem to be in a state of disarray." With her heart racing and suppressing her anger, she quietly insisted, "You must go. It is imperative." She elaborated on the benefits of confronting the monsters and shared her own familial conflicts, revealing that, as the eldest daughter, she was not favored by her stepmother. Lin Chen was taken aback, realizing that there was merit in her urging him to pilot the mech against the monsters. Jiang Xiu'er, a long-lost daughter, had been away from home due to these familial tensions, facing animosity from her stepmother and sister. "Rest assured, our Tianlong will make its appearance in this battle against the monsters." Lin Chen stood up, gazing at her earnestly, realizing the weight of Jiang Xiu'er's burdens, which she had carried with such grace. Jiang Xiu'er trembled slightly. Was this an indication of his concern for her? "If it comes to it, I could construct a rocket to send you to the moon for permanent residence," Lin Chen said, patting her shoulder with a serious expression to reassure her. Jiang Xiu'er was utterly flustered. Ignoring her, Lin Chen noted that only one mech was available, and thus he would have to go alone. He turned his attention to the 60 trainees, each face etched with determination, receiving guidance from Li Xian. After a long pause, Lin Chen sighed, "Fine, I shall go. For my piloting skills are exceptional." In the realm of mech piloting, Lin Chen was indeed an unmatched presence. How could he, at such a critical moment, retreat like a turtle and rely on a trainee to face death? It was inconceivable. Moreover, this endeavor held not only the benefits Jiang Xiu'er mentioned, but also a hidden advantage, accumulating fan value. As for the council from the command center and Liang Shizhong, would they have any authority if Lin Chen chose to act on a whim? Old Wang, quickly assemble a team to fabricate a large freezing bomb and load it onto the right arm of the Tianlong. Lin Chen returned to the base, immediately organizing personnel to commence weapon production. Indeed, he intended to use a battle sword crafted from ultra-hard chromium to cut a gash in the monster's head and insert the freezing bomb. While the external defenses of the monster could withstand a barrage of fire, its internal defenses were another matter altogether. To paraphrase a classic saying, the monster's physical resistance might be maxed out, but its magical resistance could very well remain minimal. Freezing bomb? Old Wang queried, puzzled. Lin Chen had spent over 2 million fan value in the system panel to acquire the freezing bomb technology. which stated that even a fist-sized freezing bomb could swiftly freeze a water surface within 100 meters. Indeed, the freezing bomb shall be crafted by my own hands. Subsequently, the base began the urgent production of freezing bombs. Fortunately, the base was originally a secret weapons cache, making it relatively easy to source various materials. Meanwhile, the 5th Legion engaged in combat with the monsters, transitioning from an initial offensive to a desperate defense against the creatures. Explosions echoed continuously. Have the city's residents evacuated? The commander of the 5th Legion anxiously inquired of his aide while watching the screen's footage. The evacuation of citizens was not proceeding as smoothly as envisioned. While most were escaping in an orderly fashion, many stubborn individuals refused to leave. Such individuals were not in the minority, and thus, despite the appearance of 100,000 troops, the actual number of combatants was limited, as they needed to split forces to assist with the relocation of these obstinate civilians, while also coordinating with police forces to evacuate hospitals and other crucial establishments. A further division was required to combat the monsters. Outside the command center, the combat troops of the 5th Legion continued to unleash their firepower. Dealing with one large monster is challenging enough. These smaller ones are even harder to fight. A soldier shouted. The large monsters, due to their massive size, could be struck by heavy artillery, but the smaller flying monsters were swift, often swooping down to claim the lives of several comrades in an instant. In the brief span of half an hour since the battle commenced, thousands had already perished. At this rate, it wouldn't be long before the monsters breached the city, leading to a horrific calamity. The fighting raged on, stretching from noon into the afternoon. 3 hours had passed, and the monsters were at the city's edge. With vast swaths of buildings destroyed and the 5th Legion suffering losses exceeding 10,000, a figure that continued to rise. What of our reinforcements? Where are they? The 5th Legion commander implored. This battle was both frustrating and overwhelming. The large monsters drew all heavy weaponry fire, while the smaller ones, being so nimble, rendered most other weapons ineffective. Even 50 armed fighter jets, in conjunction with anti-aircraft artillery, had lost nearly 20 aircraft to eliminate just 5 smaller monsters. Could the 6th Legion be engaged elsewhere in battling monsters? Why are they taking so long? The aide observed the satellite imagery indicating that the 6th Legion had only just arrived in the province. The 5th Legion commander lamented. A wave of monsters is challenging to fend off. If more monsters arrive, how will we survive? The battle continued, and the destruction of the city had become a foregone conclusion, as 19 smaller monsters, approximately 8 meters in size, circled above, escorting the larger ones. The Huangjin Empire found itself with no viable options. Even with the 6th Legion joining the fray, they could not alter the situation in the short term. Meanwhile, at a base situated 1,000 miles from Luzhu province, Lin Chen observed a half-human-sized freezing bomb being loaded onto the right arm of the Tianlong, signaling that it was time for him to depart, driven by both prestige and the accumulation of fan value. He transported it to the lift shaft. Opening the second hatch to ascend to the runway, Lin Chen donned his headset and relayed commands to the command room. Where are you going? Base Inspector Sun Hui appeared behind him. Indeed, Lin Chen affirmed as he secured his goggles. Old Wang and numerous researchers were taken aback, finally grasping why he had abandoned the production of mechs in favor of crafting the astonishing freezing bombs. Yet, he should not be on the battlefield, and they hastily urged him to reconsider. I believe you should stay. Your primary task is to remain at the base and focus on developing technology. Yes, it is far too dangerous there. What if something happens to you? Even if you must go, it shouldn't be now. The concern for Lin Chen's safety was palpable. After all, he was integral to the Empire's new weaponry. Lin Chen donned his uniform and stepped onto the lift, stating, "We must witness the devastation wrought upon the city by the monsters. Can you truly stand by and allow thousands of innocent people to suffer?" The assembly was taken aback. They could no longer impede him, nor would they attempt to stop him. Even Sun Hui's expression conveyed a rare seriousness. As the monstrous creatures lay waste to the Empire's cities, this is a matter detached from any political strife. The ascent of the aircraft reached the runway, where the crew stood ready. "Be careful. I await your return," Jiang Xiu'er urged as she rushed over. "Rest assured, I shall craft a rocket to send you to the moon for settlement," Lin Chen replied with utmost seriousness. Jiang Xiu'er tapped her head repeatedly, pondering the vast chasm of understanding that seemed to exist between them. At that moment, the base's announcement echoed. The Tianlong is prepared for departure. Navigators, please vacate the flight deck. Clear the passage for takeoff. With the sound of the base's broadcast, the twin wings of the Lin Tianlong roared to life, propelling it skyward with a swift whoosh. As the sun dipped below the horizon, night enveloped the land. revealing Lin Chen's mech as a mere blue dot against the vast sky. His students were left in tears, lamenting the loss of their mech's first battle. Lin Chen was en route to the Luzhu province when he heard the voice from the command center. Current airspace conditions. Estimated time of arrival? At the present speed, we can reach in 1 hour and 27 minutes. The response crackled through his headset. Lin Chen accelerated. Despite the rapid pace, the nano windows of the cockpit shielded him from most of the harsh winds, though he could still hear the howling air. Meanwhile, a helicopter squadron raced toward Luzhu province. The captain of the foremost helicopter spoke gravely. The situation with the 5th Legion may be dire. Indeed, I've heard their helicopters have suffered significant losses. However, with our intervention, vanquishing those beasts is merely a matter of time, the vice captain replied with a grin. We are piloting the Empire's most advanced armed helicopters, apart from the twin-winged aircraft. We are the rulers of the skies. The captain smiled, but his expression shifted as he caught a glimpse of something swift passing by. Chapter 33, The First Battle of the Tianlong. With a swift motion, Lin Chen piloted his mech, overtaking the helicopter formation. Unbeknownst to him, the leader of the helicopter squadron wore a puzzled expression. Something feels off. Did something just pass by? No way. It can't be, the vice captain replied confidently, asserting that their helicopter was among the fastest in the world at low altitude. What is that? Pursue it. The helicopter captain commanded the pilot to accelerate and investigate the large flying object ahead. The helicopters began to speed up, but the distance between them only widened. Astonished, the captain realized there was something flying even faster than their low-altitude dominators. He quickly grabbed binoculars and was taken aback. The object resembling a flying machine was, in fact, a mech, moving with astonishing speed, outpacing even their aerial supremacy. So fast, he murmured, struggling to keep his sight on the mech's tail flame. In the blink of an eye, it vanished from view. Captain, what was that? The vice captain inquired. It appears to be a prized mech from the 4th Legion. The helicopter captain responded grimly. Compared to that mech, their once proud aerial dominance felt utterly insignificant. Moments later, the mech's tail flame was no longer visible. This was outrageous. Lin Chen was nearing the battlefield, the outlines of the city becoming discernible amidst the cacophony of cannon fire. 10 minutes later, he soared into the fray, the devastation surpassing his wildest imaginations. Flames, smoke, and half a city reduced to ruins lay beneath the monstrous feet of the beasts, while helicopters overhead became targets for the smaller creatures. The roar of a terrifying beast, towering over 80 meters, sent shivers down his spine. Lin Chen steadied himself, ready to engage in battle. Transform. The humanoid mech emerged, its right hand gripping a massive rifle, aiming at a small monster pursuing a helicopter. The beast was gaining ground. Running was not an option. Now, turn the head and take them both down. For our fallen comrades, the soldier roared, with a barrage of bullets akin to cannon fire. The beast, resembling a western dragon, was struck, its protective shield shattered, spilling forth a rain of blood. The mech, a true weapon of ultimate power, was like a giant wielding arms against the monsters, far beyond the capabilities of armed helicopters. The helicopter crew, who had just turned their craft, were frozen in disbelief as a dazzling mech effortlessly dispatched the small creature before them. The surrounding helicopters shared a moment of astonishment, then laughter. This mech had arrived just in time, proving more valuable than any reinforcement. The mech is here. Our mech has arrived. The soldiers wiped tears of joy from their faces, the tension finally easing. Are you blind? There are still 12 smaller ones left. Hurry, shoot them down, and then focus on that large beast. The captain barked, firing his weapon. With Lin Chen's arrival, the tide of battle shifted from disadvantage to advantage. An unspoken synergy formed. The soldiers aboard the combat helicopters quickly understood their role, providing covering fire from behind. Despite most shots hitting the monster's shields, the small creatures were dispatched like mere insects, exploding in a shower of blood. Outside the city, within the dozens of safe zones, citizens remained anxious, glued to satellite televisions. Countless brave soldiers were valiantly defending their homeland, unleashing a barrage of fire upon the terrifying colossal beasts. However, the broadcast suddenly shifted to static, inciting uproar among the citizens. What does this mean? Are we not allowed to witness the extermination of the monsters? I am furious. Moments later, as the citizens grumbled, the static slowly cleared, revealing a breathtaking sight. Several helicopter formations were closely following a towering humanoid mech, annihilating creatures more fearsome than ancient pterosaurs. It was these very small monsters that had prompted the kingdom of Xia to seek military aid from the Fran Empire, and now, those same creatures were being dispatched with ease before the mech. What is that? A flying giant? It's a mech, our mech. Yet, why was there only this one? Had only this one been produced? Who was piloting it? The driving skills were unmatched. I, a 20-year veteran driver, am humbled. The citizens' spirits lifted. The atmosphere became charged with excitement, especially as they witnessed the mech's ferocious assault on the monsters. They were tempted to join the fray themselves. Meanwhile, within the command center, the leaders of the 5th and 6th Legions, having witnessed the scene on their screens, rushed outside with binoculars. The mech has finally joined the battle. The two commanders exchanged glances, hastily contacting the base to inquire about the pilot of this mech. We must commend him. He has undoubtedly saved countless lives among the Legion soldiers. It is I who pilots the mech, Lin Chen responded, just as he cleaved a small monster in two with a swift strike. Cheers erupted from the helicopter, yet the gravity of the situation weighed heavily on their hearts. For they were soon to confront the final monstrous foe. The consequences of a colossal body exceeding 80 meters are vividly etched in the minds of all present on the battlefield, with its tough skin and dense flesh. It even possesses a protective shield. Who are you? Inquired Lin Chen, the commander of the 5th Army Corps. We are the commanders of the 5th and 6th Corps, Yuan Xiangrong and Meng Hong. We have met at the base before, and we request that you withdraw from the battle. Why? Lin Chen questioned. It will soon become perilous. You cannot afford to put yourself at risk any longer. It is too late. Since I am here, I must make a significant impact, Lin Chen replied, severing communication as his gaze fixed upon the massive monster frolicking amidst the artillery fire 2 kilometers away. He felt an overwhelming surge of power coursing through him. The strength derived from fan loyalty. The fan value was soaring, and only a fool would retreat now. Transform. As the dragon fighter's combat form emerged, it soared swiftly toward another battlefield. What was about to unfold would be an uneven clash, with Lin Chen's dragon fighter being merely 1/10 the size of the monster. However, he was not without advantages. His unparalleled piloting experience could very well turn the tide. Chapter 34. Man and machine united in an instant. The 2-kilometer distance was traversed. This battlefield was dominated by heavy artillery and tanks, with a few armed helicopters coordinating their efforts, while occasional biplanes returned to resupply after failing to hit their targets. This was a true contest of strength, where humanity's pride in technological warfare and information warfare paled in comparison to the monstrous adversary. The creature opened its gaping maw, and countless strands of blue light converged. An urgent voice echoed over the public channel. The monster is preparing to launch an attack. Everyone, be cautious. A beam of blue energy erupted from the monster's mouth, too swift to evade. In the next moment, 3 helicopters were obliterated, 2 tanks vanished, and a massive crater formed on the ground. After unleashing the energy wave, the monster ignored the insignificant ground creatures and took flight, its mechanical wings flapping vigorously as it turned to observe a larger creature not far away. It was the addition of this larger creature that allowed its kind to be decimated in such a short span of time. The monster and the dragon fighter faced each other from a distance, with the mech appearing diminutive, no larger than the size of the monster's head. Regardless of perspective, the dragon fighter piloted by Lin Chen seemed woefully inadequate against the Titan. At that moment, a significant portion of the Huangjin Empire was anxiously glued to their satellite televisions. Students paused their assignments. Commuters on subways and buses fell silent, captivated by the screen, and even couples caught up in romance halted their affection, all drawn in by the broadcasted spectacle. On one hand, this was a reality rivaling the grandest sci-fi cinematic experience. On the other, it was an event the Empire had not witnessed in nearly a century. The audience felt that with just this mech and a few helicopters, inflicting any damage on the monster would be a daunting task. If only more mech forces could be summoned. In just 2 years, our mech corps could achieve substantial growth. Instead of the solitary mech forced into battle now, we must strive forward. The glory of the Empire will reside with you. The viewers, deeply affected by the atmosphere from the distant battlefield, felt a heavy weight in their hearts. The Huangjin Empire was such that, while the vast majority of its populace remained safe, a select few bore the burden, forging ahead through adversity. Each of them was born ordinary. Yet each should be remembered by the world, along with those valiant souls who had fallen in battle, for their resting places serve as monuments. Most viewers across the Empire watched the satellite television, tears brimming in their eyes, for a battle of disproportionate scale unfolded far away, one that could not simply be ignored. 5th and 6th Corps commanders, Yuan Xiangrong and Meng Hong finally established communication with Lin Chen, urgently shouting, "What are you doing? Withdraw immediately. Even if a city falls, we can rebuild. If you fall, everything is lost." "I cannot retreat. Morale is high," Lin Chen replied calmly from the cockpit of the dragon fighter, gazing at the colossal creature before him. Surprisingly tranquil, he felt as if he had become one with the machine, piloting with the ease of moving his own limbs. Suddenly, helicopters surged forth, prepared to join forces to eliminate the giant monster and prevent a tragedy akin to that of the Jinmen Empire from occurring in the Huangjin Empire. Under the multitude of lights illuminating the battlefield, it resembled daylight. Lin Chen's focus sharpened as the dragon fighter accelerated, unleashing a barrage of ammunition from his firearm, shattering the monster's shield and preventing it from reforming momentarily. Dozens of helicopters followed suit, providing crucial fire support. The monster let out a deafening roar, preparing to retaliate. Its most challenging attack to evade, a rapid blue beam of energy, hurtled towards the dragon fighter. In this moment, Lin Chen entered a state of pure concentration. He was the dragon fighter, and the dragon fighter was him. Ignoring the indicators, he executed a series of masterful maneuvers. Transform. The fighter jet form appeared. With a swift motion, he perfectly anticipated and dodged the attack. Two helicopters behind him, however, were caught within the range of the monster's blue ray and exploded instantaneously. All of this transpired in the blink of an eye. At that moment, the audience watching the satellite television gasped in astonishment, their mouths agape in disbelief. This must be the work of a master. They marveled at the piloting skills within the mech. No ordinary operator could achieve such feats. The dragon fighter evaded the monster's assault, igniting jubilance among the spectators, as their previously suppressed emotions erupted. What had initially seemed an uneven confrontation, given the vast size difference, now appeared to favor the smaller form. The monster's attacks could hardly reach them. With a master at the helm, the creature was reduced to a mere stubborn, clumsy foe. Meanwhile, at the base, Jiang Xiu'er stood inconspicuously in a corner, her finely crafted features betraying a mixture of concern as she gazed at the large screen overhead. She had merely instructed Lin Chen to make an appearance. Having already dispatched the smaller monsters with impressive skill, he should have returned by now, yet he had become reckless. What if he were to perish? This foolishness. Surely, his mother must have allocated all his attributes to intelligence and charm at birth. She was not alone in her worries. The students were also intently focused on Lin Chen's performance. However, unlike Jiang Xiu'er's trepidation, their expressions were exaggerated, collectively gasping in awe at the screen. Wow, this is incredible. They had always viewed Professor Lin as unreliable, yet he had hidden such extraordinary abilities, showcasing remarkable skills with weaponry and piloting. If only they could emulate his prowess. The opportunities would be endless. The base erupted in celebration once more, shifting their attention back to the distant battlefield. A squadron of armed helicopters that had just passed Lin Chen was now reaching the city's outskirts, and the soldiers aboard were filled with trepidation as they surveyed the devastation before them, flames and smoke engulfing the area. The commander steeled himself, issuing orders, prepare for combat. Remember, our mission is to eradicate the smaller monsters. The communications soldier promptly reported that they had received orders from the 6th Legion to join in the mission to eliminate the large monster. The ammunition of their comrades on the battlefield was running low. Absurd, truly absurd. The massive creature, with its tough hide and thick flesh, could not be defeated in a short time. Only after eradicating the smaller monsters could they concentrate their firepower. The captain immediately erupted in a tirade, as this was the most fundamental tactical knowledge. However, the smaller monsters had already been nearly wiped out. What? The captain could hardly believe it. It was well known that while the smaller monsters lacked significant power, they were indeed troublesome. The communications soldier explained the situation. The captain stomped his foot in frustration. Their state-of-the-art armed helicopter was nothing but a farce, having been bested by mechs twice already. They had just arrived and were preparing for battle, only to find that the mechs had decimated the smaller monsters. Frustration. Is your leg cramping, Captain? The communications soldier asked in astonishment. If anyone dares to call our helicopter the aerial overlord again, I'll lose my temper. After his furious outburst, the captain bellowed, Go now? Join the mission to eliminate the large monster. The helicopter squadron began to accelerate. As they drew closer, the soldiers could not help but display expressions of dread. Even from a distance, the vague outline of the monster was chilling. Those who had not witnessed the scene firsthand could not comprehend the pressure exerted by this behemoth. Anyone who laid eyes on it for the first time would be rendered breathless by its imposing presence. The hunt for the monster was underway. The remaining 26 helicopters unleashed a barrage of fire upon the creature, while the tank units, which were initially meant to support them, became collaborative combat units. The monster's protective shields were shattered one by one. It disregarded the helicopters and ground fire, seemingly fixated on Lin Chen, pursuing him through the sky while launching relentless attacks from its gaping maw. During the chase, Lin Chen and his comrades systematically dismantled the monster's shields. The creature roared with fury, shaking the very ground, instilling terror in all who heard it. It had gone berserk, fixated solely on the Tianlong as it lunged towards its target like a mountain. A sense of overwhelming dread enveloped the battlefield, felt deeply by both aerial and ground forces, as if it were a primal terror from the depths of their souls. Some even trembled in fear. This was a rage never before witnessed. Be it the monsters of the empire of Jianli or those of the kingdom of Xia, none compared to the terror presented by this creature. Only this beast was truly enraged. People could feel it. Lin Chen revealed a cold smile, gripping the trigger of the Tianlong, continuously shifting its mech form to evade the beast. The ultra-large rifle fell silent after the initial barrage. In the cockpit of the Tianlong, Lin Chen's lips twitched as he deftly dodged another attack. The commander of the 5th Legion, who had been observing the battle, was puzzled by Lin Chen's sudden ceasefire and inquired urgently, "What is happening?" "The monster has only one shield left. I'm out of ammunition," Lin Chen replied, evading once more. The battle had reached a critical juncture. He drew the 4-meter-long massive sword from the right wing thruster, ready to deliver a lethal blow to the monster at any moment. His declaration of being out of bullets halted the combat on the battlefield. The soldiers on the public channel heard this exasperated proclamation. How could they continue fighting and eliminate the monster without ammunition for the mech at the center of the battle? "I'll dispatch helicopters to deliver more." Commander Meng Hong of the 6th Legion initially intended to have Lin Chen quickly reload, but upon glancing through his binoculars, he fell silent. What in the world? Was that a rifle? Its caliber rivaled that of a standard howitzer. Such a specialized weapon could only be procured with assistance from the base in the Jizu province. Finally, the Empire's latest generation of combat helicopters arrived, and the officer in charge of this operation felt utterly embarrassed. They had arrived just as the others were running out of ammunition. The words spoken on the public channel echoed incessantly in his mind, deeply irritating every nerve. "Is it the last shield? Leave it to us." 9 helicopters hovered in a straight line, and 36 soldiers readied their RPGs. Since guided missiles were ineffective, they decided to manually aim. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In the first wave of attack, 36 RPGs, each trailing long tails of flame, hurtled toward the monster's last energy shielding barrier. The final shield shattered. Now they could engage in close combat. Lin Chen's eyes gleamed with resolve, a cold smile gracing his lips as he steered the Tianlong toward the monster, which was now opening its gaping maw to strike. The moment of reckoning had arrived. At this instant, whether on the battlefield or in front of satellite televisions, everyone held their breath. People sensed the purpose behind the mech wielding the massive sword as it charged toward the monster, yet no one could intervene or halt the impending clash. The mech and the colossal beast were on a collision course, time freezing at that critical second. In a split second, the Tianlong's power surged, the twin thrusters roaring with flame. Lin Chen drove the mech forward, plunging the 4-meter-long battle sword into the monster's head. With a sickening sound, the monster's blood splattered, staining half of the Tianlong's white body crimson. The creature emitted a chilling roar, its agonized cries reverberating through the air, creating a thunderous din. It was not yet dead. This was merely the breach of its defenses. Lin Chen withdrew the battle sword, his right hand outstretched. "Die." The indicator displayed, ice bomb loaded. He aimed at the wound left by the massive sword and deployed an emergency-crafted ice bomb, capable of freezing a radius of several hundred meters in mere moments. The indicator showed that the ice bomb began to unleash its power within 2 meters of the monster's body. This was an attack born of arcane power. In the next moment, the monster's movement slowed, then ceased entirely, its life extinguished as it plummeted from hundreds of meters in the air, kicking up clouds of dust and triggering a miniature earthquake. 2 helicopters illuminated the area with their searchlights, swiftly checking the monster's vital signs. Soon, an excited voice echoed on the public channel. "The monster has lost all life signs. Unknown extreme cold ice crystals have formed within its body." At this moment, a singular voice resonated throughout the vast expanse of the Huangshan Empire. "We have won." Through various floodlights, people once again beheld the mech hovering in the sky, half its body stained with blood. It, along with its valiant pilot, stood as the guardian of the city. Everyone was captivated, revering it more than any superstar. Simultaneously, the international online community erupted in jubilant celebration as the citizens of the Jianming Empire and the Xia Kingdom reveled in the destruction of their once brotherly city. Ha ha ha. The Huangshan Empire has finally met its match. Indeed, they had not dispatched troops to assist during the monster's assault. It was said that when the city of Huajin was ravaged, the Huangshan Empire had only donated a few hundred million in supplies. leaving many of its citizens to huddle together in tents to sleep. Even worse, reliable reports indicated that numerous female refugees had become pregnant. Damn, what a painful revelation. Why don't the monsters attack our city of Chicago? Suddenly, the images broadcasted on television and computers caused everyone to freeze in disbelief. Their mouths agape in shock as they gazed at the screen. In an instant, their mental states crumbled. Chapter 36. The commotion around you initially. It was presumed that the number of monsters this time would be unprecedented, likely reducing at least a dozen cities of the Huangjin Empire to ashes. However, to our astonishment, just as we began to celebrate the destruction of your cities, it seemed as though the Huangjin Empire had swiftly vanquished the monsters. This cannot be true. The monsters must be a mere illusion, utterly disappointing. Oh heavens, the malevolent Huangjin Empire has eradicated the righteous monsters. No, this cannot be. Righteous monsters are not meant to be exterminated. Alas, tears well up as the news describes the mechs as mere toys. Why oh why? Are such advanced mechs not present in our esteemed Jianming Empire, but rather in the impoverished and backward Huangjin Empire? How many secrets has Pus concealed from us? Claiming we are the global hegemon, only for the truth to unravel when the monsters emerged, and asserting that mechs are mere toys. Yet they annihilated the monsters upon their arrival. Citizens across the globe watched in awe as they beheld this stunningly industrial mech, which struck at the very core of everyone's defenses. Countless foreigners were left in disbelief. How could it be that the Huangjin Empire, often underestimated and remaining inconspicuous, displayed such formidable military prowess at a critical moment? People longed for the monsters to embody justice, hoping they would reduce that mech to mere scraps. Yet alas, the righteous monsters fell, unable to overcome the wicked mechs of the empire. In the Jianming Empire, within the emperor's palace, Pus was intently focused on the images transmitted from satellites. Suddenly, witnessing the monster's flawless attack fail to inflict any damage on the Huangjin Empire's mech sent his already frayed nerves into a frenzy. What on earth is wrong with the monstrous attacks? Pus shouted in frustration. He wished fervently for the monsters to obliterate the Huangjin Empire's mech with overwhelming force. But as fate would have it, the outcome diverged sharply from his wishes. Not only were the nimble little monsters eradicated, but even the giant monsters failed to land a blow and were ultimately defeated. Could it be that these monsters were unaccustomed to their environment and became ill? Beyond that, Pus struggled to find any rationale that would assuage his disbelief. A once mighty global hegemon reduced to ruins by a single monster over 5 days, while the Huangjin Empire, faced with even greater threats, dispatched them in half a day. Had the mech appeared sooner, it would likely have accomplished the task in even less time. Now, the Jianming Empire would surely become the laughingstock of the world. Oh God, must the burden of the Jianming Empire fall upon my grand shoulders? It appears that we too must develop our own mechs. Pus cast a glance at the projection on the wall, the imposing mech evoking feelings of envy and resentment within him. After a brief moment of wild celebration, Pus regained a mysterious confidence and instructed his secretary, bring in Mechson, the head of the Academy of Sciences. I wish to review the progress on our mech designs. Shortly thereafter, Mechson arrived. Have the designs been completed? Pus asked eagerly, anticipating a delightful surprise. Indeed, our design features a colossal mech, standing 80 meters tall, powerful enough to crush anything in its path. We have made substantial revisions based on our previous immature concepts, Mechson boasted. Pus leaned over the table, joyfully scrutinizing the mech design with a magnifying glass, and exclaimed, such a magnificent robot. I am utterly enamored. Let us name it Dangerous Wanderer. A splendid name indeed, Pus rejoiced. How many years until its construction is complete? Such a gargantuan entity could hardly be compared to the Huangjin Empire's diminutive toy-like mech. However, Pus was curious about its fuel consumption. Mechson raised 5 fingers. 5 years. Excellent, I can wait, Pus replied, his laughter bordering on the excessive. He even fancied himself ruling for another 12 years, instilling pride in the people of Jianming. Mechson, however, delivered a merciless blow. I'm afraid it will take 500 years. Currently, aside from its appearance, the mechanisms for power, operation, transmission, and so forth remain a mystery. Pus's smile abruptly vanished, his expression shifting to one of seriousness and then to one of displeasure. Damn it! Someone, throw this fool out! Pus roared in a frenzy. Immediately, 2 guards entered and forcibly ejected Mechson from the palace. Meanwhile, within the Huangjin Empire, everyone was momentarily lost in a daze, gazing at the mech that seemed to reach the heavens. After a prolonged silence, jubilant celebrations erupted among the masses. Look, darling, is it not magnificent? I simply must bear a child with the mech pilot. I didn't even blink during the entire ordeal. My blood is boiling. We vanquished these monsters in just half a day. In reality, with the mechs' participation, we hardly exerted ourselves. At this moment, two nations found themselves harshly embarrassed. Suddenly, the jubilance ceased, and a solemn atmosphere enveloped the crowd as the broadcast ended. Fortunately, a battlefield reporter appeared just in time to continue relaying the aftermath of the battle, with the Tianlong mech becoming the focal point of attention, as everyone was curious about the identity of its pilot. Above a city ravaged by battle, Lin Chen piloted the mech back to the ground. Gasps filled the air as anticipation grew. Due to the reporter's distant position, only a blurred outline of the mech's new form and the pilot could be discerned. Illuminated by the firelight, the pilot leaped from the mech and collapsed onto the ground. At that moment, exhaustion overwhelmed Lin Chen. His bones felt as if they might disintegrate. Unless one had experienced the grueling intensity of piloting, they could not fathom the toll it exacted on one's mental and physical faculties. Where are the medics? Yuan Xiangrong and Meng Hong shouted anxiously as they rushed toward the fallen Lin Chen. At this moment, the world fell into silence. An ominous premonition stirred within many hearts. Wondering if Lin Chen had sustained severe injuries during the battle with the monsters, numerous soldiers on the battlefield rushed to Lin Chen's side. For his presence not only eradicated the monsters, but also spared countless comrades from eternal rest beneath the earth. Outside the battlefield, people worried for the pilot's safety, while some wished to follow the reporter to catch a glimpse of the hero's true identity. I'm merely tired and taking a moment to rest. Why are you all causing such a ruckus? Lin Chen sat on the ground, oblivious to the dirt beneath him, smiling as he surveyed the sea of onlookers. Suddenly, the atmosphere turned quiet. Chapter 37. Cultivating Exceptional Talent for the Next Generation of the Empire Salute. The commanders of the 5th and 6th Legions, Yuan Xiangrong and Meng Hong, exchanged glances. This salute conveyed everything, representing the utmost respect. In unison, the soldiers on the battlefield saluted Lin Chen, having engaged in high-intensity operations earlier. I would greatly appreciate it if someone could assist me, Lin Chen said. Two lovely medics hurriedly helped him to his feet, drawn to the strength he exuded. Undoubtedly, Lin Chen was extraordinarily powerful. At that moment, the battlefield reporter shouted, "Make way. Everyone, step aside. The citizens of the Empire are eager to know the name of our hero." The reporter pressed through the crowd and asked, "Hello, Lin Chen. May I ask your name?" "My name is Lin Chen," he replied with a calm smile, directing his gaze towards the camera behind the reporter. With the tasks assigned by Jiang Xiu'er having been exceeded, his reputation had already been established within the 5th and 6th Legions, and now it was time to garner his own fan base. To grasp the essence of the VR capsule technology, Lin Chen had long been envious, for it promised to alleviate the solitude of long, dreary nights. It was undoubtedly an extraordinary innovation. The battlefield correspondent had evidently heard of Lin Chen, although he struggled to recall where he had encountered the name. Sensing that Lin Chen was indeed a remarkable figure. Yes, it was he, the Lin Chen who had been labeled an exemplary failure on the internet last year. The one who returned home with a blank exam paper to construct a mech. Lin Chen maintained a calm demeanor, nodding in acknowledgement, his attitude neither servile nor arrogant. The surviving soldiers on the battlefield gasped in astonishment. Lin Chen had previously been regarded as a cautionary tale online, had it not been for his mech. This battle would likely have concluded in 2 days, leaving surrounding cities to face inevitable devastation. Many felt an urge to voice their discontent. Viewers in front of their televisions were struck dumb, gazing in disbelief at the fiery spectacle illuminated by lights. Realizing that the fierce mech pilot was none other than Lin Chen. Could it be that the illustrious empire of Huangzhen was so depleted of talent that even scientists were compelled to take up arms? It seemed that Peng Yuan would henceforth be relegated to the title of the empire's second most handsome, while Hu Hanzhen would settle for third. No one could tarnish Lin Chen's reputation. The only entity capable of casting shadows upon him was the great fireball in the sky. Following his outstanding performance in battle, Lin Chen swiftly gained notoriety, a phenomenon both fortuitous and inevitable, with many beginning to idolize him. Some overly enthusiastic women even expressed their desire to bear his children, hoping to cultivate future talents for the empire. After all, his prowess in piloting mechs hinted that he might excel in other ventures as well. Simultaneously, the imperial court of the Huangzhen Empire turned its attention to Lin Chen. A striking mother-daughter duo sat in their chairs, their expressions far from pleasant. The younger woman, the 19-year-old second princess, Jiang Yuer, bore a resemblance to Jiang Xiu'er. She gazed at Lin Chen on the television and inquired, "Mother, is that him?" "Indeed. He is the scientist who has captured your father's favor and wields the ultimate weapon of battle." as you witnessed in the recent conflict, given time. He will surely surpass any esteemed general, replied the queen, a graceful middle-aged beauty whose figure remained striking despite bearing 3 children. I heard from Uncle Liang that he and Zhang Shuo are quite close. Zhang Yuer's tone dripped with jealousy. She had grown up in the capital, enjoying the finest education and mingling with the most refined young gentlemen, while Zhang Shuo had nothing, merely a wild child devoid of manners. As the battlefield settled, Lin Chen approached the fallen beast. Even in death, its massive form instilled a sense of insignificance within him. It was overwhelmingly enormous. He marveled at the creature, contemplating the unimaginable academic insights that could be gleaned from its anatomy. Isn't it magnificent? Lin Chen mused, scrutinizing the creature's body. The 2 attractive medics assisting him were puzzled. Do you not see it as a treasure? Lin Chen inquired. The medics exchanged confused glances. Touch it, and you will understand, he urged. After hesitating, the medics began to examine the lifeless body of the beast. Its strength and majesty evoked an indescribable sense of fear within Lin Chen. Precisely. It is a treasure, rich with research value. He then instructed some soldiers from the 5th and 6th Legions to transport the creature's carcass back to the base in J City for dissection and study. Local experts would assist in the logistics, as they too sought to obtain samples of the creature. The soldiers held Lin Chen in high esteem, eagerly accepting their orders. At that moment, Lin Chen recalled the impending rewards for completing the mission. He opened his attribute panel. Host, Lin Chen. Task 1. Thwart the invasion of the beast. Dismantle the alien conspiracy. Task 2. Attain personal power. Task 3. Establish a faction of his own. Lin Chen was astonished. His fan value had skyrocketed to over 100 million. Defeating a monster had garnered such acclaim. Was it truly possible? If such a boon existed, would beasts not become mere stepping stones to fame? The following day, Lin Chen returned to the base, greeted with a warm welcome. After the crowd dispersed, Old Wang prepared to receive the beast's remains. You have a new mission. We must hasten our research on the monster. Exciting, isn't it? Lin Chen spotted Old Wang, one of the principal researchers, and hurried over. Indeed, splendid news. Old Wang paused, a smile gracing his face, but internally he thought, goodness, more time constraints? Resources were dwindling, and 3 provincial governors had expressed gratitude, offering expert teams to assist in their endeavors. We urgently need this. Studying the beast will only delay our mech development. Old Wang feigned a calm demeanor, but Lin Chen sensed a familiar unease. Just then, he noticed Zhang Shuo approaching, and his expression returned to normal as he nodded and stepped aside, leaving the floor to the youth. Zhang Shuo approached Lin Chen, giving him a thumbs up and inspecting him closely. Are you uninjured? Not at all, Lin Chen replied. You were reckless, Zhang Shuo admonished. Due to the Empire's mech's remarkable performance against the beasts, there will be an awards ceremony the day after tomorrow. You are to be honored for your role in combating the monsters. Liang Shizhong insists you postpone your current tasks. And your stance on this? Lin Chen queried. Go for the honor, but refuse the medal, she replied. Then what is the point? It would be better not to attend at all, Zhang Shuo remarked, frowning. At the ceremony, you'll have the opportunity to win hearts and minds. The Empire's central institutions, like the command center and domestic affairs, require no flattery. Your current goal is to enhance your reputation across the legions and among the populace. Are you plotting to incite rebellion? Lin Chen was taken aback by her implications. Stop with the nonsense. Will you do it or not? Zhang Shuo asked, her brow furrowed. I will, Lin Chen answered resolutely. Knowing that if Zhang Shuo were to turn against him, her dreams of settling on the moon would be dashed. Well, we are partners in mutual benefit. Your success is my success, Zhang Shuo smiled. The next day marked the 2nd day since the Huangjin Empire had vanquished the beasts. The world was stunned by the Mech's heroic participation in the battle. Consequently, journalists from every corner of the globe, both allied and unaligned, flocked to the Huangjin Empire, eager for a transparent and fair stance on the beast situation. Queries arose regarding the creature's vulnerabilities and the possibility of selling mechs for collective defense against future threats. However, a small nation, devoid of ulterior motives, arrived solely with a formidable mandate to insist that Lin Chen return to his homeland and develop there, demanding that the Huangjin Empire cease any restrictions on his life and restore the citizenship of the citizens of Sanyan. Regrettably, after an exhaustive search in the glorious empire, not a trace of Lin Chen could be found, compelling one to attend the press conference held by the empire with a sense of resignation. The venue for the press conference was already teeming with journalists of every hue, yellow, white, and black, creating a vibrant and historic spectacle. As the event commenced, the atmosphere was charged with excitement, punctuated by the incessant clicking of cameras. A reporter from the Three Cold Nations was the first to pose a question. When will your empire escort the inventor of the mecha, Lin Chen, back to his homeland? The crowd fell into a state of bewilderment. Lin Chen was indeed a citizen of the glorious empire, was he not? The foreign minister's expression stiffened, forcing a smile as he queried, "What does this reporter mean?" The journalist continued earnestly, "Lin Chen is a descendant of the Three Cold people. We have already obtained proof that he is a distinguished member of our noble Three Cold ethnicity. We implore you not to restrict his personal freedom and to ensure his safe return to his homeland." This statement left the thousand-strong assembly of journalists dumbfounded. How could this be? They had already coveted his medical expertise, chess skills, and culinary delights, but now they were laying claim to him as well. Would the entire glorious empire soon become a vassal of the Three Cold Nations? At that moment, a reporter from the stalwart empire, sidestepping the more foolish inquiries, posed a thoughtful question. First, congratulations to the glorious empire on its triumph over the beasts. Given your advanced mecha technology, will you share it globally to jointly combat these creatures? Nations had long been intrigued by how mechas had dispatched the monsters. They could fly, transform. How was it achieved? What powered them? How were they operated? It was an enigma. If their own nations could acquire such technology, their pilots would undoubtedly outperform those from the glorious empire. Regrettably, I am not authorized to answer that question. Why does your emperor not allow our glorious citizens to partake? The reporter from the stalwart empire trembled with indignation. How could the esteemed Emperor Puss be compared to these vile yellow-skinned monkeys? Following this, a reporter from the Gukhan nation, known for its rivalry with the glorious empire, inquired, "Hello, we wish to purchase a mecha for 150 billion. Will you sell?" "No," retorted the press conference organizer with firm resolve. "Why not? Your nation boasts unparalleled mecha technology and the capacity to dominate the globe. Are you not willing to sell even one mecha to help us fend off the monsters?" The Gukhan journalist pressed, his voice echoing the sentiments of the world. If they could not share, then they could buy and research it themselves. Once they mastered it, the mecha would belong to them. Utilizing their own mechas to vanquish monsters would be far more appealing than relying on the glorious empire for protection. No. We in the glorious empire have always been met with global hostility. We are the weakest nation in the world, thus we will not sell our technology. Nor does anyone desire it. The Gukhan reporter, along with others from the Polar Empire and Stalwart Empire, recalled the slander often directed at the glorious empire, accusations of consuming gutter oil and breathing smog. In that moment, a shared silence enveloped the journalists, as if an endless stream of discontent swirled through the air. The Gukhan reporter scoffed, "Even if we do not purchase your mechas, we can create even more advanced ones. Should monsters attack, we will eliminate them ourselves, without needing to beseech anyone." The Gukhan nation had long harbored disdain for the glorious empire. If they could not buy a mecha, they would certainly not bow down, lest it be known that they feared the glorious empire. Furthermore, monsters might not even target the Gukhan nation, which possessed the world's most advanced motorcycle battalion capable of carrying over 20 warriors. If monsters approached, they would be swiftly dispatched. The only calm presence among them was the reporter from the Outer Mong Empire. Their geographical position nestled between the glorious and polar empires meant that monsters would not dare attack, as both empires ensured their homeland safety. The journalist from the Stalwart Empire supported the Gukhan reporter, for Gukhan was a subordinate of Stalwart. Recently, they had even executed a joint operation, albeit with dismal results. Indeed, do not assume that only your glorious empire possesses mechas. According to reliable sources, nations worldwide are urgently developing their own. And we in the Stalwart Empire boast the highest number of scientists globally. We shall create mechas far more advanced than your mere toys. Upon hearing this, many journalists exchanged knowing smiles. While every nation sought to develop mechas, none could match the allure of those from the glorious empire. Meanwhile, in the palace of the Stalwart Emperor, Puss erupted. "Why are so many talented individuals from our empire applying to return to the glorious empire?" he bellowed, clutching a list of names urgently delivered by the Minister of Internal Affairs. The list included physicists, chemists, and biologists, nearly 100 in total, all of whom had garnered numerous accolades in their respective fields. It seemed as if they had conspired to return to the glorious empire en masse. If they all departed, the advancement of the scientific community in the Stalwart Empire would be delayed by a year or more. They claimed the glorious empire had developed a true ultimate weapon to combat the monsters and wished to contribute their talents. The minister's countenance darkened. "Puss, do not approve their requests. If any disobey, confine them to the basement." Puss was infuriated. Was it truly the mechas of the glorious empire that vanquished the beasts? "Puss, just wait. When the next monster appears, we shall demonstrate a power greater than that of the glorious empire and attract even more exceptional talents to our stalwart empire. Let us visit our underground research facility to examine the progress on monster research. Perhaps we can derive mecha technology from the very bodies of these creatures, Puss said. Rising heavily, our Academy of Sciences is not engaged in mecha research. The minister queried, perplexed. Puss, do not mention that fool Meterson. He claims we cannot manufacture mechas for another 500 years. By that time, we will be speaking glorious. Meterson must be a spy from the glorious empire. I heard his daughter is studying there. Puss began to rage anew. Chapter 39. The Guardian's resting place is the monument. Puss, accompanied by the Minister of Internal Affairs, navigated through various routes before boarding a helicopter to a desolate desert. At the desert's center lay a modest military camp, with the base established beneath it. Puss knocked on the door. A mechanical voice responded from within, freedom of the stalwart nation. Puss replied with the countersign. The heavy door swung open. Puss and the minister descended slowly into the underground facility via an elevator. I had no idea such a place existed within the stalwart empire. The minister grumbled, feeling disgruntled. As the minister responsible for the empire's internal affairs, he was frustrated to discover that he had been kept in the dark. How many secrets had Puss concealed? The highest authority in this underground base is the Elder Council. Some of my commands may lack authority here, Puss admitted, sharing a similar frustration. Upon entering the subterranean facility, Puss inquired of the head researcher, has there been any progress in the study of the monsters? Yes. We discovered a series of mysterious signals just 3 days after the monsters were brought in. They appear to be destruction commands, the researcher replied. An alien conspiracy? Curse it. It must be that the Council has sent Voyager 1, which has now been captured by aliens. Puss's expression grew increasingly grim. Moreover, we have dismantled the monster's mechanical wings and developed a mecha. A mecha? Purrs was skeptical, especially given the espionage activities of Metzen, which made him paranoid whenever he heard about the Council's mecha. The concept of a mecha had nearly become an obsession for him. Is it equipped with a head like a tank? Or is it designed for 500 years? Yes, please follow me. Soon, a mecha under construction emerged before Purrs. The lead engineer began to detail the mecha's specifications. As it had yet to be armored, it appeared exceptionally slender and rudimentary. Standing 16 meters tall with 4 blade-like legs and an oversized turbine in its abdomen that granted it the ability to fly. It was named Terror Killer or Terror Robot. Isn't it impressive? The engineer beamed with pride. Oh, for heaven's sake. Purrs covered his face, looking utterly disheartened, while its practicality remained uncertain. In comparison to the super-cool mecha of the Huangjin Empire, this Terror Killer was undeniably ugly. Adding more legs would make it resemble a large spider. And if arms were added, it would look like a giant crab, lacking any semblance of the cold ruthlessness a killer should possess. Despite its unappealing design, given us time, we will undoubtedly create mecha that can rival that of the Huangjin Empire, the engineer insisted. Purrs nodded. Though visibly dissatisfied, the mecha's design was lackluster. But at least it provided some semblance of cover. At last, the Council had accomplished something worthwhile. Once it's completed, I will ensure the world witnesses our Terror Killer, Purrs declared. Meanwhile, it had been the 3rd day since the Huangjin Empire's demise, and Lin Chen along with Jiang Xiu'er set forth to the capital. Observing the bustling city, Jiang Xiu'er fell into a contemplative silence as she drove. Lin Chen, however, felt little sentiment, merely glancing at the array of luxury cars and stylishly dressed women. Unfortunately, his eyes remained surprisingly calm, viewing those beautiful legs as mere vehicles, rather than delectable delights. Do you fancy those beauties on the streets? Jiang Xiu'er asked absently. Not particularly. None can compare to your beauty, Lin Chen replied, his words strikingly candid. Are you implying you have an interest in me? Jiang Xiu'er was momentarily taken aback, her expression shifting to one of disbelief, surpassing her previous understanding of Lin Chen. No, I mean you are more attractive than them. But I am far more captivated by mecha. Can you not sense it? The cold, formidable touch of mecha sends shivers through my veins. This feeling is unmatched by anyone else. Jiang Xiu'er felt flustered, realizing that had she not once glimpsed Lin Chen's masculine responses, she would have doubted his orientation. Soon, they arrived at the venue for the awarding ceremony, meant to honor the heroes who had contributed to resisting monsters. A multitude of attendees gathered, with every prominent figure of the Empire present, and several reporters broadcasting live to the audience, enhancing the Empire's unity. When staff approached the duo to seat Lin Chen at the front as per the prior arrangement, Jiang Xiu'er insisted on sitting back to observe. The staff nodded apologetically. This was the best compromise. It seemed the Empire had overlooked the significance of Princess Jiang Xiu'er's presence. Consequently, Lin Chen was escorted to the front row. In a curious twist, during the ceremony, Lin Chen found himself seated alongside 15 military leaders of the empire. As the time for the ceremony drew near, Lin Chen and the other heroes of the monster resistance ascended the stage. Observing Jiang Mingyuan take the empire's honorary golden dragon medal from Jiang Yuer, Lin Chen maintained a steady gaze and spoke. I apologize, but I feel unworthy of this medal and must decline. Jiang Mingyuan's hands froze midair, his smile fading abruptly. While Lin Chen's demeanor could be dismissed as a jest in private, this was a live broadcast for the citizens of the empire. An immediate hush fell over the hall. Every gaze fixed on Lin Chen, marking an unprecedented moment in the empire's history. Why are you here if you do not want the medal? The audience watching the live broadcast was equally stunned. What a bold move by Lin Chen. No, I believe the medal was mistakenly awarded. It should be given to his mecha. Quickly, send a mecha to carry him away. The spectators were left puzzled. Why would Lin Chen refuse a medal? Did he feel that as the primary force against the monsters, a single medal was insufficient? Just as the assembly braced for the worst, Lin Chen declared, in the places where I fought alongside the 5th and 6th legions, countless comrades rest beneath the earth. Each of those individuals has accomplished more than I ever could. If possible, I hope to construct a monument at the resting place of the Guardians, for we must never forget the past of that city. This medal feels too hot to hold. His words resonated deeply, piercing the most vulnerable defenses of the Empire's 15 military leaders. As soldiers of the Empire, they understood all too well that those fallen comrades would soon be forgotten, along with their names. No one visits the generals' graves. Yet the trivialities of entertainers are widely known. Lin Chen bestowed upon the fallen soldiers the right to be remembered by the world. Thank you. Applause erupted throughout the hall. Jiang Mingyuan, Yang Ming, and the central figures of the empire exchanged contemplative glances with the young man. Meanwhile, the audience watching the awarding ceremony on television began to realize they had misjudged him, moved by Lin Chen's heartfelt words. Each viewer felt as though they were on the battlefield against the monsters, witnessing the harrowing sacrifices made by countless warriors. Soon after, the trending topic on Weibo skyrocketed. The resting place of the Guardians is the monument from the Empire's most legendary figure, Lin Chen. In Weibo, Lin Chen dominated the headlines with a single statement. All scandals of infidelity and domestic violence were swiftly cast aside. Many who had missed the live broadcast flocked to Lin Chen's Weibo, quickly becoming captivated by his words, regardless of age or gender. Thus, after absorbing Lin Chen's poignant declaration, the comments on Weibo surged to astonishing numbers in a remarkably short time. This is the true bond of life and death. The Empire endures. And may our fallen heroes rest easy. I love him. My husband has agreed to let me have a child with Lin Chen. The upstairs husband is a real man. What kind of heart allows one to support his wife in having a child with another? Unsurprisingly, Lin Chen, following Jiang Xiuer's approach, successfully left an impeccable image within both the military factions and the populace of the empire. However, it also drew the attention of certain individuals, notably Jiang Mingyuan and the central figures of the empire. In the wake of Lin Chen's actions, no one at the awarding ceremony accepted the now hot potato medal. After the event concluded, Jiang Mingyuan approached Lin Chen with an invitation to visit the emperor's palace. Behind him, Jiang Yuer, with her enchanting eyes, smiled and remarked, "Indeed. I've heard your name before. I vividly recall your battle against the monsters and have long sought an opportunity to meet you." Thanks to the timely emergence of the monsters, Lin Chen's identity underwent a profound transformation, now seated among the 15 military leaders of the empire. The most crucial aspect is that he is still young. I apologize, but I am feeling somewhat unwell. The monstrous creature is scheduled for transport today for research, and I am exceedingly busy. Lin Chen's refusal is entirely reasonable, leaving no room for reproach. I see. Then you must visit the emperor's residence next time, Jiang Mingyuan said with a smile. Lin Chen nodded and turned to bid farewell to Jiang Xiuer, saying, "Xiuer, we are leaving." "Xiuer is here too?" Jiang Mingyuan turned his head in the direction Lin Chen had indicated, catching sight of the solitary figure seated at the back of the assembly. His body stiffened. It seemed he had almost forgotten her. How could she arrive without giving him a heads up? Is that my sister? I hardly recognize her. Jiang Yuer also noticed Jiang Xiuer's presence. After so many years away, it was not just him. Even she felt estranged from her. Jiang Mingyuan's expression became complicated as he recalled the brief exchanges he had had with his biological father during his 2 visits to the base. "Dad, please don't be sad. I think my sister might be." Upon hearing the concern from his side, Jiang Mingyuan couldn't help but sigh. If only Xiuer possessed even half of Yuer's obedience. Seeing Lin Chen and Jiang Xiuer laughing together as they departed, Jiang Yuer obediently fell silent, her emotions hidden from view. There are only so many powerful figures within the empire, and none are particularly approachable. Yet, Jiang Xiu'er appeared to be on such intimate terms with the Empire's new elite. This sight was indeed disconcerting. She could not fathom how Jiang Xiu'er, that wild girl, could be so favored, possessing nothing but her looks. Despite her own diligent studies in etiquette and propriety, Jiang Xiu'er seemed to require none of it, and yet the Empire's heavyweights rallied to her side. The late Liang Shizhong had been like this, and now Lin Chen was no different. Inside the vehicle, Jiang Xiu'er remained at the wheel, her silence lingering for a moment before she spoke. What did that White Lotus sister of mine say to you? She mentioned wanting to get to know me, and then she invited me to the Emperor's residence. Watch the road, drive slowly. I want to get out. That is my home. Stop, stop. The vehicle sped directly back to the base. When Lin Chen exited, he was thoroughly disheveled. Jiang Xiu'er had been driving erratically the entire way. At that moment, the transport of the monster's remains had already arrived, and the process of disassembling the creature for entry into the base began. Accompanying them were 5 expert teams from 3 provinces, strategizing their respective future tasks outside the base. Look, isn't that Professor Lin? Suddenly, they noticed Lin Chen's presence, and everyone rushed over. As a legend in the scientific community, he was an idol for many scientists. Hello, Professor Lin, we are. Indeed, it is Professor Lin, still so youthful. Enough flattery. Professor Lin is the scientist who invented mechs. Excessive praise will tarnish his noble image. Professor Lin, could I have a photograph? It is said that hanging your picture by the bedside wards off evil. Not just that. I've heard it's become fashionable to worship the god of science, Lin Chen, offering incense thrice daily. Lin Chen's arrival ignited excitement among the researchers, who began to shower him with admiration. In a sense, Lin Chen was a prophet in the scientific realm, revered by all scientists. Feeling the warmth of their enthusiasm and fervent gazes, Lin Chen's heart swelled. The base would no longer be overwhelmed with work. Indeed, as Lin Chen had anticipated, the addition of this fresh force significantly enhanced the efficiency within the base. The speed of mecha production skyrocketed, and research and development progressed at an unprecedented pace. Subsequently, regenerative samples were extracted from the monster's blood. With further research and analysis, these samples could potentially enable paralyzed patients to stand once more. The researchers dubbed these samples divine samples. However, upon discovering information about the T-virus from the system panel, Lin Chen promptly halted the research and ordered the destruction of all related findings. Later, a mysterious signal was extracted from the monster's body, and upon decoding, its message was, destroy everything. The entire base was astounded. Could it be that extraterrestrial beings truly existed? As the month began, a calm atmosphere prevailed, with no monsters emerging due to the expansion of the dimensional rift. Unbeknownst to the people, after enduring a tense beginning to the month, some nations could no longer remain passive. For instance, the nation of Gukha, which had long sought to challenge the Huangjin Empire. Emperor Lungu Mo of Gukha was en route to his secret base. The appearance of monsters and mechas had sounded the alarm worldwide. This was an opportunity to alter the global landscape. If they seized it, Gukha could ascend to imperial status, perhaps even global dominance. Hence, Lungu Mo swiftly issued an edict to mobilize the entire nation's resources to manufacture mechas. Before long, he arrived at the base, exhilarated. Scientists bustled about, industriously crafting mechas, while at the center stood a colossal mecha, over 60 meters tall, radiating a metallic sheen. Lungu Mo intended to showcase to the world that Gukha possessed not only the most advanced mechanized infantry, but also mechas capable of crushing all opposition. Prepare to witness the miracle of Gukha, the War Fortress. Chapter 41. The most powerful mecha, War Fortress. Lungu Mo gazed proudly at the enormous mecha. Indeed, this massive construct had been officially designated as the War Fortress by the Council, symbolizing a steadfast bastion in warfare. Initially, Gukha had intended to model their mecha after the Heavenly Dragon design, known for its agility and superior mobility. However, during the actual design phase, all engineers were left astounded. The precision of the Huangjin Empire's mechas was unparalleled, while the technology behind the Heavenly Dragon remained an enigma. How could they develop it? How would they address issues of power and neural interaction? Surely, they could not operate the mecha as one would a bulldozer to attack monsters, for that would be absurd. Thus, Gukha resolutely decided to develop a mecha of their own. Model, Steel Fortress. Pilot capacity, 70 individuals. Height, 60 meters. Power source, fuel. Emperor Lungu Mo inquired of the base's overseer, what is the progress on our mecha development? The completion is imminent, the overseer replied. Lungu Mo nodded with pride. The swift progress was due to the fact that the production of mechas was relatively elementary for Gukha scientists. They employed tank manufacturing techniques, investing heavily to successfully develop the mecha using over 40 tanks. Otherwise, it would not have been possible to include both fuel and 70 pilots. Had there been more tanks available for immediate use, Gaka might have even contemplated constructing a 100-meter-tall behemoth to crush everything. In summary, the steel fortress was a symbol of Gaka's glory. Lungu Mo asked for a specific timeline. Perhaps the day after tomorrow, the overseer suggested, providing a pragmatic time frame, especially since the war fortress required the installation of a rotating head for embellishment. Lungu Mo pondered for a moment before stating solemnly, "Very well. I want to unveil our war fortress to the world day after tomorrow. Its existence will shatter global perceptions of Gaka, revealing our formidable might." Surrounding scientists trembled with excitement at his words, knowing that soon the entire world would witness the miracle of Gaka. The following day, the dimensional rift connecting to the deep sea was fully expanded, and a colossal beast, defying comprehension, surged forth from the portal, accompanied by a swarm of smaller creatures. These monsters were headed straight for Gaka. The world remains largely oblivious to the occurrences beneath the sea, including the nation of Gakak. Many believe that safety is assured once the beginning of the month has passed. Consequently, they broadcasted globally, shifting the conversation from monstrous threats to mechanized marvels. Gakak announced that tomorrow, in its capital, it would unveil the world's second mech, the War Fortress, a creation purported to be the most formidable mech in history. In a bid to maintain an air of mystery and build anticipation among the populace of various nations, Lingamo understood precisely how to proceed, releasing only select information. The specifics regarding the War Fortress would be unveiled tomorrow, undoubtedly capturing the world's attention. As soon as the news broke, it swept across the globe like a tempest. This startling revelation left many in a state of bewilderment. The anticipated monstrous threats had not materialized, yet Gakak's mech emerged instead. The announcement of the world's second mech, and the strongest one at that? Merely the implication had rendered countless minds dizzy. Many speculated that the next nation to unveil a mech would likely be one of the four great empires, excluding the glorious True Empire. Perhaps the mighty Jin Empire or the Polar Empire, both military powerhouses. Yet, ironically, the second nation to develop a mech turned out to be Gakak. They were known for their humble means, and now claimed the ability to construct a mech? Incredible. Truly a nation akin to a cheat code. Moreover, the name of their mech, the War Fortress, sounded impressive. By mere association, the world instinctively assumed that Gakak's War Fortress would surely outshine the mechs of the glorious True Empire in every conceivable aspect. The anticipation for tomorrow's revelation grew fervently. At that moment, news of Lingamo's announcement reached the glorious True Empire, igniting a considerable uproar. The citizens, who had prided themselves on being the only nation with mechs, were now faced with the reality that other nations, including the one notorious for its peculiar practices, had achieved the same feat. Discussions spread like wildfire throughout the empire. Gakak could actually produce mechs? Wasn't it said their industry was woefully underdeveloped? A nation capable of transporting people by train now had the capability to manufacture mechs? The War Fortress was an enigma. What could it possibly be? The populace pondered the superiority of their own mechs versus that of the War Fortress. The fervor surrounding the mechs remained unabated, imbued with skepticism. It appeared that Gakak had thrown a colossal smoke bomb, leaving everyone disoriented and unable to draw comparisons. Ultimately, the citizens of the empire flocked to Lin Chen for answers, inundating him with inquiries regarding the relative strengths of the mechs from both nations. Lin Chen took to Weibo to express his views. "I cannot ascertain which mech reigns supreme, but the name War Fortress is undeniably formidable." After posting, he scratched his head in confusion. The War Fortress? One could only hope that Gakak's mech lived up to such a solid name. Following Lin Chen's commentary, the internet erupted with debate. The angles of the responses were rather peculiar. Was the name truly that powerful? Laughter ensued. Generally, the more flamboyant a name, the less impressive the actual performance. Akin to gaming where outlandish names often belong to the most underwhelming characters. The ensuing discourse on the mechs ignited a fierce argument online, as Lin Chen's Weibo was not a space of decorum, leading to heated exchanges among fans. Meanwhile, the news reached the mighty Jin Empire. Puss, enjoying a delightful late-night snack, contemplated the imminent completion of the mech, the terrifying killer. He pondered whether to announce its arrival soon, demonstrating that the mighty Jin Empire was not to be outdone by the glorious True Empire in the realm of mechs. He envisioned a future where the citizens would petition for a Statue of Liberty to be erected in the capital, dreaming of being celebrated by future generations. Even as he consumed instant noodles, he felt as though he was indulging in a gourmet feast, his spirits soaring with ambition. Suddenly, the Minister of Foreign Affairs rushed in, bearing urgent news from across the ocean regarding Gakak. Oh, for goodness sake. Puss's delight instantly dissipated, replaced by fury. Gakak was set to unveil its mech tomorrow, and audaciously claimed it was the strongest in the world? The war fortress? How could a nation filled with such absurdity have the capability to produce a mech in a shorter time than the esteemed mighty Jin Empire? Puss was decidedly displeased, believing that the second nation to announce a mech should rightfully have been the mighty Jin Empire, not a petty nation like Gakak. He found himself exceedingly curious about the strength of Gakak's mech, hoping it was not merely a case of a strong name without substance. Chapter 42. Indeed, it is strong. The news surrounding Gakak's mech continued to propagate across the globe, and an overwhelming majority were eager to witness the nation's claim of the strongest mech in history. After all, Gakak's reputation had been remarkably poor: small territory, scant resources, a large population, and an industrial sector that was severely lagging. Could such a destitute nation truly manufacture mechs? Unbelievable. Regardless, one could not deny that Emperor Lingamo had successfully garnered global attention by introducing the strongest mech in history, placing Gakak in the spotlight. The citizens of Gakak celebrated throughout the day, taking to the streets to rejoice in their nation's achievement. Wealthier families, equipped with computers, engaged in forum discussions. Hooray! Tomorrow I shall don my finest attire to welcome our mech. Which nation will dare to look down upon us now? Long live Emperor Lingamo. The war fortress will be a marvel for the world. With the strongest mech, the war fortress, and the globe's most advanced motorcycle mechanized units, could they not be deemed invincible? One could only wonder if the glorious true empire would feel trepidation in the future. The fervor among the citizens of Gakak reached unprecedented heights, a celebration unlike any before. Many rushed to the capital to witness their nation's pride firsthand. Countless individuals donned their cleanest garments, ready to welcome the debut of Gakak's mech, eager to witness this epic miracle, while the outside world buzzed with excitement. Within the emperor's palace, Lingamo remained active, issuing commands for the secret base to transport the war fortress to the capital for its unveiling, ensuring to top off the fuel to avoid any embarrassing mishaps during the presentation. Accompanying the mech would be a contingent of the renowned motorcycle mechanized units. The next day, as the sea monsters approached Gakak's territorial waters, the capital was inundated with over 100,000 visitors. The throngs of people effectively paralyzed the entire street, and the influx of tourists reached unprecedented levels. At that moment, the citizens of Gakak waved their flags, the clamor surpassing even that of a bustling marketplace. Where are they? I've stood here all night. They exclaimed, our Gakak has finally risen. No longer will we face the threat of colonization. Enthusiasm surged as they cheered, eagerly anticipating the arrival. Lingamo and the Minister of Internal Affairs stood together, gazing down at the seemingly endless sea of people, the fervent atmosphere affirming that Gakak was on the brink of ascendance. The minister glanced at his watch, expressing concern. Can our war fortress truly contend with the monsters? Lingamo replied with conviction, why wouldn't it? The romance of mechs lies in their ability to confront monsters head-on with formidable armor. Are our 40-plus tanks merely for show? However, the heart of the Minister of Internal Affairs was still filled with apprehension. After all, the war fortress was about to make its global debut. And if it were to be recognized as a mere tank modification, it would be a different story. Lingamo remarked, there is no room for hesitation. The calamities brought forth by the monsters will also reshape the world order. This is our opportunity for the rise of the Gakka nation. As the clock struck 9 in the morning, Gakka began to broadcast the imminent unveiling of the war fortress to the world. At that moment, the entire globe awaited the grand entrance of the war fortress. A distant series of explosive sounds echoed, leaving the citizens of Gakka in a state of bewilderment, soon followed by ecstatic realization. They exclaimed, who would have thought we could witness the pride of Gakka today? Lingamo, I wish to serve you as a concubine. Look, behold the invincible motorcycle battalion. In the capital of Gakka, as per Lingamo's request, the motorcycle battalion made its appearance before the war fortress. This very unit ignited a frenzy among the Gakka populace, who cheered for these extraordinary riders. This was an unparalleled motorcycle battalion. Each motorcycle could effortlessly carry 20 warriors. It seemed that only the Gakka nation could achieve such a feat proudly. The motorcycles gleamed as they rolled onto the scene. The citizens of Gakka erupted in jubilant cheers. At this moment, viewers across the globe, gathered around their televisions, collectively inhaled sharply. Although they had heard of Gakka's motorcycle battalion, witnessing it firsthand was a breathtaking experience. Each motorcycle on screen left spectators in awe. How could a motorcycle carry 20 individuals while performing such complex stunts? The warriors atop displayed an air of composure, as if accommodating even more riders would be a trivial task. The world seemed to be bested by Gukka, as the Gikka people appeared to possess an invincible advantage. Goodness! If someone were to hire these motorcyclists for a celebration, the performance would undoubtedly be spectacular, exclaimed one. Oh my, I can't believe my eyes. Amidst the global frenzy of commentary, the invincible motorcycle battalion finally cruised down the streets. At this moment, aside from Gukka, viewers worldwide set aside their biases, regardless of race. Everyone felt a sense of incredulity. Then, under the world's gaze, the main event, the War Fortress, was on the verge of its grand entrance. A thunderous rumble resonated from afar, accompanied by the sounds of massive mechanical friction. Even the ground trembled slightly, as if in fear of the impending behemoth. Behold, the pride of Gukka, the War Fortress approaches. The citizens felt an impending wave of excitement. Soon, a colossal silhouette emerged, towering over 60 meters. A true giant that seemed to consume the entire street. Thick black smoke billowed from its rear, a clear indication of the internal engine's workings. The War Fortress, shrouded in dark smoke, fully came into view. The cheers of the Gikka citizens faded. Those who had donned their finest attire to witness the spectacle now found their clothes soiled by soot, their expressions one of disbelief. Was this truly the pride of Gukka, the most powerful mech in history? Indeed, it was formidable. The empires of Huangjin and Jianming, along with nations worldwide, were left questioning, what on earth is this colossal creation? My goodness, is this 60-meter-tall tank truly the legendary War Fortress spoken of by Longamo? The astonishment was palpable. Chapter 43. This planet will be guarded by the War Fortress in the eyes of onlookers. The Gukka mech indeed lived up to the term colossal. Its robust frame shimmered with a metallic sheen, designed with tank tracks for mobility, and equipped with nearly 30 cannons capable of unleashing a formidable barrage. It was, without a doubt, the most powerful mech in history. In terms of its debut alone, it overshadowed Lin Chen's dragon. In the Jinming Empire, Puss resisted the urge to smash his television as he awaited the War Fortress's reveal. Upon witnessing its true form, he spat out his drink in shock, exclaiming, Longamo is truly impressive. This 60-meter-tall tank can indeed crush everything. But how on earth will their soldiers operate such a gigantic tank to crush flying monsters? Good heavens! This behemoth runs on fuel. One press of the accelerator could empty a gas station. Is Longamo planning to have their citizens live amidst the exhaust fumes of this colossal tank? Or will the fumes suffocate them before the monsters do? Puss chuckled at the thought, realizing the spotlight would soon shift to Jianmin's mechs. Considering the terrifying design of their mech, he immediately called the underground research facility, stating, Make our terrifying assassin more aesthetically pleasing. The head of the facility replied, Should we add a pair of pincers? Good grief, you're building a mech, not a giant crab. You fool. Puss scolded angrily. How about adding a tail? For goodness sake, you imbeciles. Meanwhile, the world continued to watch as the Gukka mech advanced slowly. But it bore an oddly familiar resemblance. Is this truly the Gikka's claim to the title of the most powerful mech in history? Yet, it appeared to be merely a collection of tank components. Eventually, the War Fortress arrived before the Emperor's palace in Gukka. Its unparalleled weight reverberated through the ground, and its thunderous roar was an unprecedented ordeal for the spectators witnessing the pride of Gukka. Moreover, the massive exhaust emitted dark smoke, filling the air with a nauseating stench. One could only imagine the spectacle when 40 tanks were combined into one, burning fuel and belching out smoke. The audience in front of their televisions could clearly see that as the War Fortress passed, those who had come to witness the miracle were left disheveled, retching uncontrollably, resembling refugees caught in a storm. The citizens of Huangjin, initially burdened by the sense of impending overshadowing by Gukka, were glued to their screens, not wanting to miss a moment. However, upon witnessing the Gukka miracle fully manifest, they were left speechless, shocked by such an entrance. It felt strange and humorous, and many rushed online to express their amusement. The romance of mechs is to wear the thickest armor and endure the hardest blows. This is truly a fuel guzzler. If it weren't for that head, I might not have realized this was merely a heap of modified tanks. Indeed, Gukka was impressive, and at that moment, not just the Huangjin Empire, but virtually every viewer around the globe emerged from their stupor. Gukka's boasts echoed loudly, yet what they presented seemed to be a mere trick. In reality, the Gukka populace's acceptance of the War Fortress exceeded expectations, as they saw hope for their rise. Despite being covered in soot and disheveled, their love for the miracle remained undiminished. They wiped the grime from their faces and jubilantly proclaimed, "Gaka has risen." The war fortress slowly came to a halt in front of the emperor's palace. Lungamo, with a spirited demeanor, announced through the prepared loudspeaker, "People, behold. Indeed, our nation, Gaka, has risen." As monstrous creatures frequently assault human cities, the world finds itself at a loss. Yet, we possess our very own mechs. From this moment forth, our war fortress shall safeguard the globe. The citizens of Gaka erupted in joyous cheers. After Lungamo's fervent oration, he felt unsatisfied with the world's gaze upon them. It was imperative to showcase the ascendance of Gaka. He continued to proclaim, "Now, let our heroic pilots emerge from the war fortress and take an oath before the world." Thus, the pilots began to emerge from the war fortress, a lengthy process that took 10 minutes before all were visible to the crowd. Citizens of the Huangjin Empire. Citizens of the Jianming Empire. Global audience. What is this? So many pilots? The global audience was perplexed. Upon further reflection, they found no fault in it. After all, with such a multitude of tanks gathered, it was only natural to have an abundance of mecha pilots. 70 pilots stood in a line, clad in uniforms nearly identical to Lin Chen's, though these uniforms offered little durability compared to military attire made of burlap. The Huangjin Empire had uniforms, and the pilots of Gaka could not be without. As the dashing pilots made their appearance, they were greeted with thunderous applause. Greetings to the citizens of Gaka and the audience worldwide. We are the pilots of the war fortress. Faced with the escalating threat of monstrous assaults on human cities, we shall unite to pilot the war fortress, becoming the guardians of this planet and defending peace for humanity, building a better home together. The 70 pilots, with solemn expressions, recited their oath in unison, presenting a striking image. The atmosphere became reverent, resonating with the heartfelt sentiments of the Gaka citizens towards the pilot's vow. Indeed, with the rise of Gaka, this perilous world would require Gaka's protection. Moreover, women across the globe would take pride in marrying Gaka men. At that moment, Lungamo furrowed his brow. While the pilots performed impeccably, it was regrettable. If only a monster would appear now, it would be truly perfect. The war fortress had already made its debut, and without a display for the global audience, he felt an unsettling emptiness. Meanwhile, a cruiser from Gaka was meandering through their territorial waters, occasionally crossing into the Huangjin Empire's waters to provoke them. Most of the soldiers on board were watching the global broadcast from the capital. The soldiers were exhilarated, thrilled that Gaka had finally risen. However, just then, as the technical personnel employed sonar to probe the depths of the sea, the serene imagery on the sonar screen abruptly transformed. Suddenly, the entire ship fell silent. A group of large creatures was swimming from the deep sea towards the shallows. Chapter 45. A mere group of monsters is no cause for concern. The soldiers aboard the ship, without a hint of anxiety, knew those large creatures lurking beneath the waves were undoubtedly monsters. Yet, they felt no trepidation, for the rise of Gaka was unstoppable, possessing the war fortress. And Gaka was merely half a day's journey from the coast. Thus, a mere group of monsters posed no real threat. To put it bluntly, those creatures were not there to attack cities, but to provide points for the war fortress. This was the truest reflection of the Gaka soldiers' sentiments. They even gathered to revel in the excitement. How long could those monsters hold out against the war fortress? Such a notion was an affront to Gaka's pride. The mere appearance of the war fortress would send monsters trembling in fear, scattering in terror. The world had suffered from the anguish caused by monsters, and it would be Gaka that would put an end to it. The soldiers could hardly wait to see women around the globe take pride in marrying Gaka men. Come, let us raise a toast to our war fortress's victory. After a jubilant celebration, the soldiers reported the sonar findings to the Gaka Command Center. What happened next would undoubtedly be reported to the great Lungamo, as the war fortress prepared for its moment of glory. At that moment, the capital of Gaka remained a cacophony of excitement and fervor. Gaka had risen. This planet would be safeguarded by Gaka. From now on, Gaka would be the center of this world. The citizens had developed a fervent mentality, their voices rising as if to tear the heavens apart. It seemed that in the near future, Gaka's influence would radiate globally, and the common tongue would be the language of Gaka. Lungamo observed it all, unable to suppress a click of his tongue. Time waits for no one. Alas, if only the war fortress had been ready during the previous monster onslaught. Moments later, a secretary from the command center hurriedly approached, whispering, "According to reports from our divine bull cruiser, monsters have been sighted." Really? That's splendid. Lungamo's eyes brightened with intrigue. Oh, the monsters have finally arrived. Excellent. Indeed, the heavens have favored Gaka. As the pride of Gaka, the war fortress was eager for action. This battle would surely become a historic moment for humanity, ensuring that the greatness of Gekko would be etched into the world's memory. With unwavering confidence, Lungamo announced to the citizens of Gekko, "People, we have just received word from the command center that a group of monsters is heading towards our coastal waters." Upon hearing the news, the citizens of Gekko displayed no fear. Instead, they became even more fervent, each one energized as if infused with vitality, eagerly anticipating the War Fortress's triumphant debut, shocking the entire world. "We are not afraid. We have the War Fortress. Indeed, it is the monsters that should be fearful. The world may be at a loss with monsters, but only Gekko has the strength to eliminate them. Onward, for Gekko has risen from the midst of monsters." Do not question why. The citizens of Gekko possess this unwavering confidence. They have the most formidable mecha, the War Fortress, capable of crushing monsters with ease. Lungamo spread his arms, signaling for silence, and continued with fervor. "Today marks the glory of Gekko. The entire world is watching our every move. I hereby declare the War Fortress to be deployed, targeting the southern city of Kashay to annihilate the monsters." The citizens of Gekko clenched their fists. The curtain had risen on the rise of Gekko. The 70 pilots took 10 minutes to board the War Fortress. Its enormous form began to move, the ground trembling slightly as its treads churned, billowing thick black smoke as it slowly departed. At that moment, the global audience was momentarily taken aback. Wasn't it said that monsters would only appear at the beginning of the month? Yet, witnessing the War Fortress, emitting thick black smoke as it advanced towards the city, they realized that the appearance of monsters might be entirely unpredictable. But could they really rely on the War Fortress to combat the monsters? The global audience harbored serious doubts about the War Fortress's practicality. After all, this mecha was the embodiment of everyone's complaints. Could it truly defeat monsters as Lungamo claimed? Considering his vague descriptions of the monsters and the citizens' confidence, the global audience hesitated before concluding. Perhaps it might be able to defeat the monsters, especially since Gekko's capital was not far from the coastal city. They awaited the War Fortress to make a stunning impact. In the Jianming Empire, Pusi watched the Gekko broadcast, utterly dumbfounded. During the live broadcast, the old fool Long Gumo is putting on a show that is truly astonishing, captivating the world. With global attention focused on him, he shows no signs of restraint. Does he not understand the true nature of the War Fortress? It is grandiose in appearance, boasting heavy armor that can crush anything. Yet one might argue it is merely a heavy shell destined to absorb the fiercest blows. One can only imagine that a mere swipe of a monster's tail could render this so-called strongest mech in history obsolete. Oh, for heaven's sake. Long Gumo must have indulged in too much cow urine last night, still half asleep and rambling nonsensically. The expression on Pusi's face is quite telling. The citizens of the Empire of Huangjin are nearly beside themselves with laughter, astonished by Long Gumo's audacity to flaunt himself in front of a global audience just as the monsters approach. From this moment onward, anyone attempting to show off will undoubtedly be overshadowed. Subsequently, many flocked to Lin Chen's Weibo, inquiring whether the War Fortress could inflict damage on the monsters and how to respond to the impending situation. Lin Chen was observing the new recruits during their physical training when suddenly his phone erupted in incessant noise. "Rest in place," he shouted, using advanced holographic technology to project a virtual screen in midair. The newly halted trainees were left in awe, marveling at technology they had never seen or heard of before. Imagine using this to watch certain films. How exhilarating. Except for a few female trainees, the young men began to let their imaginations run wild. On Weibo, the common question among netizens was, "Professor Lin, can the War Fortress cause harm to the monsters?" It was obviously a flashy piece of machinery, so there was no need to ask. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Chen utilized a virtual keyboard to share his thoughts. Instantly, the internet exploded with numerous inquiries. With the number of monsters increasing, this is currently our most pressing issue. Lin Chen glanced at the screen and typed a response. "Do not worry. Researchers are gradually mastering the relevant experience, and 2 brand new mechs will soon be in service. The subsequent production of mechs will be several times that number. Hundreds." A keen female fan timidly inquired if the 3 mechs had names. In a heartfelt message, the author expressed the tumultuous journey of their book, having faced malicious reports that led to significant revisions. Despite never breaking into the top 5 of the free rankings, they finally hope to achieve this by noon tomorrow. The author earnestly requested support for legitimate reading. Each chapter costs 10 coins, and while readers may not mind the cost, the author only receives 3 coins from it, hoping to accumulate enough over time. Therefore, they implored everyone for support. The author emphasized the vital connection between themselves and the readers. stating that the support for their work is essential for their creative journey. Additionally, they set a goal, with a subscription of 2,000. The author would live-stream typing while doing a handstand. With 3,000, they would don women's clothing and type while dressed in lace. Such confidence, they mused, acknowledging the improbability of achieving these goals and inviting everyone to challenge them tomorrow. Finally, they promised 10 updates tomorrow. Concerning the new book, My Destiny Auspiciousness. Breathing in Purple Chi, in Chapter 46, the monsters were startled. Indeed, the mech I piloted is named Tian Long, while the subsequent two are called Lai Long and Pan Long. Lin Chen patiently typed his response, which was not a secret, then closed Weibo and instructed the new recruits to resume training. As they returned to intense physical training, they remained oblivious to the outside world, including the live broadcast of the war fortress striking the monsters. Unbeknownst to Lin Chen, the internet erupted after his last response, which had been silent for half a minute. 2 more mechs are about to enter service? The subsequent mechs will be several times that number, possibly hundreds. Incredible. My mech. The names Tian Long, Lai Long, and Pan Long perfectly embody our empire of Huangjin, leaving no room for criticism. They are flawless. In terms of performance, appearance, and nomenclature, they utterly eclipse the war fortress of the Geke Kingdom. The notion that our mechs belong to the Dragon series is undeniably cool. Time was of the essence, and discussions about Lin Chen rapidly escalated, soaring to the top of various social media platforms. A certain actress, recently embroiled in controversy, had barely claimed the #1 trending spot before it vanished. Where's my top trending? She lamented. With the new mech news capturing the empire's attention, people habitually overlooked the gossip of the entertainment industry, redirecting their focus entirely to the mechs, their excitement palpable. Imagining a future where mechs soar through the skies to combat monsters, reminiscent of harvesting wheat, was exhilarating. Several coastal military factions even contemplated sending representatives to see if they could borrow a couple of mechs. Meanwhile, the Jining Empire also received this news. After all, the mech buzz in the Empire of Huangjin was far from a secret. This was the third major announcement following the war fortress and the discovery of the monsters. The first 2 announcements were manageable, but the third one left Pu Si restless. Damn it, 2 more mechs are about to enter service? Pu Si's expression darkened. Their terrifying killer had yet to be unveiled, but first, Long Gu Mo had stolen the spotlight. And now news of the new mechs from the Empire of Huangjin was surfacing? The speed of progress suggested that the Empire of Huangjin was on an accelerated path. Pu Si recognized an even graver concern. The mechs of the Empire of Huangjin were about to be mass-produced. Terrifying. Once the mechs of the Empire of Huangjin achieved scale, global scientists might not choose the Jining Empire as their first option, but rather the Empire of Huangjin, and troubling signs had already begun to emerge. To assert national strength, Pu Si immediately contacted the head of the underground research facility, inquiring about the debut of the terrifying killer. When will it be unveiled? Our citizens are starting to question the strength of the Jining Empire. The underground research head replied, trust me, the first one will be completed shortly, and the second is under construction, expected to be finished by the end of the month. Oh damn it. It seems we won't be able to unveil our 2 terrifying killers to the world until early next month, allowing everyone to recognize the strength of the Jining Empire. Pu Si was dissatisfied with the end-of-month timeline. He hoped for a grand spectacle of monster extermination following the unveiling, shocking the globe. Otherwise, the presentation would seem lackluster, as if something were missing. Meanwhile, across the ocean in the Geke Kingdom, a colossal machine slowly approached from the distance, accompanied by thick black smoke and the thunderous sound of explosions. After refueling at 3 gas stations along the way, it seemed to be showcasing the war fortress's formidable nature to the world, accelerating to 70 miles per hour toward the southern coastline of Kache City. Global audiences criticized the war fortress for being exceedingly swift. The war fortress gradually reached the southern coast, uniting with a gathering of troops to form a robust defensive line. With its massive frame and over 40 cannons aimed directly at the shoreline, it truly lived up to its name as a war fortress, embodying a bastion of military might. Before long, something unusual appeared on the distant horizon. Monsters were emerging. With a roar, the monsters seemed to sound the charge. As the diminutive monsters soared into the sky, casting shadows over the land, the final colossal beast emerged fully into the gaze of the onlookers. This formidable creature, unlike any that had come before, boasted an additional pair of wings, rendering it even larger and more terrifying, far surpassing its predecessors. At that moment, the global audience fell into a hushed silence. Was there another brand new monster? My goodness, a wholly unprecedented beast. Could it be that monsters have tiers of strength? Oh dear. Are we humans destined to cower beneath the earth? The spectators were gripped by a sense of unease, as if the apocalypse were nigh, regardless of the global audience's apprehension. The warriors aboard the steel fortress and Gakka's forces initiated their assault, determined to prevent the creature from breaching the defenses of Kashay City. Should it succeed, the entire Gakka nation would be in peril. Boom. Bang. A barrage of firepower was unleashed upon the monsters. Smoke billowed, and shells whistled through the air. Yet, the sheer number of monsters was overwhelming. They had to guard against the aerial assaults of the smaller beasts while also targeting the larger one. Consequently, within less than half an hour, the line of defense composed of the Gakka Legion and the War Fortress began to falter. The War Fortress itself was forced to retreat, as its artillery struggled to inflict any significant damage upon the monsters. With a single lash of its tail, the colossal beast sent the War Fortress crashing to the ground. The citizens of Gakka were left in astonishment. Truly, the miracle of Gakka. The War Fortress had withstood the blow of the monster, apart from collapsing. It had sustained no injuries whatsoever. At that moment, the driver within the War Fortress, momentarily disoriented, regained his composure and shouted, "Increase power to maximum. Let the treads lift our mech." The massive exhaust belched forth, emitting thick black smoke, and unleashed a torrent towards the monster. The creature recoiled in disgust, stepping back to distance itself from this revolting contraption. What were they witnessing? The Empire of Huangjin and the Empire of Jianming, along with the global audience, were left bewildered. Was the mightiest weapon of the War Fortress not its 40-plus cannons, but rather its gargantuan exhaust? Oh, for heaven's sake! Puss, seated in front of the television, buried his face in his hands, at a loss for words. At this moment, the citizens of Gakka transitioned from shock to exhilaration. Did you see that? Friends around the world? This is the miracle of Gakka. The monster has been intimidated by the sturdy armor of the War Fortress. We have truly risen, they exclaimed, expressing gratitude to the heroic pilots for driving the monsters away from the world. Chapter 47. An unprecedented display of bravado. The sense of unity within Gakka reached an unparalleled zenith, as the entire populace swelled with pride at the sight of the War Fortress scaring off the monsters. This was the pride of a rising nation. The War Fortress continued to emit a deafening roar, seemingly provoking the creature further. It let out a ferocious roar, folding its wings, and a strange indigo energy wave emanated from it, followed by a flurry of blue energy manifesting into dense feathers descending upon the War Fortress. At that moment, the world fell silent. Humanity gained a fresh perspective on the monsters. Their attacks were not singular, but rather multifaceted. Glancing down, the War Fortress was reduced to a mere sieve. The pride of Gakka, the strongest mech in history, along with its 70 pilots, had been annihilated. The global audience was left astounded, as Gakka's audacity had reached new heights. Had it not been for the monsters, the world might have been thoroughly deceived. They had boasted of an unprecedented strength, yet when faced with the monsters, they had crumbled. How could they hope to safeguard the Azure planet? They bore no comparison to the mechs of the Huangjin Empire. The citizens of Gakka stood frozen, their faces blank as they watched the War Fortress being obliterated. Had the so-called strongest mech been so easily vanquished? The claims of Gakka's resurgence were merely the fabrications of the old trickster, Lungamo. Meanwhile, in the Jianming Empire, Puss, after a hearty laugh, fixed his gaze intently on the television, captivated by the fearsome new giant monster. Its terror surpassed his wildest imagination. A novel method of attack? Despite the War Fortress's lackluster performance, it was, after all, a tank, and its armor was expected to be formidable. Yet, it had been turned into a sieve by the monster's feather-like assault. Puss swiftly altered his plans. He had initially intended to unveil the Terror Killer next month, but witnessing the monster's ferocity left him apprehensive. Could the Terror Killer truly contend with such beasts? He hurriedly contacted the underground research facility, instructing, quickly, "Keep the secrets of our Terror Killer tightly under wraps. We must not allow any information to leak until we possess dozens of them." The person in charge, bewildered, replied, "Isn't it set for next month? For heaven's sake, do you truly believe our 2 giant spiders can defeat those monsters?" Puss erupted in a fit of rage. He felt the weight of responsibility for the Jianming Empire, pondering that each major city should erect grand statues of liberty for the world to admire. After contemplating further, Puss felt a twinge of unease and called both the foreign minister and the embassy in Tianlan, declaring, "No calls from Gakka are to be answered, and our embassy must close immediately to all Gakka nationals. Why? Gakka will surely seek our military assistance. Do you wish for our soldiers to perish?" He scolded, exasperated. In the past, Puss would have readily accepted Gakka's request for military aid, but now, Geka felt like a repulsive burden. Anyone who touched it would feel revulsion. The celebratory atmosphere in Geka had vanished without a trace, leaving chaos in its wake. From extreme pride and elation, they had plummeted into a deep abyss. The miracle of the war fortress was no more. Accepting this reality was a challenge. The monsters marched forth with unstoppable momentum towards Kashay City. The next city in their path would be the nearest capital of Geka. A wave of despair, sorrow, anxiety, and doubt spread across Geka. Lungamo felt utterly embarrassed. Had the highly anticipated war fortress truly met its end? Disappointment washed over him as he had hoped to continue boasting before the global audience. This was my miscalculation. Our war fortress can only eliminate previous large monsters, and I did not anticipate that this time the monsters would be even more formidable. Lungamo cast all blame upon the monsters, claiming that it was not the war fortress's inadequacy, but rather the monsters' increased strength. The citizens of Geka grimaced in disbelief. Still boasting? The monsters are nearly at our doorstep. Lacking any viable solutions, chaos erupted among the crowd. Let us quickly seek assistance from the Jianming Empire. Indeed, the Jianming Empire is the global superpower. They can surely vanquish the monsters. But soon, dissenting voices emerged. Is the Jianming Empire truly benevolent? I believe the Huangjin Empire is more reliable. They possess mechs, and their people are kind. As this sentiment spread, the proud citizens of Geka retorted vehemently. Seek aid from the Huangjin Empire? That would be utterly shameful. We refuse. Indeed, if we cannot withstand them, how can we expect them to help us? If they come to Geka, our women would surely flock to them. Do you wish to play the role of a caretaker for others' children? The citizens of Geka began to debate fervently, their discussions growing from small groups to a nationwide discourse. At this moment, Geka could consider alliances with 5 great empires. At the outset, 3 contenders were eliminated, leaving only the Huangjin Empire and the Jianming Empire. Now, the options were to seek military assistance from the neighboring Huangjin Empire or the distant hegemon across the ocean, the Jianming Empire. Without a moment's hesitation, Lungamo resolutely chose to align with the Jianming Empire. After all, they were the global superpower. Whereas the Huangjin Empire had never been a consideration unless they were willing to incorporate the western XX province into the Geka nation. Lungamo might then contemplate requesting military support from the Huangjin Empire. As Lungamo mobilized domestic legions to fend off the monstrous threat, he contacted the Minister of Foreign Affairs, instructing him to call the Jianming Empire and convey Geka's need for assistance against the beasts. Shortly thereafter, the foreign minister returned in haste. Lungamo's spirits lifted at the prospect of salvation, recalling the Jianming Empire's experience in exterminating monsters. They will send several legions to assist us? He inquired eagerly. I regret to inform you that all lines are jammed, and no one is answering, the foreign minister replied. Go to the embassy and seek their ambassador. Regrettably, all embassies of the Jianming Empire have just closed for unknown reasons, the foreign minister responded once more. Lungamo remained composed. While reliance on the Jianming Empire seemed futile, panic was unwarranted. Though the war fortress had been lost, they still held a true trump card in reserve. Lungamo spoke with conviction. In any case, we shall not seek the Huangjin Empire's aid. Let us infuriate them. The two ministers exchanged knowing glances, sensing Lungamo's true intention. Indeed, the most advanced motorcycle mobile unit in the world, Lungamo declared solemnly. This unit was not merely Geka's ace, but also its pride. For it was this very force that had revealed Geka's formidable nature to the world. Lungamo and the two ministers shared a knowing smile, questioning whether the monsters would tremble in fear. Chapter 48. Geka Nation forms a team to face off against monsters. The world's gaze remained fixed upon Geka Nation. Lungamo, regaining confidence, proclaimed to the populace, Fear not, for these are merely beasts, a trifling concern. I shall deploy our motorcycle mobile unit to eliminate them. Global viewers were left incredulous. Is Lungamo attempting to showcase his theatrics again? His declaration ignited hope among the citizens of Geka, many of whom yearned for their own nation to vanquish the monsters without relying on others. Meanwhile, within the Huangjin Empire, in the training base, Lin Chen presented Lin Chen with data concerning the training of new recruits. Upon reviewing it, he noted significant progress among the trainees. Traditional training methods had become less effective for them. Thus, he resolved to delay and allow them to begin experimenting with mechs, familiarizing them with their construction. Lin Chen waved his hand, halting their training, and announced, Your recent performance has been commendable. In a few days, you shall commence mech training. What? 60 trainees gasped in astonishment. So soon? Did this mean they would soon be piloting mechs like Lin Chen, soaring into the sky to confront various formidable beasts? That is all for today. Return to the base for rest, Lin Chen instructed with a wave. A group of trainees left the training ground chattering and laughing, except for the powerful Yi Xian, who approached Lin Chen to watch the live broadcast from Gukka Nation together. Professor, they are discussing the monsters, are they not? Lin Chen remarked. Indeed. Their capital is in ruins. Lin Chen pointed at the screen, where countless small monsters swarmed the skies, each dive claiming several lives. The larger monsters were even more devastating, their wings unleashing a nightmare upon Gukka's warriors. Fortunately, these monsters have not appeared in our Huangshan Empire, otherwise Professor Lin could easily dispatch them. Yi Xian suddenly turned his attention to Lin Chen. In their eyes, Lin Chen's piloting skills were unparalleled. As long as he took the helm, no challenge was insurmountable, be it piloting a mech or conducting scientific endeavors. If one day Lin Chen were to assist with childbirth, Yi Xian would believe without hesitation. Am I mistaken? Lin Chen replied. Last time we witnessed Professor Lin battling monsters as effortlessly as cutting through vegetables. Yi Xian continued to extol Lin Chen's prowess. Enough of your boasting. Let us see whether the anxious Gukka nation seeks our empire's aid or that of the Jinming Empire. Lin Chen said, growing impatient. I believe Gukka will ultimately turn to our Huangshan Empire, Yi Xian asserted. Li Xian, summon a few individuals to escort this chatterbox out. Lin Chen commanded. Moments later, several burly figures entered the training ground and, without hesitation, escorted Yi Xian away to avoid disrupting Lin Chen's viewing of the broadcast. In Gukka Nation, the monsters had breached the outskirts of Cautionary City, leaving devastation in their wake. Countless citizens, having placed their faith in Lungamo's words, were buried beneath the ruins. This was a catastrophe. No single legion of Gukka could withstand the onslaught of the monsters. Unquestionably, if they failed to halt the advance, the beasts would enter the capital by noon the following day. Once the monsters infiltrated the capital, Gukka Nation would face utter annihilation, and its people would forever live in the shadow of the monstrous threat. In the face of such peril, the legendary forces of Gukka acted with remarkable speed. Troops from several cities began converging in one direction, each motorcycle carrying brave Gukka warriors, seemingly unperturbed by the monstrous menace. Countless motorcycle units amassed, heading towards Cautionary City, the sound of revving engines echoing through the streets. This was the true torrent of steel, with thousands of motorcycles converging. The people of Gukka had shed their fear. Are our motorcycle units finally entering the fray? They exclaimed. Invincible, invincible. We are grateful for such a formidable force protecting us. It is said that each member of the motorcycle unit possesses extraordinary skills. Indeed, this unit was legendary. While the world may not fully grasp their culture, they universally recognize the might of this indomitable motorcycle mobile unit. Cheers erupted once more from the citizens of Gukka. However, at that moment, nearly all global viewers were left aghast. That ragtag unit, surely they aren't merely delivering vegetables? If they were indeed a disorganized force, even the monsters would require time to eliminate them all, given their scattered formations. But a motorcycle capable of carrying 20 warriors was a formidable sight. Soon, the motorcycle mobile unit advanced into Cautionary City, poised to strike the monsters with decisive force. The large monsters, initially taken aback by the sudden swarm of tiny figures on the ground, retreated several steps in surprise. What is this? The sight invigorated the motorcycle mobile unit. Open fire. At the command of their leader, the warriors unleashed a barrage of firepower from their motorcycles towards the monsters. In an instant, smoke enveloped the colossal beasts, causing the structures around them to collapse under the onslaught. After a lengthy pause, the order to cease fire was given. It appeared as though the giant monsters lay still, the area eerily quiet. In that moment, Gukka Nation erupted in jubilation. We have triumphed. Glory to Gukka Nation. The citizens rejoiced, dismissing the significance of the 5 great empires as mere fabrications, paper tigers. With the motorcycle mobile unit unleashed, they would vanquish any foe. Lungamo smiled faintly. This event was destined to be etched into the annals of history. Yet, as the smoke cleared, the monsters remained unscathed, contrary to the hopes of the people. With a resounding roar, the beasts rallied their companions. In an instant, small monsters swirled ominously overhead, and a palpable tension filled the air, poised to erupt. The colossal monster's wings folded, gathering countless blue energy particles, before unfurling and unleashing a torrent of azure feathers that cascaded like raindrops upon the motorcycle battalion. Several Gukka warriors atop their motorcycles were pierced by the luminous feathers, their anguished screams piercing the air. Smaller monsters initiated their assault, often diving in a single swoop to annihilate the warriors on a motorcycle. Subsequently, the larger monsters could crush vast swaths of soldiers beneath a single foot, or devour dozens of Gukka warriors in one bite. The monsters had never anticipated that the previously scattered little creatures would gather in such a reckless display, as if seeking collective demise. So be it, they thought. The monsters reveled in chaos, while the Gecko warriors cried out in despair. Blood stained the nearby streets. Global spectators were left in shock, their eyes wide with disbelief. They had anticipated the formidable motorcycle battalion to achieve glorious feats. Yet now they found themselves offering their heads to the monsters. Chapter 49. It turns out that showing off comes at a cost. This is a collective march to death. To their astonishment, 60 Gecko warriors were devoured in one gulp by the monsters. At this moment, the global audience was left flabbergasted. The renowned Gecko warriors were truly formidable. Meanwhile, the citizens of Gecko wept bitterly. The blow was too great, lamenting. Impossible. It must be false. The motorcycle battalion is invincible. Their morale shattered, crumbling to pieces. One moment, thousands of motorcycles, laden with countless stoic warriors, were gallantly heading towards Cautionary City. The next, they were reduced to a panicked throng, where any delay could result in being trampled by the monsters. The dream of Gecko's ascendance had been extinguished. Countless citizens began to question their homeland. Old Lungu Mo had claimed that our war fortress was the strongest mech in history, only to be swiftly dispatched by the monsters. He also asserted that our motorcycle battalion could eliminate the monsters, yet they were merely marching to their doom. The attitude of the Gecko nation shifted drastically from one of extreme pride and disdain towards others to a state of utter humility. Realizing that it had all been mere bravado from Lungu Mo, his face turned pale as the two great prides of Gecko vanished. What could they use to combat the monsters now? Quick, seek military support from the Jianming Empire. Lungu Mo shouted frantically to the Minister of Internal Affairs. I'm afraid we've completely lost contact with the Jianming Empire, came the disheartening reply. Lungu Mo was speechless, thinking, if we can't reach the Jianming Empire, shall we then turn to the Huangshan Empire? I would never stoop to such humiliation. Recall all Gecko warriors to Cautionary City to exterminate the monsters. Lungu Mo nearly ground his teeth as he spoke. It turns out that showing off comes at a cost. Our war fortress and motorcycle battalion are gone. Do you still wish to act recklessly? The Minister of Foreign Affairs replied without mercy. Seek help from the Huangshan Empire. Lungu Mo muttered through clenched teeth. Meanwhile, at the Huangshan Empire's base in City J, a video call from the command center suddenly appeared before Lin Chen. Hello, Lin Chen. The Empire has just received a military request from the Gecko nation, and we would like to seek your opinion, the command center stated, seemingly helpless. An opportunity to assert national prestige was nearly unanimously agreed upon, only to realize they had no authority to mobilize this base. As the Gecko could easily find a multitude of reasons to refuse, especially since Lin Chen had close ties with the Grand Princess. So, you mean for me to go? Lin Chen inquired. Not you specifically, but rather other pilots, the command center replied. Unfortunately, they are not yet capable of flight. The command center was collectively vexed. Were they to send scientists to combat the monsters? I can go, but I have conditions. As long as the Gecko nation agrees, I will exterminate the monsters. Lin Chen thought about it. This was a highly advantageous opportunity. It was time for the trainees to witness the brutal reality of mechs firsthand. Moreover, it would showcase the might of mechs to the world, fostering global reliance on the base, while also allowing him to propose certain demands to the Gecko nation. The command center was taken aback. Opportunities to assert national strength were rare, yet Lin Chen was requesting conditions. The conditions were as follows: monster carcasses, various minerals, gold, silver, copper, iron, aluminum, timber, natural gas, and so forth, without mentioning a single word about Gecko's monetary compensation. The command center quickly relayed these conditions to the Gecko nation. In Gecko, disbelief reigned. This shameless Huangshan Empire seeks to take advantage of our misfortune. To ask them for assistance is already a sign of respect. Yet they dare to negotiate terms? Lungu Mo was infuriated by the exorbitant demands presented by the Huangshan Empire, shouting in exasperation, I refuse to believe that our valiant Gecko warriors cannot defeat the monsters. Several Gecko elders entered the emperor's palace with solemn expressions, berating Lungu Mo without reservation. What more do you want? You revel in your arrogance. Yet look at the heavy price the Gecko nation has paid. Lungu Mo fell silent. One elder addressed the Minister of Foreign Affairs, suggesting, the conditions proposed by the Huangshan Empire are somewhat harsh. Ask them if high-quality cow urine could offset part of the materials. The Minister of Foreign Affairs contacted the Huangshan Empire's command center, and after a few exchanges, returned with a grim expression, stating, the Huangshan Empire said you are dreaming. In the Gecko Elder Council, after nearly an hour of deliberation, discussions concluded. Both sides stood firm. However, witnessing the monsters advancing towards Gecko, The nation endured its rage and ultimately agreed to the daunting terms. The quantities of gold and silver were measured in tons, timber in millions of tons, and heavy metals in tens of millions of tons. However, Gukha had one stipulation. The contents of the agreement must remain confidential, to spare the citizens any sense of humiliation. Soon, news of the Huangjin Empire's impending military aid to Gukha spread throughout the nation. The citizens of Gukha cheered. The Huangjin Empire is coming to our rescue. We were once their vassals. This is true imperial grace. This is friendship in times of adversity. Long live camaraderie. My daughter shall surely marry a Huangjin man. Only they embody true manhood, strong and noble knights. This news left countless Gukha citizens overwhelmed with gratitude. Despite their previous grievances with this powerful neighbor, they now recognized that no conditions were demanded in return for their assistance. At that moment, Pusi, watching the live broadcast, could no longer contain his disdain and mockingly interjected, "Damn, how can the Gukha people be so foolish, thinking this is unconditional help? They are merely deluding themselves." The Huangjin Empire had already made preparations. The 15th Legion was marching towards Gukha, ready to receive the materials. Simultaneously, a massive hovering transport aircraft began its descent onto the runway outside the base. All trainees boarded the aircraft. They were about to witness the clash between mechs and monsters, and Lin Chen hoped they were mentally prepared for what lay ahead. With a grand gesture, Lin Chen signaled for the 3 rows of trainees to board, followed by a throng of researchers and journalists. The flying deck carrying the Tianlong was also transported aboard the aircraft. This savior of the Gukha nation began its ascent. At that moment, the world erupted in fervor, buzzing with speculation. The preceding display of Lungu Mo's bravado had resulted in the war fortress and motorcycle battalion being utterly overwhelmed by the monsters. But what about the mechs of the Huangjin Empire? They should, perhaps, possibly, be up to the task. After all, people had previously witnessed the might of the Huangjin mechs. Despite their smaller stature, their agility and operational capabilities had completely transformed everyone's understanding. The previous battle took place under the veil of night, its scenes shrouded in a haze of uncertainty. However, the present day heralds a different chapter, a battle in broad daylight. The global audience eagerly anticipates the forthcoming epic confrontation between mechs and monsters. Chapter 50. Reinforcements have arrived. A flight from the glorious True Empire to the city of Kashay in the kingdom of Gukha is expected to take 6 hours, after which mechs will be deployed over the skies of Kashay. During the flight, chaos has erupted in Kashay. Looters, vandals, and intruders searching for women have made the streets a battleground, devoid of any semblance of order. Gukha warriors fiercely unleash their firepower upon the monsters, while refugees from Gukha frantically flee the city. The criminals of Gukha, emboldened and merciless, transform into beasts upon encountering beautiful women and murderers when faced with the wealthy. Some even launch assaults on the Gukha warriors. The flames of war are ignited, smoke billows, and atrocities spread like a contagion. This city has devolved into a realm of madness and degradation. The monsters continue their rampage, wreaking havoc without restraint. No force remains capable of withstanding the onslaught from these interdimensional beasts. The colossal monsters crush buildings with every step, while the smaller ones swoop through the air like hawks, preying on the helpless below. The citizens of Gukha, akin to ants fleeing a giant's foot, are consumed by fear and despair. A colossal shadow looms, creating a massive crater and pools of blood on the ground. Any attempt to escape or cry out is futile against the monsters. Even those who evade the larger beasts find themselves hunted by the smaller ones. The devastation continues unabated, threatening to obliterate much of Kashay. The roar of the monsters grows more ferocious, transforming them into instruments of slaughter. They rampage through the entirety of Kashay. A group of criminals pursues a Gukha girl, eager to indulge in their vile desires when suddenly, a vast shadow descends, plunging the area into silence. Robbers smash storefronts, and a small monster darts down, raising a cloud of dust as the shop is reduced to rubble. Such occurrences are frequent under the monster's tyranny, with no souls left unscathed. Lunguemo, stationed in the kingdom of Gukha, gazes through binoculars towards Kashay, where he can discern the outline of a monstrous figure, powerful and terrifying, its purplish-red skin inciting a visceral fear. Farewell to the once thriving Kashay, as few intact structures remain, with crowds of Gukha citizens fleeing in all directions. Lunguemo feels a pang of sorrow. His previous bravado feels utterly worthless now. When will aid from the glorious, true empire arrive? His voice trembles. Approximately 3 hours, replies the Minister of Internal Affairs. Tell them to hasten. The kingdom of Gukha can offer a greater price, but we must not allow the monsters to breach our capital. Lungu Mo had initially considered some petty schemes, but the proximity of the monsters to the capital curtails such thoughts. Any misstep could lead to abandonment by the empire, leaving Gukka to face the monsters alone. After a prolonged wait of over 2 hours, a large transport aircraft enters Gukka's airspace. The citizens recognize it as the glorious True Empire's aircraft, carrying mechs of exceptional power, albeit smaller in size. They have finally arrived. Given the Empire's previous effortless annihilation of monsters, the desperate citizens of Gukka express no doubts, believing the Empire will avenge them. The populace anxiously awaits, relaying the news far and wide. They are coming. I see a massive transport plane from the glorious True Empire. Raise the Empire's flag to welcome them. We're almost at Maidshaya. What incredible speed. How impressive. Everywhere the transport plane passes, red flags adorned with golden dragons are raised, signaling the Empire's arrival. On board, Lin Chen observes calmly. I think it would be wiser for you not to take such risks. If anything were to happen to you, the base would struggle to produce mechs, cautions Sun Hui, the inspector. You underestimate my piloting skills. I am unparalleled in the realm of mech operation, Lin Chen replies nonchalantly, devoid of anxiety. In contrast, the trainees are tense, as if they are to join the fray themselves. But there is no but. Do you not recall who holds authority at the base? Lin Chen remarks while changing into his uniform as the aircraft approaches Cachet's airspace. The sounds of impending battle draw nearer to the capital. At that moment, the citizens of the capital can spot a small black dot morphing into a large transport aircraft without the aid of binoculars. Finally, reinforcements have arrived. Were it not for my series of decisive actions, Gukka might have already succumbed to the monsters. Lungu Mo breathes a sigh of relief, brandishing his binoculars as he boasts to the ministers and council behind him. The ministers and council are instantly subdued by Lungu Mo's bravado, feeling as if a herd of wild horses had trampled through their minds. Had it not been for Lungu Mo's ostentation on the global stage, Gukka would not be facing such dire consequences. Now he resumes his showmanship. They are coming. They are coming. The citizens of Gukka have gathered, a sea of red, cheering jubilantly. The impact of Lungu Mo's earlier actions weighed heavily on them. In this desperate moment, any formidable support is a glimmer of hope. As the transport plane exits Gukka's capital, the pilot reports, we cannot reach Cachet's airspace due to the swarming small monsters. Should we proceed with the drop? Take heed, everyone. Lin Chen advises the trainees, taking a deep breath before responding, proceed with the drop. The rear door of the transport aircraft slowly opens. With a whoosh, the Tianlong mech emerges, trailing a blue flame as it soars towards Cachet. An explosion of coolness. Chapter 51, A Decisive Battle. At this moment, the appearance of the Tianlong mech from the transport aircraft captures global attention, marking its second combat deployment. As a pinnacle of current human technological achievement, the Tianlong mech stands as the #1 entity, having obliterated monsters through sheer strength. Unlike the steadfast empire of Jianming and the kingdom of Xia, which gradually wore down the monsters, the true concern lies with the citizens of the Huangjin Empire. Is it Lin Chen again? Why is this scientist, instead of diligently researching peculiarities in the background, so enamored with piloting mechas into battle? Could it be that battling monsters in a mech is simply irresistible? Since the appearance of the Tianlong, the atmosphere that once felt lethargic has transformed into one of excitement, igniting a collective urge to gather friends and family to witness this spectacle, akin to watching a blockbuster film. Our Jianming Empire possesses mechas too, and theirs are 1,000 times more formidable than those of the Huangjin Empire. My wife is secretly glued to the screen. Should I be concerned that her passion might lead her to question her very existence? How magnificent! If only I had a mech like that. I would surely hold it close even in slumber, lest I find myself restless. As the Tianlong approached the ruins of Cachet City, where the mechas of the Huangjin Empire were nearing, the global audience fell silent, their eyes fixated on every frame. Whoosh! Lin Chen piloted the Tianlong at a breathtaking speed towards a small monster. Transform! The mech shifted from fighter jet form to humanoid shape. In its left hand, a sword forged from ultra-durable chromium. In its right, a colossal rifle. This scene ignited a worldwide fervor. The stunning exterior of the Tianlong, bathed in the golden glow of the setting sun, captivated audiences everywhere. At that moment, amidst the ravaged skies of Cachet City, a small monster, having distanced itself from the horde, ceased its rampage. Yet in the next instant, the Tianlong's right arm lifted the rifle and pulled the trigger. Boom! The bullets, akin to cannonballs, obliterated the small monster into a mist of crimson. This was a true display of overwhelming force in humanity's struggle against the monsters. Only the mech stands as humanity's ultimate weapon. In the distance, armed helicopters from the Gukhan nation soared with unprecedented morale, while ground troops erupted in cheers. Soon after, the Tianlong epitomized the essence of the ultimate weapon. As the airborne small monsters were swiftly eradicated by Lin Chen and his machine, the world was left in astonishment, grappling with disbelief. A singular thought echoed in the hearts of many. Such remarkable piloting skills. After clearing the small monsters, a transport plane from the Huangjin Empire swiftly dropped a rifle before hastily retreating. The Tianlong replenished its ammunition and approached the last remaining beast, a larger monster, more formidable than its predecessors. This new method of attack challenged all preconceived notions of monsters. The giant creature ceased its destruction of Cache City's scant buildings, leaving many refugees from Gukhan in peril. It raised its massive head, sensing the threat posed by this colossal reptile, whose presence had led to the annihilation of its kind. The ultimate showdown was imminent, a battle between human-piloted mechas and monsters. The Tianlong versus the monster, the question of which would prevail was about to be unveiled before the world. Meanwhile, Gukhan's live broadcast continued to transmit to a global audience, with countless anxious spectators glued to their screens, yearning for the mech to triumph over the monster. Hers was equally eager, hoping the monster would swiftly reduce the Huangjin Empire's mechs to mere scrap, paving the way for Jiamin's future terror-inducing weaponry. Let's go? Lin Chen's expression remained calm as he gazed at the beast 100 meters ahead. In this battle, victory was the only option. Whoosh! Bang! The Tianlong initiated the assault, unleashing a barrage of bullets that detonated against the monster's energy shield. In an instant, 5 of its protective barriers were shattered. Roar! The monster howled in fury. It ascended into the air, its wings gathering blue energy, unleashing a storm of luminous feathers towards the Tianlong. Hiss! At this moment, the global audience collectively gasped. The terrifying power of those energy feathers had already been validated by the motorcycle brigade, possessing extraordinary penetrating capability and homing in on their targets. The viewers felt their hearts leap into their throats. Even a single feather could perforate the Tianlong with countless holes. However, when they witnessed the response of the Huangjin mecha, they collectively exhaled in relief. Unbeknownst to them, most of the audience had become so engrossed that their backs were drenched with sweat, fully immersing themselves in the mech's experience. For it truly was awe-inspiring. The mechs swiftly evaded, transforming back to fighter jet form to distance itself, delivering a barrage akin to cannon fire that shattered more than half of the energy feathers. At that moment, a serious realization dawned upon the global audience. Were mechas truly this formidable? Incredible! How is this even possible? While artillery is powerful, why does our military falter? The foolish upstairs have been identified. To clarify, the accuracy of heavy weaponry when aimed by humans is notoriously low, yet employing mechas significantly enhances precision, and their agile mobility allows them to maintain a distinct advantage. Furthermore, no matter how effective ground artillery may be, it cannot withstand monster attacks. Swift movement is the most effective strategy. As the audience debated, Lin Chen had already used his sword to slice through the remaining energy feathers tracking him. Whoosh! Lin Chen accelerated the Tianlong, transforming into humanoid form just before colliding with the monster, firing his rifle to systematically target its energy shield. The monster circled menacingly, attempting to bite the Tianlong, which expertly utilized its agility to strike and retreat, continuously depleting the monster's energy shield. Bang! Bang! A series of explosions erupted as Lin Chen sped away, creating distance before swiftly returning. The monster roared, opening its cavernous mouth as it lunged at the Tianlong. The impending clash between mech and monster was grossly uneven, with the Tianlong being but a fraction of the beast's size. Yet Lin Chen was no fool. Rather, he was a prodigy endowed with unparalleled piloting expertise. Here we go. Lin Chen's eyes gleamed with determination, the approaching monster drawing nearer. In a moment of impending collision, with less than 5 meters separating them, the Tianlong's powerful thrust redirected its trajectory upward. The mech soared above the monster's head, driving its sword deep into the creature's skull. The global audience was left in shock. With dusk illuminating the scene, visibility was clear, unlike the Huangjin monster, which had been shrouded in darkness, making the current events vividly discernible. Unbelievable! How could this be? Gasps of disbelief echoed as everyone questioned the sheer strength of the mech's thrust that allowed such a rapid directional change. As the massive sword remained embedded in the monster's head, the world held its breath once more. Surely, the monster must be dead now, right? Chapter 52. The mech that achieved immortality. A colossal sword had plunged deeply into its skull. If the monster were to survive, the global audience would be utterly incredulous. Purse, infuriated, grasped his hair and shouted, "Impossible. I refuse to believe. I simply cannot accept that the monster could perish." The underground research facility of the Jianming Empire fell into a stunned silence, questioning whether this global broadcast was merely a scene from some science fiction film. What kind of power source is this? What manner of operation is at play? It all seemed unfathomably impressive. In stark contrast, the terrifying weapon currently under urgent development would not even qualify to shine the shoes of the Huangshan mecha. In terms of aesthetics, the terrifying weapon resembled a giant spider, utterly uncool, indeed, quite hideous. The monster, however, was not yet dead. Roar. It was enraged, howling in fury. As the scene unfolded, viewers around the globe found themselves gripped by anxiety. The colossal sword had pierced the beast's cranium, yet its vitality proved astonishingly resilient. How could it possibly be vanquished? However, the dragon ship moved with unparalleled swiftness, unsheathing its battle sword and extending its right palm. The freezing projectile was fully loaded. A highly destructive freezing shell penetrated the wound in the beast's head. Although small in size, it possessed the potential to freeze an area of water spanning hundreds of meters. Internal damage is invariably more effective than external assault. The freezing shell unleashed its power approximately 5 meters deep within the beast's skull, crystallizing its central nervous system and blood into ice even colder than the frost itself. The creature's robust neck twisted to glance at the dragon ship before plummeting from the sky, raising a massive cloud of dust. The beast's enormous form was enveloped by a thick layer of ice, resembling a magnificent ice sculpture that sparkled under the glow of the setting sun. This creature, the last of its kind, lay utterly still, devoid of any breath. The architect of the devastation wrought upon Catch City was truly dead. The battle between the mechanized warriors of the Empire and this behemoth lasted less than half an hour. In that moment, the audience worldwide fell into a hushed reverence, oblivious to the dampness of their own bodies. They gazed at the imposing mech, bathed in the remnants of the sunset, swallowing their breaths as it stood alone against the tide of chaos. Just as in the tales of old, it emerged as a true savior, single-handedly rescuing the capital of Geka and its countless citizens. Subsequently, the audience erupted in fervent discussion. Had the monster truly perished so easily? What had caused its demise, and why was its body encased in ice? Its speed was astounding, swifter than my own hand. The mech was formidable, but its pilot must be even more extraordinary, surely a legendary master of operation. After 18 years of driving, I am humbled. I long to meet this pilot, to experience his unparalleled driving prowess for an evening. This battle was profoundly unequal. Despite the dragon ship's previous triumph over the beast, the audience had never anticipated such an effortless victory. How exactly had the creature been slain? Why had it frozen into ice? These questions lingered as a tantalizing enigma. Regardless, the global audience and various factions worldwide were compelled to reassess the mechanized warriors of the Empire. Small in stature, yet possessing extraordinary agility. The fluidity of the mech's movements mirrored that of its pilot. What manner of operation was this? Could it possibly resemble the operation of an excavator? Such a notion seemed absurd. Many began to harbor a deep curiosity about the Empire's mechs. Upon witnessing the beast's demise, the most fervent cheers came from the citizens of Geka, who had descended into a frenzy more intense than religious ecstasy. Thank you, Empire of Huangshan, for avenging my wife. I watched helplessly as she was taken by a band of brutish men, her screams echoing in my ears. If only I had arrived a minute earlier, I could have saved her from the clutches of evil. We have been spared, though my family is left with me alone. Without the Empire's assistance, the beast would have brought catastrophe to Geka. Thank you, Huangshan Empire. They are far superior to the blood-sucking tyrants of the Gemin Empire. My daughter must marry a man from Huangshan. They are the true paragons of masculinity, said to possess greater strength and endurance than Gekan men. Citizens of Geka celebrated the monster's defeat, their gratitude towards the Huangshan Empire echoing through the streets. Many places even prepared to hang portraits of the dragon ship, honoring it as the savior of Geka. In truth, Lin Chen's motivations extended beyond mere assistance to Geka. He had 3 objectives. First, to expose his students to the brutal realities of combat, thereby enhancing their psychological resilience. Second, to acquire more resources, such as the monster's remains and various metals. And third, to enhance his own reputation and garner followers. The events had unfolded remarkably smoothly, the monster vanquished, yet he felt a tinge of dissatisfaction. It seemed the citizens of Geka were expressing misplaced gratitude, attributing their thanks to the Huangshan Empire and the dragon ship rather than the pilot himself. The elders and ministers of internal and external affairs rose in jubilant unison. At last, the beast lay dead, though Catch City lay in ruins. Compared to the Jimin Empire and the Kingdom of Xia, the destruction of a single city hardly registered as a loss. Was this truly the end? Lin Guoemo felt as though the Huangjin Empire had not exerted itself to its full potential. He began to suspect that this beast might have been a ploy by the Huangjin Empire. Why did the monster decimate Gakuen warriors with such ease, while a mere 3-story mech appeared to send those once invincible beasts scurrying? What was the fundamental difference between the war fortress and the mechs of the Huangjin Empire? It was infuriating. Meanwhile, the online community in the Huangjin Empire took immense pride in Lin Chen. This marked the empire's first true display of national might in history. Observing the throngs of Gakuen citizens chanting, the pride of the empire's populace reached unprecedented heights. The people believed that scientists should be as multifaceted as Lin Chen. Any scientist who could not pilot a mech was deemed inadequate. Should Lin Chen ever have a child, they would undoubtedly believe he could accomplish anything. Following this battle, the reputation of the mech soared. Having emerged unscathed while vanquishing the beast twice, what did this signify? It underscored the formidable strength of the mechs and the extraordinary capabilities of their pilots. This foretold that the Huangjin Empire would gradually become the world's primary force against monsters. Over time, the entire world might come to depend on the Huangjin Empire. For instance, in the current situation in Gakuen, should another monster attack occur that could not be repelled, they would certainly seek the Empire's assistance first. Thus, certain individuals began to feel restless. If the Huangjin Empire continued to rise in power, what future would there be for the remaining great empires? The other great empires felt the pressure from the Huangjin Empire. The source of this tension rooted in the current threat of monsters and the emergence of these mechs. The Jimin Empire's core fell into a profound silence. They now had a more direct understanding of the technological prowess exhibited by the Huangjin Empire's mechs. Both their power sources and operational techniques were the very challenges the Jimin Empire longed to overcome. Though the Jimin Empire possessed mechs, their terrifying assassins were still in production. However, as long as the Huangjin Empire's mechs existed, was it appropriate for these terrifying assassins to be showcased? Pu Si inhaled deeply, instructing the Foreign Affairs Minister, if only Lin Chen were one of our talents. Such a splendid mech would belong to us. Immediately gather all intelligence regarding Lin Chen, sparing no expense to win him to our side. Spare no expense? Indeed. If he favored women, we would present him with tall, blonde-haired, blue-eyed beauties. If he desired wealth, we would shower him with gold and jewels. Pu Si rubbed his temples, feeling the weight of responsibility for the Jimin Empire. If it were not for him, it would not be long before the great Jimin Empire would find itself uttering praises for the Huangjin Empire. The Internal Affairs Minister interjected, recently, there have been many voices questioning the capabilities of our core, doubting the Empire's ability to eliminate monsters and ensure the safety of its citizens. Damn it. Certain foolish individuals are envious that the Huangjin Empire can easily dispatch monsters, while we cannot. Pu Si exclaimed. Indeed, the emergence of the mechs from the Huangjin Empire has stirred discontent among the populace of the Jianming Empire. After all, if they possess such advanced technology, why does the globally dominant Jianming Empire not? In truth, even in the absence of mechs, we could restore the public's confidence simply by demonstrating our ability to vanquish monsters with ease. The Minister of Internal Affairs spoke up once more. Vanquishing monsters with ease? The crowd brightened at the prospect. Recently, the underground research facility had made significant strides in studying the corpses of these monsters, extracting a liquid imbued with a mysterious and potent energy. This liquid possesses a terrifying destructive capability. If we were to investigate its potential in weaponry, surely it would provide an advantage against the very creatures it originates from. Moreover, the Huangjin Empire has been advancing too swiftly. I have decided to intensify our measures against them, including increased taxation and notifying major trading nations of our capability to safeguard the globe, compelling them to take sides and isolate the Huangjin Empire. Thus, Pus made a decisive choice to prevent the Huangjin Empire from becoming the preeminent global power. Shortly thereafter, the meeting concluded, with the foreign minister beginning to draft a document to ensure the unassailable position of the Jianming Empire. In contrast to the Jianming Empire's schemes, the Polar Empire also sensed a threat from its neighbor, the Huangjin Empire, albeit with a simpler approach, as indications of a secret military mobilization began to surface. Meanwhile, in the Gakuen Kingdom, Lin Chen, hailed as the savior of the nation, was receiving expressions of gratitude from Lungu Mo. Hello. Lin Chen and Lungu Mo exchanged brief introductions. Subsequently, Lungu Mo, along with the internal and external affairs ministers and the council of elders, gasped in astonishment. It was Lin Chen, the very inventor of the mechs. In an instant, a terrifying thought struck the minds of the Geke Kingdom's leadership. Did Lin Chen truly need to return? Would it not be better for him to remain in the Geke Kingdom? They could indulge him lavishly, enticing him to stay, presenting him with a selection of beautiful women for his amusement, and before long, he might never wish to leave. Would that not mean the Geke Kingdom would possess mechs? Lungu Mo's eyes sparkled as he remarked, I never anticipated that the Huangjin Empire would send such a distinguished scientist. Truly, they embody imperial grandeur. In fact, we once considered inviting Professor Lin to contribute to our Geke Kingdom's efforts for the greater good. Let us return to the matter at hand. I am here on behalf of the Huangjin Empire to formally notify your nation that, in accordance with our agreement, our personnel will arrive in 2 days to collect various supplies, including the corpse of that monster, which is rightfully ours. Please refrain from tampering with it. Lin Chen had little interest in engaging in idle banter with Lungu Mo. Lungu Mo chuckled awkwardly. Let us set aside the matter of supplies for now. Professor Lin, what are your thoughts on experiencing the exotic culture of our Geke Kingdom? All in a bid to keep Lin Chen around. This evening, Lungu Mo could arrange for Lin Chen to have 10, no, 100, beautiful women to entertain him. Not interested, was Lin Chen's indifferent reply. In the Huangjin Empire, he had amassed millions of fans, and surely among them were beautiful women. A mere gesture would be enough to indulge himself without restraint. The standards for supplies could certainly be lowered. There is an excess. Additionally, your speed in eliminating monsters is quite astonishing, leaving us with a feeling of being deceived. Lungu Mo expressed, disheartened. However, if you are willing to include my achievements in your textbooks, I can authorize a reduction in supplies by half. Absolutely no problem. Lin Chen offered. Lungu Mo nearly choked, aghast at the thought of the Geke Kingdom's textbooks extolling Lin Chen. Absolutely not. What a ludicrous suggestion. How would that even be written? Would future textbooks state, Emperor Lungu Mo of the Geke Kingdom, having failed twice in his bravado, was compelled to seek assistance from Lin Chen of the Huangjin Empire to vanquish the monsters? Very well, we shall arrange that promptly, Lungu Mo replied, clutching his chest, feeling a pang of anguish. Before a global audience, he had failed in his bravado twice. The war fortress was lost, the motorcycle mobile unit reduced to mere remnants, and the city of Kashay had become a wasteland. Now, he faced the burden of a hefty payment to the Huangjin Empire. Should you require further assistance, the Geke Kingdom is a long-standing client. I can certainly offer you favorable terms. Lungu Mo, feeling embarrassed, resolved never to engage in such hubris again, for the cost of boasting was far too great. 5 days later, the colossal corpse of the monster was transported back to the Huangjin Empire. At this time, the base acquired yet another monster's body, and in response to Lin Chen's request, the Empire urgently dispatched a research team comprising hundreds of individuals. Of course, the research on the monsters would be conducted by those scientists, while Lin Chen was far too occupied to engage in such studies. His days were predominantly devoted to training the cadets. This is the pressure chamber, this is the G-mode launch, and this is the emergency landing. Now, do you have any questions? Lin Chen utilized simulation technology to demonstrate the operational procedures of the Tianlong. The cadets officially entered their final course, learning to pilot mechs. In a spacious classroom, the group exchanged glances. After a time, Aisha stood and inquired, Professor Lin, when can I acquire driving skills akin to yours? I wish to become as formidable as you, capable of excelling in any environment, much like an experienced driver. Chapter 54. The coffin-like cockpit. The operations of the mechs are quite intricate. Nonetheless, Lin Chen's piloting skills had already left them in awe during their previous encounters with monsters. Thus, the cadets unanimously regarded Lin Chen as their paragon, eagerly aspiring to master his exceptional piloting abilities. I believe that once your hand speed reaches a certain level, you will be just fine, Lin Chen remarked, casting a piercing glance at Aisha, delivering an unvarnished critique. The girl had little to distinguish her beyond her beauty and physique. Hand speed? Aisha looked at her right hand, puzzled. But it is quite fast. Is there a specific training regimen for improving hand speed? No. It is certainly not as simple as you imagine. I must discuss methods for enhancing hand speed with Professor Lin in private. With that, Lin Chen concluded the session. That will be all for today. You will soon receive an astonishing surprise. Lin Chen smiled mysteriously. At this, the students gasped, realizing that the two mechs were nearing readiness for deployment. This meant that they would soon have the opportunity to pilot them. Yes, we are on the verge of piloting mechs. Wow, I have awaited this day for so long. Oh no, now I am nervous. A throng of eager cadets excitedly exchanged chatter, for the prospect of piloting mechs had long been a dream they had harbored. Later that night, Lin Chen opened the system panel in his bedroom. Host. Lin Chen tasks. 1. Prevent monster invasions and thwart alien conspiracies. 2. Acquire power of his own. 3. Command a faction that belongs to him. Fan value. 1 billion. Those were the tasks at hand, and for Lin Chen, progress was slow and often elusive. He then called one of the lead researchers, Old Wang, to come to his quarters. Moments later, Old Wang arrived and inquired, "Is there something you need? I have a set of documents here containing relatively straightforward technology for you to review. Aim to produce a unit as soon as possible," Lin Chen stated, holding out a stack of documents. This technology, in a strict sense, was a reward from the system. Upon glancing at the documents, Old Wang's excitement surged. Indeed, a driving simulator. This is remarkable. Old Wang gasped in awe. Once this driving simulator is operational, it will significantly reduce the training time for pilots. We could even produce pilots en masse. Do not be overly delighted. I possess a VR gaming pod, an authentic 3D gaming chamber, which is truly remarkable and can significantly alleviate the psychological burdens faced by individuals like you, Lin Chen stated. Such technology exists? Is it genuine? Old Wang exclaimed in astonishment. They were scientists, and aside from their work, their sole entertainment consisted of sleeping and watching television, with no other recreational options available. However, with the introduction of this VR gaming pod, everything would change. It might even address the needs of adults. This was indeed a genuine marvel. Motivated by potential benefits, Old Wang dedicated himself to the creation of a driving simulator pod, successfully constructing one within less than 2 weeks, a simulator that resembled a large coffin. When Lin Chen and the others witnessed Old Wang's team unveiling their creation, they were taken aback. Apologies, the technology is exceedingly advanced, though it may appear somewhat unsightly. Have you not noticed how quickly time passes while using it? Old Wang chuckled sheepishly. Beside him stood a box occupying 5 square meters, with several cables extending from the ground and a monitor on the side for observation. While it is indeed swift, Old Wang, what does this driving simulator resemble? Lin Chen inquired as he circled the pod, which occupied approximately 5 cubic meters. A metal box? Old Wang replied. No, it resembles a large coffin more closely. Lin Chen observed. The group murmured in agreement. I shall be the first to try it, Lin Chen declared, opening the pod's door and stepping inside for a trial run. The driving simulator provided an extraordinarily realistic training experience. During the simulation, the surrounding scenery would abruptly shift to resemble a base runway, and one could even feel the rush of wind. After a brief period, Lin Chen exited, nodding in approval. Let us proceed with this design, aiming to achieve mass production in the shortest possible time. What about the technology? No need to rush. We can discuss that in a few days. You must also ensure that more simulators are constructed for the trainees' practice, Lin Chen advised. Old Wang nodded, finding the suggestion quite reasonable. Lin Chen then began to rally the eager trainees for practice, each face displaying a mix of anxiety and anticipation as they looked towards him. Let's have Aisha go first, Lin Chen decided. Aisha gulped nervously and hurried to change into her uniform in the dressing room, stepping into the simulator with a look of panic. Feeling entirely at a loss. This is the indicator, and this is the limiter. You have all learned about these before, Lin Chen said, half leaning into the simulator to provide a brief introduction before stepping back and closing the door. Let us begin. The group gathered around the monitor beside the simulator. Should any terrifying scenes of imminent crash appear inside, Lin Chen would press the red button to initiate emergency shutdown measures, preventing trauma for the trainee. Inside the simulator, Aisha's heartbeat quickened as she recalled Lin Chen's teachings, executing her commands on the indicators with fervor. Suddenly, the simulator's visuals shifted dramatically from Aisha's perspective. Despite being inside the driving simulator, she felt as though she was soaring out of the base. If one were unaware, they might easily believe they were genuinely piloting a mech. Everything felt incredibly real. Ah, she screamed in terror. Within 3 minutes, Lin Chen, his expression darkening, activated the emergency braking system. The reason? She was about to plunge into the ocean. Aisha, paralyzed with fear, collapsed into Lin Chen's arms, gasping for breath. Next, Lin Chen called. The simulator echoed with a series of captivating shrieks from the female trainees. By the end, Lin Chen's expression was one of exasperation. The trainees either emerged trembling with fear or had been sickened by the experience. The last to exit was Yi Xian, the only trainee who managed to endure for 15 minutes. He grinned as he stepped out. That was exhilarating. Just lacked monsters. I feel quite unwell. The group of trainees gazed at him with blank expressions. As night fell, the base grew quiet, with most individuals already in slumber, Lin Chen included. However, A gentle knock disrupted the silence. Who is it? Lin Chen jolted awake. It's me. I need to speak with you. Came a familiar voice from outside, laced with tension and embarrassment. Chapter 55. A wave of the glorious empire makes me itch. Lin Chen listened intently and recognized the voice. Xiao'er, is that you? Yes. It's me. Please open the door, Jiang Xiao'er urged, her tone impatient. Lin Chen was puzzled as to why Jiang Xiao'er was seeking him at such an hour. Did she struggle to sleep and wish to hear his stories? He donned his pajamas and opened the door. Jiang Xiao'er stood there in casual attire. Her delicate face suddenly flushed. Lin Chen, You mean the driving simulator? I want to try it, but I don't know how, Jiang Xiao'er confessed. Oh, so that's the matter. Come along, Lin Chen nodded, guiding her to the women's dressing room. There were only a few uniforms available, and after searching, he found the largest one belonging to Aisha and handed it to her. This is Aisha's. It's the biggest size. The other women find it too large, so she is the only one who wears it. Oh, Jiang Xiao'er replied, her face reddening. They exchanged glances, and after a moment, Jiang Xiao'er asked, Are you planning to stand there and watch me change? I worry you won't manage it, Lin Chen replied. After Jiang Xiao'er changed, she stepped out of the dressing room. Aisha's figure was stunning, but Jiang Xiao'er surpassed her, the uniform straining against her form. Jiang Xiao'er entered the driving simulator, and Lin Chen leaned in again to explain. This is the indicator, and this is the pressure chamber filler. Do you understand? I think I do, she replied. Well then, I shall begin, Lin Chen announced. Following this, the simulator was filled with Jiang Xiao'er's frequent screams, as though she were experiencing something unforgettable within. Not long after, Jiang Xiao'er emerged, breathless and pale, her legs trembling as she collapsed into Lin Chen's embrace, asking with lingering fear, Is this what you use when you go into battle? It was unimaginable to operate at such speeds and complexity while facing monsters. Indeed. Help me back. I can't walk, she exclaimed, only to notice Lin Chen's unusual demeanor, inquiring. Is your body reacting? Yes, that is quite normal. Dopamine receptors cause renal vasodilation, increasing renal blood flow, while dopamine and phenylethylamine resonate in abundance, stimulating the brain's center. Thus, this reaction is a combination of dopamine, phenylethylamine, and phenethylamine, Lin Chen explained as he supported her. Jiang Xiao'er blinked, her mind struggling to keep up, asking dazedly, What do you mean? The next day, the base unexpectedly received notification that Foreign Affairs Minister Zhang Lai would visit in the afternoon. Jiang Xiao'er was perplexed by the minister's motives. Was he there to court favor or propose cooperation? It was unclear. The Foreign Affairs Minister Zhang Lai was a shrewd and capable middle-aged man. Upon arriving at the base, he immediately greeted Lin Chen with a warm handshake, seemingly seeking something. Hello. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Zhang Lai delved into the matter at hand. Professor Lin, I shall not conceal any longer. It has come to my attention that the Jianming Empire is currently drafting a bill to raise various taxes against us, aiming to stifle our development. Thus, I have come to hope that this empire, possessing the foremost and most substantial research base, can produce some technological products to disrupt the market and facilitate the circulation of our goods. Lin Chen retracted his smile, displaying no interest in the rivalries among nations. After a moment's contemplation, he remarked, There is indeed a VR pod. Is it the kind used for gaming? Zhang Lai asked, his expression one of embarrassment. He hoped to procure some technological products from the base to be manufactured en masse by the Empire's enterprises, akin to the Empire's glass, compelling foreign nations to lower their taxes. This VR pod is exceptional. Presently, I have no other suitable products for civilian use. All my research is focused on military applications. Zhang Lai's heart skipped a beat. A marginalized and fallen princess, a mad scientist obsessed with force. When these two converge, it is likely that Old Wang has extracted data from the monster's body. Lin Chen called out through his headphones. Soon, Old Wang brought over a set of urgent documents regarding the research on the monster's corpse, stamped with a conspicuous red seal, top secret. The foreign minister, Zhang Lai, glanced at it and felt his initial solemnity morph into profound shock as he recalled the anomalies surrounding the monster's appearances. He hastily skimmed the contents, swallowing hard as he exclaimed, All signs indicate that the monsters are part of a long-planned conspiracy? Lin Chen nodded. The aliens' plot is indeed real, as substantiated by the system. The research personnel at the base merely provided a suite of persuasive evidence. Hence, I hope Uncle Zhang can timely prompt Jiang Xiao'er to speak up. I understand now. The internal strife within the empire will ultimately lead to its ruin. Zhang Lai chuckled bitterly, suddenly enlightened. What purpose does internal conflict serve when Zhang Mingyuan is nearing his twilight years, and monsters are increasingly making their presence felt? In this scenario, Unity against the monsters is imperative. It hasn't been long, yet the number of monsters has been escalating dramatically. I leave the matter of the gaming pod in your capable hands. The fate of the Empire hinges upon both of you. Zhang Lai is a man of prudence, acutely aware of his responsibilities in the face of great peril, and the princess's lineage is sound. Before departing, he cast a lingering glance at Lin Chen, knowing that without his intervention, Jiang Xiuer's fate would have remained unchanged. 2 months later, the entire world was enveloped in an atmosphere of eerie calm. The monsters, which had previously appeared monthly, suddenly vanished for 2 consecutive months. Had they gone extinct? Perhaps. People were only aware that the monsters emerged from the depths of the sea, leading to the establishment of sonar monitoring stations at sea level. Yet, these monitoring stations had never had the opportunity to display any results. Over time, global skepticism grew regarding whether the monsters had indeed been eradicated. Amidst this atmosphere, Pu Si from the Jianming Empire could no longer remain idle, constantly plotting to orchestrate a significant event. In recent times, the Jianming Empire's national strength had seen substantial growth, with the number of fearsome robots soaring to 25. In contrast, the Huangshan Empire possessed only a single impressive mech. However, even the most formidable mech cannot compare to 25 terrifying assassins. It is absurd to think otherwise, especially considering that these assassins are equipped with cutting-edge energy cannons. Whether facing mechs or monsters, they would undoubtedly shine. With burgeoning confidence, Pu Si felt compelled to seize this opportunity, eager to provoke the Huangshan Empire, as if it were an irresistible itch. Naturally, acquiring the mech technology from the Huangshan Empire would be the pinnacle of success. Thus, Pu Si began reaching out to factions that had historically harbored grievances against the Huangshan Empire. Hello, my dear Lungamo. I have heard that you have long been at odds with the Huangshan Empire. Would you be interested in collaborating with us from the Jianming Empire to take them down? Taking down the Huangshan Empire? But they possess the most formidable mechs globally. Lungamo had recently adopted a more subdued approach, focusing on domestic development. Upon hearing of a potential collaboration with the Jianming Empire against the Huangshan Empire, he instinctively recoiled, as the Huangshan Empire's mechs had previously garnered much acclaim in the Jaka Kingdom. Damn it, we from the Jianming Empire also possess mechs called terrifying assassins. Let me tell you, we have 25 of them, and they are about to enter mass production. Even if monsters were to descend upon us, we have the capability to shield any nation from their assault. Pu Si boasted arrogantly over the phone. Lungamo fell silent. Although he did not know precisely what these terrifying assassins were, the name certainly sounded formidable. The previous war bastion had a similarly impressive name, yet ultimately, it was vanquished by the monsters. Chapter 56. The shifting of tasks. Thus, the more impressive the name, the often lesser the actual power. This lesson was one Lungamo had learned at great cost. Now, to ally with the Jianming Empire against the Huangshan Empire? What if the monsters were to reappear unexpectedly? He resolutely refused to indulge in bravado any longer. Lungamo unhesitatingly declined Pu Si's invitation and promptly hung up the phone. Beep, 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 busy tone. Pu Si fumed. Damn it. That wretched Lungamo will regret this. Once I am done with the Huangshan Empire, I will turn my sights on the Jaka Kingdom. Subsequently, he contacted the Sanyan Kingdom. Hello, old Pu. Are you interested in joining us to take down the Huangshan Empire? Of course. They have unjustly detained our genius from the Sanyan Kingdom. They must be held accountable. Excellent. It is settled then. Pu Si was overjoyed. See, this is what allies are for, never faltering when it comes to dealing with the Huangshan Empire. Following this, Pu Si allied with a total of 6 nations, all of whom harbored grievances against the Huangshan Empire. Once a united front was established, Pu Si promptly unveiled the sanctions against the Huangshan Empire that had long been prepared. That very evening, the Jianming Empire issued a statement. In light of the increasingly dire situation regarding the monsters, we hereby announce that, in 1 week, we will impose additional import and export taxes on the Huangshan Empire. The specific implementation details are as follows. Subsequently, 6 other nations released their own statements. Emboldened by the Jianming Empire's backing, believing that this time the Huangshan Empire would face ruin, and perhaps even revert to being a colonial state, the world erupted in chaos. The monsters had only been absent for 2 months, yet the Jianming Empire orchestrated such a significant move against the Huangshan Empire. The 7 nations led by the Jianming Empire celebrated, with their citizens taking to the streets to rejoice in this monumental initiative. Such a grand strategy must be the decree of Emperor Pu Si. Pu Si is the most capable emperor of the Jianming Empire. Under his wise leadership, we have triumphed over the monsters and are poised to topple the vile Huangshan Empire. We must petition to erect a grand statue of liberty in our capital in the likeness of Emperor Puxi. Oh, the sanctions against the Huangjin Empire are a boon for the entire world. The populace of the Jianming Empire wholeheartedly endorsed this initiative, for during the months of monster appearances, the nation had been in turmoil, prices soaring while money became inconsequential. The immediate need to sanction the Huangjin Empire was paramount to alleviate the empire's financial crisis. Meanwhile, in the Huangjin Empire, confusion reigned. Had the Jianming Empire's nations lost their minds? The online community was in uproar. What is this? Our future imports now cost twice as much? Our exports also cost twice as much. Damn it, it appears the monsters are indeed the liberators of the world. Only through their assaults will nations behave themselves. It was reported that several major trading companies were preparing to protest against the Jianming Empire. The internal situation within the Huangjin Empire is in a state of upheaval. Should there be an increase in trade tariffs on imports, it would undoubtedly precipitate a financial tempest for the empire. In light of this predicament, the central authorities of the Huangjin Empire have set aside their differences, uniting in a concerted effort to dismantle the foreign blockade. After much debate, Foreign Minister Zhang Lai proposed a prudent plan, suggesting that Lin Chen's base possesses a VR pod, which might compel the Jianming Empire to yield. Thus, the empire's leadership agreed to visit the base together the following day. On the morrow, a delegation composed of the Empress Ji Fu, Chief Yang Ming, and members of the Elder Council arrived for a visit. Lin Chen, stationed in the command room, observed the runway through surveillance monitors. Over the course of 2 months, not only had the external environment transformed, but significant advancements had also occurred within the base. First, a group of trainees led by Yi Xian and Abo Mei had begun to pilot mechs, while the remaining trainees had become adept at operating the simulation pods. Despite the delegation's visit, training continued unabated. The machines were prepared for takeoff. The Tianlong had ascended, the Lialong had taken flight, and the Panlong was airborne. In the command room, personnel responsible for the launch protocols initiated the mecha takeoff. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 mechas soared into the azure sky. The base had truly acquired the capability to defend against the monstrous threats. Each machine maintained an altitude of 1,000 meters, with the pilots receiving instructions through their headsets. This marked Yi Xian's 3rd day of flying, and he was already confident in his piloting skills. However, he lamented the absence of any monsters, had one appeared. It would have been the perfect opportunity to showcase his prowess before a global audience. Before long, the mechas captured the attention of the citizens below, inciting widespread cheers. It's the mechas. 3 of them have taken flight. Long live the Empire. Long live Lin Chen. Why are the monsters not coming? We have more mechas now. Laughter erupted, with visions of the monsters trembling in fear filling their minds. The enthusiasm of the crowd filled the hearts of the 3 pilots with immense pride and satisfaction. They reveled in their aerial maneuvers, eager to traverse the entirety of the Empire. In the command room, as the radar displayed the mechas' positions, a staff member quickly turned to report, the 3 mechas are flying north. If they continue, they will exit Jin City. Order them to return immediately. Yi Xian and AI Sha promptly complied, heading back with haste. At that moment, they passed by a transport aircraft. Look at that plane, Yi Xian exclaimed, beckoning his companions. The passengers aboard the transport were the Empire's central authorities, who were astonished to see the 3 mechas in the distance. 3 mechas? Could they truly be in mass production? With just 1, we were already unstoppable. Now, with 3, we would be invincible. If only there were monsters to fight. The authorities on the plane engaged in animated discussion, marking this as the most promising news since the Jianli Empire's declaration. Meanwhile, Jiang Yuer, seated on the plane, gazed out the window, her mouth agape in astonishment. Are these truly Lin Chen's mechas? He is exceptionally talented. Jiang Yuer, though accustomed to meeting many outstanding young talents as the highborn princess of the empire, realized that unlike others who lived in the shadows of their elders, Lin Chen had forged his own path, mastering the most advanced mecha technology. This made him the finest youth not just in the empire, but in the world. In an instant, she felt a renewed sense of ambition, believing she could excel even beyond that wild girl if she were at the base. Meanwhile, Lin Chen, noticing the mechas returning, opened the system panel. Host, Lin Chen. Task 1, prevent the monster attacks and thwart the aliens' conspiracy. Task 2, establish your own influence. Progress 5, Task 3, command a faction. Fan value, 1 billion. Observing the changes in the system's tasks, Lin Chen felt a jolt of realization. Could the completion of Task 2 hinge on those 60 trainees? He quickly formulated a bold hypothesis. Having his own faction meant possessing a mecha army. Indeed, it was so. His thoughts drifted to the hangar, where 15 mechas were under urgent construction. Given the exponential speed of their production, the task should be completed with the next batch of mechas. The only remaining uncertainty was the nature of the rewards for completing the tasks. Soon, the delegation arrived, led by Jiang Xiu'er, who entered with a sense of urgency. Taking a seat near Lin Chen. Moments later, the entire delegation gathered in the reception room, where laughter and conversation filled the air, creating a lively atmosphere that masked their underlying tensions. After a while, Chief Yang Ming, a refined middle-aged man whose ambitions were not immediately apparent, spoke up. Lin Chen, you are likely aware of our purpose here. The Jianming Empire, in collaboration with several trade nations, is currently stifling our development. Minister Zhang Lai mentioned that the base possesses a VR pod, and we hope to utilize this technology as our trump card to break their blockade. Following Yang Ming's remarks, Ji Fu, the current wife of Jiang Mingyuan, chimed in. If we possess a technology product that captivates the hearts of the Jianming Empire's populace, they will surely rally in our favor. Ji Fu was a strikingly beautiful woman, exuding a mature allure that was heightened by her status as a mother. Jiang Xiu'er, feeling apprehensive about the older members potentially selling Lin Chen out, took a seat close to him. Lin Chen acknowledged her with a nod. Given the Empire's development, we must set aside all differences and pursue a singular goal, to dismantle the Jianming Empire's constraints, Jiang Xiu'er stated with a smile. Could you elaborate on the specifics of the VR pod? The Interior Minister's eagerness was palpable. This technology employs advanced techniques to achieve a realistic 3D effect. Primarily utilizing structural innovations to ensure public satisfaction, Lin Chen began, explaining the principles behind the VR pod. The audience appeared bewildered, struggling to grasp the concepts he was presenting. Jiang Xiu'er internally sighed, wishing he would get to the point. It's akin to the equipment featured in Ready Player One, a true-to-life 3D gaming experience, available in 3 tiers, high, medium, and low, with costs around 5,000, 3,000, and 500 respectively. The room fell silent, the gravity of Lin Chen's words sinking in. If the VR pod resembled the equipment from the film, it would undoubtedly incite nationwide excitement. It would provide an immersive experience that would captivate individuals of all ages. If the Huangzhen Empire were to develop such a technological marvel, citizens from other nations would inevitably envy it. They would take to the streets, demanding their governments lift the blockade. Brilliant. With that thought, the weight lifted from the hearts of the assembly, and their expressions became considerably lighter. If we successfully implement the VR pod, it could certainly alter the current landscape. If we design it as a counterterrorism game, it wouldn't be long before the entire nation is mobilized. Indeed, we must move quickly to realize this. The central authorities turned their attention to Jiang Xiu'er. Prior intelligence had indicated her close association with Lin Chen, but given the current developments, it was evident their relationship had deepened significantly. I would like to add that Jiang Xiu'er truly shone, becoming the focal point of the event, with nearly everyone captivated by her fervent performance. After some discussions, it was clear that she was indeed the princess of the Long family. Such a brilliant idea. Subsequently, after considerable deliberation, they settled on a concrete implementation plan. The technology would be provided by Lin Chen's base, while the Empire would handle mass production and promotion, ultimately achieving widespread usage. Jiang Xiu'er sat in the back, reminded by etiquette to maintain a smile at this moment. Yet, aside from this expression, she struggled to conceal her heart, which felt as if it were twisting in anguish. Listening to the Empire's leaders incessantly refer to her as the Princess of Long, she was consumed by jealousy. Ever since the last award ceremony, she had noticed how the once-vanished princess was now regaining attention. Occasionally, whispers about that wild girl surfaced, and with the constant concern shown towards her, along with her close proximity to Lin Chen, she couldn't help but wonder what position she, as a noble princess, would occupy in the Empire if that wild girl truly became involved with him. This scene was indeed grating. Her heart was tumultuous. How was that wild girl so favored? Yet, every time Jiang Xiu'er thought of this, she felt a sharp pain in her chest. The so-called comfort team quickly achieved its purpose, and at Yang Ming's request, they proceeded to tour the hangar. However, upon his casual arrival at the hangar, he was immediately taken aback. Were those 15 mechs about to be deployed? Indeed. The staff had become increasingly adept, resulting in accelerated progress, Lin Chen remarked. Yang Ming inquired gravely, will monsters appear again? He hoped they would not, for the emergence of monsters had already granted too much power to this young man. Lin Chen responded, they will. The past 2 months have been quiet. I suspect a wave of unprecedented monsters is brewing. A collective gasp escaped the Empire's leaders. Previously, they had not regarded monsters as significant threats, considering them merely low-intelligence creatures. However, Lin Chen's words now made the looming crisis from these monsters feel ever more ominous. First, they lowered human vigilance, and then, unexpectedly, a multitude of monsters could obliterate human cities in one fell swoop. Could it be that monsters had studied military strategy? Silence enveloped the group. Professor Lin, could you elaborate on the monsters? After all, you are the first person globally to have single-handedly defeated 2 monsters. Jiang Yue spoke, unwilling to be overshadowed. Lin Chen led them into the command room, where all their queries could be addressed. Soon, after reviewing the current monster data, they were left in a haze. High physical defenses, but poor internal defenses? Was this the reason behind targeting monsters with freezing projectiles? Lizard beasts? 2-winged lizard beasts? 4-winged lizard beasts? Would there be 6-winged or 8-winged variants in the future? Many felt that the names were rather hastily assigned. At least they had names now, which was more pleasant than simply calling them monsters. 3 days after the departure of the Empire's comfort team, a group of several hundred engineers was dispatched to Lin Chen's base to learn about the V-capsule technology. Upon arrival, these engineers were immediately awestruck by the facilities at the base. Especially in the hangar, witnessing the mechs in production felt like stepping into a science fiction film. Truly unbelievable. Who would have thought this base would be so vast? It felt more ceremonial than the environments they had previously worked in. Busy yet orderly. The engineers found themselves humbled by the true essence of engineering. The entire base was abuzz with activity. Yet everyone was diligently focused on their tasks, a working environment they had never experienced before. The 100-strong team of engineers stood in place, unsure of whom to approach or what to ask, curiously absorbing the atmosphere and occasionally marveling at the formidable construction of the base. At that moment, one of the lead researchers, Old Wang, came to welcome the engineering team. Upon seeing familiar faces among the engineers, he was momentarily stunned, exclaiming, "Hey, old son, old Zhu, old Sha, old Bai." The engineers were equally astonished to encounter acquaintances, greeting one another while also being curious about Old Wang's position. "Old Wang, I can't believe we meet here. Has it been 5 years? How did you end up here? Surely, you're not just running errands?" They urged him to share more. Feeling the condescension from many of his research colleagues, Old Wang replied earnestly, "I am one of the lead researchers at the base, primarily assisting Professor Lin in mech development." The engineers were taken aback. "What? You with that brain of yours?" Instantly, they began to feel indignant. If someone like Old Wang could become a lead researcher in mech development, surely their learning of the V-capsule technology would be as simple as learning basic arithmetic. Not long after, the entire engineering team was ushered into a spacious classroom. Upon being informed that the Empire's engineering team had arrived, Lin Chen hurried over. However, as soon as he entered the expansive room, the atmosphere shifted dramatically. Goodness, it's the legendary technological deity of our scientific community. Rumor had it that hanging Lin Chen's photo by one's bedside could ward off evil spirits. It was said that certain technological universities were planning to establish a gallery to display Lin Chen's photo, allowing students to admire his brilliance daily. The crowd gazed at Lin Chen in awe, their expressions filled with fervor, even more excited than fans meeting their idols. "I am Lin Chen. The purpose of your visit should have been outlined above, so I want to reiterate. Time is limited, let us begin," he said, offering a brief self-introduction before diving straight into the subject matter. The audience quickly pulled out their pens, ready to take notes. Surprisingly, their expressions were not tense, but rather relaxed, considering Old Wang, with his limited intellect, could construct more advanced mechs. Thus, surely this technology, simpler than mechs, could be learned in just a couple of days? It seemed effortless, devoid of pressure. Lin Chen was perplexed by the engineer's seemingly relaxed demeanor, which starkly contrasted with the expressions of Old Wang's group. Could it be that this was the most exceptional cohort he had ever mentored? Confounded by the sudden shift in atmosphere, Lin Chen inquired, "Why do you all seem so relaxed?" "It's just the V-capsule technology." The crowd chuckled once again. Lin Chen nodded and began to explain, "This technology utilizes advanced techniques to achieve a realistic 3D effect, primarily employing structural elements to facilitate interactivity." The 100-strong engineering team suddenly perked up, only to become bewildered moments later. What was being discussed? Were they speaking in a foreign tongue? Before long, confusion spread across every face. An hour later, parched and exhausted, Lin Chen noticed the engineers were entranced, so he took a sip of water before asking, "Do you understand now?" The engineers stirred from their daze, collectively responding, "Professor Lin, what exactly did you just say?" They blushed, feeling embarrassed. If someone like Old Wang could create mechs, how could they struggle to comprehend a technology simpler than mechs? "You are, without a doubt, the least competent group I have ever led. To not understand, yet appear so at ease. Lin Chen inhaled deeply. I possess the technical blueprints, if I cannot recall them. I will consult the recordings. Lin Chen displayed a profound disdain, convinced that these individuals were merely there to cause disruption. A month later, the engineers from the base departed, having thoroughly mastered the principles of the VR pod. Upon receiving this news, the Empire promptly summoned 5 major electronic enterprises to formulate the next steps. After negotiations, the owners of these companies were left in a state of shock, astonished that the Empire had acquired VR pod technology. Following a series of communications and the allocation of technical engineers, the 5 enterprises immediately commenced vigorous development of the VR pod as per the Empire's directives. On the same day, one of the Empire's largest electronics firms, Huawei Technology, notorious for its contentious standing with the Empire, convened a press conference. A beautiful host addressed dozens of reporters, proclaiming, "Our company is currently devoted to manufacturing a groundbreaking VR product. Gentlemen, please direct your attention to the screen behind me. This product is named the VR Pod, which authentically realizes 3D technology, allowing you to immerse yourself in truly realistic gaming scenarios." Following an elaborate introduction, the journalists erupted in astonishment. Huawei Technology undeniably exemplified the Empire's prowess, akin to devices from the film Ready Player One. The realization struck them. This was indeed a groundbreaking innovation. One reporter inquired, "How long did it take to develop such advanced technology?" The host replied with a smile, "I cannot disclose the duration, but I can assure you that the VR pod was developed by Professor Lin himself, and our company was merely commissioned by the Empire for its production." Simultaneously, other leading tech companies held press conferences with nearly identical content, all centered around the VR pod. Subsequently, news of the VR pod spread like wildfire throughout the Empire overnight. As the excitement grew, the gaming community erupted, and the internet buzzed with anticipation. Chapter 59 heralded a 3D game of steel guns, inundated with similar reports. The VR pod's promotion reached unprecedented levels across the Empire. "Greetings, friends. As per the Empire's arrangement, our company will release the VR pod next week, featuring genuine 3D effects to immerse you in the game. What are you waiting for? Join me in this exhilarating gun battle." An additional segment detailed game content and shooting mechanics. Whether we like it or not, the harsh reality of violence exists, and we must confront it with courage. Game setting. As the situation with monsters escalates, military simulation competitions commence. Together, brave warriors pursue their dreams in the clouds. Special forces unite to safeguard world peace. This encapsulated the game's content. The public's initial reaction was skepticism, quickly followed by suspicion that these companies were merely deploying smoke screens, anticipating subpar results. However, as glimpses of the game content emerged, astonishment spread like wildfire. It was indeed a remarkably realistic 3D game, with gameplay featuring both gunfights and monster battles. This gaming apparatus was exceptionally cool. The moment it was released, it would undoubtedly reshape the global gaming landscape. The excitement was palpable, and many could hardly wait to purchase one. It was evident that such an extraordinary gaming device was likely reserved for the affluent. How could common folk like us ever experience it? Some speculated that it might be a secret weapon of the Huangjin Empire. Nonsense, others retorted. It's well known that only mechs are the true secret weapons of the Huangjin Empire. This is merely a mediocre gaming device. Even if it were given for free, I wouldn't want it. Debate raged on the streets of the Huangjin Empire, quickly becoming a hot topic. On social media, discussions surrounding the gaming pod reached unprecedented heights, dominating trends and overshadowing trivial celebrity gossip. For instance, the aroma of a certain actress's socks or rumors about another star's child turned out to be irrelevant in comparison. Under the Empire's directive, the VR pod garnered immense popularity. As the Huangjin Empire subtly encouraged discussions about the VR pod, the news began to permeate various factions within the Jianming Empire. A device that offered such immersive 3D gaming experiences? Naturally, it was something everyone wanted to try. I firmly believe this VR pod will achieve global acclaim. Its experiential quality is simply phenomenal. I eagerly await next week. I must acquire the finest equipment. The VR pod began to infiltrate the Jianming Empire, where the populace eagerly anticipated its arrival. Blissfully unaware of a crucial question, would it even be available for export to the Jianming Empire? A week later, all 50,000 units produced by the 5 major enterprises were sold out. The citizens of the Empire then discovered that the VR pod came in 3 variants. Those with limited funds could purchase a simple VR headset for a mere $1 and still enjoy an exhilarating gaming experience. The subsequent production by the 5 companies would multiply this number exponentially. By nightfall, Citizens of the Empire eagerly followed the instructions to register, download the game, and immerse themselves in the experience. They customized their avatars and entered the game, instantly captivated. Had their IDs not displayed their names, one would scarcely believe they were not all crafted from the same mold, as countless players resembling each other filled the virtual landscape. Wow, this game is absolutely incredible. I feel as though I have stepped into an entirely different world. By the way, where's the tutorial for beginners? Someone exclaimed. Look over there. A group of stunning NPCs are playfully tugging at the pants of male players. The initial players experienced a wave of astonishment that propelled their curiosity, leading them to familiarize themselves with the new gameplay mechanics. Before long, they bypassed the tutorial, and elite soldiers began to emerge. Soon, a large banner came into view. International Defense Exhibition, Huangshan Empire Exhibit, accompanied by an uplifting slogan, Brave Warriors, pursue your dreams in the clouds. In the background, transport aircraft stood poised for takeoff. Charge, board the planes. The game's premise involved players transforming into special forces, deployed to coastal cities to gather weapons and engage in CS-style gun battles, with monsters appearing as the timer ticked down. Fantastic. The opportunity to battle monsters had long been a cherished fantasy for every boy in their youth. And now that dream of saving the world from monsters could finally be realized. Consequently, every player was absorbed until they were forcibly logged off. The following day, a plethora of VR pod experience videos flooded the internet. Many who had not purchased a VR pod were left astonished after watching the gameplay footage from the previous night. Is this real-life gunplay? They gasped, excitement akin to that of actual combat. And there's monster fighting too? Who will buy me a VR pod? I promise to fulfill any outrageous request in return. I'm utterly adorable. Thus, the populace of the Empire began to eagerly anticipate the next batch of VR pods. Such an extraordinary gaming experience was a must-try. In fact, it transcended mere gaming, representing the allure of military competition. The launch of the VR pod shifted the focus of the Empire's citizens, alleviating their anxieties, as news of the VR pod proliferated everywhere. Meanwhile, in the Jinming Empire, frustration brewed. This is ridiculous. It must all be a fabrication. It's been a week. Why is there still no place to purchase a VR pod? I have the funds. Yet where can I find the VR pod for sale? The citizens of the Jinming Empire were on the brink of eruption, unable to contain their mounting impatience. This sensation is akin to being deceived, having toiled through a week of anticipation only to discover that there is no place to purchase a VR pod? Damn it. Sitting in his office, Pers pondered to himself, is it possible that the Huangshan Empire has abandoned its overseas market? The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. And the more he longed to play. Pers merely contemplated the situation, realizing that it was for the best that they did not sell VR pods here. After all, in the future, he could challenge anyone who dared oppose him. He felt a newfound confidence with the mecha terror killers at his disposal. Presently, the Jinming Empire boasted 30 mecha terror killers, while the Huangshan Empire had merely added 2 new mechs. In terms of quantity, they triumphed, and in terms of quality, they were unmatched, as the mecha terror killers were equipped with super weapons. The question remained, were they afraid? Not to mention, even if monsters emerged now, Pers could assure the public not to panic, for the terror killers would safeguard the Jinming Empire. Defeating monsters would be a trivial matter. Alas, the absence of monsters meant they could not display the true might of the Jinming Empire before a global audience. Pers shook his head in frustration. He yearned to deliver an unprecedented speech using 30 mechs, showcasing the terrifying power of the mecha terror killers to the entire world. That evening, discussions about VR pods erupted across the internet once more. With the advent of the VR pod, the citizens of the Jinming Empire found mundane meals tasteless and all recreational activities dull. As time passed, the populace became acutely aware of a serious issue. Why was the VR pod only available in the Huangshan Empire? Had they never considered selling it to the Jinming Empire? This was intolerable. Shouldn't all good things belong to the Jinming Empire? Thus, the youth of the Jinming Empire gazed enviously at the gameplay videos from the Huangshan Empire's players. While venting their frustrations, this trash game, isn't it merely a 3D immersive experience? Garbage. I wouldn't play it even if it were free. We are adults. Why would we indulge in such childish nonsense? The priciest equipment only costs a few thousand, and cheap products are never of good quality. Damn it. Look at how poorly they play. If I were in their place, I could easily secure a pentakill. I've never wanted to play the VR pod. Isn't our Jinming Empire's game. Mushroom Man, delightful? Although they spoke with righteous indignation, each heart was filled with bitterness, especially poignant. Why could the citizens of the Huangjin Empire enjoy such thrilling games while they languished in front of computers playing abominable games? Gaming should be about the exhilarating gunfight experiences offered by the Huangjin Empire. The more they thought about it, the angrier they became, the more they yearned to play. The following day, the inability to procure a VR pod persisted. The citizens of the Jianming Empire finally erupted. The internet buzzed with discussions about the VR pod. I could explode with rage. Why? Damn it, because I can't buy a VR pod. My wife is ready to divorce me. Why are all the good things no longer available to us? Damn it. Last night, I dreamt of finding a VR pod on the street, only to step in a pile of dog waste this morning. Now, the citizens of the Jianming Empire were utterly unable to acquire the advanced device known as the VR pod. Consequently, the name VR pod spread rapidly through discussions online, leading the citizens of the Jianming Empire to discover what kind of product it truly was. Many initially reacted with disbelief, questioning how such a high-tech product could exist. Their second response, incredible. Such a marvelous item must be purchased. The third reaction, damn it, we can't even buy it in the Jianming Empire. Meanwhile, in the Huangjin Empire, many were experiencing the VR pod at home. Some typical families merely purchased the most affordable VR glasses. Although the experience was somewhat lacking, it still met their expectations. Within the game, a vast area that could accommodate thousands of players had entered a fever pitch, anticipating the arrival of the long-awaited monsters. Like mountains, the beasts prompted countless players to excitedly unleash their ammunition upon the colossal creatures. Many players had logged in specifically to confront these monsters, relishing the chance to battle them. Ultimately, thousands of elite players succumbed to defeat, having failed to meet the requisite task time. Yet, this did not dampen their spirits. Rather, it intensified their enthusiasm. This was akin to a genuine monster hunting experience. Consequently, various gaming strategies began to emerge online. In short, the more joy the Huangjin Empire experienced, the more envy and jealousy grew in the Jianming Empire. At the base, another shipment of supplies was airlifted in. Many were busy receiving and checking the materials. Lin Chen nodded in satisfaction as he observed rows of driving simulators, now ready for the trainees at the base. This progress was swift, indeed. They could easily recruit another batch of mecha trainees or share some with other legions. Before long, Foreign Affairs Minister Zhang Lai arrived by car. He had heard that the Jianming Empire was buzzing with discussions about the VR pod, which had become a hot topic. Zhang Lai exclaimed animatedly. Lin Chen nodded but showed little interest in the subject. Instead, he focused on the surveillance of the simulator, where the pig farm's heir, Yixian, was showcasing various performances. Lin Chen contemplated whether to incorporate monster data into the simulator, enabling trainees to engage in combat training that mirrored real-life scenarios. Otherwise, their flashy displays would serve no purpose when it came time for actual combat. This notion seemed reasonable to Lin Chen, especially as he noted a budding arrogance among the trainees. Professor Lin, are you even listening to me? Zhang Lai inquired after Lin Chen remained silent for some time. Oh, you should discuss this with Xiu'er. I'm not particularly interested, Lin Chen replied, gesturing toward Jiang Xiu'er, who was nearby receiving supplies. Zhang Lai was left speechless. Soon after, Jiang Xiu'er finished verifying the medical supplies. Initially intending to leave, she noticed Zhang Lai and, without hesitation, strode over with her long legs. After a brief conversation, she remarked, "It won't be long before the relationship between the two great empires returns to what it once was. However, since the relationship is good, we should certainly sell the best equipment to the Jianming Empire." Zhang Lai was utterly perplexed. Jiang Xiu'er smiled mysteriously and proposed, "How about selling one for 100,000? Foreign Affairs Minister Zhang Lai was rendered speechless. Was this a good relationship? Selling something that costs 5,000 to them for 100,000? This was a tenfold markup. An item that could be enjoyed at home for a few thousand would be sold at over 10 times that price in the Jianming Empire? You don't understand. The VR pod's high price is due to the technology it contains, and as you mentioned, its popularity is soaring in the Jianming Empire." Jiang Xiu'er smiled confidently. While this logic held merit, Zhang Lai felt it was rather unkind. In truth, this price is still a bargain for them. Soon, the VR pod will require payment for identity verification, and downloading games will also incur costs, Jiang Xiu'er added. Foreign Minister Zhang Lai stood speechless. As Jiang Mingyuan was a crafty old fellow, and his eldest daughter was indeed a prodigy surpassing her predecessors. I understand your concerns. But have you considered that selling our own products to our people naturally incurs lower costs? Why should we offer discounts to outsiders? Jiang Xiu'er spoke earnestly. Zhang Lai, the foreign minister, felt a pang of embarrassment within. Miss Xiu'er truly embodies the essence of the empire's eldest princess. After the serious matters were concluded, Zhang Lai glanced at Lin Chen and quietly asked Jiang Xiu'er, "Aren't you going home to visit?" "Not going." Jiang Xiu'er stiffened, her voice tinged with impatience. Zhang Lai appeared hesitant, caught between words. "I understand." Jiang Xiu'er's expression turned frosty as she nodded, evidently unwilling to delve further into that topic. "What are you two discussing?" Lin Chen approached and inquired. "Do you want to eavesdrop on my family matters?" Jiang Xiu'er gazed at Lin Chen, her eyes conveying an inscrutable depth. Zhang Lai refrained from intervening in personal affairs, opting instead to engage Lin Chen in another conversation before finding an excuse to leave the base. Noticing Zhang Lai's hurried departure, Lin Chen poked Jiang Xiu'er with his finger and asked, "Isn't it just a family dispute? You've told me all about it before." Miss Xiu'er took a deep breath. Meanwhile, discussions about the VR pods were rampant across the network of the Jianming Empire, reaching unprecedented levels of fervor. Many people had spent an entire night before their computers, puzzled by why only the Huangjin Empire sold VR pods, while there was no outlet for them in the Jianming Empire. "I wish I could go to the Huangjin Empire and buy a VR pod, but I'm afraid I would be turned away. It seems we'll never be able to get one." People lamented that the Huangjin Empire was on the verge of widespread adoption, while they remained helplessly staring at their screens. The yearning for a VR pod was palpable, with the public expressing their frustrations online. "If I had a VR pod, the little girl next door would be eagerly waiting for me to tell her stories." The online discourse was filled with fervent desire for the coveted VR pods. Pussy, sitting before his computer, felt a flicker of uncertainty as he observed the discussions online. In this age of advanced networking, various factions had caught wind of the situation. Subsequently, numerous allied powers of the Jianming Empire began to call, all worried whether the Jianming Empire would suddenly abandon its allies and go solo. Faced with such skepticism, Pussy defiantly declared, "We are allies. Do not entertain such wild thoughts." "Damn it, you foolish pigs. The Jianming Empire has always upheld its commitments and will never forsake its allies." Each of Pussy's statements rang with conviction. However, as night fell, the discussions online persisted. New gaming videos and content flooded in, igniting a frenzy of jealousy among the citizens of the Jianming Empire. "Why can't we possess such a wonderful thing?" A voice in their hearts constantly echoed, yearning to play. The online influencer Ka Lucy expressed his frustration. "I believe it won't be long before we can purchase a VR pod." This sparked a wave of excitement. "Damn, it's already been 2 weeks. By the time we get one, the Huangjin Empire will have grown tired of it. We want to play with the VR pod today. We want to battle monsters today." My sister is practically in tears. The fervor continued unabated. Pussy, observing the discussions across various social media platforms, sat in silence for a long while before making a momentous decision. "To hell with those allies. I can no longer carry you all. It's time for me to fly solo. Farewell." He summoned the interior minister and passionately proclaimed, "We must call upon the world to collaboratively build a beautiful homeland. And we must lead by example. The people will surely be satisfied." "Very well. I shall convene a press conference immediately." The interior minister instantly grasped Pussy's intentions. Thus, an urgent press conference was held. During the meeting, Pussy first engaged with reporters enthusiastically, then shifted the tone, stating, "The world belongs to everyone. So we should work together to build a beautiful homeland, and the Jianming Empire will lead by example." Journalists from the Yunyo Nation were taken aback, sensing something amiss. A reporter from the Sanyan Nation inquired, "How will your country lead by example?" "By first introducing a batch of VR pods from the Huangjin Empire." Pussy replied with a smile. "This is the people's wish. There is no other way." The reporters collectively felt exasperated, utterly speechless at the old man's antics. Nevertheless, Pussy's proclamation spread like wildfire, creating a massive uproar throughout the Jianming Empire. "What? Have you heard? We are about to introduce a batch of VR pods. I am overjoyed to the point of tears." My sister, upon hearing the news, dashed out in celebration, unable to be restrained. "Isn't your sister tattooed with 2 roses on her chest? I just saw her celebrating with a group of beautiful women on the street." "Oh, damn it. How did you know she has roses on her chest?" "Your sister is without clothes." This was undoubtedly a cause for universal jubilation. Countless people were elated. In the Yunyo Nation, one of the allies of the Jianming Empire, the emperor was luxuriating in a golden bubble bath when the foreign minister barged in to report. The Jianming Empire has suddenly abandoned its allies and is shamelessly proclaiming a commitment to collaborative construction of a beautiful homeland. "Damn, this old Pussy is clearly plotting against us." The emperor of the Yunyo Nation scoffed coldly. Pussy's actions had evidently pushed the other 6 nations into a perilous predicament. He was the instigator of the campaign against the Huangjin Empire. previously espousing righteous rhetoric about maintaining the front lines and resolutely curbing the Huangjin Empire's development. Yet, that old fox had transformed into a trade ally of the Huangjin Empire. Damn it, what should we do? The foreign minister inquired. Naturally, we must lift the trade blockade against the Huangjin Empire. Without the Jinming Empire leading the charge, we are nothing. The emperor of the Yunyo nation cursed vehemently. The foreign minister nodded, remaining calm as he observed a pair of individuals. Why are you still here? The emperor of the Yunyo nation grew furious. Waiting for you. Please go ahead. I shall return in 3 minutes. The emperor replied. 3 minutes? The foreign minister was astonished, not expecting his majesty to be so unrestrained. No wonder the empress often sought out that old interior minister. Get out. The emperor of the Yunyo nation was utterly enraged. He wished to last for hours, but regrettably, he lacked the robust physique of a Huangjin man. Meanwhile, the Sanya nation and other former allies of the Jinming Empire hastily convened press conferences upon receiving the news, announcing reductions in import and export taxes with the Huangjin Empire. With the Jinming Empire's sudden shift, the Huangjin Empire was sure to be resented by all. Thus, the strategic initiative led by the Jinming Empire to contain the Huangjin Empire was shattered. The global trade order reverted to its previous state, and goods began to flow freely between nations once more. However, the demand for VR pods continued to surge. In the Huangjin Empire, with its products unable to circulate overseas, factories had begun to shut down. Yet today, after receiving news of major trade economies worldwide reducing import and export tariffs, factories gradually resumed operations, leading to jubilant cheers from the citizens of the empire. At long last, the goods have circulated. Otherwise, our company would face impending bankruptcy. The workday has commenced. I extend my gratitude to Professor Lin for creating the VR pod. Without it, nations around the globe would still be imposing lockdowns upon us. Regrettably, I have heard that Professor Lin has an affinity solely for the cold, unyielding mechs, leaving me, a fragrant and soft maiden, to admire myself in solitude. To my astonishment, it turns out that Professor Lin is a frigid knight. This revelation has invigorated the populace of the empire, eliciting joy even at the heart of the Huangjin Empire's administration. Truth be told, had it not been for the VR pod inciting fervent parades among the citizens of the Jinming Empire, the economy of the Huangjin Empire might have faced irreversible decline. Consequently, a pivotal meeting was convened at the empire's core to strategize the subsequent phase. In this rare gathering, the Jiang Mingyuan group, represented by Queen Ji Fu, and the Yang Ming group set aside their rivalries to unite against external challenges. Following discussions between Yang Ming and Ji Fu, it was ultimately decided, in accordance with Jiang Xiu's wishes, that the VR pods would be sold at a price of 100,000 each, with additional fees for identity and gameplay. Thus, a series of orders were issued from the Empire's center to distribute the VR pods overseas, aiming to amplify the Empire's influence and recover from recent economic losses. Meanwhile, as the Huangjin Empire thrived with vigor, the training base was equally industrious. The students devoted themselves to rigorous training, yet Lin Chen sensed a troubling trend. These trainees appeared to underestimate the monsters, developing a sense of arrogance that led them to believe they could easily vanquish any beast that dared to confront them. They remained oblivious to the terror and brutality of combat with these creatures. Among them, Yi Xian, the son of the pig farm, and the curvaceous Aisha were the most audacious. Therefore, Lin Chen created a database of monsters, intending to instill a sense of their dread in the students. The monster data was uploaded into the simulation pod. Yi Xian inquired, Professor Lin, what is this? It is a database of monsters, designed to prevent your lack of practical experience, Lin Chen replied. The students were astonished. We can fight monsters in the simulation pod? If we can indeed engage these beasts, I could easily dispatch them as if slicing through vegetables. I have awaited this day for far too long. Just look at this group of novices. Finally, we are to confront monsters. After training daily, they remain ignorant of how many beasts they could actually defeat. The students brimmed with excitement, eager to rush into the simulation pod and slay monsters to their heart's content. Lin Chen observed their bravado, hoping they wouldn't succumb to fear when faced with the reality of battle. Before long, once the monster database was fully uploaded, Lin Chen waved his hand and commanded everyone inside for practical simulation training. Thus, all 60 students entered the simulation pod, exhilarated at the prospect of their monster hunting adventure. However, moments later, the pod was filled with blood-curdling screams and cries, as they were utterly terrified. I'm scared to death. Oh my goodness, it's terrifying. It's so large and strong, and its color is a grotesque crimson. One girl, initially eager to make a grand display, found herself paralyzed with fear as gigantic lizard-like beasts materialized in the hyper-realistic environment of the simulation pod, prompting her to retreat in terror. Yi Xian, piloting his mech with malfunctioning wings, realized he could not escape the incoming monsters. In desperation, he transformed into human form, swinging his sword while screaming in despair, "Ah!" In utter hopelessness, I fight. Within 5 minutes, all 60 students emerged pale-faced and gasping for breath outside the simulation pod. The notion of dispatching monsters easily evaporated. Instead, they had all been swiftly defeated by the creatures. Lin Chen, maintaining an impassive demeanor, remarked, "Your individual strengths are all lacking, yet you all excel at posturing." The students pondered. From now on, this is how we shall train. Although it is just data, it is no different from actual monsters. Such realistic combat scenarios are the best form of training, Lin Chen asserted. He understood that while the students possessed the necessary skills, they were sorely lacking in practical experience. Aisha then inquired, "Professor, do enlighten us. How did you acquire your unparalleled piloting expertise?" At her question, all eyes turned curiously towards Lin Chen. "Practice," he replied nonchalantly. In truth, it was the system's reward for piloting proficiency. A profound silence enveloped the room as everyone contemplated what they were missing in comparison to Lin Chen. Just as the students began to doubt their own intellect, Aisha's voice rang out with excitement. "I've got it. Professor Lin must not have a girlfriend. Is that the legendary Kirin arm?" Everyone was taken aback. What on earth is the Kirin arm? They felt as though a herd of wild horses had galloped over their heads. In another realm, within the Jianming Empire, Pu Si sat in his office, sighing deeply. The splendid opportunity to stifle the Huangshan Empire's growth had slipped away. Damn it, our populace is a bunch of fools. Pu Si was utterly speechless, unable to draw comparisons between the two empires' citizens. When monsters threatened the Huangshan Empire, their citizens evacuated the cities with a level of order reminiscent of a textbook drill. In stark contrast, the citizens of Jianming Empire protested and rioted at the first sign of discontent, nearly storming the emperor's palace to haul themselves off to jail. Pu Si, clutching his hair in frustration, lamented, "This is utterly infuriating." Shortly thereafter, the Foreign Affairs Minister entered the office and solemnly stated, "Since we unexpectedly resumed trade relations with the Huangshan Empire, the attitudes of the 6 surrounding nations have grown subtly hostile." Pu Si remained silent, his expression fluctuating between contemplation and agitation. Do these insignificant nations dare to provoke the Jianming Empire? They must be courting disaster. Should we issue a warning? The Foreign Affairs Minister asked. It seems our terrifying assassin should make an appearance, casting a shadow over the world's nations and peoples. Pu Si's voice was low and contemplative, his desire to flaunt their power growing stronger. The more hostility the other nations exhibited toward the Jianming Empire, the more it presented an opportunity to humiliate them. How thrilling! Once the terrifying assassin is revealed, they will all kneel before the Jianming Empire. The Foreign Affairs Minister was astonished, incredulously staring at Pu Si. Has he lost his mind? That's the Jianming Empire's secret weapon, meant to be unveiled in times of crisis to deter global threats or combat monsters. Yet, Pu Si seemed to regard the terrifying assassin as a mere tool for showmanship. "What, do you have an objection?" Pu Si asked, slightly irked. "I believe that revealing the terrifying assassin now would not maximize our benefits. Merely intimidating the nations isn't worth it," the Interior Minister replied. Pu Si nodded, acknowledging the validity of the statement. If the terrifying assassin could gain renown in battle against the monsters, it would not only intimidate foreign powers, but also instill pride in the Jianming Empire's citizens. Perhaps it could even pave the way for the downfall of the Huangshan Empire. With this in mind, Pu Si found himself eagerly anticipating the arrival of the monsters. He set aside his work and, accompanied by the Interior Minister, headed to the research facility. Soon, at the research facility, Pu Si inquired of the person in charge. "How is our terrifying assassin progressing?" "It is indeed splendid. We are on the verge of commencing mass production, and our drivers have acquired proficient driving skills." The person in charge, accompanied by Pers and the Minister of Internal Affairs, made their way to the training ground. The vast training area showcased 30 formidable mechs, the terrifying killers, charging and soaring with vigor. Witnessing this spectacle, Pers was momentarily taken aback. This was the essence of our training. Our training content, of course, is not merely this. Observe those targets emblazoned with monsters. The objective for our terrifying killers is to dash or fly past at breakneck speed, shredding those monster-laden targets. The person in charge elaborated. In simpler terms, it is target practice. He added. Pers nodded. his gaze fixed on the 30 terrifying killers as they reduced the monster targets to countless fragments, instinctively exclaiming, "Oh, for heaven's sake." He felt an urge to quip. Yet there was little to critique. After all, one cannot simply capture a monster for the Imperial pilots to practice on, can they? For now, he could only hope that the next time a monster appeared, it would stand still like the targets, allowing the pilots to unleash their full might. Fear not. The terrifying killer is merely our first-generation mech. Our second-generation mechs have made significant advancements and are truly humanoid. The person in charge exclaimed with a smile. Pers was astonished and elated. The humanoid mech had become an obsession for him. If he did not indulge in watching videos of the Quanxian Empire's mechs daily, he found it difficult to sleep. But now, with progress on the second-generation mechs, it seemed plausible that the Jianming Empire's mechs could soon surpass those of the Quanxian Empire. Suddenly, the urge to show off surged within Pers. At that time, he must invite dignitaries from various nations to visit the Jianming Empire. Oh, and he must not forget to extend an invitation to that scientist named Lin Chen, to let him know how foolish it was to decline the Jianming Empire's invitation, while also making him aware of the terror posed by the Jianming Empire's mechs. How infuriating. The following day, a vessel carrying 200,000 VR pods arrived at the Jianming Empire's port at dawn. After allocation and distribution, major cities swiftly began preparations for sales. By noon, the entrance of a VR pod specialty store was already teeming with eager customers. The scene chaotic. Damn it, the VR pods must be a divine gift to us. Everyone, step aside. I want to be the first to buy one. Folks, the VR pod is the testament to our freedom. That damn old Pers had to concede to us. The free people. I want a pentakill. A pentakill. What a waste to give such an excellent device to the people of the Quanxian Empire. The long-awaited VR pods finally had a sales outlet, and everyone was determined to be the first to purchase one to experience it. In the game, Pentakill, Spray Tower Q. At that moment, as the salesperson opened the door to the VR pod store, they were taken aback by the sea of customers outside and quickly reflexively shut the door. Oh no, I vastly underestimated the lack of decorum among the citizens of the Jianming Empire. After inquiring about the situation with a grim expression, the store manager opened the window and shouted, "Form a line, no sale." In an instant, 2 long lines formed amidst the crowd. They tolerated the wait for the VR pods. Had it been in the past, the free citizens of the Jianming Empire would undoubtedly have dragged the few Quanxian citizens inside out for a beating. A young black man stood at the front of the line. 100,000 each. The store manager glanced at him and pointed to the sign behind him. The Quanxian citizens and Jianming citizens had always viewed each other with disdain, so the store manager's demeanor was indifferent, lacking warmth. Oh, for heaven's sake, this damn cold attitude. You bloodsuckers. The VR pods were only a few thousand in the Quanxian Empire. Why are you selling them to me for 100,000? I will sue you for consumer fraud. The young black man shouted furiously. At this price, take it or leave it, the store manager replied with a look of disdain. Damn it, you despicable Quanxian citizen. The young man fumed. At this moment, the people behind him grew restless, shouting, "Hey, are you buying or not? If not, step aside. I have money to buy too, one to smash and one to sleep on." Chapter 64. If not now, when? Infuriated, the young man glared at the store manager, feeling as though he had been deceived after waiting for so long. The store manager, with a dark expression, said, "The Quanxian Empire's low price is due to subsidies. You have no subsidies, so of course, it's 100,000. And let me be magnanimous and inform you that verifying identity for the VR pod costs money. And downloading games costs money too." This was almost an outright demand for money. As soon as this was said, it stirred up a tremendous uproar, with people staring at the store manager in disbelief. So the VR pod costs 100,000 because the Quanxian Empire has subsidies? Why don't we have subsidies? Weren't we told it was only a few thousand? Bitter, very bitter. Everyone felt a mix of bitterness, jealousy, and other emotions. Such a marvelous item was utterly unaffordable. How frustrating. As a result, aside from a few affluent families who happily purchased VR pods, the vast majority could only watch helplessly. That evening, discussions about the VR pods reignited online. Terms like bloodsucker, fraud, and sugar-coated shells were thrown around. It became clear that the VR pods were intended for the wealthy, leaving the poor with no hope of ownership. Damn it, we fell for it. The VR pod is meant for the wealthy, but I still want to play. Woe is me, 100,000. And there will be further expenses. It's clearly not something we commoners can afford. Why is it so expensive? The online discussions resumed fervently. Previously, there was uproar about the lack of sales outlets, but now, the outcry was about the unaffordability. Meanwhile, some economically stable players who had purchased VR pods paid little attention to the online discussions, eagerly entering the VR pods. Do the impoverished still wish to engage with high-tech items? Off to hell with that. In the game, face sculpting, height adjustment, none of that exists. The streamer Kaluz not only aimed to showcase superiority in the real world, but also sought to do so within the game. He intended to ride the wave of popularity and let everyone know what a legendary figure he was. Thus, the character he built in the game was a replica of himself, even using his own name for his online persona. As soon as he entered the game, Kaluz was met with the most enthusiastic exclamations. Everyone, look! This doesn't seem to be one of our players. Because the VR pods from the Quanxian Empire had a natural advantage for the populace, being affordable for all, the number of players was number one. Consequently, the global server became overcrowded, with countless players from the Quanxian Empire flooding in. Kaluz sneered, bypassing the tutorial and directly boarding a transport aircraft, preparing to wreak havoc and create a legend in the streaming world. Just as he was ready to make a grand move, he suddenly sensed something was amiss. Why were all the players so amicable? Upon surveying the scene, he was astonished. On the transport plane, players were surrounding him in layers, all eyeing him with ill intent. Streamer Kaluz. He was taken aback, questioning whether he had wandered into the wrong place. There were only Quanxian players, not a single Jinming player in sight. This scene resembled a pure maiden falling into a den of lechairs, filled with helplessness and trepidation about her impending fate. Subsequently, the streamer Kaluz inadvertently transformed a gunfight game into an escape game. The global server's public screen continued to scroll. The streamer, named Kaluz, just landed on server 6, and he is being chased and hammered by tens of thousands of players. The great streamer Kaluz has fled to server 98. It was unfortunate. Kaluz had dashed off to the 99,999th dimension, prompting everyone to pursue him, lest he escape. True to form, Kaluz indeed became a legendary streamer in the domain of live broadcasting. Ultimately, the streamer Kaluz exited the VR pod with a scowl, exclaiming, "What a ridiculous game." The experience was abysmal. That evening, the internet buzzed with mixed sentiments regarding the VR pod, yearning for it, yet infuriated by its exorbitant price, which rendered it unaffordable for the masses. Overnight, the once anticipated VR pod swiftly transformed into a luxury item for the populace. Oh, how envious. Meanwhile, Pers noticed the fervent discussions among the public. How outrageous that they sell such overpriced items to us. This is nothing short of contempt. After some contemplation, Pers deemed it time to unveil the mech terrorizers. Otherwise, everyone would assume the Jimin Empire was easily trifled with. With a grim expression, he dialed the foreign minister, unleashing a torrent of fury. Damn it. Why can't our citizens afford the VR pod? Remember, our brave Jimin people fear nothing. Announce the mech terrorizer news by tomorrow. With newfound confidence, Pers, bolstered by 30 well-trained mech terrorizers equipped with super weapons, felt invincible. After receiving Pers' furious shout, the foreign minister pondered deeply and promptly arranged for all necessary preparations. This was destined to be a globally sensational event. The appearance of 30 mech terrorizers would undoubtedly reveal the formidable nature of the Jimin Empire. Simultaneously, in the depths of the ocean, which had remained silent for months, the dimensional portal began to stir. Enormous creatures surged from the depths, a total of 8, heading towards 2 directions, the Huangshan Empire and the Jimin Empire. Yet, unbeknownst to everyone, the next day, Pers asked the foreign minister in a low voice, "Are the arrangements ready?" "Yes," came the reply. Pers' face lit up with delight, declaring, "Now, issue the announcement. Our mech terrorizers will make a synchronized global debut the day after tomorrow. If not now, then when?" Thus, the Jimin Empire released a proclamation. In defense of world peace, the final weapon mechs of the Jimin Empire, 30 mech terrorizers, will collectively unveil themselves the day after tomorrow. Invitations were widely dispatched, ensuring that every notable figure received a notification from the Jimin Empire to attend the unveiling of the mech terrorizers. The message was unequivocally one of bravado. After all, the Jimin Empire boasted 30 well-trained mech terrorizers, while the Huangshan Empire possessed a mere 3. What could they possibly compare? Upon the announcement, a wave of shock rippled across the globe, causing an uproar. Was Pers being reckless again? Indeed, the Jimin Empire is remarkable. But which Empire's mechs were superior remained a question. Certainly the Jimin Empire, for they possess 30, and surely more will follow. Global discussions erupted regarding the mech capabilities of the Jimin Empire, with their mechs bearing fearsome names, suggesting unparalleled prowess. In an instant, the Jimin Empire garnered favorable attention, while the Huangshan Empire's 3 mechs fell into obscurity. The atmosphere shifted dramatically within the Huangjin Empire after receiving the global notification of the 30 mechs' impending debut. Had their former advantage vanished? The Huangjin Empire was merely worried. The Jimin Empire had confiscated all VR pods and was now boldly showcasing their mech terrorizers. Their intentions were evidently aggressive, utilizing their mechs to intimidate other nations while simultaneously instilling unprecedented pride in their citizens. The timing of this mech unveiling was impeccable, yielding triple benefits. Hence, the central figures of the Huangjin Empire returned to the J-City base, as the empire had nothing else to counter the Jimin Empire. Why is everyone here? Lin Chen inquired casually while sipping tea, in stark contrast to the anxious expressions of those around him. The Jimin Empire's mechs were set to debut, and suddenly there were 30. Ji Fu's expression soured. But we have mechs too, Lin Chen replied nonchalantly. We only possess 3, a clear numerical defeat. And the Jimin Empire's mechs have fearsome names. Oh, Lin Chen remained unfazed. You truly disappoint the empire. Yang Ming's voice brimmed with impatience. All the empire's resources were allocated to the base, avoiding any conflict with you, even ensuring Jiang Xiuer's safety, yet you remain indifferent. Just as Lin Chen was about to respond, the command room intercom crackled. Report, Professor Lin, all units are being transported through the lift to the runway. Preparations for designated training are underway. We can commence takeoff training. Lin Chen issued the command. The command room's monitors synchronized, displaying a fleet of brand new mechs emerging from the lift onto the runway. Suddenly, the meeting room fell into silence, as the central figures of the empire stared in disbelief at the unfolding scene. How did so many mechs suddenly appear? Were we not informed there were only 3? The screen showed numerous pilots, and with the command's announcement, all units prepared for launch. The Tianlong is airborne. The Panlong is airborne. The Zhanlong is airborne. The Xianglong is airborne. Whoosh. A total of 18 whooshes echoed, as 18 mechs soared from the base to conduct designated training in the specified airspace. The sight of 18 mechs soaring through the sky created a breathtaking visual impact. Lin Chen shifted his gaze from the screen and asked, "What were you saying earlier?" The others, bewildered, replied, "Were we not told there were only 3 mechs? How did a total of 18 suddenly appear, and all have taken flight?" Yang Ming's expression grew awkward as he inquired, "How familiar are the pilots with their mechs?" The central figures were unaware that the base possessed driving simulators, a tool for skill enhancement. This simulator allowed trainees to engage in battle-like experiences daily, fostering rapid growth. Lin Chen led them to the driving simulation training area, stating, "What we lack now is psychological resilience. Each trainee experiences combat scenarios akin to reality daily." The central figures of the empire were astounded by the driving simulators. This was training comparable to reality and the most effective form of preparation. From side monitors, they witnessed trainees fiercely battling creatures. Each person held their own thoughts. In essence, this young man's rise was now unstoppable. It could be said that every mech pilot would eventually become his ally, faced with the emergence of an unexpected dark horse. Yang Ming and Ji Fu felt as if they were gasping for breath. The following day, the Jimin Empire began sending invitations globally. Influential figures from various sectors had all received notifications, with many rushing to the Jimin Empire to curry favor with Pers, while others delegated trusted representatives to attend. The number of attendees heading to the Jimin Empire reached an astonishing 999. Even Lin Chen received a letter from across the ocean. The message read, "Dear Professor Lin Chen, we in the Jimin Empire eagerly anticipate your timely arrival tomorrow to witness the miracle of the world and the birth of the world's guardians together." Lin Chen muttered to himself, "What? Absolutely not. He certainly wouldn't find himself idly wandering to the mighty empire to witness the terrifying mechs, as he has numerous pressing matters at hand. Conventional weaponry against monsters always feels somewhat inadequate. Thus, he began the meticulous process of perfecting the mechs. Presently, there are 3 crucial aspects that require comprehensive enhancement. Only after these improvements can the mechs truly be deemed divine instruments of war. The 3 areas are particle beam guns, particle beam swords, and particle barriers. On this particular day, Lin Chen was engrossed in drafting design and data blueprints, with thick stacks of sketches strewn across the entire laboratory. Meanwhile, in the mighty empire, the much-anticipated moment arrived after a day. On this day, Pers spent an hour perfecting his appearance. Radiating confidence, Pers would not miss any opportunity to showcase the might of the mighty empire. All satellites were mobilized, broadcasting signals to every nation at no cost. Major global television networks aired the event simultaneously. Consequently, nearly half of the global audience was poised to witness the mighty empire's mech, the terrifying killer. The scale of the event was legendary, surpassing even the war fortress of the luminescent empire. From now on, the history of the mighty empire would be penned by the illustrious Purs. In high spirits, Purs observed the throngs of people filling the square, a proud smile adorning his face. At this historic moment, he declared, "Now, let our mech forces, the terrifying killer, make their grand entrance." The atmosphere instantly fell silent, a serious tension enveloping the entire square. Shortly thereafter, the ground began to tremble, and then 30 terrifying killers emerged simultaneously. This singular spectacle left the audience in sheer awe. In strict terms, the mechs of the mighty empire were indeed formidable, towering at 16 meters high, with 4 blade-like feet that plunged deeply into the earth with each movement. One can only imagine the sheer impact of such colossal machines in unison. The audience's mouths hung agape in disbelief. What? Is this even a mech? The mechs of the Radiant Empire are genuine humanoid figures, while the terrifying killers of the mighty empire lack any semblance of human form. Chapter 66 felt rather unimpressive. However, they were undeniably terrifying. By sheer presence, they overshadowed the mechs of the Radiant Empire. The latter not only conformed to aesthetic sensibilities, but also boasted unparalleled power, whereas the true capabilities of the mighty Empire's mechs remained unknown. Nonetheless, they lived up to their name, truly fearsome in both appearance and destructive force. At that moment, the citizens of the mighty empire erupted in excitement, shouting at their televisions, "Our mighty empire finally possesses its own mechs. Long live Purs. We must petition for a grand statue of liberty in his honor. Cool. Our mechs will surely annihilate the monsters." The populace brimmed with pride. As for VR pods, they were mere trifles. In the face of the empire's mechs, all else was but rubbish. On this day, the confidence of the mighty empire returned, once again emerging as the free and glorious mighty empire. In the capital square of the mighty empire, under the gaze of thousands, each person's thoughts diverged. Most were contemplating how to curry favor with Purs. However, standing beside Purs, Yang Ming furrowed his brow. Although he had been invited, the sight of these towering, terrifying killers left him uncertain. These mechs seem unable to fly. "Ah, my dear Yang, what are your thoughts on these mechs?" Purs chuckled, proudly showcasing them. Only the mighty empire and the Radiant Empire possessed mechs, while the detained VR pods were conveniently ignored. "It appears your mechs cannot fly," Yang Ming remarked nonchalantly. Purs, clearly anticipating this, exchanged a knowing glance with the Minister of Internal Affairs, who promptly responded, "Now, let our mechs demonstrate their flight capabilities." At that moment, the massive turbines beneath the 30 terrifying killers began to whirl, lifting them slowly into the air. Yang Ming was astonished. He was not alone. The entire audience, indeed the world, was taken aback. These 16-meter-high mechs could fly. Good heavens, it seemed the mighty empire's mechs were destined to be invincible. With so many flying mechs, the Radiant Empire's advantage was obliterated. Truly, the mighty empire was impressive. Amidst the gasps of the crowd, Purs, with a smug smile, turned to Yang Ming and asked, "How does it feel?" Yang Ming remained silent, offering no response. Yet the performance continued, as Purs aimed to ensure the world remembered this day belonged to the illustrious mighty empire. The Minister of Internal Affairs announced, "Now, let our terrifying killers showcase how to vanquish monsters." This proclamation left nearly everyone incredulous as they gazed at the terrifying killers. It suddenly dawned on them that monsters had not appeared for several months. Could it be that the mighty empire had captured and domesticated them all? A wave of astonishment washed over the crowd. Just then, a series of rapid two sounds echoed from the sky, as several helicopters dropped targets depicting monsters, swiftly retreating. The 30 mechs surged forward like a pack of wolves, tearing the monster targets to shreds. Global viewers were left in awe. Truly, the mighty empire is formidable. This unprecedented display resulted in mere targets being proclaimed as monsters. "Do you usually train with these targets?" Yang Ming could not help but inquire. "Of course. What else would we use for training?" Purs replied, his expression dripping with disdain and mockery. "The pilots of the terrifying killers are exceptional precisely because they trained with these targets. The pitiful Radiant Empire has no understanding of true mech training methods." Yang Ming hesitated, feeling that the mighty empire's reliance on targets for training was rather lowly. After some contemplation, he ultimately chose silence. Perhaps it was best to spare Purs any embarrassment and allow him a semblance of dignity. As the performance concluded, Purs held an unprecedented press conference attended by a global audience. "What is the purpose of the mighty empire in creating mechs?" a journalist from the mighty empire asked first. "Of course, it is to defend world peace and eradicate monsters." Purs was nearly overwhelmed with the urge to deliver an extraordinary speech before the global audience. This statement inspired countless citizens of the mighty empire. Behold, this is the imperial spirit. We shall never ally with the nefarious Radiant Empire, who even sell their VR pods at exorbitant prices. What else would they dare to do? At this moment, a journalist from the Radiant Empire interjected. The Radiant Empire's mechs have achieved 2 victories in annihilating monsters, while your mechs have just made their debut. Is there cause for concern regarding the actual performance of the terrifying killers? The audacious journalist had the audacity to question the greatness of the terrifying killers. Per's expression darkened. He felt the need to shed his modesty, lest the Radiant Empire's clownish antics continue to seek attention. Truthfully, he declared with confidence, our mechs are of a cutting-edge caliber. Even if monsters were to appear now, our exceptional pilots could effortlessly obliterate them in their mechs. Moreover, our mechs are equipped with super weapons, making the annihilation of monsters a foregone conclusion. For Pers, this was the moment to flaunt his bravado. After all, monsters had not appeared for months. In his need to impress, he spoke extravagantly, convincing the citizens of the mighty empire of the veracity of his grandiose claims. After all, the great Puss spoke with unwavering confidence, even going so far as to invite the pilots to join him in his declarations. Our mechs will become legends of the world. Each of our mechs is capable of obliterating all the mechs of the Huangjin Empire. Poor Huangjin Empire. I heard they only possess a pitiful 3 mechs. While we already have 30, our mechs will allow them to attack first, and they may not even stand a chance against us. Puss's grandiose words inspired all the citizens of the Jianming Empire. Many were captivated by his confident and composed demeanor, instantly feeling empowered, their hearts brimming with boundless self-assurance. What monsters, what Huangjin mechs? That is all in the past. Now, the terrifying killers of the Jianming Empire take center stage. The immense confidence of the Jianming Empire surged rapidly. After the mech demonstration, a grand ball was held that evening at the largest hotel in the capital of Jianming. Each terrifying killer mech housed 2 pilots, making the 60 pilots the focal point of the event. Countless socialites and aristocrats gazed at the pilots, seemingly intrigued by their driving skills. Yet, amidst this fervent atmosphere, Puss received a phone call and hurriedly departed. Shortly thereafter, after passing through layers of authentication, he arrived at the command center. Upon noticing something unusual on the screen, he curiously inquired, "What is that?" "That is the information relayed from our sonar detection station established at sea," a staff member replied. Gradually, Puss's complexion began to flush with excitement. Chapter 67, The Enigmatic Confidence. "Yes, it's a monster. Wonderful." Puss was instantly invigorated. This time, the terrifying killers must ensure that these vile monsters cannot return. It is predicted that 4 large monsters will reach our coastal city, Tully City, by tomorrow morning, the staff estimated. Puss clenched his fists, filled with confidence in the terrifying killers, yet still ordered the complete evacuation of all residents from Tully City. The Jianming Empire's chance to achieve fame in battle had arrived. This time, only success would suffice. The entire world would witness that the mechs of the Jianming Empire were not inferior to those of the Huangjin Empire. However, the monsters were not only detected by the Jianming Empire. Another wave of 4 monsters was also detected by the Huangjin Empire's sonar station at sea. A tense atmosphere enveloped the command center. According to the sonar detection station established at sea, 4 four-winged lizard monsters were approaching the Empire, expected to arrive by tomorrow afternoon. Lin Chen sat in silence in the command room, pondering the recent intelligence report from the United Front Department, which indicated that this battle would belong to the mechs. It was imperative to make a name for themselves and to illustrate to the Jianming Empire just how laughable they really were. Lin Chen cared not for his own fate. However, for those new recruits, their first battle might indeed result in sacrifices. After all, this time, 4 four-winged lizard monsters, capable of diverse attacks, were approaching. And in such fierce combat, Lin Chen could not always protect them. "Professor Lin, you called for us?" At that moment, 18 of the most outstanding recruits flooded into the command room. Lin Chen nodded and said, "From tomorrow onward, you will no longer be recruits. You will be official mech pilots." "What does that mean?" The recruits exchanged glances, their breaths quickening. "I will not conceal it from you. After several months, the monsters have finally appeared. I am giving you a day off. Perhaps tomorrow you will face casualties, so prepare yourselves mentally," Lin Chen stated. "Oh, we are going to battle tomorrow?" The group erupted in joy, but their excitement soon turned to anxiety. Tomorrow would be a real battle, not merely a simulation. "Mao Rong, you will remain at the base tomorrow and allow Yi Xian to pilot the Dragon Slayer. I will pilot the Sky Dragon and lead you into the first battle," Lin Chen commanded. "Yes." The voices of the recruits rang out loudly. The central command of the Empire was also preparing, albeit discreetly, neither promoting nor concealing the information. Simply issuing a notice to the citizens of Linjiang that monsters would appear tomorrow, advising them not to worry but to follow the arrangements. The citizens were remarkably composed, exhibiting no signs of panic, as if the monsters posed no threat to them whatsoever. The following morning, alarms sounded throughout Tuli City in the Jianming Empire. Alert! The entire city is activating a special danger protocol. Please evacuate Tuli City immediately. The announcement repeated incessantly. However, the citizens of Tuli City remained unperturbed, merely pausing momentarily before continuing with their daily activities. Evacuate? What nonsense! I refuse to leave. What can a monster do to me? Oh, for heaven's sake! Only cowards would retreat. Our mechs can easily shred the monsters to pieces. Why should we fear them? Did not Puss say yesterday that our mechs are equipped with super weapons that can annihilate monsters effortlessly? The citizens remained unfazed. After all, Puss had boldly proclaimed that the terrifying killers could effortlessly tear monsters apart, armed with super weapons capable of obliterating them. The citizens believed him. After all, would Puss dare to boast in front of a global audience? Thus, the confidence of the Jianming Empire's citizens soared, firmly convinced that the terrifying killers would ensure the monsters could not return. Evacuate Tuli City? Only a fool would do so. They would surely be ridiculed as cowards. Yes, we absolutely must not evacuate. The brave Jianming people fear nothing. News of the monsters' impending arrival spread globally in a matter of moments. In response, the confident Puss immediately ordered all satellites to focus on Tuli City, allowing the world to witness the might of the Jianming Empire. As the satellite broadcast commenced, viewership numbers skyrocketed, ultimately reaching nearly 2 billion. At that moment, 1 in every 4 individuals was watching the Jianming Empire's satellite broadcast. However, upon witnessing the situation in Tuli City, the viewers were taken aback. The city, poised for a monster invasion, remained bustling with activity. Incredible! Truly, the Jianming Empire is formidable. The monsters are about to arrive, yet the citizens remain completely unfazed. This must be a testament to their powerful mechs. How confident they are. Observing this scene, Puss was momentarily stunned, and he turned to the Minister of Affairs, asking, "Why haven't our citizens evacuated? Our citizens are displaying remarkable confidence, ever since your speech yesterday. They believe that the terrifying killers can easily tear apart any monster." Puss hesitated, a sense of foreboding creeping into his mind. If the 30 terrifying killers failed to obliterate the monsters, the consequences for Tuli City would be dire. Oh my goodness! I would then be a sinner in the Jianming Empire. At that moment, 4 massive monsters with 4 wings emerged from the sea surface. The global audience fell silent, an inexplicable sense of apprehension washing over them. Although the 30 terrifying killers appeared magnificent, they paled in comparison to the 4 monsters, like the disparity between a tiger and a rabbit. In their sights, the 4 monsters offered a powerful visual impact, causing countless viewers to instinctively swallow hard at first glance. They are enormous. The monsters are truly colossal, their grotesque skin shimmering a deep crimson, their long necks resembling ancient malevolent dragons, instilling both fear and awe in the hearts of many. Our mechs will undoubtedly annihilate the monsters. In that moment, countless citizens of the Jianming Empire forced themselves to muster courage and continually compared the strengths and weaknesses of the monsters and the terrifying killers. The monsters were large but sluggish, while the terrifying killers, on the other hand, boasted pilots with exceptional driving experience and were equipped with super weapons. Thus, after such comparisons, the citizens of the Jianming Empire felt increasingly reassured, believing that these mere 4 monsters were hardly a cause for concern. At this moment, 30 terrifying mechs were lined up in formation along the southern coastline, 30 kilometers from the city of Turi, poised to annihilate the monsters. An invisible haze of gunpowder lingered in the air, signaling that a great battle was imminent. However, the pilots inside displayed no signs of tension. On the contrary, they engaged in light-hearted banter over their intercoms. They had trained daily to swiftly obliterate the monsters, instilling an almost mystifying confidence in all 60 pilots of the 30 mechs. They even felt that the higher-ups were overestimating the monsters, dispatching every mech available for what they deemed a trivial threat. After all, there were only 4 monsters. 1 terrifying mech could easily handle them. The elite pilots from the Solid Empire regarded the monsters with disdain, boasting about their forthcoming heroic feats that would be immortalized in the memories of global audiences, and perhaps even become legendary tales that would be recounted throughout their lives. Hey, guys, make sure to give me a chance to shine. I met 2 socialites last night, and I'm just 1 step away from winning them over. Once we eliminate the monsters, I'm heading out to party with them. One pilot exclaimed. Those monsters are merely paper tigers. Even the mechs from the Radiant Empire can take them down. Our terrifying mechs will surely do even better. These 4 monsters are clearly here to hand us points. The pilots continued to jest, completely ignoring the approaching beasts. Why not let the monsters attack us first? It's no big deal. The mechs from the Radiant Empire can easily dodge their attacks. Our skilled pilots in the terrifying mechs can certainly do even better. Meanwhile, the satellite feed continued to broadcast the scene to the world, but viewers stared in disbelief at their screens. Why weren't the mechs from the Solid Empire engaging in battle? Was this the legendary steadfastness of the Radiant Empire? Good heavens! The pilots from the Solid Empire must possess remarkable psychological fortitude, facing danger without flinching. The audience mused, comparing them to the Radiant Empire's pilots, who were known for their cowardice. They remain as immovable as a mountain, yet strike with the swiftness of fire. As global viewers filled their minds with doubts and speculations, many concluded that the pilots of the terrifying mechs had extraordinary mental resilience. At that moment, Lin Chen and several newly promoted pilots were also watching the Solid Empire's battle performance, but they were puzzled as the mechs remained stationary. A group of pilots initially questioned why they were observing the Solid Empire's mechs, but soon, a realization dawned upon them. Professor Lin, we seem to understand, they said. What do you understand? Jiang Xiu'er asked, bewildered. Lin Chen, sitting nearby, looked equally surprised. Professor Lin was using the Solid Empire's situation to demonstrate that once the battle commenced, one must emulate the pilots of the Solid Empire and face the monsters with unyielding courage. Jiang Xiu'er and Lin Chen exchanged glances, their intelligence seemingly mocked by the moment. This is merely a glimpse of the situation over there. Nothing more. Lin Chen corrected the group's misconceptions. Confronting the monsters head-on was the most unwise course of action. It was imperative to leverage the mech's superior mobility to engage them strategically. Across the ocean, Puss was watching the satellite feed, his expression shifting dramatically. Why haven't our mechs launched an attack? He exclaimed. Damn it, these fools. If we lose this battle, I shall not escape the consequences. He quickly issued commands to the mech pilots. You imbeciles, why are you not attacking? Get those energy cannons ready. The pilots sprang into action, and the 30 terrifying mechs, each towering nearly 16 meters, extended gleaming metal cannon barrels. Unlike conventional cannons, these were a fusion of power and advanced technology, showcasing cutting-edge innovation. Indeed, these were the terrifying mech superweapons, the energy cannons, powered by a mysterious liquid extracted from the monsters' corpses, with a 500mm caliber. A single shot contained the potential to obliterate everything in its path, rivaling the ferocity of the winged lizard beast's attack. It was precisely this arsenal that fueled Puss's unprecedented confidence. As the terrifying mechs readied their super weapons against the monstrous behemoths, the citizens of the Solid Empire erupted into a fervor of excitement. My goodness, is this the super weapon? It's so massive. One shot could surely bring down a monster. They marveled. I can't wait to see our pilots reduce the monsters to rubble. This cannon is astonishing. It revolutionizes the realm of firearms. What monsters? What Radiant Empire mechs? That's all in the past. From now on, caliber is justice, and superweapons represent truth. The terrifying mechs uphold freedom, and world peace rests upon the Solid Empire. As the monsters drew ever closer to the terrifying mechs, the pilots finally sprang into action. All energy cannons aimed at a mountain-like monster. Fire. The pilots relayed in succession. The cannon muzzles shimmered with blue energy, arcs of brilliant blue electricity coalescing together. The energy had been building for nearly 5 minutes. With a whoosh, 30 beams of radiant blue light erupted from the energy cannons, dazzling and magnificent, striking the monster with an explosion of blinding blue light. Even in broad daylight and under satellite broadcast, viewers instinctively closed their eyes, momentarily blinded by the brilliance of the display. At that moment, regardless of who they were or where they hailed from, one thought occupied their minds. What had become of the monsters? If such a potent attack failed to harm the beasts, a catastrophe of unprecedented proportions would ensue once they entered the city. The hearts of the people raced with anticipation, hoping the 30 mechs would shine brightly and eliminate the monsters. As the blinding blue light faded, the global audience regained clarity and gasped in astonishment. The struck monster had sustained injuries. Though the wounds were not fatal, this marked the first time in history that a monster had been genuinely harmed since their appearance. The creature bore no fewer than 7 or 8 wounds, its blood staining the sandy beach. Cool. Puss chuckled, realizing that the monsters would no longer pose a threat. The citizens of the Solid Empire were equally invigorated, celebrating together. These mechs are the angels of the Solid Empire, they proclaimed. Indeed, They are our guardians of dawn, casting out all evil with their holy light. Haha. Our angels are far superior to the toy-like mechs of the Radiant Empire. We've truly wounded the monsters head-on. The romance of mechs lies in their boldness, and they eagerly anticipated their angels tearing the four monsters into countless fragments. The terrifying mechs instilled immense confidence in the people of the Solid Empire, particularly among the residents of Turi City, who felt an overwhelming sense of pride. Fortunately, I did not heed the orders to evacuate early, otherwise I would now be mocked as a coward. With 30 formidable mech warriors present, what is there to fear? Even if 4, or even 40, or 400 monsters were to appear, the angelic avatars of the mech warriors would be more than capable of annihilating them all. At this moment, the four monstrous creatures raised their elongated necks and let out a deafening roar, a sound that seemed to rend the very heavens. The sonic waves reached even the distant residents of Tuli City, causing nearly every individual to nearly collapse under the weight of an overwhelming sense of helplessness. The roar of the monsters sent shivers down their spines, instilling a profound dread. Indeed, the monsters were enraged. Without warning, they had been wounded by a swarm of seemingly insignificant insects. In an instant, the four beasts entered a frenzy, poised to obliterate everything in their path. The beasts roared repeatedly, preparing to unleash their assault. Their gaping maws glimmered ominously, and energy began to coalesce in their massive wings. The pilots, filled with exhilaration, shouted in unison, "Let us strike together and tear apart these four behemoths as we practiced in our training." The 30 mech warriors slowly ascended into the air, employing their powerful energy cannons to bombard the creatures while also preparing for close combat to rend the monsters with their sharp blades. Everything seemed so effortless and pleasant. Yet, the beasts unleashed a devastating counterattack. An arcane blue storm of electricity struck 5 of the mech warriors, resulting in instant explosions that obliterated them. Open fire. The pilots suddenly snapped to attention, their expressions grave. This was decidedly different from their usual training. Were the monsters not supposed to behave like stationary targets awaiting their destruction? How had 5 mech warriors been annihilated so swiftly? The atmosphere on the battlefield turned somber. Energy cannons fired in unison, a brilliant array of lights illuminating the sky as they struck one of the monsters. Finally, one creature fell, lifeless. However, the citizens of the Empire were devoid of any cheers. Only 14 mech warriors remained, while the other 16 had presumably been reduced to mere scrap metal along the coast. 14 mech warriors facing 3 beasts. The situation appeared dire. Damn it, why could we tear apart monsters during training, yet now we are powerless? One pilot yelled in frustration. Attempting to pierce the creature's body with his blades, he was swatted aside, exploding midair. The citizens of the Empire watched in disbelief. Was this truly their mech warriors? Why were they so fragile? In that moment, a feeling of intense unease gripped the hearts of all in the Empire. One monster collapsed, silenced, but the remaining 3, colossal and furious, were driven to madness, their crimson eyes filled with cold rage and frenzy. Energy began to gather in their wings, preparing to unleash their deadly feathered projectiles, an attack that was nearly a reaper's scythe for humanity. Simultaneously, the 3 monsters launched their barrage of luminous projectiles against the 14 mech warriors. Could they evade such an onslaught? The mech warriors attempted to retreat while firing back. Boom, boom, boom. All were obliterated. Each projectile possessed homing capabilities, and any that struck a mech resulted in a catastrophic explosion. In a mere 10 minutes, all 30 mech warriors were decimated, while the monsters suffered only 1 dead and 1 wounded. The swiftness of the battle left global audiences in shock. Had the mech warriors truly been annihilated? The calamity faced by the Empire was now upon them. The 3 remaining monsters, in a state of frenzy, set their sights on Tuli City. Oh, but wait. Had the residents of Tuli City not yet evacuated? Suddenly, the global audience grasped the terrifying reality. The residents, brimming with confidence in the mech warriors, had not fled. Thus, the monsters would soon arrive unimpeded to greet the local populace with their destructive presence. At this juncture, the Empire found it difficult to accept the grim truth, falling into a collective despair. Impossible. Our mech warriors are embodiments of angels. How could they be obliterated by monsters? One pilot cursed. It must be that old rascal Pers who is pulling the strings behind the scenes. I am such a fool for believing him. Previously, when Pers assured everyone that it was safe to return home, the monsters had wreaked havoc in Borden City that very night. Now, he claimed the mech warriors were invincible. And yet less than half an hour had passed before they were all destroyed. Each time he boasted, it was they who bore the consequences. Countless individuals were enraged. feeling as if they were living in a beautiful lie, misled repeatedly. The promises of easily vanquishing monsters and the notion of superweapons that could effortlessly annihilate them were all fabrications spun by that old trickster Purs. When the monsters arrived, all lies were laid bare. At that moment, Tuli City descended into chaos. The overly confident residents, upon witnessing the mech warriors reduced to scrap, panicked. Why aren't you running? Do you intend to be trampled into oblivion by the monsters? Countless residents scrambled to flee Tuli City, while in the distance, the outlines of three colossal figures grew ever clearer. The monsters had reached the outskirts of Tuli City, each movement causing buildings to crumble and clouds of dust to rise. The creatures occasionally launched blind attacks against structures. Blue arcs of electricity erupted from their gaping maws, reducing entire edifices to ruins. While the light projectiles emitted from their mechanical wings were terrifying, piercing through nearly all buildings. The once proud structures lay in shambles, and the path of destruction wrought by the monsters tugged at the hearts of the local residents. Tears streamed down the faces of the fleeing populace as they ran, not daring to pause. Just yesterday, they had chosen to trust Purs, adopting the persona of the indomitable Empire citizens, decrying those who evacuated as cowards. Yet now, every recollection of that moment pierced their hearts with regret. A weary black man could run no further. Exhausted, he sank to the ground, cradling his head in despair. Meanwhile, Purs himself was not much better off than the residents of Tuli City. Each satellite image he received sent chills down his spine. This was a complete disaster. Oh, damn it, he cursed through gritted teeth. The loss of the mech warriors meant the monsters had now breached Tuli City. Once it was reduced to ruins, those three creatures would swagger onward, demolishing any nearby city. Purs had witnessed firsthand the terrifying power of a single monster. Now, there were three, each far more advanced. He could hardly bear to contemplate the ramifications. Summon the 10 legions of the Empire. We must eradicate these three beasts. Purs gritted his teeth in determination. He had considered seeking aid from the mech forces of the Huangjin Empire, but the thought filled him with shame. Did he wish to become the second Lin Guemo? The Minister of Internal Affairs sneered at him. Purs halted in disbelief, jolted back to reality by the minister's words. Lin Guemo had been reckless and pretentious, leading to the loss of the motorcycle mechanized forces and an entire city. The current scene bears a striking resemblance to that of the Gika Kingdom. If 10 legions were truly mobilized to eradicate the monsters, a cold sweat broke out on Puss's back. Even if the monsters were vanquished, would there still be a firm and resilient empire afterward? In truth, we still possess 2 energy cannons, remarked the Minister of Internal Affairs. With 30 terrifying killer energy cannons rendered useless, what could 2 possibly achieve? Puss's expression darkened. Deploying legions to combat the monsters seemed nearly impossible, and the diminished energy cannons offered little solace. After hesitating for half a minute, he contemplated the possibility of receiving mecha assistance from the Huangjin Empire, which could significantly minimize the impending disaster. Yet, if that did not materialize, gritting his teeth, he exclaimed, "Contact the Huangjin Empire and request their mecha support." This was an unprecedented humiliation. First, they refused to sell VR pods, then boasted about the invincibility of the terrifying killers, only to find themselves seeking aid from the mechas when the monsters arrived. Each time Puss thought of this, he felt a wave of frustration that nearly made him vomit blood. The Minister of Internal Affairs hurriedly reached out to the Huangjin Empire, only to return shortly with a face full of rage, muttering curses at Fok. The Huangjin Empire stated that they too detected 4 monsters identical to those on our side, thus any terms would be discussed only after the monsters were eradicated. Immediately, transfer all our satellites to the Huangjin Empire. Puss's expression brightened. The monsters arrived at a most opportune moment, allowing him to shift all blame onto others. With the formidable 30 terrifying killers now incapacitated, could the Huangjin Empire's 3 mechas possibly contend with 4 monsters? He had his doubts. Not to mention, whether their 2 new pilots could even operate them proficiently remained a question mark. The satellites of the Jimin Empire quickly reached the skies above the Huangjin Empire and issued a statement. For monsters are about to enter Linjiang City of the Huangjin Empire. In that moment, global viewers were left stupefied, unable to comprehend that the monsters seemed to have read the art of war and were splitting into 2 groups. However, the news of the impending monster invasion in the Huangjin Empire was met with skepticism worldwide. How could 4 large monsters be heading toward the Huangjin Empire again? Despite possessing 3 mechas, whether their 2 pilots could handle them was still uncertain. The outcome seemed less favorable than that of the Jimin Empire. Indeed, the well-trained pilots of the terrifying killers were now gone. With the Jimin Empire's failures laid bare, the global audience generally held little faith in the Huangjin Empire. In that moment, countless citizens of Huangjin erupted in furious defiance. They underestimated us. Let it be known, our mechas, though only 3 in number, will dispatch the monsters with effortless ease. Go forth, my Tianlong, and astound them with your prowess. With such bravado, the anxious citizens of Huangjin turned their attention to the television. In their view, the sea appeared eerily calm, as if a storm was about to descend. With not a single seagull in sight, no monsters yet, and still no sign of the mechas, speculation arose among the people as to the whereabouts of the mechas. Had their engines failed, or was there an oil leak? Meanwhile, within the base, 18 mechas slowly ascended onto the runway. The estimated arrival of the monsters was 3 hours away. Lin Chen continued to instruct the 17 pilots repeatedly on the critical aspects to bear in mind during combat. This is your debut performance. Maintain formation, respond calmly to circumstances, and adhere to your training to ensure survival. This reassurance alleviated some of the pilots' tension. All aboard. Lin Chen waved his hand decisively. The pilots donned visors akin to face shields and boarded their respective mechas. The remaining 30 pilots without mechas looked on, their anticipation palpable. Soon, preparations were complete, and the control tower's announcement echoed. All units, departure preparations complete. Pilots, please leave the flight deck. The corridor is clear, proceed. Whoosh. One by one, the mechas soared from the base, resembling a scene from a true science fiction epic. Anyone witnessing this spectacle would be overwhelmed with exhilaration. Yet the personnel at the base had grown accustomed to such sights. The 18 mechas, Tianlong, Panlong, Lialong, and Zanlong, headed straight for Linjiang City in the south. Lin Chen piloted the sky mecha, glancing back and marveling at the spectacular scene. Stay calm. Treat this as a regular training exercise. Yes, the pilots replied, a mix of excitement and apprehension evident in their voices. Whoosh. The mechas soared through the sky, creating a sound akin to tearing through the air. As they passed over cities, people were drawn to the noise, instinctively looking up, their mouths agape in astonishment. It's mechas. Wow, so many mechas. Spectacular. They were far more impressive than the so-called terrifying killers of the Jimin Empire. Cheers erupted from the crowd. Ah, it's blinding. That is our mecha division, so magnificent. Damn it, seeing so many mechas has my girlfriend in tears, begging me to buy her one. The citizens below were overwhelmed with emotion. The dreams of the Empire's 42 predecessors striving for resurgence had finally come to fruition. The Empire has risen. Now, the question remains, will the monsters tremble in fear? News began to spread. The Empire's mecha division has mobilized, totaling 18 units. The initial reaction among the populace was disbelief. After all, not long ago there had only been 3 mechas. How could 15 new units materialize in just a month? It was indeed astonishing. Yet, as photos and videos circulated, the citizens of the Empire finally began to accept the reality. Some rushed outside to gaze at the sky, while others returned home to display the Empire's flags. In the sky, the mecha division, having traversed a long distance, was nearing Linjiang City after 2.5 hours. Professor Lin, we seem to be arriving. Yi Xian shouted excitedly from the second row. Could you please keep your mouth shut for once? You've been chattering nonstop. Lin Chen turned around and scolded him. Whoosh. The mechas entered the airspace above Linjiang City. The residents had already been safely relocated to designated zones. Troops tasked with maintaining order within the safe zone were so eager to express their admiration for the mechas that they nearly fired their weapons in celebration. However, upon reflection, they deemed that inappropriate. What if they accidentally shot down a mecha? Instead, they opted to salute. The troops uniformly saluted the mechas as they soared into Linjiang City's airspace. Soon, the mecha division crossed over Linjiang City and reached the coastline. The speed of the 18 mechas began to decelerate. Lin Chen commanded, all units, transition to humanoid combat form. Collective transformation. In the sky, 18 humanoid mechas emerged, wielding specially designed rifles, exuding an industrial elegance. Their imposing figures stood tall, directed toward the tranquil sea surface. At a mere glance, one could sense the formidable power they embodied. An intangible force began to materialize, rendering the world momentarily silent. Chapter 72, The Pilot's Debut Performance. One can only imagine the awe-inspiring sight of a group of 3-story-tall steel giants suspended in the sky. Initially, global spectators mocked the Huangjin Empire for its meager mecha count. Yet, now, with 18 mechas suddenly making an appearance, it felt like a slap in the face, leaving the audience feeling the heat of embarrassment. After the initial shock, discussions erupted among viewers worldwide. Wow, the Huangjin Empire kept this under wraps. I too believed they would struggle, Even with mechas so advanced, their pilots must surely be inexperienced. Who knows, by the time the battle starts, only the most dazzling mecha might remain intact. Indeed, as an analyst for many years, I believe that mechs are indeed formidable, yet the pilots may not be equally skilled. The global audience presents compelling arguments, asserting that the mech pilots lack proficiency. After all, the mechs of the Huangjin Empire appear to be newly manufactured, with their pilots having had little time for training. Meanwhile, the citizens of the Huangjin Empire are swept up in jubilant cheers. The mechs are dazzling, representing the Empire's ultimate weapons, and the surprise of unveiling 18 of them is simply astonishing. It is estimated that this number will soon multiply tenfold. These mechs are the pinnacle of Imperial technology. Inside the Tianlong, Professor Lin must be present. He is a rarity in the scientific community, a true legend. It is suggested that the Empire select a group of exceptional women to mate with Professor Lin, ensuring that the next generation will yield numerous outstanding talents. One cannot help but envy Lin Chen. The populace is filled with pride for the mechs soaring in the sky, their spirits ignited. This is the true essence of mechs, the ultimate weapon. In contrast, the mechs of the Jianming Empire, resembling horrific spiders, are far from impressive, their only notable trait being a fearsome name. However, the Empire's mechs are undeniably cool. Presently, even if 4 monstrous creatures were to emerge, Lin Chen and his mech could easily overturn countless beasts. At that moment, an anomaly surfaced on the horizon. The monsters are here. Prepare the mechs, Lin Chen commanded. All weapons were aimed at the rising creatures. The strategy remained to breach the monsters' energy shields and then deliver a powerful freeze bomb at close range. The atmosphere became tense. This battle was being watched by nearly 3 billion viewers worldwide. Gradually, the monsters emerged from the depths. It truly was 4 monstrous creatures. At this instant, the global audience collectively held their breath. In the sky, all mech weapons were now aimed at the beasts. Fire, Lin Chen calmly commanded. The cacophony of gunfire erupted, a torrent of ammunition raining down upon the monsters, shattering energy shields that could not reform in a short span. For the pilots, such scenes were not new. They trained daily in simulation pods, fostering a high degree of synergy, often operating without Lin Chen's commands, instinctively assigning themselves tasks. The monsters roared in fury. The sound waves reverberated, sweeping in all directions. They took to the skies. Undoubtedly, flying monsters posed the greatest threat, significantly amplifying their combat capabilities, while diminishing the efficacy of Lin Chen's mechs. Each mech engaged in battle autonomously. At that moment, Lin Chen could not attend to them. After issuing his orders, he charged towards one of the larger beasts. Thus, the battle commenced, a clash of titans. In an instant, the skies erupted in conflict. The mechs transformed, grappling with the monsters while maintaining mobility, firing ammunition at the beast's energy shields. The mechanical wings of a 4-winged lizard beast began to fold, blue energy coalescing. The monster prepared to retaliate, prompting everyone to retreat. Yi Xian, the son of the pig farm, had regained his composure. Everything felt akin to their previous training. And as long as they adhered to their regimen, they would prevail. 5 mechs rapidly maximized their power to evade. A barrage of light feathers surged forth. Yi Xian first unleashed a wide-ranging blast with his rifle, then transformed into fighter mode, swiftly retreating to gain distance. The explosions rang out as Yi Xian shattered all light feathers. At that moment, the monster's energy shield had been obliterated by his teammates. Suddenly, a mech appeared, its agility nearly blinding. This mech, the Lai Long, housed the pilot Aisha, whose gaze remained remarkably calm as she calculated the distance to the approaching 4-winged lizard beast. Just as she was about to collide with the creature, she maximized the power. Now is the moment. Transformation. In humanoid form, she thrust her battle sword into the monster's head, swiftly withdrawing it to insert a freeze bomb into the wound. Aisha coldly declared, "Please accept my first offering." The freeze bomb unleashed its power within the 4-winged lizard beast, rendering it immobile. Subsequently, it crashed onto the sandy beach. A flawless kill of the 4-winged lizard beast. Instantly, the entire empire erupted in ecstatic cheers. Behold, skilled pilots swiftly dispatching a monster. Those foreigners remain oblivious to the might of the mechs. Even the global audience fell into silence. How could this be? Were not these pilots supposed to be hastily unprepared for battle? Yet their performances were astonishingly adept. It was nearly impossible to accept. Oh, Facpus, witnessing this, felt overwhelming disdain, nearly grinding his teeth. The Huangjin Empire possesses 18 mechs. While their pilots adeptly control the mechs to combat the monsters, this should be a cause for celebration, yet he felt no joy. This day was meant to showcase the horror of the killers, tearing monsters to shreds, but instead, it became a display of the Huangjin Empire's mechs. How infuriating. Nonetheless, the battle continued. Only one four-winged lizard beast had fallen. Besides the one Lin Chen had single-handedly engaged, 2 more remained. The situation was dire. Among the pilots, except for Lin Chen, only Yi Xian and Aisha demonstrated superior piloting skills, with several teammates lost, leaving the remaining 12 pilots struggling to cope. Bang! A mech. The Yao Long failed to evade in time. Its right-wing thruster destroyed, forcing it to withdraw from the battlefield. This is bad. The others grew anxious yet relieved. Although they had lost a teammate, with Yi Xian and Aisha's involvement, the tide of battle shifted. They went from being pursued by the four-winged lizard beast to engaging it in combat. Shortly after an intense barrage of cannon fire, all of the four-winged lizard beast's energy shields were shattered. Yi Xian maximized his power, charging with unstoppable momentum towards the enraged creature. He shouted, "From now on, I shall be the protagonist of this world." In a fleeting moment, a freeze bomb penetrated the wound of the four-winged lizard beast. The battle unfolded remarkably smoothly, leaving little doubt of victory. After another 5 minutes, the third four-winged lizard beast was vanquished. Numerous pilots breathed a sigh of relief, turning to witness Lin Chen's situation, only to be astounded. My heavens, what incredible speed! In the focal point of their gaze, the gargantuan four-winged lizard beast relentlessly assaulted the Tianlong, unleashing energy storms reminiscent of electric arcs from its maw or shooting waves of light feathers from its mechanical wings. Yet, throughout, it failed to strike the Tianlong. Lin Chen maneuvered the Tianlong with remarkable speed, evading attacks while persistently assaulting the four-winged lizard beast's energy shield. Bang! 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 The 2 round energy shields on the creature's chest shattered. The four-winged lizard beast roared in fury. Its mechanical wings folded once more, blue energy coalescing for another barrage of light feathers. With a swift maneuver, Lin Chen piloted the Tianlong away, creating distance for a sweeping barrage, then cleaved through the remaining light feathers with his sword. Every action flowed seamlessly, showcasing a level of skill that left no room for critique. It was as if he were not engaged in battle, but performing in a grand display. The other pilots were awestruck. What kind of hand speed must one possess to achieve such extraordinary piloting prowess? Elsa's eyes widened in astonishment as she swallowed hard, exclaiming, "Incredible!" The intensity of the battle was so overwhelming that it left the global audience breathless, completely immersed in the action, subconsciously envisioning themselves aboard the dragon. Each attack from the monstrous creature sent a jolt of fear through their hearts. Fortunately, the beast's energy shield had been completely shattered, allowing Lin Chen to engage in close combat. With full power activated, the dragon's hands plunged its battle sword into the head of the four-winged lizard beast. A hissing sound pierced the air as the creature let out a mournful roar. Although it boasted nearly invincible physical defense, once breached, its internal protection was virtually non-existent. As the dragon withdrew its sword, a torrent of crimson gushed forth, staining the dragon's white exterior. At that moment, the four-winged lizard's 8 eyes, each the size of a grinding wheel, glared hatefully at the dragon. Lin Chen's expression remained eerily calm, unaffected by the hatred emanating from the 8 crimson orbs. Perhaps he had slain so many beasts that he had become one himself. Suddenly, the dragon's right hand unfurled, and the indicator flashed, freeze bomb loaded. A freeze bomb penetrated deep into the body of the four-winged lizard beast. Lin Chen watched as the creature's body stiffened and crashed to the ground, its massive form rapidly crystallizing in ice. The four-headed 2-winged lizard beast was utterly annihilated. Out of 18 mechs, only 1 suffered moderate damage. This was undoubtedly a complete victory, with 0 casualties. In stark contrast to the terrifying killers of the mighty empire, the Mech Dragon series of the glorious empire vividly illustrated what true mechs were all about. At this moment, the seaside of Linjiang City was truly tranquil. Once the danger dissipated, all somber atmospheres vanished without a trace, and even distant horizons were dotted with flocks of white seagulls. Yet, in stark contrast to this serene ambience, the atmosphere in the empire was rife with jubilation. Oh, how cool. I must get Professor Lin's contact information. I need to impress him in the best way possible. As for Professor Lin, I shan't be greedy. I want to marry the pilot of the fire dragon. A complete victory, a truly resounding triumph. Who could have imagined that 18 mechs would emerge at once? Wow, I'm utterly stunned. Are our pilots really that impressive? How on earth are they trained? The sense of pride among the populace swelled to unprecedented heights. In a world where monstrous creatures appeared frequently, the mighty empire could only manage minor skirmishes, while nearly the entire globe was helpless against the beasts. But only the glorious empire could send the monsters back empty-handed. Simultaneously, nearly 3 billion viewers worldwide remained in a state of exaggerated shock. They were incredulous at the glorious empire's mechs and their pilots who had eradicated the monsters. While it might be conceivable to unveil 18 mechs at once, how could their pilots possess such exceptional driving skills? Surely it must be a ruse. How could such small mechs so easily overpower the monsters? It was simply unbelievable. Yet I believe that if monsters continue to appear frequently, the glorious empire will be the safest haven. Audiences buzzed with speculation and a myriad of queries. Within the mighty empire, many proud citizens fell silent. Just yesterday, pride had surged, but the complete annihilation of the mech killers had rendered that pride nearly non-existent. Now, with 3 monsters still wreaking havoc in the city, it was as if the last remnants of pride had been thoroughly humiliated. The mechs of the glorious empire were formidable. While many formerly arrogant citizens of the mighty empire sat with their heads in their hands, reluctant to accept the reality. The once invincible mech killers had been obliterated in less than half an hour. In contrast, the glorious empire's mechs had only suffered 1 casualty while annihilating the same number of monsters. How could they possibly compare? Their mechs seemed to possess a slight edge over ours. It was merely a matter of superior mechs. If those mechs were given to the mighty empire, we would undoubtedly perform even better than they did. Indeed, the brave citizens of the mighty empire feared nothing. As the populace engaged in discussions, they soon forgot about the monsters still ravaging their cities and began nitpicking. Before long, the points of contention were numerous. For instance, the mechs of the glorious empire were too small, their names lacked ferocity, and their pilots were cowards who would only retreat far away upon facing a monster's attack. At this moment, Pers was similarly aligned with the public sentiment, lamenting after a round of critique, "Oh, for heaven's sake, why aren't these mechs from the mighty empire?" Upon witnessing the conclusion of the glorious empire's battle, Pers' expression darkened. Previously, the glorious empire had declined a request for assistance under the pretext of having monsters of their own. Now that their monsters had been eradicated, would they require the interior minister to beseech the glorious empire once more? Yes, let him go. I certainly will not. It would be too embarrassing. Shortly thereafter, the command center sent over a document regarding troop mobilization. Upon reading it, Pers exclaimed, "Oh, for heaven's sake. The command center intends to deploy troops to eliminate the monsters? By the time they finish, at least 10 of our cities will have been reduced to ruins." This realization further solidified the necessity of requesting assistance from the glorious empire. Perhaps this could be an opportunity to achieve some clandestine objectives. Meanwhile, the glorious empire already had a dedicated department commencing cleanup of the battlefield. However, the so-called battlefield merely involved transporting the carcasses of the 4-winged lizard beasts back for research. After all, the empire had many scientific academies and research institutions, and even some technological universities were keenly interested in the corpses of the monsters. In the sky, several massive transport planes were ferrying Lin Chen and the mechs back to the base. Upon returning, Lin Chen had just settled down when he received a message from Commander Yang Ming. Rather than simply a message, it was more of an inquiry for his opinion. Chapter 74. I see you are here to take advantage of the fire. The video call connected, and a spirited Yang Ming appeared. Is there something you need? Lin Chen replied with a calm demeanor. We have received a request from the mighty empire, hoping for us to send mechs to assist them. Whether or not to assist depends on your decision. Yang Ming responded with a friendly smile, quite unlike the cunning Yang Ming of earlier. Negotiate some terms with them. We don't need money, just materials, silver, copper, iron, aluminum, and so forth, Lin Chen instructed. You agreed? Yang Ming asked in surprise. The various research and manufacturing endeavors at the base need material support, but the empire's resources are still too scarce. Lin Chen shook his head. In the past, the resources transported to the empire were sufficient. However, as the speed of mech production and driving simulators accelerates, I must also focus on enhancing the mechs. So resources will soon fall short, particularly heavy metals, which we are currently receiving as compensation from the Gikan nation. It cannot be helped. Many departments within the empire are also in urgent need of heavy metals. Yang Ming chuckled awkwardly before ending the call. Lin Chen then sought out Jiang Xiuer to inquire about Yang Ming's peculiar behavior today. The frequent appearance of monsters has shifted the internal conflicts within the empire, compelling them to set aside their disputes and confront the monsters together. In any case, this is a positive development, Jiang Xiuer smiled. Meanwhile, in the mighty empire, a display showed 3 colossal 4-winged lizard beasts, wreaking havoc and having already destroyed half of Turi City. Oh, for heaven's sake. The power of these 3 monsters is immense. Pers exclaimed repeatedly. Currently, The best the mighty empire could do was to utilize airborne forces to delay the monsters. Meanwhile, the citizens of 5 surrounding cities were in the process of evacuation, but progress was exceedingly slow, the interior minister lamented. What? Pers inquired, puzzled. Many citizens have taken to the streets once more, protesting against you. Oh, what a foolish gathering. Pus wore a gloomy expression. The Huangzhen Empire has accepted our plea for assistance, but they require certain conditions. The ministers exchanged glances with Pus and murmured, the terms stipulate that only materials will be accepted for aid, no paper currency. And they demand 20 tons of gold and 300 tons of silver, among other things. We are requesting their support, not negotiating a treaty as a defeated nation with these wretched leeches. Pus seethed with rage. That night, after an hour of negotiation, the terms were finally settled. 100 tons of gold, 1,000 tons of silver, and various heavy metals. The increase in demand stemmed from the insistence that the corpses of the monsters be surrendered to the Jianming Empire. Following the conclusion of negotiations, the Huangzhen Empire promptly arranged for support to the Jianming Empire. The next day, the Meteorological Bureau reported severe weather, necessitating a shift from air transport to naval shipping. The Baizhou aircraft carrier fleet of the 3rd Army Corps approached the coastal waters near Ji City. According to the commander's orders, they would avoid flying in the rain and rely on the Navy for transportation. As the majestic warships appeared at the port, many local residents were taken aback, gazing in astonishment. Meanwhile, preparations at the base were nearly complete. Aside from the mechs still under maintenance, 17 mechs were ready for immediate takeoff. The base's intercom announced, all units, departure preparations complete. Whoosh. The 17 mechs ascended in succession, heading straight for the aircraft carrier. Lastly, a helicopter joined the fleet. Jiang Xiu'er had taken it upon herself to accompany them. Soon, the mechs and the helicopter began to land on the Baizhou aircraft carrier, a sight that left nearby residents in awe. Why are our mechs heading to the warships? One wondered. If our navy were equipped with mechs, they would be invincible. How cool. Fighter jets will soon be obsolete. Only when the fleet had departed did the crowd disperse. Their curiosity piqued about the purpose of the mechs landing on the carrier. The Baizhou aircraft carrier fleet bravely sailed towards the Jianming Empire, with all mechs transported to the hangars to shield them from the rain. Lin Chen and his companions were afforded considerable attention. Although Lin Chen was merely a professor, in the current situation, his authority surpassed that of even the Legion commander. During the monster attacks, his words carried more weight than those from the command center. We shall dock at the port of Tuli City, from where you will launch, the captain reported, pointing at the electronic map. These blue areas indicate regions experiencing heavy rain. Correct? Lin Chen inquired, glancing at the map. Indeed, it was due to these areas that we had to switch to naval transport, the captain explained. When can we arrive at Tuli City port? Tomorrow morning, came the response. Very well, let us rest, Lin Chen concluded. Agreed. We must rejuvenate for the task ahead. The Baizhou aircraft carrier fleet continued to navigate through the inclement weather, undeterred by the harsh conditions outside. Within the ship, the crew remained blissfully unaware of the external turmoil. Each pilot was exhilarated, unable to sleep in anticipation of their imminent arrival in the Jianming Empire as saviors, a feat worthy of the imperial annals. That night, the fleets of the Huangzhen Empire and the Jianming Empire, separated by a mere 30 nautical miles, unexpectedly encountered one another. The two fleets consisted of the Baizhou aircraft carrier fleet and the Freedom aircraft carrier fleet. Upon detecting the incursion of the Baizhou fleet into their territorial waters, the Jianming Empire's Freedom fleet, having sailed from the Arctic Ocean, promptly entered a state of heightened alert, directing all their firepower towards the Huangzhen fleet. Each Jianming warrior adopting an expression of grave concern. With the homeland under siege by monsters, the incursion of the Huangzhen fleet into their waters could only indicate a sinister plot. Withdraw from our Jianming waters at once, or we shall not hesitate to retaliate. A Jianming communications officer signaled to the Baizhou aircraft carrier fleet. Damn those Pacific Fleet imbeciles. If our Freedom fleet had not happened upon this situation, the Huangzhen Empire's scheme would have succeeded. General Bider's expression darkened. He immediately recognized the cunning of the Huangzhen Empire, seizing the cover of night to strike. He knew he must step forward to avert disaster. To dispel any misunderstandings, the Baizhou aircraft carrier quickly responded. We are here to assist you. At this, Bider scoffed. Assist? I see you as mere opportunists. I do not trust the deceitful words of the Huangzhen Empire. Meanwhile, the captain of the Baizhou aircraft carrier hastily convened everyone to clarify the current situation of both fleets. The atmosphere grew tense. What should we do? Should we report back to the command center and let them negotiate? The captain asked. Negotiating is cumbersome. Let us simply return, Jiang Xiu'er remarked with a smile, stretching her body in a way that accentuated her figure. Instinctively, everyone averted their gaze. Indeed, let us head back, Lin Chen added. The Baizé aircraft carrier fleet then ceased all explanations, promptly altering course to return to the Huangjin Empire. Yet, every soldier aboard felt no sense of disappointment. Rather, they were filled with exhilaration. Chapter 75. Returning with a demand for more resources, the Baizé aircraft carrier fleet moved swiftly. Observing the retreat of the opposing fleet on radar, the Jinming soldiers rushed to the deck, cheering excitedly. Huh, a bunch of cowards. Even as our homeland faces monster attacks, we shall not permit any riffraff to provoke us. The Great Freedom Fleet is the pride of the Jinming Empire. Today, we thwarted the Huangjin Empire's plot. The citizens should be grateful to us. The global supremacy is not mere boast. The Huangjin Empire can combat monsters, yet they tremble at the sight of our fleet. Long live the Jinming Empire. The morale of these soldiers surged, their cheers echoing relentlessly. Amidst the ongoing monster crisis, public sentiment was generally dismal. If the news of driving away the Baizé fleet from the Huangjin Empire reached the populace, it would significantly uplift their spirits. General Biter chuckled to himself, as astute as I am, I can see through the Huangjin Empire's midnight incursion into our territorial waters. There must be some ulterior motive. The soldiers aboard looked at him with newfound admiration. In the capital of the Jinming Empire, within the emperor's palace, Puss sat wearily in his chair. He believed that the Jinming Empire owed its current state to him. Otherwise, who knows what it would have become. Suddenly, someone entered. It was the Minister of Internal Affairs. Puss perked up, shaking off his drowsiness, and asked, have the mechs from the Huangjin Empire arrived? Due to the weather, the Huangjin Empire had to switch to maritime transport, resulting in a delay of several hours, the minister replied. Puss nodded. As long as the Huangjin mechs could eradicate the monsters, the Jinming Empire would soon produce countless energy cannons and formidable weapons, ensuring that monsters could never return. This was merely a matter of some compensation, hardly worth mentioning. However, he soon noticed that the minister was still present, his expression somewhat peculiar. Do you have something else to discuss? Puss inquired. The command center has issued a commendation for Biter. The minister's tone was oddly strained. Biter was my protege, possessing both wisdom and courage. What remarkable feat has he accomplished this time? Puss's demeanor brightened, feeling as though the divine had bestowed favor upon the Jinming Empire. The command center just awarded Biter for successfully driving away the Baizé aircraft carrier fleet that had intruded into our territorial waters. The minister observed him closely, his voice tinged with disbelief. You mean the aircraft carrier fleet of the Huangjin Empire? Puer's smile abruptly froze, an instinctive sense warning him of impending bad news. Indeed, another message from Bit was about to relay disappointing tidings to our citizens, declared the interior minister. Oh, for heaven's sake, does Bit's foolish brain harbor nothing but nonsense? Puer's expression darkened. Despite his suspicions regarding the unfavorable news, he had not anticipated it to be this dire. That carrier fleet was a maritime transport of mechs, and he felt a wave of frustration rising within him. That imbecile had driven away our aid, and yet he still had the audacity to ask me to announce this to our populace? Puers rubbed his face in exasperation and began to bellow in fury. If this news were to be made public, the frenzied citizens would surely storm the imperial palace and demand to be taken to the police station. What to do now? Naturally, it was imperative to have Bit, that foolish swine, retrieve our personnel. Puers shouted hysterically. On the surface of the Pacific, General Bit was basking in delight, fantasizing about how his expulsion of the Huangjin Empire fleet today would undoubtedly elevate him to the status of a hero within the Jinming Empire. Soon, all the young ladies would flock to bask in his glory. However, this bliss was short-lived. A communication soldier received a direct message from the imperial palace addressed to the commanding office. Bit, you foolish pig, is your mind filled with nothing but dung? You've driven away our aid. Immediately return everyone at any cost. The fleet fell silent. A herd of metaphorical alpacas seemed to gallop overhead, and the celebratory spirit dissipated. What? That Baizé carrier fleet was indeed here to assist us? Bit was momentarily dumbfounded. All the conspiracies of the Huangjin Empire were mere fabrications. He then frantically issued commands. Oh, for heaven's sake, all ships, change course at once to pursue the Baizé fleet and bring them back. Thus, the free carrier fleet exerted all its effort to chase after the Baizé fleet. They caught up. A group of Huangjin Empire warriors stood excitedly on the deck, peering into the distance through their binoculars, braving the light drizzle. What was the purpose of catching up? Naturally, it was to invite them back. Friends of the Huangjin Empire, wait. It was all a misunderstanding. please come back with us. The free carrier fleet messaged repeatedly. Returning is possible, but we require compensation, Lin Chen and the captain of the Bai carrier stated. Not much. Just 10 tons of gold for the 10 nautical miles we traveled. I believe they will agree. Jiang Xiuer added. Captain of the Bai carrier, 10 tons of gold. Is that all? That amounts to the size of 10 microwave ovens. Ultimately, after urgent and brief negotiations, Lin Chen and Jiang Xiuer made it clear. Returning to battle the four-winged lizard beast was acceptable, but additional resources were a must. Oh, for heaven's sake, these damn vampires. Bit scowled, feeling an intense urge to pound these detestable Huangjin individuals into the deck. After all, they had only traveled 10 nautical miles, yet demanded 10 tons of gold. Bit recalled the audacity of the Bai fleet and thought that even a mere half a pound of gold would prompt an immediate retreat. Ah, how infuriating. Once the Jianming Empire possessed genuine mechas, they would no longer have to beg for assistance. 2 hours later, dawn broke. The Bai fleet approached the port of Tuli City. At that moment, everyone aboard both fleets was stunned by the scene before them. Lifeless ruins lay scattered, desolate and dilapidated, with buildings seemingly ready to collapse at the slightest breeze. Though many may have been unfamiliar with Tuli City, the vast expanse of wreckage made it clear just how prosperous this city had once been. Silence enveloped many. Soon, coordinates for the four-winged lizard beasts were received from the Jianming Empire, indicating devastation 30 miles north of Tuli City, in Tuisai City. Consequently, the hangar of the Bai carrier began to deploy mechas. This sight was witnessed by Bit, who was stationed nearby. Oh, for heaven's sake. Jealousy surged within him. All units, take off. Lin Chen commanded. Whoosh, one by one, mechas soared into the azure sky, heading toward Tuisai City. At that moment, General Bit could hardly contain his frustration, realizing that a powerful empire like Jianming required external help to eliminate monsters. At that time, Tuisai City was the second city ravaged by the four-winged lizard beasts. The emergence of 3 four-winged lizard beasts led to widespread devastation, forcing thousands of brave Jianming citizens to abandon their protests against Puers and frantically flee the city. The rush to escape caused chaos within the city, as everyone vied to be the first to leave Tuisai City. Yet, the more they hurried, the slower they moved. The tremors grew stronger, and the sounds of collapsing buildings became deafening. People could turn back and clearly see the monstrous forms and terrifying appearances of the beasts. One glance instilled a sense of insignificance and powerlessness. Despair engulfed countless individuals. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In the sky, mechas that had received benefits from the Jianming Empire arrived just in time. All units, humanoid forms, prepare for battle. Lin Chen calmly instructed. Transform. Below. As countless Jianming citizens faced despair, 17 towering humanoid mechas emerged. Each mecha exuded an air of valiance, cloaked in golden light under the morning sun. They descended from the sky slowly, like saviors. Chapter 76, Holy Light. 8 has arrived. Along with the mechas came the eastern dawn, as warm sunlight bathed the earth, providing Tuisai City with the warmth of morning. While countless individuals in Tuisai City were plunged into despair, suddenly, a ray of warm sunlight broke through. Much like the lifting of fog to reveal the sky, bringing hope. Is this the holy light? Has the holy light brought hope? Many residents, desperately yearning for salvation, cried out in tears, Holy light, please protect this city. In Tuisai City, those who were fleeing and those sitting helplessly on the ground now paused, gazing at the blazing orb. Following this, they were astounded to see the mechas that had suddenly appeared in the sky. Those mechas, adorned in golden light, were undeniably angels, sent to rescue Tuisai City. Upon witnessing the arrival of hope, the fear within the citizens of Tuisai City dissipated, replaced by courage, and they began to cheer loudly, their voices rising in waves. Look, angels have come to aid us. They are the mechas of the Huangjin Empire. They must have come at the behest of the divine to protect us. Haha, did you see? Only at this perilous moment did the Huangjin Empire set aside grievances to help us, while that old fool Puers merely sits in his office tweeting. I adore them. Although my nationality is now Jianming, I still have the blood of Huangjin coursing through my veins. I have decided to revert to my original nationality. The fears of countless Jianming citizens vanished, replaced by fervent emotions that surpassed any previous moment. Their voices grew hoarse, yet could not adequately express their inner excitement. At that moment, within the imperial palace of the Jianming capital, Puers, upon witnessing the satellite feed displaying the timely appearance of the Huangjin Empire's mechas, felt a sense of relief. After all, the earlier the mechas arrived, the less damage Tuisai City would endure. However, upon witnessing the frenzied cheers of the citizens for the Huangjin Empire's mechas, Even though he could not hear their words, he was immediately filled with rage. Oh, for heaven's sake, these fools, requesting mechas to eliminate monsters. We have paid a heavy price for this. If gratitude is to be expressed, it should be directed towards my esteemed majesty, Purus. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became, grabbing his phone and beginning to tweet furiously. The screen refreshing mode was activated. At this moment, in the city of Tusa, a scoring event is taking place, with over 1 billion people around the globe watching. The three-headed, four-winged lizard beast continues to wreak havoc on the city's structures. The world's gaze is fixed here. Nowadays, monsters appear frequently. Future competitions among nations will revolve around how to eliminate these beasts. Although this has shifted the conflicts among countries, it has almost turned into a personal showcase for the Huangjin Empire. And let us not forget the Jianming Empire, which will also attempt to make its presence felt. Though ultimately they too will stumble. Consequently, nations are more resolute in their plans to develop military capabilities, at the very least acquiring some energy cannons from the Jianming Empire. This way, when monsters emerge in the future, there will be some defensive power at hand. At that moment, many pilots fix their eyes on the frenzied Jianming warriors. Yi Xian inquires, do they seem to perceive us as angels? Aisha retorts coldly, if you keep babbling, I'll shove a used sanitary pad in your mouth. Lin Chen declares, today is an excellent opportunity to gain practical experience. Aside from Yi Xian and Aisha, the rest of the machines are prepared for battle. Yes. The pilots of Xianglong, Songlong, and others nod in unison. Their achievements may not shine as brightly as those of Yi Xian and Aisha, but they are equally determined. Thus, their desire to grow stronger intensifies. They yearn to claim the first blood from the four-winged lizard beast. Bang, bang, bang. The 14 mechas initiate their assault first, employing a sparrow harassment tactic, unleashing all their firepower upon the wounded four-winged lizard beast. Shells explode accurately at the locus of the creature's energy shield, sending ripples across its surface. Grr. The already injured four-winged lizard beast, unexpectedly assailed, roars in fury, its long purple-red neck twisting as its massive head turns towards them. Its 8 crimson eyes, each the size of a grinding stone, fixate on the giant insects soaring in the sky, filled with loathing and savagery. An overwhelming terror engulfs the atmosphere, sending chills down spines, amplifying the innate fear within. The 14 mechas freeze momentarily, their pilots entrapped in a stupor. What are you waiting for? Attack! Lin Chen's voice erupts in their ears, jolting the pilots back to reality. Die! Shouts the pilot of Xianglong. As the energy shield of the four-winged lizard beast shatters, he swiftly maximizes the power, diving down with fierce momentum. The battle sword pierces, launching a freezing projectile. All actions executed in seamless succession. The freezing projectile rapidly activates within the lizard's body, extinguishing its vitality. Crack, crack, crack. The lizard's body emits the sounds of ice forming, followed by an eruption of ice from within. It is utterly defeated. The massive form, losing balance, crashes to the ground, colliding with 2 skyscrapers. After the dust settles, a colossal ice sculpture resembling a mountain emerges, shimmering under the sunlight. Cool. Our angels have slain a monster. Mecha, please continue to protect Tusa. At this moment, much of the Jianming Empire is singing praises for the mechas of the Huangjin Empire. Leave the rest to us. Before the statement is complete, Songlong, Hilang, and other mechas charge towards the remaining 2 four-winged lizard beasts. Bang, bang, bang. A barrage of dense firepower is unleashed upon the 2 remaining lizard beasts. Boom, boom, boom. Occasionally, a miss occurs, resulting in vast structures being obliterated at a pace rivaling that of the four-winged lizard beasts. Global viewers and the populace of Jianming are left questioning. Are you certain you are fighting monsters and not destroying the city? Oh, for heaven's sake. They must be intentionally missing. Pus covers his face with his hands. Ultimately, the last 2 four-winged lizard beasts are turned into unyielding ice sculptures after the pilots' relentless efforts, nearly exhausting their ammunition. The battle concludes in less than half an hour, fulfilling the Jianming Empire's request to eliminate the monsters. The entire city of Tusa falls into a hushed silence, gazing vacantly at the 3 enormous ice sculptures in the distance. After a while, the residents, as if released from a heavy burden, sit down, gasping for air, their faces etched with relief from survival. How wonderful it is to be alive. Thank you, Holy Light. Thank you, mechas. Had it not been for the unwavering support of the Huangjin Empire, the residents might have been left with less than 30% of their numbers surviving the monster's rampage. Chapter 77. Pus declares Lin Chen handsome. The entirety of the Jianming Empire is in an uproar. Countless individuals take to the streets, cheering and celebrating this shared joy. They rejoice in the Huangjin Empire's assistance in annihilating the monsters, achieving a monumental feat in human history. Amidst this jubilation, Puss feels a sense of solace. The involvement of the Huangjin Empire's mechas has helped the Jianming Empire recover considerable losses. However, witnessing the cheering crowd feels akin to swallowing a mouthful of flies. And he finds it impossible to share in their joy, his expression growing increasingly grim. What a bunch of foolish pigs. The benefits all accrue to the Huangjin Empire, while I bear all the burdens. Oh, for heaven's sake. As the battle concludes, the mechas return to the base aircraft carrier. Subsequently, Lin Chen and his companions are invited to the capital of Jianming, where a press conference and a luncheon of gratitude await them, alongside discussions regarding the remuneration for their efforts. Outside the imperial palace of Puss, throngs of journalists gather, the scale quite immense. Due to the recent prominence of the Huangjin Empire in exterminating monsters, nations are eager to obtain all information regarding these creatures. Of course, the Jianming Empire's achievements are equally remarkable. Their invincible mecha, the terrifying killer, managed to withstand a direct confrontation with a monster for a staggering 10 minutes and 9 seconds before being reduced to scrap, a feat beyond belief. The area is densely packed with people, and flashes from cameras illuminate the scene. Lin Chen strides to the forefront, shaking hands with Puss in the center of the venue. Hello, Mr. Puss. Hello, Mr. Lin Chen. This moment is not only a spectacle for the masses, but also a historic occasion, broadcasted for nearly the entire globe to witness. It is indeed a proud day for the Huangjin Empire. The mechas of the empire have showcased their might in Tusa, and they are expected to receive gratitude. Can one not feel proud? You are even more handsome than on television. Puss continues with a smile. Lin Chen nods in acknowledgement. Sensing a lull in the conversation, Puss adds, you possess at least half of the charm I had in my youth. Lin Chen and his companion Jiang Xiu'er are left utterly speechless. The atmosphere in the room turns silent, with everyone standing frozen in place, their minds racing with 1,000 thoughts. Hello, Mr. Puss. Jiang Xiu'er graciously extends her right hand, alleviating Puss's awkwardness. Hello. Puss's admiration for Jiang Xiu'er increases instantly, and he remarks, this beautiful lady must surely be Mr. Lin's girlfriend. I am the eldest princess of the Huangjin Empire, Jiang Xiu'er responds, feeling an inexplicable sympathy for the populace of the Jianming Empire. I have heard of you, Jiang Xiu'er. I never expected you to be even more beautiful than the legends suggest, so poised and graceful. Puss regains his composure. I am her sister, Jiang Xiu'er. To avoid further awkwardness, Puss unleashes his ultimate move. Let us commence the press conference. The press conference officially begins. A journalist from the Gaka Nation eagerly stands up and asks, hello, Mr. Lin, can you share insights about the monsters? Of course, Lin Chen replies. The journalists express their delight, and even Puss leans in attentively. As we know, there are currently 3 known types of monsters, which we have designated as lizard beasts. 2-winged lizard beasts and 4-winged lizard beasts. At this moment, Lin Chen's naming of the monster began to resonate globally, transcending the mere moniker of monster. As the crowd observed Lin Chen's silence, they were left in a state of bewilderment. Was that all? Indeed it was. The reporters present murmured in disbelief, questioning whether he could not divulge even a fragment of how the monster was vanquished. At this juncture, a reporter from the Huangjin Empire, with an excited demeanor, inquired, Professor Lin, how did the Empire manage to transport the carcass of the 4-winged lizard beast back to our homeland? The atmosphere turned solemn. The 4-winged lizard beast was a catastrophe, yet its remains constituted a veritable treasure. Lin Chen stated that the previous negotiations between the 2 nations stipulated that the carcass would not belong to them. The reporters erupted in an uproar. Was the Huangjin Empire truly so naive? The audience from the Huangjin Empire, watching this unfold on television, also felt a wave of disappointment. Was it truly a selfless act of assistance? It appeared even the empire's rising star, Lin Chen, could not resist the allure of the Jianming Empire. How revolting! In stark contrast, the audience from the Jianming Empire displayed a different sentiment, their faces beaming with satisfaction. They seemed relieved, affirming that the people of the Huangjin Empire were quite amiable. Indeed, who would have thought that across the ocean, they would assist us in battling monsters without asking for anything in return? Allowing the Huangjin Empire to eradicate the 4-winged lizard beast was a sign of respect. They would surely not dare to request favors from the illustrious Jianming Empire. Fortunately, they had the self-awareness to avoid future repercussions. At this moment, Jiang Xiu'er eloquently supplemented Lin Chen's unfinished thoughts. The Huangjin Empire did not seek the carcass of the 4-winged lizard beast. Instead, We requested 110 tons of gold, 500 tons of silver, and various heavy metals, including 10 tons of gold due to a general named Biter. Pussi's expression shifted drastically. He thought to himself, this is bad. Surely, the foolish populace of the empire would erupt in protest upon hearing such news. As Jiang Xiaoer's words hung in the air, the press conference collectively gasped, their expressions turning to shock. The Jianing Empire indeed wielded global dominance and wealth. After a mere half-hour of battling into Sea City, they demanded such substantial resources. Who was this General Biter? Simultaneously, the audiences of the Huangjin and Jianing empires experienced a dramatic shift in mood. Countless viewers from the Huangjin Empire were doubled over in laughter, while the Jianing audience seethed with rage, hands clasped over their heads in disbelief. The great Jianing Empire was expected to pay for assistance? Reflecting on their earlier gratitude towards Huangjin's mechs, they now viewed them as vile leeches. How detestable! If I ever encounter their mechs, I swear to unleash my fury upon them. We do not require the aid of Huangjin's mechs. Oh, for heaven's sake! That fool Biter must be a spy for the Huangjin Empire. He must have deliberately driven away the Bei's aircraft carrier fleet, creating an opportunity to extort us. How infuriating! Had it not been for Biter, the mechs from Huangjin would have arrived sooner, and my fiancée would not have been crushed by the monster. Why must Pussi offer such exorbitant rewards? Now, the audience of the Jianing Empire harbored resentment towards everyone. Pussi, Biter, the Huangjin Empire. They cared not for Pussi's good intentions, nor the potential devastation the four-winged lizard beast could have caused without the mechs. All they knew was their current anger. The notion of providing such lavish resources was intolerable. The more they pondered, the more incensed they became. A protest was imperative. Chapter 78. The fierce woman's shyness. Countless Jianing citizens flooded the streets, intent on orchestrating a significant event. They were determined to bring that old man, who did nothing but sit in his office tweeting, to the police station. Meanwhile, the press conference had concluded. In the emperor's parlor, lunch had been prepared, resembling more of a symposium. Pussi asked, Mr. Lin, what is your perspective on the Jianing Empire's efforts to combat the monsters? Quite commendable, Lin Chen replied, somewhat puzzled. Pussi's expression brightened as he hurriedly instructed the Minister of Internal Affairs to prepare the camera, urging Lin Chen to continue. Your proactive development of military capabilities to counter the monsters, though not entirely successful, is remarkable. Could anyone else have performed as admirably? Pussi felt a surge of joy. Indeed, why should the outside world fabricate accusations against themselves? It could only be said that they had underestimated the strength of the four-winged lizard beast. He was the greatest emperor in Jianing's history, without question. Had anyone else been in his position, the empire might have faced dire consequences by now. In that instant, Pussi's confidence soared once more. Though this attempt at bravado had ultimately faltered, he must not be disheartened. He should strive harder next time. Professor Lin, what are your thoughts on neural interaction? A representative from the Jianing Empire's Underground Research Institute inquired. The empire had made significant breakthroughs in their research on monster carcasses, one of which was the development of the second-generation mechs. Unfortunately, a critical flaw emerged in the neural interaction. A single pilot could not adequately manage the mech's operations, while two pilots introduced additional complications. Discussing technical matters is beyond my purview, but I believe one individual suffices for two, Lin Chen replied casually, fully aware that the other party would eventually arrive at the same conclusion. Professor Lin is truly a legend in the scientific community. After a month of our research yielding no progress, your few words have resolved our dilemma, the head of the Underground Research Institute exclaimed, his eyes brightening. The institute had considered the two-pilot approach but hesitated to make a final decision, fearing that two operators would inevitably uncover each other's secrets. However, with Lin Chen's endorsement, their considerations gained validation. Once this conundrum was resolved, the second-generation mecha would soon be realized. At that point, the Jianing Empire would possess three formidable weapons, energy cannons. The first-generation mecha, a terrifying killer, and the second-generation mecha, a behemoth. Shortly thereafter, the Minister of Internal Affairs leaned in to whisper to Pussi, who, in exasperation, covered his face. Oh, for heaven's sake! Those foolish pigs intend to bring me to the police station? We have urgent matters to attend to, so we must bid you farewell. Regarding the previously discussed resources, we will transport them to the Huangjin Empire in 3 batches. Pussi inhaled deeply, suppressing his irritation. After Lin Chen departed, Pussi promptly instructed the Minister of Internal Affairs to disseminate the contents of Lin Chen's remarks to the public, ensuring they understood that without him, the Jianing Empire might have already faced annihilation. Thus, the foolish populace outside should feel a sense of pride. Once Lin Chen's statements were broadcast, The citizens, who had been preparing to protest, were suddenly taken aback. The streets of the Jianning Empire fell eerily silent, each individual wearing a look of disbelief. Had we misjudged Puxi? If he had not intervened, the destruction wrought by the monsters would have been far worse. As they contemplated the situation, they began to agree with Lin Chen. The fault could not rest solely on Puxi's shoulders, as the ferocity of the monsters was unforeseen by all. Yet, the thought of hundreds of tons of gold and silver being handed over to the Huangzhen Empire was infuriating. What should they do? After much deliberation, they decided they could not back down now that they had taken to the streets. The Huangzhen Empire, having received assistance from the Jianning Empire, experienced a remarkable boost in resource availability. Consequently, the pace of production could only be described as rapid and transformative. The second batch of resources from the Jianning Empire had arrived. Inspector Sun Hui was verifying the supplies, and with every correct verification, a forklift transported the materials into the base. On the runway of the base, Lin Chen addressed the numerous drivers. I am granting you 5 days of leave. Feel free to do as you wish. The drivers, thrilled, dashed away in excitement. Aisha stood in place, her face flushed and her ears burning, burying her face in her chest as she timidly murmured, Professor, I wish to be a fierce woman. Lin Chen responded, What do you desire? Speak, and I shall do my utmost to fulfill your request. May I bring home some extra allowances? Aisha inquired. Once Sun Hui finishes checking the supplies, you can collect them from him, Lin Chen replied. Sun Hui's expression grew increasingly grim. 5 days later, in the base's laboratory, Old Wang entered to report on the recent achievements of the nearby base. 40 driving simulators and 15 mechs have been completed. The remaining mechs will be finished in 2 days and 1 week, respectively. Lin Chen exclaimed, How could it be completed so swiftly? Thanks to the materials from the Jianming Empire, our experience has become increasingly proficient, allowing for rapid production, Old Wang explained. Lin Chen acknowledged, We can certainly utilize the mechs. But as for this equipment, Old Wang's implication was clear. The number of mechs was still insufficient for the number of drivers. However, the driving simulators were already plentiful at the base, even in excess. Let us hold on to them for now, Lin Chen pondered. He considered that while the simulators would eventually be useful, it was not the right time to deploy them. Have all the drivers returned? Lin Chen inquired again. They began reporting back yesterday evening, but one is missing, Old Wang replied. Who is it? Lin Chen asked. That would be Aisha. Lin Chen hesitated. She must have family matters to attend to. A week later, another batch of drivers successfully received their respective Dragon Series mechs. Aside from Lin Chen's Tianlong, 32 drivers had been equipped with their exclusive mechs and granted the right to minor customizations. Where could she have gone? Lin Chen wondered aloud as he sat in his chair. The surveillance covered the entire base, including all major laboratories. In the training area, drivers without mechs were training diligently, while those with mechs were obsessively polishing their machines, refusing to let the maintenance crew touch them. The expressions of affection on each driver's face were palpable. Lin Chen could confidently assert that their devotion surpassed mere concern for their own well-being. For instance, Yi Xian, the son of the pig farm owner, was desperately polishing his mech, oblivious to where his affections truly lay. Everything was normal, except for the absence of one prominent figure. Could she have met with an accident? This situation even alarmed Jiang Xiaoer. Aisha had previously mentioned wanting to travel to Gongjing Mountain, and aside from that, Jiang Xiaoer could not fathom why a living person would simply vanish. Chapter 79, Aisha's significant discovery. Lin Chen remained silent. His phone calls went unanswered, and he received no response when attempting to reach her family. There seemed to be a possibility. He had heard tales of giant pandas in Gongjing Mountain that could be dangerous to humans. We should contact the police in Guizhou Province, Jiang Xiaoer suggested. Communications. Get in touch with Guizhou Province, Lin Chen commanded. At that moment, someone in the control room asked, We have just received a call request from Guizhou Province. Should we connect? Connect, Lin Chen replied. Hello, Professor Lin. I am Lu Feng, the chief of the police department in a city, Guizhou. A spirited middle-aged man appeared on the screen. Hello, Officer Lu. Is there a young woman named Aisha in your area? Lu Feng proceeded without further pleasantries. Yes. What has happened to her? Upon hearing his words, Lin Chen and Jiang Xiaoer instinctively exchanged glances, suddenly sensing that the situation was becoming serious. We received a report from her family that she has gone missing while traveling in Gongjing Mountain, and we suspect she may have met with misfortune, Lu Feng continued. Lin Chen and Jiang Xiaoer exchanged worried glances before ending the call with Officer Lu Feng. Immediately, Lin Chen ordered all 32 mechs from the base to mobilize and search for Aisha in Gongjing Mountain. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The 32 mechs took off, soaring from the base. In the sky, The mech sliced through the air, racing southward at incredible speed, a spectacle that captivated citizens in every city they passed. Heavens, could there be another monster? Wow. Last time there were only 18 mechs, and now there are 32. There's nothing to envy. At this rate, they will definitely recruit more mech pilots again this year. Could it be another monster sighting? Citizens of the Empire were abuzz with speculation. The resultant butterfly effect was profound. Embassies across the Huangjin Empire sent urgent messages to their respective nations. The Huangjin Empire has detected another monster. They have deployed 32 mechs. It is imperative to strengthen our military capabilities for unforeseen circumstances. In a flash, every nation that received the news was thrown into a state of alarm. Although the monsters were heading toward the Huangjin Empire, their frequency was alarming. In the imperial palace of the Jinming Empire, Emperor Pus was enraged upon reading the reports from the Huangjin Empire's ambassador. Damn it, they have deployed 32 mechs while our second-generation mechs are still under construction? This is infuriating. The spotlight was once again on the Huangjin Empire. He quickly called the research institute to inquire, what is the status of our mechs? Why do the Huangjin Empire's mechs seem to multiply with each demonstration, while ours remain unseen? Apologies, our second-generation mechs are unprecedented, so the manufacturing process is a bit slow. The responsible party replied. Damn it, always with the same excuse. Pus fumed. Yes, this mech exceeds 80 meters in height. It's a true humanoid mech. Don't tell me it's going to take 500 years. Pus immediately thought of the fool, Meterson. Meterson's theory is indeed correct. We have made groundbreaking progress using the body of the four-winged lizard beast, applicable for neural instruction and power transmission, so the mech he designed can indeed be realized. The responsible party added. Upon hearing this, Pus was momentarily stunned, then filled with wild joy, exclaiming, Oh God, this news is magnificent. I eagerly await that day. Our mechs will surely be capable of obliterating Huangjin's mechs with a single punch. The eyes of the world were fixed on the Huangjin Empire. With satellites from various nations hovering above, the immense spectacle attracted a flood of phone calls to the command center of the Huangjin Empire. The phones were inundated with calls. However, those responsible for military matters were utterly bewildered. Monsters are coming? How could we be completely unaware? The Maritime Sonar Detection Station had no reports either. This is unacceptable. We must quickly arrange evacuations to ensure public safety. A call was placed to the mech base. Are there monsters? None at all, Lin Chen replied. Then why did all the mechs suddenly take off? The entire world knows we have encountered monsters again. One driver is missing, and I dispatched them to search for her. Lin Chen said with a hint of indignation. Excellent. Truly, you are the brightest star of the Empire. You set off a global frenzy just to find one person. 2 days later, all 32 mechs returned to the base. Aisha had also been found, or rather, she had made herself known. Upon disembarking from the mech, she was escorted to the command room by heavily armed guards. Speak, what happened? Jiang Xiaoer's voice was somewhat cold. My phone died, Aisha replied, appearing disheveled. Her clothing torn and revealing her fair skin, particularly around her chest, adorned with lace. Is this your justification for being willful? Jiang Xiaoer furrowed her brows and softly reprimanded. Aisha, engulfed in profound confusion, turned to Lin Chen, who stood at the door. We were all quite worried about you during your disappearance. Lin Chen chuckled lightly. Professor AI, could you please charge my phone? It has run out of battery. I discovered something peculiar on Gongjing Mountain and had been documenting its characteristics, which delayed my return. Ignoring Jiang Xiaoer, Aisha took her phone from her pocket and handed it to Lin Chen. You should go take a shower first. Yes. After charging, Lin Chen unlocked Aisha's phone. As he browsed through her albums and videos, his expression grew grave. Old Wang, come to my command room. And the Journey to the West team should come as well. Lin Chen began summoning several key research personnel in the base using his headset, among whom the Journey to the West team had applied to stay after learning about the VR pod. Shortly, 5 researchers hurriedly arrived, puzzled. Take a look at this. Lin Chen employed image processing technology to show the videos and images from the phone to everyone. The primary focus on the screen was a black the size of a mung bean. It hovered 15 meters above the ground, ethereal and defying logic, making its existence seem impossible. Old Wang gasped, rising from his chair in shock. The Journey to the West team also stared incredulously at the screen. Indeed, it appears to be a singularity, Lin Chen said with a serious expression. A singularity? Jiang Xiaoer asked in confusion. It is understood that space can be warped, much like how a black hole distorts the surrounding space. When the distortion reaches its limit, a singularity emerges, capable of tearing space until equilibrium is restored, Lin Chen elaborated. turning to offer her a brief scientific explanation. Jiang Xiu'er was left speechless. To simplify, it refers to a passage connecting to another planet, commonly known as a wormhole. I never imagined that something once confined to theory could truly exist. Old Wang swallowed hard, both thrilled and apprehensive. This means that this passage could eventually connect to an alternate world, another planet? Jiang Xiu'er's brows furrowed instantly. My only concern is that the technology on that planet should not be too advanced. Otherwise, the clash of two civilizations could lead to catastrophes far more terrifying than any monster. She recalled Lin Chen's intricate scientific explanation and cast him a resentful glance. However, there is no need to worry too much. The singularity is currently quite unstable and has a certain probability of disappearing on its own. Of course, there is also a chance it could form a genuine passage, but based on Aisha's observations over the past few days, the worst-case scenario of forming a passage will require a considerable amount of time, Lin Chen assured. Are the monsters coming from this wormhole? Jiang Xiu'er inquired. The monster's wormhole should be located at the bottom of the Pacific Ocean. Based on the characteristics of the monsters, it seems they are backed by a mysterious force, indicating that their wormhole is a technological breach of the spatial barrier, whereas this singularity appears to be purely a spatial distortion, Lin Chen explained. Jiang Xiu'er listened, only partially comprehending. Should we report this to the higher-ups? Old Wang asked. Well, I think it's unnecessary for now. Since the worst-case scenario of the singularity forming a passage will still take time, we should focus on resisting the monsters and actively developing our military capabilities. Jiang Xiu'er suggested after some contemplation. Lin Chen nodded in agreement with Jiang Xiu'er's words. The uncertain factors surrounding that singularity were too numerous, and the chances of it forming a connection to an alternate world were minimal, with even smaller odds that the civilization of that alternate world would surpass that of Blue Star. Subsequently, Lin Chen immersed himself in the laboratory, continuing his work on the 3 quantum technologies for the mechs. A week later, a monumental invention was completed, the particle beam gun. Old Wang entered again to report progress, stating, "We have perfected all of our mechs, achieving a truly operational mech army. Have we managed to provide each pilot with their own mech?" Lin Chen inquired. Yes. We currently have 16 fully operational production lines and over 80 surplus pilot simulation chambers. Lin Chen nodded, realizing that the pilot simulation chambers could be deployed. Indeed, this year's recruitment of pilots is significantly larger than last year's. Oh, what's this? At that moment, Old Wang noticed the drafts filled with equations in front of Lin Chen. Particle weaponry. Old Wang gasped in astonishment. Take a look. This will be equipped on the mechs, Lin Chen instructed. Old Wang was stunned. The particle weapon consists of 2 components. 1. The particle beam generation device, which includes the particle source, particle injector, accelerator, and other equipment. 2. The energy system, which serves as the power source for the particle beam weapons components, pulse power supply, providing the weapon system with energy and acting as the ammunition store for the particle beam weapon. If the mechs are equipped with particle weapons, won't they become invincible? Old Wang excitedly took all the drafts with him. Indeed, he needed to quickly return and understand the technology contained within these drafts to create a mech army armed with super weapons. This feeling surpassed all sense of accomplishment. After Old Wang departed, Lin Chen rose and walked to the hangar, contemplating the nearly 100 surplus pilot simulation chambers. Previously, he believed it was sufficient to simply have the simulation chambers, but since Aisha returned with news of the singularity, he had to reassess the situation. After a long while, in order to prepare for any eventuality, he made a crucial decision: a new recruitment of mech pilots. He called Jiang Xiu'er, who was busy with her duties, and said, "I believe it's time to recruit pilots again this year." Jiang Xiu'er nodded. "Since we have so many pilot simulation chambers that we aren't using, please find a way to ensure they are put to use," Lin Chen instructed once more. Jiang Xiu'er looked at Lin Chen in surprise. The next day, as the military academy in Zhili released a notice just before the college entrance examinations, it sparked a tremendous uproar. The situation regarding monster appearances is becoming increasingly severe. Our academy has introduced a batch of pilot simulation chambers. Anyone who passes the training assessment may become a mech pilot. Initial requirements: no fear of heights, with 300 individuals selected based on merit. Those who do not pass will be returned to their second-choice institutions. Once the news was released, it caused an explosion across the internet. Wow, a new batch of mech pilots is starting recruitment again. I want to go. I want to go. Riding a woman isn't impressive. Piloting a mech is true skill. Brothers, I'm going to take a chance. If I fail, I can only say that my own conditions aren't good enough to protect my homeland. The news spread rapidly. beginning to radiate to surrounding areas and gradually reaching the other 13 military academies of the Huangjin Empire. The Huangjin Empire has a total of 14 military academies, each legion having one, except for the First Legion. Upon receiving the high-profile news from the Zhili Military Academy, the 13 legion commanders felt a wave of frustration wash over them. Why do such good opportunities always belong to Liang Shizhong? Various feelings of envy and resentment arose. To address the sentiments of other military academies, Jiang Xiu'er candidly discussed the current situation and cleverly assuaged the dissatisfaction born from envy. Meanwhile, abroad, upon learning that the Huangjin Empire had begun recruiting pilots for mechs once again, various organizations sprang into action. Are we to be left behind in the Arctic Empire? Emperor Nikola of the Arctic Empire sighed deeply while seated in his vehicle. Reflecting on the past, it was a competition between the Arctic Empire and the Steel Empire. A contest across various fields. At that time, the Huangjin Empire merely survived in the crevices. Yet, who would have expected that in just a few short years, the glory of the Arctic Empire would fade, while the Huangjin Empire surged forward, seemingly gaining the strength to surpass even the Steel Empire. Now recruiting 300 pilots in one go. Even the monsters have begun to look down on the Arctic Empire, preferring to attack weaker nations like the Zhajiaka rather than launching any assaults on the Arctic Empire. The Empire of Radiance possesses mechs, and the Empire of Strength boasts both mechs and superweapons, yet the Polar Empire remains devoid of any such advancements. This is rather disheartening. Do not fret, brother. Our secret research facility promises us a surprise today, perhaps a breakthrough in our mech development, Nicotine consoled. Let us hope for the best, Nikolai replied with a furrowed brow. For the frequent emergence of monsters has begun to alter the global landscape once more. It was at the first sighting of a monster that he commanded the development of mechs, determined to seize this opportunity to reshape the power dynamics. Unfortunately, news regarding the Polar Empire's mechs remained elusive, while reports from the empires of Radiance and Strength continued to flood in. Chapter 81. Nations begin to compete for pilots before long. The brothers Nikolai and Nicotine arrived at the Polar Empire's secret base. This facility had once been a symbol of the Empire's glory, with the majority of its weaponry developed here. Security was exceptionally tight, with guards stationed every few steps, ensuring that no corner was left unmonitored. Researchers bustled about, the atmosphere charged with activity. Charles, what do you suppose today's surprise might be? Nikolai inquired of the facility's head. Please, follow me, Charles replied, leading the way. In a short while, they reached a vast square. The brothers stood in awe, gazing up at a breathtaking sight before them, a humanoid mech nearing completion. Indeed, this is our very own mech. To construct it, a significant portion of our Empire's scientists were gathered here, even those from the aerospace sector, Charles beamed. The mech towered at over 40 meters. Its only drawback being its somewhat bulky physique, which Nikolai viewed as a testament to its strength. Do you have specific data? Nikolai asked. Charles handed him the mech's specifications. Mech data, name, alpha pilots, 2 gunners, 2 secondary weapon operators on the shoulders, height, 42 meters weight, 908 tons main armor, titanium alloy weapons, indiscriminate missile cannon, laser cutting knife secondary weapons, shoulder-mounted dual rotary cannon power, nuclear power, capable of short-term flight using thrusters. Nicotine, upon reviewing the data, was elated, patting Charles on the shoulder. Excellent. This is a true mech, a genuine weapon of war. The diminutive mechs of the Radiance Empire are a disgrace to the very term mech, and that terrifying killer from the Empire of Strength is hardly worth mentioning. Merely a colossal spider. The romance of mechs lies in their formidable firepower. It seems the glory of the Polar Empire is about to return. Nikolai immediately belittled the mechs of the other 2 empires. What is the production rate? Nicotine inquired. If we exert our full efforts, we can produce 3 mechs per month, with increasing speed thereafter, though the resources required will be insatiable, Charles explained. Fear not. Let us unite the Empire's strength to construct the Alpha. Without a robust military force, our glory will be irrevocably lost. Nikolai was an ambitious ruler. He would not have mobilized 5 legions southward during Jiang Mingyuan's illness, waiting for a shift in circumstances, had he lacked ambition. However, Jiang Mingyuan did not perish, and instead, the Empire's core began to unify in response to the monster crisis, which frustrated him greatly. That evening, the Polar Empire held a press conference, boldly announcing the recruitment of 500 mech pilots. Although the recruitment was within their own empire, the majority of the journalists present hailed from nations around the world, clearly aimed at showcasing the enduring glory of the Polar Empire. This was equally a testament to their capabilities, demonstrating that they were not inferior to the Empire of Radiance, which had recruited 300 pilots. Thus, the Polar Empire would recruit 500. One could only wonder how the Empire of Radiance felt about this. At the same time, in the Empire of Strength, Pers was in high spirits as he arrived at his home base. Everything was progressing favorably. The energy cannons of the superweapons and the mech killer units were rapidly reaching a substantial scale. Most importantly, the second-generation mechs were making significant strides and would soon be unveiled. The Empire of Strength was finally on the verge of having its own true humanoid mechs. This time, he vowed to deliver a flawless, globally shocking performance. However, as he entered the base, his expression darkened upon encountering a familiar figure. "Oh, Fack, Meterson. What are you doing here, you fool?" Pers erupted in anger, clearly still harboring resentment towards this imbecile. Meterson, looking rather dejected, replied, "Without my presence, our dangerous wanderers would have taken at least 500 years to come to fruition." The head of the base approached and said, "Indeed, we owe much to Meterson's assistance. Our mechs are almost complete." "I want to see the data," Pers said, his mood soured. The specifications of the mech were subsequently displayed before him. Mech, dangerous wanderer height, 80 meters pilots, 2 weight, 2,000 tons construction, 12-9 nuclear turbine engine. Internal nuclear reactor weapons, I-19 plasma cannon, chain sword, energy cannon. The more Pers examined the details, the more astonished he became, ultimately shedding tears of excitement. The Empire of Strength had finally developed its own humanoid mech. Since the unveiling of the Radiance Empire's mechs, he had been captivated, yearning for the Empire of Strength to produce a truly significant humanoid mech. He had tolerated the previous generation of mechs, which resembled monstrous spiders, as they at least represented some form of mech. But now, oh, God, you must be favoring the Empire of Strength. Pers cried heavenward. He was confident that he could finally defeat the Radiance mechs with the colossal form of the dangerous wanderer. Obliterating the Radiance mechs with a single punch would soon be a reality. There would be no return for the monsters. Shortly thereafter, news of the Radiance Empire and the Polar Empire recruiting pilots reached the base. The entire facility buzzed with hushed conversations. So much information overwhelmed Pers momentarily. The Radiance Empire and Polar Empire are recruiting pilots? He then let out a cold laugh. The Radiance Empire is recruiting 300 pilots. Quite a number. But they at least have mechs. But what of the Polar Empire? They are nothing to speak of. The Empire of Strength is well aware that the current Polar Empire is in utter disarray. What once was glory is now merely a fig leaf. What right does this empire have to possess mechs? They don't even have a single mech and dare to recruit 500 pilots? Fact. I hope they aren't mistaking those for excavator operators. The researchers behind Pers wore expressions of disdain. The Polar Empire even held a press conference to announce their recruitment of 500 pilots. The dangerous wanderer is nearing completion. We should also begin recruiting pilots. The head of the base remarked. Pers sneered and replied, "We must recruit mech pilots. No, not just recruit, but this news must be broadcast globally. We will recruit 800 pilots. We cannot allow ourselves to be outdone by the Polar Empire in terms of momentum." "I disagree. We simply cannot produce that many mechs." The head of the base immediately objected. "I don't care. We will recruit 800 pilots. When I return, we will hold a press conference to let the world recognize the terror of the Empire of Strength while simultaneously mocking those old fools from the Polar Empire." Pers was exceedingly dissatisfied. Chapter 82. The Radiance Academy students are just a bunch of inexperienced newbies on that day. Pers returned to the Imperial Palace to hold a press conference. News slogan, uniting the world's forces. Cultivating elite mecha pilots of the mighty empire with 800 mecha of titanium alloy. The atmosphere at the press conference was electric from the outset. An enthusiastic reporter from the mighty empire inquired, "What are your thoughts on the recent recruitment of pilots by the Huangjin and Polar Empires?" Pers smirked derisively, retorting, "There is no need for analysis. It is merely a display of pettiness. Our second-generation mechs soar over 80 meters tall, while the Huangjin mechs are nothing more than diminutive toys in comparison. As for the Polar Empire, perhaps they are seeking excavator operators." The conference began with scorn, and Pers exuded confidence. The audience gasped collectively, recalling the awe-inspiring war bastion that left the world in shock. The expressions of the reporters from Huangjin and Polar were decidedly unflattering. Was this old man flaunting again? Later, the reporter from the mighty empire asked, "Have the matters regarding the recruitment of pilots been finalized?" Pers confidently elaborated, "In light of the increasingly dire situation with the frequent emergence of monsters, the mighty empire now boasts both first and second-generation mechs. Hence we are recruiting a total of 800 mech pilots." "Indeed. The mighty empire's audacity in recruiting 800 pilots is astonishing. Naturally, we cannot afford to be as petty as other empires. Perses maintained a calm demeanor, yet internally, he relished the moment. It felt exhilarating, especially witnessing the astonishment on the journalists' faces. He lamented not having prepared a script, for he could have relished the display of superiority even more. That evening, the news of Huangjin Empire's pilot recruitment, the Polar Empire's restless updates, and the mighty empire's grand press conference resonated globally. Countless individuals were left stunned and bewildered. Were these three empires at odds once again? Many opined that the recruitment numbers from Huangjin Empire were within reason. However, the audacity of the Polar and mighty empires left many perplexed. One sought 500 pilots, while the other aimed for 800. Over half of the nearly 10 billion people worldwide were intimidated by the bold moves of these two empires. When claims are exaggerated, belief often follows. Particularly with the resounding declarations from these two empires, the populace was compelled to accept their prowess. Truly, the two venerable empires possess unfathomable strength. That night, many instinctively engaged in a bold comparison of the mechs from the three empires. While the Huangjin mechs consistently performed admirably, there had been no news of optimization or the development of a second generation. In contrast, the Polar Empire's mechs represented a new generation, thus should outclass the Huangjin models in performance. As for the mighty empire's mechs, they were already second generation, with super weapons capable of obliterating Huangjin mechs with a single blast. Consequently, public sentiment began to lean unfavorably toward the Huangjin Empire's mechs. Meanwhile, the Huangjin Empire commenced its selection process for mech pilots. According to Jiang Xiaoer's directive, only candidates from the top scorers of the national examination were to be recruited, excluding any military corps, as this age group typically showcases optimal physical fitness and a generally high level of education. After a rigorous selection process, 300 reserve pilots emerged, referred to as trainees. These trainees were not immediately assigned to simulated cockpit training, but were instead thrust into the military camp under Li Xian's command, enduring grueling training sessions. Day after day, month after month, the monotony of life led to widespread discontent. Having trained for a month without even encountering a mech was disheartening. At least provide us with knowledge about mechs, they lamented. I came here to be a mech pilot, not a soldier. Each time they witnessed the previous cohort of pilots operating mechs in training, their hearts ached with yearning. The 300 trainees, arranged in 3 columns, were engaged in physical training, enduring a weighted 4-kilometer run while grumbling. Suddenly, a jeep approached, and it was Professor Lin. The trainees at the front gasped. As nearly every day, tales of Lin Chen's heroic deeds circulated among them. Good heavens, Professor Lin is out for a joyride with a young lady. Why are you upset? What is the point of being angry over a woman? I'm frustrated because I'm not that young lady. As the trainees murmured among themselves, Lin Chen and Jiang Xiaoer drove closer. Stand at attention, Lin Chen called through a loudspeaker. With a rustle, the 3 columns of trainees halted immediately. I've heard you've been complaining frequently. What is there to complain about? Lin Chen's voice was cold. No one replied. Heads bowed in a display of humble acceptance. Did you think this was a VR chamber? You can perish however you wish. Operating a mech requires complete physical concentration. If your stamina falters, how can you even consider piloting a mech? Lin Chen's voice rang out again, plunging the area into silence. In that moment, Jiang Xiaoer's voice served to soothe the tension. Do not be too disheartened, based on your current training progress. It won't be long before you enter the next phase of training, which is the one you've longed for. However, you must pay attention to the operation of the mechs. Is it true that we will soon be training with the mechs? Someone voiced their hope. Sort of. Jiang Xiaoer smiled mysteriously. While they certainly were not ready to pilot actual mechs, they could soon engage with the simulated cockpit, which mimicked real mech operation. After completing the first round of training, they would have the opportunity to use those advanced simulators. Meanwhile, in the Polar Empire's secret training facility, a group of weary trainees endured their own rigorous training. After nearly 2 months, this nation, which once grappled with the mighty empire, was once again unleashing unparalleled military potential. For alpha mechs had been birthed. Yet, the 500 trainees expressed their grievances daily. With 4 mechs and 4 pilots per mech, how would they distribute the limited resources? The large number of trainees, while impressive to outsiders, was quite burdensome in reality. Most of their time was spent running laps like frenzied bulls around the training ground. This was in addition to daily propaganda efforts directed at the Huangjin and mighty empires, claiming that their pilots had become adept at controlling mechs in combat, and that their accomplishments were noteworthy, all while each claim was fabricated. Professor Charles, Why are our mechs so few while our number of trainees is so high? Our four-man team has been at the base for 2 months and has only piloted the Alpha for a total of 6 hours. Discontent and dissatisfaction filled the air. Be grateful. According to reliable intelligence, the 300 trainees from the Huangjin Empire have yet to even touch a mech. At least you have gained some experience piloting, Charles. The base commander replied dismissively. Oh, I love hearing that news. The trainees rejoiced, suddenly feeling as if they were in paradise, their sense of superiority surging. The Huangjin trainees had yet to touch a mech, while their own had begun to experiment with piloting. In comparison, the Huangjin trainees appeared as novices with no experience at all. Surely, if a joint mech exercise were to occur in the future, they could easily dominate the Huangjin pilots. Chapter 83. Confidence explodes. It was not only the Huangjin Empire and Polar Empire that were grumbling. As one of the 3 great empires of mechas in the present day, the Empire of Jianming is acutely aware of the profound influence of mechas. Consequently, there has been an explosive surge in production, with a continuous stream of New Age weaponry being manufactured. Within just 2 months, the statistics for the New Age weaponry are as follows: 10 colossal energy cannons, 20 units of the first-generation mecha, the Terror Killer, which includes energy cannons, and 3 units of the second-generation mecha, the Dangerous Wanderers, designated as Dangerous Wanderer 1, 2, and 3. However, certain armaments have yet to undergo any significant technological advancements. The sole consolation lies in the steadily increasing number of mechas, particularly the rise of the second-generation models. This fills Pu Si with satisfaction, and he can often be seen wearing a smile during his daily work. He eagerly anticipates the arrival of monsters, a moment when the second-generation mechas will truly shine. With the protection of the energy cannons and the Terror Killers, any monster, any Huangjin mecha, or even the excavators of the Polar Empire will be obliterated with a single blow. After a period of selection, due to the considerable load required to pilot the second-generation mechas, 800 mecha trainees have been divided into 400 pairs, a screening process that has long been completed. Similar to the Polar Empire's recruitment of 800 mecha trainees, which has left the outside world astounded at the audacity of the Jianming Empire. The internal situation is far from rosy. Out of the 800 trainees, only a select few are granted the privilege of piloting a mecha for an hour each day, as the burden on the pilots is immense. Additionally, the limited time available contributes to this predicament. Thus, the vast majority of trainees spend most of their time engaged in grueling training. Consequently, their experience in piloting mechas remains rudimentary. However, they have honed their skills to rival those of elite soldiers. Enough of this, someone finally exclaimed, unable to contain their frustration. In this age of ostentation, we are stuck in this mindless training. How can we endure this? We want to show off, to pilot mechas and slay monsters, to be adored by the socialites. Oh, why do we have so many mecha trainees? At this rate, will we not have to wait years before we can all pilot mechas? The issue is that 1 hour of piloting does not suffice to complete the necessary training. Subsequently, the 800 trainees began to express their grievances and doubts. Upon receiving the news from the training base, Pu Si rushed over to soothe everyone's emotions. I understand your difficulties, but you are the best. Our intelligence department has informed us that the trainees of the Huangjin Empire have yet to encounter a mecha, and the situation in the Polar Empire is slightly better. He then unveiled the simulation videos he had prepared in advance. Behold, the Dangerous Wanderer obliterating the Huangjin mecha with a single punch. Witness the Terror Killer unleashing a volley that reduces the Huangjin mecha to rubble. Even the monsters cannot be vanquished by a single shot from the energy cannons. If necessary, we will fire twice. In short, Pu Si employed every possible means to pacify the trainees, and under a barrage of encouragement, they began to believe him. Oh my God! We must be living in paradise. The mecha trainees beamed with joy. In comparison, the trainees of Huangjin and the Polar Empire seemed like mere country bumpkins. Negative sentiments such as doubt and dissatisfaction dissipated, replaced by an unprecedented sense of confidence, even igniting a fervent desire to raid the Huangjin Empire and seize their mechas. With the second-generation mechas of Jianming, the Dangerous Wanderers, being invincible, Pu Si assured them, you need not fret about the present. Trust me. It won't be long before you all have mechas to pilot. Observing the determination and confidence on the trainees' faces, he was unconsciously influenced by this atmosphere. With such talented individuals in Jianming, how could great endeavors not be achieved in the future? His confidence soared. It seemed that Jianming could no longer remain understated. Meanwhile, at the coastal periphery of the Huangjin Empire's mecha base, where the rocky terrain was dense, the base's researchers and security personnel had already surrounded the area in anticipation. Prepare for launch, Lin Chen instructed through his headset. Above, Aisha piloted the sky ship, armed with a new type of weapon, the particle beam gun. This was a test for the new weapon. With a swift motion, the particle beam gun unleashed a thick purple beam, piercing through rocks until the beam submerged into the ocean, swallowed by the tumultuous waves. The surroundings fell silent, with everyone taking deep breaths, the only sound being the relentless crashing of waves against the rocks. After a lengthy pause, the base personnel erupted into cheers. Our particle weapon has succeeded. The power of this particle weapon is formidable. Calculations indicate that the energy shield of the monsters is nearly equivalent to that of our particle weapon. Our mecha combat capabilities have doubled. This is incredible. We will have the power to protect the world and collect tribute from across the globe. Enthusiasm surged among the people. The advent of the particle weapon would alter the global landscape. In this era of frequent monster attacks on humanity, the particle beam gun heralded an end to the threat posed by monsters. Now that the particle beam gun experiment has succeeded, let us hurry back to the base and commence production. Lin Chen waved his hand. Gradually, the days returned to tranquility. Yet, the calmer the world became, the more pressing the ambitions of the Polar Empire and the Jianming Empire grew, especially with each new mecha being birthed. The urge to act became increasingly difficult to suppress. Particularly for the Polar Empire, which believed its mechas were catching up, there was a constant desire to seize the opportunity for a stunning global display with their alpha mecha. During this time, the current cohort of 300 trainees from the Huangzhen Empire began their second phase of training, piloting simulation pods. In contrast to the Jianming and Polar Empires, which were rotating the use of mechas for training, the Huangzhen trainees had scant time behind the controls. However, at Lin Chen's base, there was no situation where trainees would be unfamiliar with mechas, nor was there a lack of combat experience. With over 100 piloting simulation pods available, the base was akin to a training haven, enabling the rapid cultivation of numerous skilled mecha pilots. Today marked the first attempt for the trainees to engage with the piloting simulation pods. After familiarizing themselves with the relevant functions, they eagerly entered one after another. A piercing scream erupted. The first individual emerged pale, having barely lasted 3 seconds inside. Trembling, they exclaimed, "That was incredible. I felt as if I were truly piloting a mecha." Others quickly gathered around, excitedly inquiring, "How was it? What did it feel like?" It was exhilarating. The simulation pod synchronizes perfectly. I even saw last year's pilots battling monsters inside, though it was merely a fleeting glimpse before being forced out. The trainees were left in awe of the simulation pods. Training within these pods was indistinguishable from actual mecha piloting, devoid of any risk of accidents. Moreover, multiple simulation pods could operate in sync. Does this mean we can fight monsters alongside last year's pilots in the future? This is simply fantastic. It's like a score-boosting device. After the first trainee's words, the anticipation among the others surged. One by one, they excitedly entered the pods, only to emerge moments later, their voices raised in exhilaration. "This is amazing. Riding a mecha truly provides a man with an unparalleled thrill. I was too scared to breathe after just 5 seconds. I lasted 6 seconds before I had to get out. It was so exhilarating. Oh my god. I saw last year's pilots showcasing their skills against monsters in the simulation pod. I just witnessed a mech attempting to pierce a monster's rear with a battle sword, striving to penetrate within. Such a crude pilot must undoubtedly be none other than senior brother Yi Xian.